Chapter 181. The Invaded Undead Scourge Array. Below the city gate tower. On the platform where the token was placed, Gushi was using all the means at his disposal to stimulate the token in front of him. React? Reply? Mudun didn't even give me his contact information. How can he threaten someone when something happens? Fortunately, after Gushi stimulated the token for about 3 minutes, the white light on the token began to flash again. The voice of the chief wizard came from behind the token. Comrade Gu, please don't move the magic circle token at this time. Do you know that the magic circle is running? What impact will it have if you move the token? I know you are in danger. And I also know that you have not received the reward for being the victor this time. But we are already thinking of ways to make up for it. If you continue like this, the supply of negative energy to you will be cut off. Think it over yourself. Master Mage, I discovered a situation here. I have been fighting the White Walkers outside the Undead Ritual Circle, and I can guarantee that no White Walkers will enter the Undead Ritual Circle. However, when I was cleaning the battlefield, I found the base of the magic circle that had been removed. I can confirm that it is a newly generated magic circle base, and it is part of the Undead Disaster Ritual Magic Circle. It also contains some negative energy, and it is precisely because of this that my men only discovered it when they were cleaning the battlefield. Upon hearing this, the mage leader behind the token fell silent. He did not doubt why Gushi knew the base of the Undead Natural Disaster Array. This thing has been learned in the academy as the most powerful method of the necromancer. Setting up an undead natural disaster circle of his own is the ultimate dream of every necromancer. The school has long taught everything that can be taught. It is a necromancer who can recognize the base of the undead natural disaster circle at a glance. If Gushi didn't admit his mistake, then did something really go wrong? The head mage couldn't guarantee it either. Finally, he asked through the token. There is a string of numbers written on the base. Read out the numbers. For 577262228. Gushi held a stone like a boundary monument in his hand and read the numbers on it seriously. Before Gushi could finish his words, the head mage interrupted him. Okay, stop reading. Just wait for me. I'll activate the Undead Natural Disaster Array. You should know the node layout of the array. I have learned. Gushi responded quickly. This base has been removed, but the magic circle can still be used. This means that other bases have been filled in. When I activate the magic circle, you can check which piece is the problem. As soon as the mage leader finished speaking, the token flashed white, and a black magic array pattern appeared at the position where Gushi was guarding. Gushi had seen this magic circle pattern in previous battles. However, Gushi didn't pay much attention to this magic circle at first. After all, this is not his undead scourge array. Any changes or details have nothing to do with him. But it was different now. Gushi carefully checked the direction of the magic array lines. Every change and turning point fell in Gushi's eyes. There is such a base at each node location. Some of them were buried long ago, and some were generated later after the undead natural disaster array was laid out, like a platform used to store tokens. But no matter what, every base has a number, and they are all within the number range of the stolen base. Gushi could tell at a glance whether these pedestals were real or fake. At the same time, he soon discovered that at the edge of the undead natural disaster circle, the negative energy did not seem to flow very smoothly. If Gushi had discovered this before, he probably wouldn't have cared much about it. He would have just thought that the magic circle was too far away from the core, and the details were not handled properly. But with the removed base, Gushi began to investigate seriously. He discovered that there was a pedestal at each of these node positions. But on the pedestal was not a corresponding number, but a clown's smiling face. Master Mage, I have discovered that there are 4 fake pedestals, and a clown's face is engraved on each pedestal. The clown's face? Wait a minute. I'll ask players from other nodes to check it too. What happened next did not require any orders from the head wizard. The conversation carried out through the token can be heard by the entire undead natural disaster array. No order was needed, and the players who suppressed the node checked it out on their own. They don't want anything to go wrong at this time. After all, in the words of the mage leader, as long as they repel another wave of White Walker attacks, they will be considered victorious. If there is a problem with the undead natural disaster array at this time, and their previous record is compensated, it will be a huge loss. At this time, Gushi was also thinking about how to deal with 3 or 4 fake magic circle bases. Digging this thing out is relatively simple. Just find a few skeleton soldiers to do this. But after it is dug out, what should be filled back in to replace it? At this moment, Gushi suddenly felt the ground shake, and several new skeletons crawled out of the ground. This made Gushi a little confused, because the troops that were damaged in the battle outside had been replenished when they returned to the undead scourge formation. The corpses that were brought in at the same time had also been affected by the undead scourge circle and were undergoing a transformation. What are these skeletons doing here? Before Gushi asked, the voice of the mage leader came from the token again. Comrade Gu, I have sent you the 4 missing bases over there. You need to deal with them first. I also have to deal with the problems of other nodes. Fortunately, this time you discover the problem with the base first. Otherwise our final battle will be to make waiting close for others. After finishing speaking, the mage leader did not contact Gushi again, but continued to give orders on his own. Gushi could hear the orders from the mage leader from the token, but these orders had nothing to do with his node. After Gushi listened for a while, he started to do his own thing, filling the vacancies on the base, arranging the newly completed undead troops. Finally, all the gargoyles were sent out to explore the situation outside. Although the mage leader can determine the time when the White Walkers will appear, but the time when the White Walkers appear on Gushi's side is always uncertain. In Gushi's eyes, it would be better if he could grasp the movements of the White Walkers himself. After sending the gargoyle out, Gushi himself was not idle either. The supplies that were previously piled in front of the city gate will now be transported back to Aladovi City. At first, with Luna helping to deal with it, Gushi didn't feel anything yet. After Luna left, Gushi realized that it was really troublesome to deal with these things. Chapter 182 Crisis. Cut off connection. As the undead natural disaster array conducted an internal self-examination, there was another strange silence on the entire battlefield. The White Walkers didn't take this opportunity to attack. This surprised Gushi. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Gushi finally reorganized his troops. Gushi discovered that in the battle just now, and the later editions, there were gaps in the organization he had just filled up. More than 700 of the 1,404 skeleton soldiers were killed in the battle, and only 701 skeleton soldiers remained. Even the normal establishment of several combat teams and the bone-cutting battalion were not completed. Zombies are even more direct, because all the zombies died in the beginning, and the ones summoned by the Soul Conjurer are in the center of the battlefield. Now there are only 52 zombies that can survive, and they are no longer a team. Only the ghosts were okay. Their numbers had not decreased much, but their levels had improved to a certain extent. As for the skeletons added to the undead natural disaster array, as well as the undead dragged in and transformed by corpses, they did not receive much blessing because Gushi missed the winner's reward. The most important thing is that the weapons and equipment in their hands have not been strengthened, no matter whether they were sent by the undead scourge circle or crawled out from the pile of corpses. All of them came empty-handed. This made Gushi, who still wanted to have sex for free, speechless. How can we fight without weapons? It is impossible for them to just rush forward and wait for the undead around them to die in battle. They should go forward and inherit the weapons of other undead. At this moment, the ground shook again, and a new group of undead crawled out from underground. This group of undead is no longer the few skeletons that came to deliver the base. This time, a total of 2,000 skeleton soldiers crawled out. All of them have reached level 4. 1,500 of them are serious skeleton soldiers holding swords and shields, and the other 500 are skeleton mages with only their upper bodies floating in the air. In fact, these skeleton soldiers were specially sent by the mage leader to reward Gushi. It was to thank Gushi for discovering the problem with the undead scourge ritual array. The mage leader just checked and found that the situation at Gushi's side was pretty good. At the other 99 nodes, most of the bases have been replaced. If it is not discovered in advance, the undead natural disaster circle will be snatched away by the White Walkers in the next wave of battles. By then, the negative energy and the large number of undead they have accumulated will all be controlled by the White Walkers and eventually become part of the White Walkers. This is a serious blow to the mage leader. The mage leader has reason to believe that there is a powerful leader commanding behind the White Walkers team. So after quickly replacing the base, the mage leader sent such an army to Gushi. The purpose was to reward Gushi for his discovery this time. At the same time, the mage leader also figured out the problem this time. Among the 100 nodes, only Gushi blocked the enemy outside the undead scourge formation. The rest is to lead the enemy into the node and fight through the negative energy and characteristics of the node. This also gives the enemy a chance to change their base. But even if he figured out the reason, the mage leader couldn't let the players go out and fight. He knew very well the strength of the necromancers he had picked out, except that Gushi couldn't see through it. Other potentials could already be seen at a glance. Letting them fight the White Walkers outside the undead Scourge circle is tantamount to letting them die. Even the chief lawyer couldn't force them out. Now the mage leader could only hope that Gushi would come out of the magic circle to fight the White Walkers for the sake of seeing the extra batch of troops he had sent over. At that time, he will still have a safe node that can serve as a fallback route. Gushi didn't know what the leader of the mage was thinking. But the addition of these 2,000 skeletons really supplemented Gushi's obviously lacking combat power. At this time, Gushi counted the things in his hands and felt that he was okay again. There are still 2 bottles of the 10 bottles of magic potions that were exchanged for before entering this world. Which means that the incarnation of death can still be summoned 2 more times. As long as nothing unexpected happens, it should be possible to withstand the last wave of attacks from the White Walkers. After this incident is over, he is going to change to a large bottle of magic potion. Now this medium-sized bottle of magic potion cannot fully replenish his mana at once. While Gushi was thinking about other things, the token guarded behind the city gate suddenly lit up. The intermittent voice of the head mage was heard from inside. Comrades, attention! Start, be careful, with the horses. Listening to this voice, Gushi immediately felt something was wrong. He quickly ran to the platform where the token was placed. And then, he was a little surprised to find that the white light on the token was still there. But it was obviously flickering, as if it was affected by something. Broken! Gushi immediately understood what was going on. The enemy has affected the undead natural disaster array. And now all nodes of the array have lost contact. Then the enemy's general attack will follow. Gushi's heart tightened. And then, he heard a popping sound. Looking in the direction of the sound, Gushi found that a large number of red balloons had appeared in the sky at some point. These balloons all exploded when they flew over the node controlled by Gushi. And a large number of colorful paper strips fell from the sky, filling the entire node with a strange and joyful atmosphere. The popping sound Gushi heard just now was the sound of a balloon exploding. And the moment Gushi looked up, more and more balloons exploded. Death incarnate. Gushi immediately sensed something was wrong. And he immediately sent the Death Incarnation out, hoping that the Death Incarnation could drive out the balloons. But Gushi was still a step too late. When the Incarnation of Death flew up, thousands of large and small red balloons had already flown into the nodes controlled by Gushi and exploded continuously. At first, strips of paper of various colors floated down from the balloons that exploded. But as more and more balloons exploded, the strips of paper turned into various powders, and the sky became colorful. When the powder fell, Gushi found that his control over the undead army seemed to have weakened a lot. This is a means used to cut off the connection between the nodes of the undead natural disaster array. Just when Gushi thought about this, he heard a whirring sound in the distance. And it seemed like a black thing flashed past him. When this black thing flashed past, Gushi instinctively held his head and lowered his head. But the next moment, Gushi heard another cry, and the black thing retreated again. At this time, Gushi took the opportunity to see clearly the condition of that thing. It was clearly a giant pirate ship more than 500 meters long, swinging back and forth on the node that Gushi suppressed. A pirate leader wearing a pirate captain's hat, a clown costume, a white baboon skin, iron hook hands, and one leg was standing on the bow of the ship. Behind him were thousands of strange pirates, with clown faces painted on them. From their movements, it can be seen that they are ready to jump down and attack. Chapter 183: The Invaded Playground. Death Incarnate. Seeing those clown pirates about to jump off the pirate ship, Gushi immediately ordered. But he immediately rejected his opinion. No. Skeleton Archer. Skeleton Mage. When those guys jump down, they will launch a saturation attack. Under Gushi's order, the leader of the skeleton archers raised the bow in his hand, letting all the skeleton archers watch him do it. At the same time, the skeleton mage also raised his hands under Gushi's order and pointed at the sky. At this time, the pirate ship reached the highest point at the rear. The clown captain on the bow stuck the iron hook on the bow of the ship, pointed at the position guarded by Gushi, and shouted loudly. As the power of the pirate ship reached its peak, they stopped for a moment at the highest position, and then rushed towards the position guarded by Gushi with a roar. This time the pirate ship obviously pressed down. Based on the angle and arc of the impact of the pirate ship, I believe that this time the bottom of the pirate ship was close to the battle flag on the Gushi City Gate Tower. As they rushed downward, more than 1,000 clown pirates were already ready to jump. As the pirate ship entered the place where Gushi was guarding, they jumped down decisively. The moment they took off, the arrow in the hands of the leader of the skeleton archers shot out. Then all the skeleton archers locked on a clown pirate and shot an arrow at them. Following this rain of arrows was an attack from the skeleton mage. Here, 500 skeleton mages issued their own spells at the same time. The skeleton mages sent by the mage leader are all basic existences. There are no masters among them who can use area magic, such as Poison Cloud. The only ones they can use are Fireball, Ice Arrow, Lightning Bolt, and Poison Gas Bomb. Gushi didn't care what they would use. In this case, Gushi just let them shoot into the sky. The jumping clown pirate is the best target to attack. When these clown pirates jumped down, although they used the pirate scimitars to protect their bodies, they could not fly and had no way to change their direction in the air. All they could do was jump off the pirate ship when it reached its lowest point and rush into Gushi's suppression position as quickly as possible. As for what they would encounter in the air after jumping, they no longer cared so much. Anyway, these jumps are only about 50 meters high, and they will be there in a few seconds. But many clown pirates couldn't even survive these few seconds. When jumping off the pirate ship, the skeleton archer's arrows and the skeleton mage's various spells were less precise, but covered the location where the pirates landed. At least 600 clown pirates were killed on the spot. When the remaining clown pirates fell to the ground, they were quickly surrounded by the undead under Gushi. Because of weapons and training, these undead did not have the same tacit cooperation as the last batch of undead. They could only cooperate on a small scale, especially the undead that had just been transformed from the corpse. They didn't even have weapons. When the clown pirate fell, they even pounced directly on the clown pirate, preparing to use their own bones or teeth to attack the enemy. At this time, Gushi had already reached the top of the city gate tower on the evil coffin station. Gushi stared closely at the pirate ship rushing towards him, and at the pirate leader at the bow. He understood that the clown pirate who jumped off the pirate ship was nothing at all. The real core was the pirate leader. There is only one chance to defeat him. Bone Spur. Seeing the pirate ship rushing to a position less than 50 meters in front of him, Gushi took action. A bone spur was released and hit the pirate leader on the pirate ship head-on. The pirate leader hooked the iron hook on the bow of the ship with his left hand, pulled out a scimitar with his right hand, and struck the bone spur with one strike. Under the attack of the pirate leader, the bone spurs turned into pieces on the spot. Just when the pirate leader grinned and wanted to laugh at Gushi, he found that his right hand was frozen. The power of ice flowed into his body along his arms. At the same time, Gushi hit out several bone spurs. Faced with such an attack, the pirate leader could only make another choice. Before it hit Gushi's city gate, the pirate ship moved upwards, with its bottom brushing past Gushi's battle flag. All the bone spurs Gushi shot hit the bottom of the pirate ship, and none of them could hit the pirate leader. The pirate leader was very satisfied with this situation. He looked back at the clown pirates, who began to appear on the ship again. He believed that if this happened a few more times, he would definitely be able to capture this place. Then he can get further rewards in front of his master. However, the pirate leader always felt that a powerful creature was staring at him from behind. Could it be that the hard-to-deal-with metal bone dragon took the opportunity to rush up? Didn't it mean that someone was specifically dealing with this bone dragon? How could he still jump up and sabotage his own actions? The pirate leader turned around quickly, but what he saw was not the incarnation of death, but a green pea vine that looked like a cannon. When Gushi shot out the bone spur, he took the opportunity to throw the pea shooter onto the boat. Gushi only hoped that he could use this little trick to delay the enemy first. Even if you can't kill the enemy, you can't make the enemy feel comfortable. But he never expected that the pea shooter he threw was just a seed at first, but it mutated directly on the pirate ship. The huge pea shooter locked onto the pirate leader like an artillery piece, and before the pirate leader could make any move, it fired a burst of ling at him. In fact, Gushi was just lucky this time. The position where he threw the pea shooter was the original position of the pirate ship's bow cannon. This also has the blessing effect of the bow cannon, which increases the power and damage of the artillery by 50. This is actually not much for the artillery on the ship, but for Gushi's pea shooter, which was originally planned to delay the enemy, it was unknown how much it had improved. The previous pea shooter had an attack power of only 5 and 30 rounds of ammunition, but now it has increased tenfold. 55 points of damage, the effect of 30 consecutive shots, and more than 1,000 points of life can be wiped out in the blink of an eye. This is why the pirate leader felt that a powerful creature was watching him, but he no longer had the chance to think. When the pirate leader was about to jump up, the pea shooter's gun moved, and a pea bullet the size of a human head was fired out. It hit the pirate leader with a bang and knocked him heavily onto the deck of the pirate's ship. Then 30 rounds of cannonballs poured out, beating the pirate leader to a pulp. Chapter 184: A comprehensive attack against the undead natural disaster. Boom! When the pirate ship reached its highest point, it exploded in the sky. Gushi did not expect this explosion. He didn't react until he heard the explosion, and squatted on the ground immediately holding his head. In the explosion, a large number of clown pirate corpses fell from the sky, along with large pieces that had not been blown apart. In particular, the huge keel and the arm that could swing the pirate ship hit the ground heavily. With this blow, Gushi's undead souls would be in bad luck. It clearly had nothing to do with them. But the heavy object that fell from the sky directly took away a wave of undead. This caused Gushi, who already had insufficient troops, to lose another wave of men. Fortunately, nothing happened to Gushi himself, and his largest city gate was not damaged. If something goes wrong with the city gate, the situation will be even worse. The reason why Gushi's Death City can call on the troops in the city anytime and anywhere is because he can put the city gate on the battlefield. If there is no city gate, Gushi's troops will be useless. It seems that after we return, we will build another city gate. As Gushi spoke, he stood at the front of the city gate tower and directed the battle below. At this time, Gushi noticed something. It seemed that his connection with the core of the undead natural disaster array had been severed. The corpses that had just fallen were also affected by the negative energy and began to turn into new undead. However, the number has been significantly reduced, and the transformation process is also stumbling. The undead who were killed by the pirate ship were not immediately replaced. Gushi understood that this time he might have to face the attack of the White Walkers alone. Fortunately, Gushi had not borrowed too many functions of the undead natural disaster array before. He just looked in other directions of the magic circle with some worry, not knowing what the situation of those nodes was. In fact, the situation at other nodes of the undead disaster ritual circle is quite bad. They encountered a similar situation to Gushi. They were all invaded by balloons at the same time. The exploded balloons dropped a large amount of dust and paper, destroying the connection and support of the undead natural disaster array to these nodes. At the same time, various weird playground facilities are squeezed into these nodes through various methods. Squeezing in was a spinning merry-go-round with a clown-faced knight riding on it. There are Yushao speeding cars that suddenly rush out from other places. Every time they pass by a certain place, and every time they rush into the crowd, they will take the lives of a large number of undead soldiers with them. There is also a huge Ferris wheel that looks like a blade. This thing seems to be cutting everyone open. The appearance of each amusement facility is quite reasonable, yet full of weirdness. Almost at the same time, the entire undead natural disaster array was transformed into a weird playground. This is the result of the mage leader discovering that the base of the undead natural disaster array was affected and has dealt with it. If it had not been dealt with, the death to natural disaster formation might have been completely stolen by someone else. Now the power of the mage leader can only be controlled at the core of the undead natural disaster array. He can't help much at the first 100 battle nodes. He can't even send a group of undead troops there. Now he can only protect his troops and the remaining players, and use the power of these players to defend the last wave. As long as the White Walkers entering the world are completely cleared, and the invading White Walker troops lose the coordinates of this world, they will be repulsed by the power of the world and finally sent away. By then, they still have a slight chance of winning. As for the players at the outer nodes, the mage leader could only pray in his heart that they would be safe. However, the mage leader never expected that Gushi would have already solved the invading amusement facilities, and would still consider the safety of others. At the same time, Gushi had also averted his eyes. He clearly heard a crazy laughter coming from the distance. Along with the laughter appeared a large group of White Walker troops pressing towards this side. It's clear that the third wave of White Walker attacks has begun. But this was not what Gushi was concerned about. He noticed that with the appearance of the White Walker army, something seemed to rise from the ground in the distance. That's what Gushi is worried about. He had a feeling that this thing rising from the ground was the key to this White Walker attack. Looking down at the troops under the city gate, Gushi gritted his teeth and said, "Gargoyles." After receiving Gushi's order, 15 gargoyles quickly flew in front of Gushi. "If you see that there is no light beam over there, you should fly there now and help me deliver the letter. Just ask if we can still get support here. If so, it's best to come within 3 hours. Otherwise I may not be able to withstand it." As Gushi spoke, he took a pen and paper and wrote a letter. At the same time, Gushi began to put some weapons and equipment into the damaged package. Gushi had already thought about it. If no one supported him, at the last moment, he might have to use a shield and act as a heavy tank. At that time, the purple ghost face skin and mysterious fairy hands will be his last resort to save his life. Now he has to put all the equipment in the most convenient place, so that if something goes wrong, he won't even have a chance to take out the equipment. After packing up everything, the White Walker's troops also approached the location where Gushi suppressed them. Because of the other party's approach, Gushi had already seen what was sticking out from the ground. When he saw this thing, Gushi immediately felt that he might have really met his opponent. What appeared behind the White Walker troops turned out to be a huge castle. From Gushi's visual observation, the castle was clearly the size of Eridavita. If he had just stayed where he was, Gushi would have thought that this was the entrance for the White Walkers to send out troops. Now the castle will move forward. Although the movement of the castle did not cause any reaction like an earthquake, its moving speed was not slow at all. Gushi even had a feeling that if the White Walkers in front had not walked too slowly, the castle might have already reached Gushi, etc. A thought suddenly flashed through Gushi's mind. The White Walker in front walked slowly. Gushi lowered his head and glanced at his city gate. He only has one Death City, and he can transport troops through the Death City. Such a big castle in front of you can be moved, but there is still no way to transport troops? This is unreasonable. Thinking of this, Gushi looked in the direction of the castle with a more probing look. As soon as he looked at Gushi, he discovered more problems. The castle in front of him looked a little distorted. There were clearly people patrolling on the tallest towers. But for some reason, when they reached a certain angle, the patrolling people would disappear. Illusion? Magic? Chapter 185 The White Walker's Plan. Gargoyle, forget it. The ghost troops will fly over and attack the castle. When he discovered that the castle might be an illusion, Gushi made a quick decision. No matter what, he always tries the situation. Under Gushi's order, all the ghosts under him flew out. Compared to gargoyles, ghosts do not fly as high and their speed is not too fast. When they flew over the White Walker army, Gushi discovered another abnormal situation. Some soldiers in the White Walkers did not even look up at the ghosts in the sky. If we say that this is an undead army, and the enemies are flying overhead, they will not be affected. This can definitely be said. But with such an obviously chaotic White Walker troop, Gushi even saw some White Walkers fighting and making trouble in the team. As a result, when the ghosts flew over, these White Walkers didn't react at all. This abnormal situation made Gushi feel nervous. Is it possible that the White Walker troops in front of me are also illusions? While Gushi was guessing, the ghost had already rushed to the castle. The ghosts rushed into the castle. What Gushi imagined next did not happen. The castle did not disappear because the ghost knocked away the illusion, and it did not fight back because of the ghost's attack. It's as if the ghost and the castle are not in the same world. The ghost even passed right through the castle, facing everything in front of him. Gushi's mind quickly started to change. He kept thinking about some of the knowledge he had and wanted to judge what this situation was like. At this time, the White Walkers at the front were approaching the undead natural disaster formation, and Gushi's skeleton troop at the front was about to come into contact with them. But at this moment, something strange happened again. The situation of the skeleton soldiers was the same as that of the ghosts. They rushed into the ranks of the White Walkers, but they were like people in two different worlds and could not come into contact with the enemy. Looking at the White Walkers, who ignored their own undead troops and kept moving forward, an idea flashed through Gushi's mind. Mirror move? Gushi suddenly thought of Luna's best skill. She usually uses this method to move freely in Aradovi City. Even though she is floating normally, when she really wants to move quickly, her body will slowly disappear, and a new body will appear in another location. The actions of the White Walkers before our eyes really seem to be somewhat similar to this method. After all, it seems impossible for such a huge castle to move silently. Thinking of this, Gushi quickly took a closer look. This time, Gushi's target of observation was the White Walkers. Gushi found that the White Walkers seemed to be moving forward, but their feet did not move. Gushi didn't have such an idea before, so he didn't pay attention to it. Things are different now. If this is really a method of mirror movement, then everything makes sense. So where is the real enemy? At this moment, the White Walkers' troops were approaching the city gate. Because they were still just virtual images, Gushi's undead men couldn't stop them. At the same time, the castle slowly moved to the edge of the undead natural disaster circle. At this time, Gushi's heart suddenly moved. He already knew the other party's plan. The opponent wants to use the castle to occupy the node of the undead natural disaster circle. The node Gu Shi is guarding is the most important, and the most difficult node to defeat among the 100 external nodes. At other nodes, troops have fought inside. Only at Gu Shi, most of the time, the White Walkers were beaten outside. Their original plan didn't work with Gu Shi, so they have to resort to some means. A huge castle does not need to completely suppress the node position. As long as it can get on the edge of the undead natural disaster array, it can control everything. As for why not move the castle to the middle of the node? Gu Shi lowered his head and glanced at the city gate and suddenly laughed. He knows how to break the situation. Skeleton. Here comes a group of skeleton soldiers. Gu Shi ordered loudly. Come here and help me transport the backpack from this hut to the castle as quickly as possible. Gu Shi, who had just seen the city gate, figured out the last piece of the puzzle. Why isn't the enemy's castle placed directly in the middle of the node? It's because Gu Shi's city gate occupies this position. Castles that are already occupied by buildings cannot be placed, so the castles have to be moved outward. I just hope to use the edge to suppress the edge of the undead scourge circle, although I don't understand the principle behind this. But Gu Shi still found a breakthrough here. Isn't it because the city gate blocks the position of your castle? Then I will put another building in another location where you are going to put it down. If Gu Shi's previous death city had not reached level 5, he would not be able to do this. It's different now. Gu Shi has a means to build buildings in the wild. Gu Shi had previously considered waiting until this war was over to release the farmer's hut and transform it into a building that could be used by the undead. Now, he couldn't care about anything else. While he was directing the skeleton to carry the backpack in the cabin, Gu Shi jumped onto the evil coffin himself and rushed to the edge of the undead natural disaster circle. By this time, the castle was almost in place. Gu Shi could tell that those behind pushing the castle forward had noticed Gu Shi's actions. They have increased the speed of movement of their troops. Gu Shi knew that time was running out, so he ignored the White Walkers around him and rushed to the edge of the undead natural disaster circle with all his strength. The skeleton soldiers moved very quickly, and by the time Gu Shi was in position, the hut backpack had already been delivered here. Gu Shi was not sure of the enemy's final position, so he led the skeleton soldiers forward for a short distance. He stopped when he was about 700 meters away from the undead natural disaster array. At this time, Gu Shi could already see the castle gate coming towards him. Put down and unfold the farmer's cabin. Under Gu Shi's order, the skeleton soldiers lowered the cabin backpacks they were carrying on the ground. Then Gu Shi took the cold wind staff and placed it a little above the hut backpack, activating the hut backpack. After doing all this, Gu Shi slapped the evil coffin and roared decisively. Run! As soon as the skeleton soldier carrying the backpack in the hut heard this, he ran towards the way he came. However, their speed was still not as fast as the hut's backpack unfolding, and several skeleton soldiers were knocked out by the wall on the spot. Then a farm-like building appeared on the ground. There are stone huts, sheepfolds with black-faced sheep, farmland covered with vermilion wheat and matching water wheels. Several skeleton soldiers were even suppressed by the mud and almost couldn't get up. At this time, Gu Shi ignored the message popping up in his ear. He had only one idea: to escape back to the undead natural disaster circle. Chapter 186, Asking for Help. Temporary speed increase. Let yourself lie tightly on the coffin lid. Hold the iron chain tightly with both hands, and let the evil coffin move at full speed. The evil coffin's original speed had already reached 250 kilometers per hour. Now that it picked up speed, Gu Shi was almost thrown out. Fortunately, Gu Shi held on to the chain tightly and was not thrown in place. A few seconds later, Gu Shi returned to his city gate. Before he could call all the undead troops to prepare for battle, a loud bang was heard behind him. Gu Shi didn't even think about looking back to see what was happening. He just quickly loosened his hands and slid down from the evil coffin to avoid the shockwave caused by the explosion behind him. But the shockwave Gu Shi imagined did not appear. Apart from the explosion, there was no movement behind. Gu Shi poked his head out with some confusion. He found that there was a huge pothole where he had put down the farmer's hut. There is nothing else. The castle is gone, and so are the White Walkers who came with the castle. The place before my eyes was clean, as if nothing had happened. Only the big crater that was blown out can prove what happened just now. It was so dangerous. I almost died inside. Looking at the huge pit, Gu Shi swallowed his saliva and finally choked out a sentence. If it weren't for the temporary speed increasing ability of the evil coffin, and if Gu Shi had been distracted by the pop-up prompt just now, the explosion might have involved him as well. Unlike now, he can still stand on the edge of the pit and watch everything here. Looking down at the big pit in front of him. Gushi really wanted to ask what happened when the explosion happened just now. But these undead souls were unable to communicate with Gushi. And in the end, he could only forget about it. As the attack stopped, Gushi's side finally became quiet again. Neither the pirate ship nor the castle could take over the node guarded by Gushi. The White Walkers also knew that the situation here was not easy to deal with, and they were considering how to send troops next. At this time, at the core of the undead natural disaster ritual array, the mage leader was holding up his staff and chanting incantations. Beside him were more than 60 undead mage players. Unlike the necromancers who are guarding outside, they are mainly players with poison or cold attributes. They are not very strong in commanding undead troops to fight, but they are still very strong in using attack methods such as poison or ice. Now they are constantly extracting their own mana, turning the mana into green or ice blue mana balls one after another, and injecting them into the undead natural disaster ritual circle. With each injection, the mage leader's face would change, from cyan to white, and then from white to red. It can be seen that he is adjusting the amount of mana injected every time. Outside these necromancers, there are still some necromancers who are making preparations for the next step. As long as someone is short of mana, they will immediately step forward to replace it. They actually already know the current situation. The White Walkers' attacks were so intense that almost all the 100 magic circle nodes on the outside fell. Now they only have this last chance. If they can't withstand it, everyone here will be doomed. At this moment, a dozen gargoyles flew over. Before he got close, he was discovered by several necromancer players. They quickly sent their men to intercept. After all, at this moment, they might not even believe the undead, let alone a group of gargoyles. At this time, the gargoyle also fell from the sky, took out the letter written by Gushi, and handed it to a necromancer. After reading the letter, the necromancer turned his head and glanced at his companion. How is it possible that there are still people alive at the frontline magic array node? Who? Another necromancer asked curiously. Gushi, you also have a nickname. Breath of the Dead? I haven't heard much about it. Are you a member of the guild? The necromancer holding the letter took a serious look at Gushi's signature below and asked with some confusion. Really? I remember the person who was called away alone by the mage leader. No, that was Gushi. I heard that he mastered one of the 3 divine skills. 3 divine skills. I remembered them as soon as you mentioned them. They are the incarnation of death. Right? No wonder they can withstand it. With the 3 divine skills, the survival rate is still very high. No, I heard it's a city of death. Only with skills like the city of death can one survive on the front line. No, it's the incarnation of death. I've seen his bone dragon before. City of death. Seeing that several necromancers were about to quarrel over this matter, an old necromancer quickly stepped forward to stop them. Guys, please stop arguing. Do you think it's possible that this Gushi has mastered 2 of the 3 divine skills? How can it be? That's right. One of them is already a huge stroke of luck. Did he cheat on the other 2? But the old necromancer said, don't forget. He has his own title in the academy. And judging from this title, it should have been given to him by their dean. What does this mean? It shows that he has such talent in the academy. Someone is born in Rome. It can't be compared. It really can't be compared. Now is not the time to talk about this. What we need to care about is what should we do with his letter asking for help. Do we want to support it? Support? Do we have soldiers in hand? Do we still have mana? There is nothing. What support can we use to stop the final ritual of the undead natural disaster circle? None of this is possible. And now, he can only bear it on his own. After speaking, the old necromancer player shook his head helplessly. I've seen this kind of thing too many times. Only by surviving can we have a chance to be valued by others. Let's just be our oxen and horses honestly. As the necromancer player spoke, he stepped aside, leaving only the one who had received the letter asking for help from Gushi standing there, neither advancing nor retreating. What are you still doing? Recover your energy and mana quickly. We can't decide on this matter. Just keep this letter, and wait until the mage leader is free. As for those gargoyles, you should let them let's go back. Although there are only a few, they will at least have some combat power after returning. When a companion saw the necromancer holding a letter asking for help, he also stepped forward and said something. The necromancer then realized that he was about to send a request for help to the information collection center, when Lukai suddenly came over. I just heard you talking about Gushi. Right? What happened? Can I read this letter? Chapter 187 The White Walkers' Crush Tactics. Half an hour later, the White Walkers' troops appeared in Gu Shi's sight again. Because of the two previous failures, the White Walker army no longer launched sneak attacks or other tricks. This time, they only planned to use their troops to crush Gu Shi head-on. With this idea in mind, the White Walkers who came this time did not have so many tricks. They were all serious troops that could fight. And they were quite large in number. At the forefront was a rather rare troop of knights. The knights, a total of 300 people, were all covered in shiny green armor. They all held spears in their hands, like revolving doors, outside a barber shop. When they advanced, they deliberately controlled the speed of their horses, and did not directly control the speed of their horses. Charge. Behind them were attendants, swordsmen and spearmen in purple robes. These soldiers are no different from normal soldiers except for their messy purple hair and clown faces. They are all the kind who wear mail armor and hold powerful weapons in their hands. The most important thing is that directly in front of the knights and the squires, swordsmen, and spearmen, Gu Shichi saw a battle flag. The battle flag of the cavalry army was painted with two balloons colliding together, one red and one green, which was quite conspicuous on the white flag. The battle flags carried by the squires, swordsmen, and spearmen showed a flail, a spear, and a long sword crossed on a shield. These two battle flags clearly illustrate one situation. These two troops are considered the core troops of the White Walkers. These powerful troops, plus the scattered White Walkers following these two armies, totaling nearly 6,000 people, brought Gu Shi more pressure than ever before. Seeing the enemy troops slowly moving forward, Gu Shi's face hardened. He jumped on top of the evil coffin, and then raised the cold wind staff. Put up the flag. All undead are ready for battle. Combat Team 1, with all the undead holding spears, stand at the front to meet the impact of the enemy cavalry head-on. The Bone-Cutting Battalion and Combat Team 2 are preparing to go around, clean up the miscellaneous soldiers in the rear, and attack the enemy's main force with ghosts, skeleton archers and skeleton mages. Follow me. Listen to my commands. Prepare to attack, and take action. Under Gu Shi's order, the slowly advancing White Walkers' troops had also rushed to the undead natural disaster formation. As they prepared to charge, they encountered an unexpected situation. More than half an hour ago, Gu Shi blew up a castle here. Although he got nothing and lost a training camp, it still left a big hole in the ground. The night troops who started charging about 200 meters away from the undead natural disaster formation did not expect that this would be the case here. They had to slow down before reaching the big hole and find another way around the big hole. This allowed Gu Shi to seize the opportunity, and the skeleton shooter and skeleton mage decisively launched a wave of saturation attacks on the night troops. At the same time, the ghost flew over the big pit and attacked the main force behind the knights. Just at this time, the knights were changing direction. They split into two groups, one on the left and one on the right, trying to bypass the big pit and rush forward again. So when they split up the team, they just let the main force behind them out. The main force did not expect that the charging knights in front would suddenly stop. The team itself was a bit chaotic. Some soldiers had stopped and some were still squeezing forward. They did not take up arms for a moment, and were not ready for battle. When the ghost pounced on them, they also fought in confusion. Because if they started the battle at this time, the White Walker troops would be disconnected on the spot. The night troops divided their forces, and rushed towards both sides without the cooperation of the main force. As the enemy moved, Gu Shi saw an opportunity. Hurry up. Team 1. All the spearmen. Move to the left. Don't worry about the situation on the right. Move all of them over. The enemy's division of troops at this time was a good opportunity for Gu Shi. He decisively made the opposite decision to the White Walkers, concentrated his superior forces, and killed a wave of White Walker knights first. When the skeleton leader of Combat Team 1 saw this situation, he immediately understood Gu Shi's thoughts. Without thinking much, he led his Combat Team 1 and all the undead with spears to rush to the left position. While rushing forward, he did not forget to adjust the footsteps of these undead. Go ahead. Slow down. Do it again. Go ahead. When these undead appeared in front of the White Walker knights, they had already adjusted their steps. Whether they were zombies or skeletons, they all moved forward at the same speed. At the same time, the spears and lances in their hands all stabilized. No matter how they moved, the spears all pointed straight into the air. This shows that their control of the gun has been unified, and they can also fight together when encountering enemies. At this time, the 150 White Walker knights here had also bypassed the pit, and they planned to charge again. But before they could charge forward, all the undead, under the command of the Skull Leader, raised their spears, put down the spear, hold it straight, step forward, and stab straight. When these undead thrust their spears straight out, it was just the time for these ghost knights to start. The spears thrust out from their hands and pierced right into the body of the White Walker Knight's mount. The charge of the White Walker Knight was interrupted again. At this time, the undead took action again, stepping forward, stabbing out, putting away their guns, and advancing. They were like ruthless attack machines. They had clearly set up a phalanx of spears, but instead of using it for defense, they faced off against the enemy head-on. The White Walker Knights relied on their higher levels and thicker blood to withstand a wave of attacks. At the same time, the spears in their hands also pierced the undead. Although there is no charge blessing, their attack power still exceeds that of the undead. The undead cannot kill these White Walker Knights with one shot, but the White Walker Knights can easily kill the undead that are facing them. It's just that they didn't expect that the undead didn't care about their own life or death at all. In their minds, if the undead in front died in battle, the corresponding position would be vacated. The undead behind will follow immediately, and just like before, they will move forward and thrust out their spears. Their requirements are not high. It is enough to take away a few White Walker Knights at a time. As long as they keep killing, all the White Walker Knights will be destroyed. With this thought in mind, the Skull Leader pressed the spear in his hand and struck out again. Skull Boss, summon, kills the White Walker Knight, level 6. You get 1 experience point. The combat team gets 1 experience point. The summons gets 30 experience points. And the summon level is increased to level 4. Chapter 188 Extreme Battle. Kill! When the undead troops, holding spears, were fighting with half of the White Walker Knights. The White Walker Knights on the other side had also charged. However, Gushi did not arrange any troops here. There were only skeleton archers and skeleton mages following him. Tendrils of the dead. Tendrils of the dead. When the White Walker Knight was about to charge, Gushi released 10 tendrils of the dead in a row. 5 roadblocks composed of tentacles and arms appeared in front of these White Walker Knights. Such roadblocks made it impossible for the White Walker Knight to increase his speed at all. As long as the White Walker Knight lost his speed, the 500 skeleton mages behind Gushi would have a place to use. They didn't need Gushi's order to know what they were going to do. Waves of fireballs, ice arrows, lightning bolts, and poison gas bombs fell on the White Walker Knight. Although the White Walker Knights have high defense, their magic resistance is really not that strong. They were fully fed by every wave of magic attacks. The White Walker Knight, who was at the front, was blown into the sky on the spot, and couldn't even withstand the first wave. The White Walker Knight behind also suffered moderate injuries. In this case, these White Walker Knights were angered, and the leader of the White Walker Knights pointed the spear in his hand. Charge hard. After shouting this sentence, a layer of light like golden armor appeared on all the White Walker Knights, and the defense line set up by Gushi was ineffective against them. Their charging speed increased instantly, and they were about to collide with Gushi. At this moment, the incarnation of death that had been lying on the city gate turned into black mist and crashed into the team of White Walker Knights from the side. Because it did not bring the crystal end storm, the power of the black fog of the incarnation of death was not too great. But his body was the best means of attack, and he knocked down many of the White Walker Knights on the spot. In this way, the charge that the White Walker Knights finally made was interrupted again. The incarnation of death did not stop there. Instead, he turned around and bit the leader of the White Walker Knights hard. The leader of the White Walker Knights was still protected by the golden light, and the incarnation of death's bite had little effect on him. But the incarnate death dragged the leader of the White Walker Knights into the air. Without the support of their leader, the other White Knights returned to their original state. Just at this time, they were knocked to the ground by the incarnation of death. So the skeleton mages quickly poured their attacks on these ghost knights. Although the level composition of skeleton mages is not high, their attack methods are really pure magic. Each magic strike is very powerful, and magic can cooperate and combine with each other. As this wave of attacks continued, another batch of White Walker Knights were beaten to death by the skeleton mage's magic. Just when Gushi was about to control the situation, an accident happened on the other side of the pit. A ghost swordsman with 2 heads was holding 2 long swords, one red and one blue, and was cutting the ghosts around him quickly. One of his faces is full of mechanical feeling, but it is painted with clown makeup, and the other face is rotten and painted with makeup. His body was wrapped in white baboon skin, as if he had regarded the white baboon's skin as his own armor. At the same time, he held a long sword in each hand, and the two swords radiated the power of fire and ice respectively. No matter what kind of power it is, it can bring enough damage to the ghost. Several ghosts did not investigate immediately, and immediately said that they were killed by this White Walker swordsman. But the ghosts were not fools. They immediately dispersed, and rushed towards the other ghosts. After all, he is not the only enemy. If you can't defeat him, can you deal with other White Walkers? The two-headed White Walker was also quite angry at this time. But just as the ghost thought, he could kill a group of them by himself, because they surrounded him. If the ghost ran away and didn't want to play with him anymore, he could only deal with one ghost at a time. The two-headed White Walkers couldn't catch up with all the ghosts and kill them one by one. He could only chase after a ghost and kill the ghosts that attacked other White Walkers one by one. He fought and fought from the main force of the White Walkers to the skirmishers. At this time, Gu Shi's remaining undead troops had also bypassed the pit and rushed into the White Walker skirmishers. This time, they followed the two leaders of the bone-cutting camp. Each of them attacked quite frantically. They were different from the gun-wielding undead following Combat Team 1. Their goal was simpler: see the enemy and chop at the enemy. In the end, one of the enemy or yourself will fall. The skirmishing cooperation of the White Walkers was not a tacit understanding. Faced with a head-on collision with the Bone Slayer Battalion as the core, the battlefield of the White Walkers immediately became chaotic. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Shi had many ordinary skeletons around level 2 under his command, perhaps this single attack would have taken away most of the enemies. Even so, these undead and the White Walkers are evenly matched. But then the two-headed ghost rushed over. As soon as the two skeleton leaders of the bone-cutting battalion saw such a presence, they immediately rushed forward with long swords and broadswords in both hands. One sword after another struck heavily on the two heads of the two-headed ghost. The leader of the White Walkers was annoyed because he had not killed enough ghosts. When he saw someone rushing over to seek death, he started fighting with a sword with both hands. At this time, you can see the strength of this two-headed ghost. This two-headed white ghost can easily deal with the two skeleton bosses alone. One of the two swords in his hands is wide open and closed, and the other is as fine as rain. The two different styles can perfectly cooperate with each other. The most important thing is that his level is much higher than the two skull bosses. In the battle with the two skull bosses, he became smoother and smoother, and became more and more excited as he fought. Without the command of the skeleton leader, the balance of the battle between the undead and the White Walker stragglers was reversed again. The White Walker skirmishers slowly began to gain the upper hand. At this time, Gu Shi also saw this situation. He looked back at Combat Team 1 and quickly ordered, "Combat Team 1, ignore those knights and fight your way through." The reason why Gu Shi issued such an order was entirely because there were less than 20 White Walker knights left in Battle Team 1. With this number, Gu Shi could control the situation. Instead, the White Walkers now need manpower. Gu Shi also had to temporarily transfer Combat Team 1 over. After giving this order, Gu Shi also raised the Cold Wind Staff. Just as he was preparing to perform a wave of spiritualism, a buzzing sound came from the direction of the city gate. Gu Shi looked back with some surprise, and found that 15 gargoyles had brought a large swarm of insects, like a dark cloud. This is Chapter 189, the arrival of reinforcements. Is it supported? Looking at the swarm of insects brought by the gargoyles, an idea flashed through Gu Shi's mind. But why did they fly here? Before Gu Shi could figure out what was going on, the gargoyle led a swarm of insects towards the White Walkers not far away. Only one gargoyle fell in front of Gu Shi and handed him a letter. "Comrade Gu, this is my own army. I can't use it at the core of the undead natural disaster array for the time being, so I will transfer it to you. Although the number is not large, and the level is not high, it can help you to some extent. Hope you can support it at no location. Come on. Live. Lu Kai." Looking at this letter, Gu Shi finally understood where the troops led by the gargoyles came from. The wizard leader could not squeeze out any other troops, so the ones that followed the gargoyles were Lu Kai's private troops. At this moment, a voice came from Gu Shi's ear. "You get 100 swarms of corpse flies, level 5. Temporary edition. Corpse fly level 5. Temporary edition attack 8. Defense 4. Life 23. Skills, insect swarm state. Weak. Flying troops." Gu Shi was also a little surprised by the new troops. Gu Shi had heard of the undead in the swarm state, but he had never seen them. The corpse poison fly in front of me is the first one. Insect swarms are relatively small units that are almost invisible individually and have little lethality. so they are usually calculated in groups, with a group of about 3 to 500. As long as there is one alive, this insect swarm unit is not considered dead. The effect is similar to that of a vampire's bat. As long as one of them survives and has a corpse to act as a breeding ground, it can immediately regain its fighting strength by sucking some blood. As for weakness, this is the ability of ordinary dragonflies. As poisonous corpse flies with enhanced toxicity, they naturally have such abilities. Instead, it was the flying force that made Gushi see the difference between the flying force and the flying force. If ghosts can be considered flying troops, then the flying speed of ghosts is walking, the flying speed of gargoyles is running, and the flying speed of corpse flies is flying. After being brought to the battlefield, they rushed directly towards the main force without waiting for Gushi's order. These corpse flies quickly passed over the gargoyles and flew over the large pit. When they were close to the main force, they could disperse directly, prick the soldiers of the main force and run away. The weakening effect of the corpse flies took effect immediately, and the main force of the White Walkers could only exert about 30% of their original combat effectiveness. This gave the ghosts, who were fighting the main White Walker army, an advantage. Once the main force of the White Walkers was so weak, they naturally became stronger. Whether it was the ghosts who were originally at a higher level or the ghosts that were later transformed from the undead natural disaster circle, they immediately attacked the main force of the White Walkers. Attack! In just a blink of an eye, most of the main force of the White Walkers was killed or injured. At this time, Gushi was also excited about the arrival of reinforcements. The troops, who were still a little nervous at first, suddenly became relaxed. Gushi gave up the idea of using necromancy to replenish the troops and immediately switched to another spell. Bone Storm. The new Bone Storm fell on the White Walker Knight in front of him. And at the same time, there was also the attack of the Skeleton Mage. Skeleton Archer. Go back and deal with the remaining White Walker Knights over there, giving Combat Team 1 a chance to deal with enemy skirmishers. Gargoyles are preparing to attack, targeting the enemy's main force. As the Bone Storm was released, Gushi issued another order. It can be said that he sent out all the troops that could be fought out. Now in front of Gushi, there were only some troops of Combat Team 2 that focused on defense, and some zombies that were not moving very fast. At this time, the Incarnation of Death that had just dragged the leader of the White Walkers into the air also flicked his head. The leader of the White Walkers was thrown from the sky to the main force like a volleyball. Then the Incarnation of Death turned into black mist and rushed over there quickly. Seeing the Incarnation of Death rushing into the main battle force, the two-headed White Walker, who was holding down two skeleton leaders by himself, also noticed the situation here, and he began to turn his attention to the Incarnation of Death. For the two-headed White Walkers, the Incarnation of Death is an existence that can be challenged. Fighting the two skull bosses in front of him was just a waste of his time. So the two-headed white ghost turned around and threw away the two skeleton bosses with the two swords in his hands. Then he jumped up and rushed towards the Incarnation of Death with a jump slash. At this time, the Incarnation of Death had killed more than 30 White Walker swordsmen, and was about to fly again for another wave of impact. The two-headed White Walker struck him in the neck with a sword. After these two sword strikes, the Incarnation of Death felt as if his neck was about to be chopped off. But he immediately shrank his body and flew into the air with the enemy. Faced with such a situation, the two-headed ghost was not afraid, but opened his mouth and laughed wildly. It seemed to him that he was going to kill the big guy in front of him. Such a big bone dragon head would be a good collection for him. He wants to ride one in the leading position. Then the two-headed White Walker stepped on the neck of the Incarnation of Death and ran towards the dragon's head. As for the damage caused by the black mist, it is nothing to the two-headed ghost. In his eyes, this Incarnation of Death is just a stage for him to express himself. Slay the dragon. This is a great achievement, the two-headed ghost was thinking as he ran towards the head of the Incarnation of Death. At this time, the Incarnation of Death also felt such a little guy running around. But he was not afraid. Instead, he rolled in the air, trying to throw the two-headed White Walker down. The two-headed White Walker had long known that the Incarnation of Death was coming. When the Incarnation of Death was about to roll, he jumped up, just in time to avoid the Incarnation of Death throwing him away. Then the two-headed ghost raised his swords, and was about to pierce the eyes of the Incarnation of Death. But just as he fell downwards, he found a gray light flashing in the eyes of the Incarnation of Death. Melting light. The eyes of the Incarnation of Death glowed gray, and he hit the two-headed ghost. The two-headed White Walker did not expect that the incarnation of death had such an attack method. He could not dodge as he fell downwards, so he could only keep waving the two swords in his hands, trying to block the effect of the melting light. But as soon as he swung, the body of death incarnate leaped forward, and its tail hit the two-headed White Walker heavily on the waist. Then the incarnation of death came down from above, and once again released two rays of melting light. This time, the fused light easily hit the two-headed White Walker, who was unable to resist the attack from above. Under the attack of the melting ray, the body of the two-headed White Walker quickly melted away. But the Avatar of Death thought this was not enough and attacked the two-headed White Walker again. Under the fourth level of melting light, this two-headed white ghost only had a mechanical head with clown makeup and two long swords falling to the ground. Other than that, not even a body was left behind. Chapter 190 Desperate Situation. The real main force of the White Walkers appears. As the two-headed White Walker was killed, the battle situation in front of him began to tilt in Gu Shi's direction. The organized skeleton mages began to really show their power. After killing the remaining White Walker knights, they turned around and rushed forward along the road on the other side of the pit. Their movements are quite simple. When there are no enemies, they just keep moving forward. If they find enemies more than 100 meters ahead, they will take the initiative to attack, casting all kinds of spells continuously, regardless of the strength of those White Walkers. As long as they are not White Walkers with long-range attacks, these spells can kill them all immediately. In just a few minutes, they had arrived at the left side of the main White Walker force. At this time, the main battle force of the White Walkers had only 1/3 of its original strength, but their fighting spirit was still good. When they saw Gu Shi rushing out from the left with the skeleton mage, their reaction was to take the initiative. Gu Shi smiled when he saw the enemy swordsmen trying to charge forward with their shields raised. Skeleton mage, follow me. Bone spike. Gu Shi pointed the cold wind staff forward, and the bone spur flew towards the frontmost White Walker swordsman, followed by more than 500 spells of various kinds. The White Walker swordsman and the nearly 100 White Walkers behind him felt their eyes blurred as all kinds of magic missiles hit them from all directions. They were blown away on the spot while they were charging. Not only were they sent flying a certain distance, the magic missiles also added various attributes to them. These nearly 100 White Walkers didn't even need a second attack. They were just gone. At this time, the ghosts also came out from behind. The ghosts that were originally scattered due to the two-headed ghosts now gathered together again, using their team's ability to surround and kill the enemy. The ghosts have learned to be smart now, and when they say they are surrounded and killed, they really do it together. When hitting someone, 4 or 5 of them would work together, and then quickly rise into the air to prevent the enemy from counterattacking. With the flying ability of the ghosts, coupled with their innate characteristics, even if they don't have time to fly, they may not be harmed. So the ghosts became braver and braver as they fought, and their levels rose higher and higher. The main force of the White Walkers is not so good, except for the swordsman, who holds a shield. The other soldiers are mainly based on attack. Their defense is not very strong. Often 4 or 5 ghosts can take down one person with one blow. Not only did his attacks fail to hit the ghosts, but sometimes they would hit his own people on the heads. In addition, Gu Shi has now brought the skeleton mage here, and the defeat of the main force of the White Walkers is already visible to the naked eye. On the other side of the battlefield, with the addition of Battle Team 1, the scattered soldiers of the White Walkers finally understood what team combat was. Whether it is a spear or a spear, the main purpose of the undead brought by Combat Team 1 is called a mechanical combat. No matter what the situation is with the enemy in front of you, just move forward and stab straight ahead. Although this action is simple, the effect is really good. At first, the White Walker skirmishers thought they were coming from a unit like the Bone Slayer Battalion. They also wanted to drag the undead of Combat Team 1 into the melee. As a result, the entire battlefield was directly controlled by them. On the battlefield, I could hear the sound of them advancing, thrusting out their spears, and shooting their guns. Seeing that these White Walkers were about to be cleared away, the sound of the ground shaking came from a distance. Gu Shi, who was directing the skeleton mage to fight, was startled and looked up in the direction of the sound. There won't be another batch of enemies coming at this time. But no, he really doesn't have many troops left. However, Gu Shijin didn't expect that the node he was guarding now was the only node that had not been occupied by the White Walkers. The other nodes had already fallen into the hands of the White Walkers. The leader of the White Walkers only needs to take care of this place to seize the key position of the Scourge of the Undead Magic Circle and counterattack against the Scourge of the Undead Ritual. At this time, The leader of the White Walkers would not consider issues such as the lack of military strength. If you can't take it in one wave, then try another wave. If it doesn't work, add more troops. So this time, before the previous batch of White Walker troops were completely defeated, new troops rushed over. This time there were more troops than last time. Last time, only 300 White Walker Knights came. But this time, 900 White Walker Knights were directly dragged over. However, he was obviously divided into 3 groups. And his costume was no longer the clown face before, but with various characteristics. Behind the 3 White Walker Knights were tens of thousands of White Walkers. This time there are no skirmishers. They are all the main force. Even among the White Walkers this time, there were giant White Walkers that were over 5 meters tall. Only this time it was no longer a White Walker leader, but a group of such White Walker troops. Judging from where they are standing now, they are the main force in the White Walkers this time. At the same time, a group of flying troops, like little demons, also flew in the White Walkers' army. It seems that the White Walkers really used everything they had this time. Seeing such a White Walker troop appearing, a trace of solemnity flashed in Gu Shi's eyes. It seems that there is no hope for this battle. I don't know if dying in the undead natural disaster circle can help transform into a better corpse witch or lich. With this self-deprecating thought, Gu Shi took a deep breath, reached out and pulled out the cold wind staff, and pointed it at the battlefield in front of him. Spiritualism. Get up. At the same time, the incarnation of death in the sky disappeared. Go back and install all the skills. You use spiritualism successfully and get a zombie, level 0, with 1 spiritualism experience point. You failed to use spiritualism and gained 1 spiritualism experience point. You successfully used the necromancer technique and obtained a skeleton, level 0, and gained 1 necromancer experience point. Under Gu Shi's spiritualism, a large number of undead souls climbed up from the corpses. This time, because of the effect of the bone bracelet, the success rate of the spiritualism this time was significantly higher. The number of zombies standing up at the same time also exceeded the number of skeleton soldiers. When the undead stood up, Gu Shi quickly ordered, "Pick up the spears and spears on the ground. Combat Team 1 will come over and teach them how to use spears in preparation for the final battle." While Gu Shi was doing this, the White Walker's troops were already much closer, and the 3 White Walker Knights had begun to control their horses and trot, preparing for the final accelerated charge. This time, there was no big hole blown up between the White Walker Knights and Gu Shi, which could stop these White Walker Knights. Facing the White Walker Knight, who was about to charge, Gu Shi raised the cold wind staff. Death Incarnate. Chapter 191 The Last Fight. Under Gu Shi's order, the incarnation of death took the initiative to rush towards the White Walker Knight, who had not yet charged up, bringing the black mist with him. This time the incarnation of death didn't care about anything else. Under Gu Shi's order, he really put everything on his body. As a result, his flying speed naturally slowed down a lot, but his combat effectiveness increased to the highest level. The restored Death Dragon Breath and Fusion Light are also ready. When flying, the black mist also brought a storm of crystal dust. If there are only 1 or 2,000 White Walkers, such incarnations of death can be destroyed in a short time. But he faced nearly 1,000 White Walker Knights and tens of thousands of White Walker troops. Gu Shi didn't even have enough confidence. After drinking the magic potion in 1 gulp, Gu Shi quickly calculated his magic power in his mind. He needs the incarnation of death to buy him time, and use this time to summon another group of undead souls to make up for the gap in military strength. When the incarnation of death dies in battle, he can summon the incarnation of death again. But this was Gu Shi's last act of stubbornness. The magic potion he just drank was his last magic potion. You have 1 more chance to summon the avatar of death. When he was summoned again, it was when the incarnation of death protected him and retreated through the city gate to Aladovi City. At this moment, 700 or 800 White Walkers flew out of the White Walkers. They were only children in height and looked like gray-skinned goblins. They had wings like flies on their backs. After flying out from the team of White Walkers, he pounced on the incarnation of death. The death incarnation ignored them at all, turned around in the air, and rushed towards the White Walker Knight. When approaching the White Walker Knight, the incarnation of death opened his mouth, and the green beam of light swept out. At the same time, the effect of melting light also flashed in his eyes. Through the blessing of the melting light, the power and duration of the Death Dragon's breath have been significantly strengthened, especially when the Death Dragon's breath was released for the first time. All the White Walker Knights in the area swept away were killed by the Death Dragon's breath. It's just that the White Walker Knights all have brains. And they won't stop where they are and let Gushi fight in vain. When the Death Dragon's breath was released, they quickly dispersed and began to take a detour. Their method is very useful, because as long as the White Walker Knights are scattered, the Death Dragon breath will not be able to kill a sufficient number of White Walker Knights at once. And the Death Dragon's breath can only be used once. And the time is not long. As long as you can get out of the way, those companions who are sprayed to death by the Death Dragon's breath don't matter. When the effect of the Death Dragon's breath is gone, the next step will be their battlefield. Now all they have to do is how to survive. At this time, the flying troops from the White Walkers also flew to the Incarnation of Death. Their only goal is to attract the attention of the Incarnation of Death. As long as they can distract the attention of the Incarnation of Death and give the White Walkers below a chance to take action, that's enough. As soon as these flying ghosts flew in front of the Incarnation of Death, they flew towards the body of the Incarnation of Death. At this time, in order to deal with the White Walker Knights below, the Incarnation of Death slowed down its flying speed, and the black mist also partially closed up. Only then did these flying White Walkers take the opportunity to pounce on the Incarnation of Death. At the same time, some flying White Walkers even flew in front of the Death Incarnation, trying to attract the Death Incarnation. But the Incarnation of Death also understands what his goal is this time. After being pounced on by the flying white ghost, he did not attack the flying white ghost. Instead, he kept twisting his head and sprayed the last few seconds of the Death Dragon's breath onto the White Ghost Knight. In just this way, he killed more than 20 White Walker Knights. After using the Death Dragon breath, the Death Incarnation spread its wings, and the black mist rolled out with the crystal storm. The Death Incarnation turned into a black tornado and crashed into the White Walkers in the distance. Those flying white ghosts that jumped on the Death Incarnation were mostly killed or injured by the crystal storm, but the rest attacked the Death Incarnation relentlessly, as if their attacks could cause as much damage to the Death Incarnation. The Incarnation of Death ignored these flying White Walkers at all. The location where the Incarnation of Death was impacting was the one he discovered just now when he attacked the White Walker Knights. There were actually several battle flags flying at that location. That was clearly where the commanders of several main forces were located. As long as I can get there, I believe I can kill 1 or 2 White Walker leaders, and then Gushi will be less stressed. Just as the Incarnation of Death rushed over, Gushi also encountered some situations. Because the main force of the White Walkers arrived, the remnants of the last wave of White Walkers actually rose up to resist. They attacked the newly summoned undead souls by Gushi, taking advantage of the opportunity of these undead souls being at level 0 to undermine Gushi's previous efforts. Gushi also wanted Combat Team 1 to temporarily train these undead. Looking at it now, it seems that there is no such opportunity. Just by turning his head, most of the undead souls he had just summoned were killed or injured. The remaining undead troops were not affected at all. But in terms of strength, compared with the army of white ghosts rushing in front of them, they were really far behind. At this moment, Gushi noticed a huge balloon appearing at the end of the sky. The balloon is made up of countless small red, green and white balloons. From a distance, it looks like the face of a clown. A clown who has transformed a white baboon skin into a formal suit is hanging at the bottom of the balloon. When he was hung up, the clown was still laughing. It's useless. It's really useless. With so many troops and so many rounds of fighting, you haven't even taken down a single node. You are all a bunch of rubbish. What is your brain used for? If you don't want it, just give it to me, and I can put it in my balloon. Gushi didn't hear what the clown said. He just felt that after the clown appeared, he felt a chill all over his body. Gushi had a feeling that the clown in front of him was a leader, and he was super powerful. He was the commander-in-chief of this White Walker operation. If he can be killed, then Gushi still has a chance of winning this time. When Gushi had this thought, the Incarnation of Death also sensed Gushi's thoughts. The Incarnation of Death, which was about to rush in front of the leader of the White Walkers, turned in the air and flew towards the balloon hanging the clown. But when the clown saw the Incarnation of Death flying towards him, instead of being surprised, he started laughing. He just stretched out his hand, and the eyes of the Incarnation of Death that could use melting light turned into 2 red balloons. And a voice sounded in Gushi's ears. The Incarnation of Death was affected by an irresistible external force, and the eye of melting light was temporarily banned. The ban lasts for 5 days. Chapter 192 Reversal. Big Avalanche. What the H.L. Seeing this situation, Gushi finally felt what it meant to have a leaky house, and it rained all night. This cut off his last retreat. At this time, the clown pointed at the incarnation of death again. The black mist that originally shrouded the dead body turned into pink bubbles. The incarnation of death was affected by an irresistible external force, and the crystal storm and black mist were temporarily banned. The ban lasts for 5 days. This is the second time. Gushi is really stupid if he doesn't understand the clown's strength at this time. Gushi decisively pointed towards the death incarnation, and the death incarnation exploded on the spot. Although 2 of its skills have been sealed, the death incarnation's own abilities are still there, and its vitality is still relatively strong. With this self-destruction, the shockwave hit the clown with bones as strong as steel. Although the clown turned all the bones flying towards him into balloons, the range he could control was still small. Many balloons were blown up in the explosion, and the remaining balloons were unable to hang the clown and let him fall downwards. This made the clown quite dissatisfied. He pointed in the direction of Gushi and said loudly, "Kill him. I will peel off his skin and make it into a balloon." Amid the Joker's frantic screams, all the White Walkers began to rush forward. The White Walker Knights at the front of the White Walker team had already launched a charge at this time. One of the 3 White Walker troops can turn into white mist, making their location invisible. Behind this group of White Walker Knights, there is a group of White Walker Knights made of pure steel. The weapons in their hands are much larger than those of others. The last group of White Walker Knights rode on flaming skeleton horses. Their armor was not the strongest, but they were the fastest. When they started, they were still at the end. After rushing a certain distance, they had already rushed out of the fog formed by the first White Walker Knights. Raise your spear. Combat Team 2 is ready to fight. Skeleton Archer and Skeleton Mage move forward to cover the target and shoot. How many more gargoyles and corpse flies are there? Let's call. Gushi was quickly arranging his troops when suddenly he found that the White Walker Knight, who was charging forward, had slowed down, as if he had seen something terrible. At the same time, Gushi felt a cold air coming from behind. The cold air was colder than the cold wind blowing when Gushi was lying on the evil coffin and running across the ice field. Gushi turned his head slightly, and he was surprised to find that a huge iceberg appeared in the sky above the undead natural disaster formation. The cold air comes from this iceberg. When the iceberg rose, it got bigger and bigger. When Gushi turned around, the iceberg was still at the core of the undead natural disaster array. In just a blink of an eye, the iceberg had enveloped the entire undead natural disaster array. Gushi, who had learned how to arrange the undead natural disaster array, immediately understood what he had encountered. Withdraw the magic circle. While roaring, Gushi pounced on the evil coffin. Before he could sit down, the evil coffin began to run back wildly. As for Gushi's men, they also tried to rush towards the direction of the undead scourge array and ignore the White Walker troops around them. The change before our eyes is one of the final powerful moves of the undead scourge array. Big Avalanche. This is one of the most powerful techniques of the undead natural disaster array. It will turn all enemies in the undead natural disaster array into ice sculptures. At the same time, the cold air will spread to a range of 500 miles outside the undead natural disaster array. Everything will be frozen within the range where the cold air spreads, including players and necromancers. It can be said that as part of the undead natural disaster circle, if you are in the circle, you still have a chance to survive a big avalanche. If you are outside the undead natural disaster circle, I'm sorry, you must escape to 500 miles away as soon as possible. Otherwise you won't be able to survive even if you are a god. It was precisely because of understanding this that Gushi fled in the direction of the undead natural disaster array regardless. He didn't want to fight for so long and be buried by a big avalanche at the last moment. As for his undead men, as many as they can escape are the only ones who can't escape. There's nothing they can do about it. When Gushi was escaping, the clown behind the White Walkers also saw the iceberg appearing in the sky. The clown twisted his face and pointed at the center of the iceberg. Then he snorted heavily. The balloons that hung him up quickly formed a red and white arch. The clown, who smoothed his hair, turned around and walked into the arch. After the Joker left, the White Walkers nearby finally reacted. They looked at each other and started to flee in all directions. Some of the White Walkers went straight to the scourge of the undead, while others fled back the way they came. But no matter what they chose, they had no intention of fighting Gushi's undead again. They didn't even look at the undead. Just focus on your own escape. However, everyone's reaction was a step slower. Gushi used the speed of the evil coffin to rush into the undead natural disaster circle at the last moment. But his men did not have such good luck. Except for the ghosts, skeleton mages, gargoyles and corpse flies. Most of them escaped to safe places. Only a part of the skeleton soldiers followed in. And the remaining skeleton soldiers and slow-moving zombies were all thrown outside the undead natural disaster circle. Within a few seconds after Gushi entered the undead natural disaster circle, the huge iceberg in the sky began to break from the bottom. Tons of snow crashed into the undead natural disaster array, and the cold air spread outward with the undead natural disaster array as the center. As long as they did not enter the scope of the undead natural disaster circle, whether they were undead or white ghosts, they all quickly turned into ice sculptures. Even in the undead natural disaster array, Gushi's situation was not comfortable. He had to hug the quilt and huddle under the platform where the tokens were placed to resist the cold wind outside. As for the undead troops who had escaped, Gushi had no time to care about them now. Gushi, who was hiding under the city gate, could only watch as large clumps of snow kept falling down, blocking both ends of the city gate in a few seconds. If it weren't for the tokens still emitting white light, Gushi would have felt like he was distracted in class and heard the wrong information. This avalanche lasted for nearly 15 minutes. It wasn't until the tokens slowly dimmed that Gushi realized that this time the battle was over. But Gushi discovered a problem. He was buried under the snow. What should he do next? At this moment, the voice of the mage leader came from the darkening token. His voice sounded a little tired at this time, but his tone was quite excited. Comrades, we have won. We have guarded the passage to the world. Although we have lost many comrades in this battle, victory belongs to us. It belongs to our Chaoyang guild. Now, all comrades, please reach out and hold the token in front of you tightly. As heroes, we are going back. Chapter 193, Withdrawing from the battlefield. Gushi stretched out his hand and pressed on the token. The next moment, he felt a powerful force dragging him upwards. Then Gushi felt like he had been stuffed into a washing machine. His body was constantly being stirred and wrung out, and a large amount of water was poured into it. Under this effect, Gushi's body was almost torn apart. When everything stopped, Gushi found himself lying on the ground. There was no pain in his body, and he couldn't stand up. There is another one here. Rescue him quickly. Before Gushi could raise his head to see clearly what was going on around him, a voice rang in his ears. Several people quickly surrounded him, roughly turned Gushi over, and stuffed a bottle of medicine directly into his mouth. The potion was fishy, bitter, and unpleasant to drink. Gushi almost vomited out what he had eaten a few days ago. He quickly sat up, pulled out the bottle from his mouth, and was about to spit out a few mouthfuls, but found that the injuries on his body seemed to be almost healed. Mana, life, and stamina were all fully restored. Taking another closer look at the purple liquid in the bottle, Gushi asked hesitantly, "Is this a comprehensive recovery potion?" "Good eyesight. But it's just a defective product. It tastes really bad." As soon as Gushi finished his rant, someone immediately responded. Gushi turned around and saw that there was a pale-faced necromancer player sitting next to him. "Comrade, where are you guarding?" Seeing Gushi looking over, the player asked in a familiar manner. "Peripheral nodes. After guarding that position for so long, most of the White Walker troops attacked from in front of him. How could Gushi not know where he was guarding?" "Ah, peripheral nodes?" Upon hearing this, the player shouted loudly, "Oh my god! Didn't it mean that all the peripheral nodes were destroyed? What's the matter? We have been keeping watch on it all the time." At this time, at the other end, another necromancer player came over with a staff. "Don't think of us as dead people. We were just beaten a little badly, but we are still alive." "That's right. Who spread the word that we were all dead?" "That's right. We are still alive. Don't even think about running away with any reward." While talking, several more players gathered around. As soon as he heard their words, Gushi understood that these were players like himself, guarding the outer nodes of the undead Scourge array. Although the nodes fell into the hands of the White Walkers in the last wave, these undead actually risked their own lives, with the small force of the undead Scourge array, against the endless stream of White Walkers. Those who could hold off until the end were really trying their best. Even a player like Gushi almost thought he was doomed. Anyway, Gushi now understands the attitude of these players. He stood up with a smile and walked to the players. "Brothers, my name is Gushi, and I guard the peripheral nodes. Hello. It looks like you have exhausted all your troops. Right? Are you on the front line yourself?" "Me too. I'm not afraid to tell you that I originally wanted to be a Death Knight. It's just that I'm not talented enough But I'm full of heart for close combat. Do you know how we necromancers can bypass the restrictions of Death Knights and form a knighthood of our own? How to get around it? Gushi also became curious when he heard it. Don't listen to him. He is just imagining things. For this, he didn't even bother to deal with his own talent. He is clearly more than level 5 in strength. But he is still hanging around here. What's wrong with me? I've been studying it for a long time. And I found that it's really possible. Listen to it. Several players also laughed after hearing this. Slowly, Gushi discovered that there were more and more players like this around him. And their voices were getting louder and louder. Gushi also understood this situation. The players who were assigned to the peripheral nodes of the undead natural disaster circle were unconsciously grouping together. This is because he was afraid that his own achievements would be erased. And he also wanted to fight for the lives of his comrades, who died fighting together. You are all here. Just as the players gathered together, the mage leader also walked out from a short distance away. Gushi noticed that the chief mage looked quite weak at this moment, as if he would fall down at any time if he shook another 1 or 2 times. However, he still managed to get here. The mage leader knew very well that no matter what the unit was, the rewards would be distributed as soon as possible. The leaders who held off on giving out rewards are now buried in the ground. Arriving among the players, the mage leader saw at first sight the 30 or so players gathered together. These are players who survived from peripheral nodes. Although the connection with these nodes had been interrupted at that time, the mage leader still knew very well that all players were working hard. Without their sacrifices, this undead natural disaster ritual would not have been so easy to complete. Now that these players have survived, no matter how hard and tired the undead mages in the core positions work, they cannot compare to those who are risking their lives. The chief mage came here as soon as possible. He shook the hands of each player one by one, thanking the players for their contributions in the battle. Then he took out the prepared rewards from behind and handed them to the corresponding players. It can be seen from the players' expressions that they are very satisfied with this reward. Soon the leader of the mage walked up to Gushi, and before Gushi could speak, he took Gushi's hand. Comrade Gu, this time you are facing the most dangerous enemy in the entire undead natural disaster array. If you can defend it, it can be said that you have put in all your strength. No need to explain. I know what to do. This is the reward promised to you before. With this delivery note, you can pick up the remaining 20 architectural design drawings. In addition, we will also find ways to make up for your losses in this battle. All the surviving undead in your guarded position during this battle will be added to your team. This is the undead transfer horn. They are still buried under the ice and snow of the undead scourge circle. As long as you blow the horn, they will appear in front of you. In addition, this is an extra reward for you. These are the various resources required for building construction. The quantity is not very large, but it is just to express our thoughts. When you go to pick up the architectural design drawings, you can drop by and pick them up. Furthermore, this is the Undead Natural Disaster Ritual Badge, which means that you have participated in an undead natural disaster ritual and have contributed greatly as the main player in the ritual. You may paint this on your battle flag as a testament to your bravery. Looking at what the mage leader sent to him, Gushi couldn't help but admire the mage leader's work style, which was thorough and comprehensive. Among the rewards he gave out, he gave everything the players wanted, including what he promised at the beginning. Compensation later. Physical rewards. Glory and praise. Once such a reward is given out, no matter how picky or dissatisfied the players are, they won't be able to say anything. Thinking of this, Gushi glanced at the mage leader, stretched out his hand to take the thing that was brought to him, and said softly, "Thank you." Chapter 194 Reward List. While the head mage was talking to the next player, Gushi opened the folder that had just been handed to him. On the first side of the folder was a picture of a collapsing glacier and snow mountain, which was the scene of the final avalanche in the ritual of the Scourge of the Undead. There is also a red sword painted in the iceberg, with a number pressed behind the sword. 19! This means that Gushi killed a total of 19 powerful enemies in this battle against the Undead Scourge. Looking at this number, Gushi also counted it seriously. The White Walker leader is indeed a powerful enemy. In this way, from the red-skinned abomination at the beginning, to the combination of fierce generals, commanders and mages, to the 8 or 9 White Walker leaders who rushed over together, and finally to the clown captain of the pirate ship, the bomb castle, and the White Walkers, the main army of ghosts. Adding this all together, there were really 19 powerful enemies that Gushi remembered and didn't remember. If the incarnation of death hadn't turned around to attack the clown in the end, and hadn't attacked the leader of the White Walkers gathered together. This number might have been even higher. Of course, Gushi also saw a message written under the pattern. It turned out that the pattern was not just for good looks. As long as the pattern was added to the player's battle flag, it would provide corresponding attributes. In this kind of battle, although Gushi is not the main force, and although the Chaoyang Guild is not as good as the Wind of the Bones Academy, they are the group of people who are closest to the players, especially the necromancers. They knew very well what kind of attributes a necromancer needed. Undead Natural Disaster Battle Kill Mark. Green, the glory mark can be added to the battle flag. After being painted on the battle flag, the vitality of all undead troops under your command will be +6. Just by looking at it, Gushi knew that every time he killed 3 White Walker leaders, he could add 1 point of vitality to his undead army. This number is considered the best reward that Chaoyang Guild can offer. For a novice necromancer like Gushi, it is a good choice. After all, the basic level 0 skeleton has about 10 to 12 points of health, and the health increases by 1 for each subsequent level. Once this mark is added to Gushi's battle flag, it is equivalent to raising the skeletons under him by 6 levels. This is already a pretty good reward. Of course, it would be better if you could give an attack +6. In that case, Gushi would definitely increase the number of skeleton soldiers crazily, and pile up his own skeleton army first. After turning over the first page, I saw 2 delivery notes. The first one was naturally the 20 small and medium-sized building design drawings that the wizard leader promised to Gushi before the battle. Gushi can take this bill of lading to warehouse number 9 in Sanxian Garden to pick up the goods. There is no time limit, as long as Gushi takes the delivery note with him. But what's interesting here is that at the back of this bill of lading it is also written that if Gushi dies in this battle, the Chaoyang Guild will be obliged to transform Gushi into a corpse which were a lich, so that Gushi can become an undead player. As for what it will transform into, it depends on Gushi's talent and luck. Based on Gushi's current level, the possibility of transforming into a corpse, which is higher. Gushi was speechless about the information written on the back of the bill of lading. But he also understood that this was the Chaoyang Guild's final guarantee to the players. Without this, his death might have been in vain. No one knows where the rewards that should have been yours will go. In this regard, the mage leader did quite well. The second one showed the various resources awarded to Gushi by the mage leader, saying that they were for Gushi to build new buildings. But Gushi understood by looking at the numbers on the bill of lading that this was a compensation for him. A total of 50,000 negative energy, 500 units of food, 500 units of herbs, 100 units of stone, 100 units of wood, and 100 units of metal were given to Gushi. In addition, 20 units each of sulfur, gems and crystals, and more mercury, giving a total of 30 units. In addition, there are 2 units each of dragon steel and dragon blood crystal. This thing is considered a specialty here in Sanxian Garden, and is not available in other places. Just looking at these resources, Gushi believed that even if all the 20 small and medium-sized buildings that had not yet been acquired were counted, it should be enough. Even the upgrade of core buildings will not lack corresponding resources. Think about it. Before entering this world this time, Gushi specially exchanged 10 units of mercury in order to build a Keel laboratory, and waited for several days in order to accumulate enough negative energy. In the end, I had to rely on selling a lot of gold coins to get enough resources. Now with these resources, Gushi no longer has to worry about the short-term construction of Aladovi City. After seeing this page, all Gushi's thoughts about the mage leader disappeared. No matter what, he accepted the money to buy his life. After turning over this page, no matter what injustice there was, it was all gone. Next up are the details of the undead army. These undead troops were all troops who followed Gushi in this battle. Of course, because Gushi likes to fight outside the undead natural disaster array. Many undead troops were left outside the undead natural disaster array. They were all frozen by the cold and could no longer be used. The only people who can settle accounts here for Gushi are the troops who can rush back to the control area of the undead natural disaster array at that time. Above is the data list of the undead. Gushi took one look and knew what happened after he jumped onto the evil coffin. After he hung on the evil coffin, the undead troops he brought out also rushed back with all their strength. But not many can come back, because the zombies move slowly. Not a single one was able to make it back. The battle team one that had reached the farthest point was completely wiped out. The skeleton leader whose level had been upgraded to level 4 was gone, and the equipment used on him was gone. At the beginning, the combat team 2 that was protecting Gushi had less than 5 skeleton soldiers. But the skeleton leader was still there, which prevented the combat team from being wiped out, because the skeleton shooter was still a little far away from the battlefield. He retreated quickly enough, and retreated more than half. The bone-chopping battalion had suffered heavy losses in the previous battle, and had already begun to retreat when Combat Team 1 took over the battle. This gave them an opportunity. And the remaining soldiers of the bone-chopping battalion and the two leaders all escaped into the control area of the undead scourge array at the last moment. In addition, most of the troops that could fly or move relatively fast, such as ghosts, skeleton mages, corpse flies and gargoyles, escaped back. This ensured that Gushi still had some troops. However, as Gushi looked at it, he discovered that there were 2 more troops at the bottom of the page. And there was a text description next to each troop. Chapter 195 Rewarded Troops and Mission Ending. Reward for discovering the big news that the pedestal has been replaced. Reward for not allowing the enemy to invade peripheral nodes. Looking at these 2 lines of text, and looking at the troops who were rewarded, Gushi understood that this was actually the consideration of the mage leader. As the leader of the undead natural disaster circle, how could the mage leader not know how fierce the battle outside the circle was? It can be said that every one of the surviving necromancers has definitely put all his troops into it. The troops left behind in the undead natural disaster array are all a joke. Just to give the players a thought, the real prize is the 2 units at the back. Of course, because Gushi's record was so brilliant, other players only killed 3 to 5 enemy leaders. The most was 8, and the least was probably just 1 enemy leader. As a result, Gushi directly killed 19 boss-level White Walkers. The most important thing is that most of the White Walkers have not even touched the edge of the undead natural disaster circle. With such a record, Gushi's reward was naturally more generous. All this can be seen from the undead troops sent up. A zombie army of 1,000 people. All zombies have reached level 4. They are not the kind of zombie spearmen that Gushi imagined. Nor are they ordinary blue-skinned zombies holding kitchen knives, but a kind of zombie axe and shield soldiers. Zombie axe shield soldier, level 4. Summoning troops experience, 0/750, attack 4+4, battle axe. Defense 6+4, heavy shield. HP 65. Skills undead creature. Shield wall. Damage reduction, immune to 1 enemy attack. The other one is a skeleton soldier unit of 2,000 people. Also at level 4. The situation of the skeleton soldiers given this time made Gushi more satisfied. All 2,000 people were skeleton spearmen, although they could not be compared with Gushi's combat team 1 that was completely wiped out. It was enough to deal with some battles. Skeleton soldier, level 4. Summoned object experience, 0/750, attack 3+3, fine iron spear. Defense 2. Life 20. Skills undead creature. Thrust. Synchronized attack. Of course, this is only the superficial situation. If there are only 3,000 undead, it is nothing to Gushi. After all, when Gushi was guarding the node of the undead scourge array, he had 3,000 undead troops at his disposal, together with Gushi's own troops and the troops converted from the White Walkers. Gushi's military strength reached as many as 5,000 or 6,000 at its peak. 3,000 people are far from the total reward this time. The real reward is that among these 3,000 people, there are 6 undead bosses, 2 zombie axe and shield warriors, and 4 skeleton spearmen. They are the last bit of goodwill from the mage leader. Although it is not much, it is definitely enough to lead these 3,000 people into battle. Looking at the 2 undead troops, Gushi sighed, and did not think about boring things like how many troops he would have if he brought all the undead troops back to the undead natural disaster formation. At this time, he put away the folder in his hand, and turned to look at the mage leader beside him. At this time, the mage leader had already comforted the players participating in the battle in front. As for the players behind the undead natural disaster circle, they had already retreated here before the big avalanche and had already received their rewards. Now taking the opportunity of everyone looking at him, the mage leader also clapped his hands heavily. Comrades, everyone has worked hard in this battle, but everyone's efforts were not in vain. We've cut off the White Walkers' path to invasion, and defeated the leader of the White Walkers, who wanted to invade our CC-80 world. This is a great victory, and it will be recorded in the files of each of you. No matter where you go in the future, you can proudly say that we saved a world. Save the world. We are the saviors. Luck and merit from heaven. I am the protagonist. Hearing the words of the head mage, the players all shouted. Usually they all know that their potential is not high and their talents are not high, so they all act as the background of the guild. After finally getting such an opportunity, they naturally wanted to vent their emotions. Looking at the players screaming strangely, the mage leader not only did not stop them, but instead looked at them and laughed. After these players had called out and made a fuss, the mage leader said, "This time the White Walkers' invasion of the world has come to an end. Comrades who have come to support you can come to me now to get your task list and exit the CC80 game world. Players who were originally stationed in the CC80 game world can each get a month's leave. Everyone can take leave in batches to go out and relax, or go to other worlds. At the same time, for players stationed in this world, the monthly payment will be doubled and will last for 1 year. If there are applications for promotion or job transfer, all applications will be processed with priority within 1 year." After saying this, all the players were stunned for a moment. And then they all screamed happily. "Good. It's holiday," Kit developed. "Get rich. I'm going to visit a brothel for a month." The mage leader waited until everyone had laughed enough before speaking again. This time, the undead natural disaster array in our Sancian garden has played the greatest role. I heard that this time, Jifrg was almost hit to the core of the undead natural disaster array, and Death God Siafeng also had to advance. The ultimate move of activating the undead natural disaster circle failed to achieve the ultimate goal. It can be said that this time our Sancian garden has made a big appearance. Not to mention anything else. Even when I go out and talk to the mage leaders in Jifrg and Death Snow Peak, I can raise my voice twice. This is the face you gave me. I can't let you work in vain. Don't say anything else. This is a reward I personally paid for you. Everyone has it. One by one. Don't be polite." After speaking, the mage leader opened a box next to him, which contained many fist-sized earth yellow eggs. Gushi glanced at the mage leader curiously, only to see him happily handing out such eggs to all the players. And most of the players who sent it were quite happy to accept it. This surprised Gushi. He pulled the clothes of a player next to him and asked, "Comrade, what is this?" "Oh, this is a skin. Are you a newbie? You have never used skins before? This is normal. If you stay in the Sancian garden for a long time, you will have a few skins on your hands. When the time comes, you will change the skeleton. It will be so ugly to have such withered and yellow bones every day. If you look better, you will feel better." While the player was speaking, the box was pushed right in front of Gushi. Gushi reached out and picked up one of the eggs, pinching it gently. Chapter 196 Military Skins and Transactions. You have obtained the zombie skin Frozen White Walker. You can transform a team of zombies into Frozen White Walker. As the voice sounded, an extra card appeared in Gushi's hand. The front of the card shows a zombie with green skin and a kitchen knife in his hand. The back of the card shows a zombie with blue skin, blue light radiating from his eyes, an ice crystal stuck in his chest, white hair and frost on his body. With just one glance, Gushi understood the use of this skin. Just wave this skin card at a zombie to change the zombie's appearance into that of an ice white walker. There are no requirements, no restrictions. The main focus is a fool's operation. The only problem is that if you don't want your entire zombie group to look like this, then when choosing a change, it's best to talk about the scope of the trap first. This kind of scope must be a unit with an organization and a battle flag. Gushi thought about the situation in his hand, and then raised the skin card. "I want to change my zombie skin to an ice white ghost. I want to change it to a skeleton skin. Is there anyone willing to change it?" "Yes. Here. I have a skeleton skin here. It's for Hell Knight. Do you want to change it? I also have one here." The skeleton skin is transformed into a mechanical skeleton, which is full of technology. Skeleton skin. Mrs. Bones. I can change it here. I have a ghost skin here. The black-haired ghost in the well. I can't stand this. Is there anyone who can change it? I want to change it to a skull skin that is not so scary. Because of Gushi's words, the scene immediately became lively. Gushi also discovered at this time that he was not the only one who was dissatisfied with the skin drawn. It turns out that there are really many skins that are not so reliable. At the same time, the different styles of skins also dazzled Gushi. And finally he found a player. The skin that this player took out for exchange was Skeleton Skin Cursed Knight. The front of this skin is naturally a skeleton soldier holding a sword and shield, while the back is a skeleton soldier with red lines painted on his body, a candle on his skull, and wax flowing into his eye sockets. This kind of skeleton soldier looks even weirder than the original skeleton soldier. Just looking at the picture gives people a creepy feeling. However, the skeleton skin in front of him looked awe-inspiring. And Gushi wanted a skeleton like this. So after a few words, Gushi reached an agreement with the player and exchanged Zombie Skin Ice White Walker for Skeleton Skin Cursed Knight. After completing the exchange, Gushi was about to leave, but saw Liu Kai also there, holding up the skin in his hand. Ready to trade? Gushi thought of the troops Liu Kai sent during the last battle, and he hurried forward to greet them. Liu Kai, Comrade Gu, it's great that you're still alive. When I saw your gargoyle sending a message, I thought you couldn't hold on any longer. That's thanks to the corpse flies you sent over. By the way, most of the corpse flies are still alive now. I'll give them to you later. No need. I'll just give those poisonous corpse flies to you. I've made a lot of money this time. And this small amount of troops is nothing, Liu Kai said proudly. Although they looked tired this time, they actually got a lot of benefits. Not only were various potions, formulas and materials replenished, but a large number of troops were also replenished. It can be said that all the Necromancer players benefited from this battle. For the first time, Liu Kai's troops recruited 2,000 men and 100 corpse flies. But he really didn't pay much attention to them. Gushi thought for a moment, then took out something and put it in Liu Kai's hand. No matter what. It's your kindness. I can't take it for nothing. I got this by accident while fighting on the front line. I have no use for it, so I'll give it to you. What Gushi took out was the herb obtained from the battle against the giant White Walker leader. That was the last time Gushi had time to clean the battlefield. In this battle, many White Walker leaders were killed, as well as a large number of White Walkers with different attributes. So Gushi got a lot of good things. There were many medicinal herbs among them. Gushi didn't even remember what kind of White Walker leader he had killed, nor did he know where the medicinal herbs came from. But apart from letting Kane keep a spare copy, Gushi took all the other herbs with him. Now seeing that Liu Kai didn't want corpse flies, Gushi immediately thought of these things and stuffed these herbs into Liu Kai's hands. Looking at the herbs that Gushi stuffed over to him, Liu Kai also showed a smile on his face. You are so polite. How can you be so embarrassed? That's nothing. By the way, Comrade Liu, you have been in Sanxian Garden for a while, right? Do you know which Death Knight in Sanxian Garden is stronger and can take down a set of tanks? Gushi thought about it for a moment and asked the question. When Liu Kai heard this, his eyes lit up. What kind of best method? Purple outfit, Gushi said calmly. The best purple outfit is better than the ordinary purple outfit. And it is also a tank outfit. You will understand its value when you think about it. There is also a blue decoration. Adding the two together, it definitely has the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Yes, I know a person who has been suppressing his level in order to improve himself and join the Knights of the Burning Sun. He is taking the main tank route. So what he needs is tank equipment. If you really have such a good thing, I can introduce him to you. What are his financial resources? Liu Kai laughed as soon as he heard this. I'm not afraid to tell you that 3 generations of this family are members of Chaoyan Guild. His grandfather is a high-ranking member of the guild, and his father is the main tank of the 3rd Regiment of the Knights of the Burning Sun. If you think about it, you will know what his net worth is. Instead, it's about whether your stuff is really good. If it's not really good, don't mess around. Don't just find a purple one and think it's good stuff. Sometimes due to the influence of special effects, some purple equipment is not as good as blue equipment of a lower level. Don't worry. This is a good thing. Let me tell you directly. When I fought the White Walkers this time, I mixed a purple shield with it. If I wasn't a necromancer, I would have used it myself. Purple shield? That's it. When Liu Kai heard this, he clapped his hands and knew that the matter was basically done. He quickly took out a raven and started writing a note quickly. At this time, Gushi noticed that the raven raised by Liu Kai had green eyes and was constantly exuding a green aura. It was obvious that this guy was poisonous. I don't know how Liu Kai raised such a raven. Halfway through writing the letter, Liu Kai suddenly turned to look at Gushi. What do you want to change? Chapter 197 Temporary Large-Scale Trading Market. Well, if possible, I would like a large-scale architectural design. Preferably the Corpse Witch Tomb. Or the Bone Dragon Tomb. Don't even think about it. I've only heard of the design drawings for the Corpse Witch's Tomb. But I can guarantee that the guild doesn't have a single one of the design drawings for the Bone Dragon's Tomb. Forget it. Let me talk to him for you. In addition, I will quote the normal price plus 3 times. Don't worry. They are rich and won't let you down. After letting the raven go, Liu Kai turned to Gushi and said, Okay, when you get back, Just walk around in the Sansing garden and wait for my news. Seeing the affirmative look on Lukai's face, Gushi nodded. He happened to want to take a rest in the Sansing garden, so it wouldn't be a problem to wait a few days. As long as the person Lukai introduced is really capable, he can make the money back in a few days. Okay. I have things to do. You can have fun on your own. If you want to go back to Sansing garden, just go in if you see the green portal over there. But if I were you, I wouldn't leave so early. I heard that players from the Arctic Sea and Death Peak will come here soon. They will have some goods that are not available in Sansing garden. You can communicate with them. Okay. Thank you very much. After hearing what Lukai said, Gushi just said. As for whether he would stay or not, that was another matter. After Lukai left, Gushi was planning to go somewhere else. Unexpectedly, at this moment, several players gathered around him. Comrade, do you know Lukai? Yeah. I've done business with him before. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with him? Gushi glanced at these players and found that they were not here to cause trouble for him. Instead, a look of envy flashed in their eyes, which somewhat surprised Gushi. It's nothing. But we just heard that the poisonous curse book of the poisonous Lich Lu family already has an heir. That is Lukai just now. This is a big deal. The poisonous curse book is the best purple equipment of the necromancer. Everyone is stuck at level 5. But their fates are so different. The ultimate purple outfit of the necromancer? When Gushi heard this, he blinked. At this time, Gushi finally understood Lukai's current status. It seems that after activating his talent, Lukai's status in the family has become different. At the same time, Gushi also learned from the side how important a top-quality purple outfit is to some ambitious players. At this time, Gushi had already raised the price of Gimiampi a little higher in his mind. After leaving several players, Gushi walked around the scene again. At this time, the players have completed the skin transaction and are now taking out their gains from the Undead Scourge Circle for on-site trading. Gushi went over to take a look and found that most of them were green and white props and equipment. Most players keep the blue quality ones for themselves, and they won't sell them unless they really don't need them. This kind of white and green quality props, unless they have particularly good attributes, will not attract Gushi's attention at all. After Gushi walked around a few times and found that they were all filled with items like this, he had no interest at all and was about to leave just like that. Just at this moment, Gushi discovered that a group of players were gathering together in one place, as if there were some good things for sale there. Gushi's curiosity was immediately aroused. He also approached and patted the players outside. What happened in the comrades? Why does it look so lively? Oh, you don't know? One player was lucky and got a bridge pillar this time. This is a good thing. If you place it, you can get a bloody bridge in the wild training camp at the designated location. 5 cannibals will be produced every week. Magic. Now he is selling employment quotas for ogres. Ogre? Gushi was stunned for a moment. Then he knew what the ogre the player was talking about was. They are not little guys like ghouls, but a kind of mid-level soldier. Their nickname is Big Stick Giant. They have the blood of giants. They are between 2 and 3 meters tall and fight with a big stick. There are also some innate abilities that can automatically activate bloodlust. But for necromancers, they are the best materials for making abominations or stitches. The bridge pillar mentioned by the player is essentially the same as the hut backpack mentioned by Gushi. However, the hut backpack that Gushi gave out was a farmer's hut, which was the lowest among the low-level soldiers. The stone pillars of this bridge represent a bloody bridge, which belongs to the upper mid-level category. The gap here is huge. Will he sell the bridge pillars? Gushi asked again. It's impossible. Several players have asked about this before, but he didn't agree. He only sells the 3 ogres produced every week, and he has to keep 2 for himself. Gushi knew as soon as he heard that this was an ambitious player. It seems that he knows very well what he got this time. Therefore, he has always held his own final interests. No matter what others say, the control of the field training camp must be in his hands. Gushi somewhat admired this person's attitude. At the same time, Gushi also understood that these players really had some good things on their hands. But he only had less time to browse, and didn't find them. So Gushi gave up his thoughts of leaving immediately, and started thinking about it again at this moment. I have to admit that Gushi is still very lucky sometimes. Soon Gushi found a bone placed by a player on the stall. This bone was a rib with flesh and blood on it, and it was 3 meters long. Gushi stepped forward and touched it, then raised his head and asked, "Are these the ribs of a bone giant? Do you have a complete corpse?" "Yes. I killed a White Walker leader. The body is intact. But I won't sell it whole. The player raised his head and glanced at Gu Shi. The ribs and spine will be more expensive, while other bones will be cheaper. Gu Shi was a little puzzled. This player knew the condition of the bones very well. Wouldn't it be better to package and sell them together like this? Why would they be sold separately? Gu Shi was about to ask something, but the player had already noticed Gu Shi's attitude. Don't ask. It makes me happy. Okay then. Give me 2 ribs. As soon as Gu Shi said these words, the player was stunned. 2 ribs? This amount is too small. Players who buy bones to prepare for the Bone Dragon start at 20 bones. What do 2 of them count for? Could it be that he saw my plan? The player thought in his mind. In fact, he did not have the corpse of a bone giant in his hands. He just mastered a relatively rare skill. Bone synthesis. Ordinary bones can be synthesized into huge ribs or vertebrae. So he could sell ribs or vertebrae in large quantities. But he couldn't come up with a complete bone giant corpse. Gu Shi's attitude made him think that his ability had been seen through. Forget it. Forget it. I think it's easier for you. Don't tell anyone when you go out. Gu Shi blinked, and a row of question marks appeared above his head. Chapter 198 Crazy Shopping. Under the inexplicable concession from the player, Gu Shi finally bought 30 ribs with flesh and blood still on them. The quality of this kind of ribs is good. Whether it is placed in the Dragon Bone Laboratory to raise the incarnation of death, or placed in the 100-armed giant cemetery area to raise land, it is a good choice. But for some reason, Gu Shi always had the feeling that the player didn't want to sell any more ribs to him in the end, rather than that he no longer had such ribs on hand. After that, Gu Shi replenished the players with a batch of cheap arms, such as spears, arrows, swords and the like, for players who had just come off the battlefield. That was the most valuable goods in hand. These players are different from Gu Shi. Gu Shi has a city where resources are waiting for him, and his demand for weapons and equipment is quite high. These players don't have many troops at hand. Maybe if it hadn't been for this battle, they wouldn't have commanded a battle involving thousands of people. So many weapons and equipment are a waste for the players. If they don't want to package them and sell them to the blacksmith shop, the most profitable thing is to find a buyer here. So when the first player lays out their weapons and equipment, they have already rolled themselves up. When Gu Shi saw these weapons and equipment, the price was only a little higher than the purchase price in the blacksmith shop, between 1/10 and 1/15 of the price of normal weapons and equipment. In this situation, Gu Shi could no longer be called a buyer. He directly started shopping mode. As long as the quality is good, the price is not high, and no junk like gray broken swords or broken knives are added, Gu Shi will make a decisive move. I want them all. Afterwards, the gates of the Death City, which will amaze the onlookers, will be opened, and these weapons and equipment will be swept away and sent to the city of Aladovi. What Gu Shi paid was a little bit of negative energy. Gu Shi kept buying and selling, and finally raised the arms transaction price on his own. Seeing the price of weapons starting to rise, Gu Shi shook his head, gave up the plan of shopping again, and prepared to put away the city gate and go back to Sanxian Garden. Just then, a voice came from a distance. Hey, why is there a city gate here? Are you stupid? It's the City of Death, one of the 3 magical skills. I didn't expect a big boss to show up. Let's go and have a look. Okay, let's go take a look. Listening to this voice, Gu Shi knew that players from the other 2 places were coming. Gu Shi had no intention of being a monkey here. He closed the city gate, turned around with a cold wind staff, and planned to leave. If he had that much time, Gu Shi might as well go to the city of Aridov and deploy the troops he had just acquired. Just when Gu Shi turned around, the voice that just spoke came again. Hurry up. Don't you see that's a ready-made buyer? Take out the large-scale building design drawings we got from the last mission. He has the City of Death, which means he has a city. He's the best person to sell this thing to. Why are we all so stupid? Hearing this, Gu Shi stopped for a moment. He turned his head in the direction where the sound came from and found 3 necromancers, 1 female and 2 males, walking towards them. It was obvious that the female necromancer was the leader among them. She was wearing a white mage robe, holding a staff in her hand, and a thick book in her left hand. It is obvious from her dress that she is a necromancer of the conjuration system. She mainly uses magic attacks, such as corpse explosions, bone spurs, or curses as the main means of attack. The necromancer who followed behind her was wearing thick scale armor and holding a sickle in his hand. with a string of human heads hanging on the head of the sickle. This person is the person who directs the battle in a small group of 3 people. Although he is also called the necromancer, he can also step in when fighting head-on. There are also such necromancers, and there are many of them, but they usually appear on necromancers, who control various mid-level troops. How could a necromancer who had just started know that melee combat was the romance of a mage? The last necromancer who followed was shorter, with messy hair under his hood, and many bottles and jars hanging around his waist. It is obvious that his route is based on poison and plague, or on abilities such as voodoo. This kind of necromancer is relatively small and difficult to practice, but the attack methods are so weird that it is scary. It can be said that encountering a mature voodoo necromancer is like being caught in a huge spider web, with all kinds of small tricks emerging one after another, making it difficult to guard against. Such a combination of 3 is relatively rare among necromancers. Normally, a necromancer's team should have a blood-replenishing necromancer. It's just that the team in front of him is not Gu Shi's, and Gu Shi has no position to judge the opponent's situation. At this time, the female necromancer also noticed Gu Shi. She stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, was it you who released the gate of the Death City just now?" Gu Shi nodded calmly. When the female necromancer saw it, she immediately started talking with interest. "Hello. My name is Lepapung, a level 4 necromancer. I have something I want to talk to you about." Gu Shi, level 4 necromancer. I just saw a city gate behind you. Do you have the City of Death? One of the 3 divine skills. You have your own city, right? Lei Pumpling has a relatively straightforward personality, and talks like a machine gun. As soon as he saw Gu Shi, he asked him everything. Gu Shi wanted to say at first, "It's none of your business." But in the end, it was discovered that Lei Pumpung actually had no ill intentions. She was just used to this way of speaking. "Yes, I have a city of my own." "That's great. Let me tell you, we were on a mission before, and got a large building. It wasn't a design, but a large building that could be placed directly on the land and used. I initially wanted to sell it to Jifrigsi, but the price they gave me was really not worth the price of this thing. Not to mention other things. This is a large building, and they don't even have the money to build a large building. We naturally wouldn't sell this thing to them. But among the necromancers we know, there are no other necromancers who control the city, so they don't want it either. If you want to stay by yourself, the properties of this large building do not suit our style. And the most important thing is that we don't have land. If we build it in the wild, it will be easily taken away by others. So we have been dragging it down. Now that I see you, I feel this is definitely suitable for you. You can take a look at it. It won't hurt to take a look." Chapter 199, Obtaining Large Buildings. Just as Lei Pumpung said, there is no missing piece of meat after just one look. So Gu Shi and Lei Pumpung found a place to sit down, and took a look at the large building that Lei Pumpung and the others obtained from the mission. Just at the first glance, Gu Shi knew why Lei Pumpung and the others didn't keep this large building for their own use. If Gu Shi didn't have a city in hand, he wouldn't dare to use it for himself. As long as this kind of building is built in the wild, it will definitely be a battleground for military strategists. And these 3 people in front of him cannot be saved at all. Bone magic lamp, green and oil lamp made from the skulls of Lich, corpse witch, blood mage, and skeleton mage. If this oil lamp is placed in a designated location, a bone magic tower can be arranged in the city or in the wild. Note, construction in the city must have a level 1 magic tower, and outdoor buildings must be built near a level 1 magic temple. Bone magic tower, large, use 1500 resources, 10 units of stone, and 10 units of wood to build a bone magic tower in the city. Large building. Upgradable. After completion, 30 skeleton mages, level 4, can be trained every week. If there are other evil temples, regional linkage can occur, and the training speed of skeleton troops will be increased by 50%. Or if there are other ancillary buildings of the magic tower, regional linkage can be generated, and the training speed of the magic troops can be increased by 50%. Choose one of 2 regional linkages. After it is built, the attached magic tower or magic temple will produce +1 spells. The skeleton type is a type of unit that the necromancer cannot get around. Skeleton mages are the pinnacle of conventional troops among skeleton arms. The only thing that can compare with them is the rarer skeleton knights. No matter who it is, when they see a training building for training skeleton mages in the wild, they will not consider whether it has an owner. They only have one idea: grab it. Lei Pumpung and the others understood this, so they did not build this building in the wild like the previous player. and then trained and sold the skeleton mages every week to make a living. Instead, I plan to sell this thing. If the price offered by Jifrag C was not too low, the negative energy would probably be less than 1,500. And Lei Pupeng would not have delayed it until now. Seeing such a good thing, Gu Shi's eyes naturally lit up. How much do you want? You want us to quote? Lei Pupeng pointed at himself and looked at Gu Shi uncertainly. Yes. You quote a price. If it's suitable, I'll take it directly. If it's not suitable, I'm not very good at bargaining, so I won't take it. Gu Shi also knew how talented he was at bargaining. It's not like he didn't know that some things would be expensive, but he really didn't have the talent for bargaining. So he simply asked the price directly. If it satisfies him, then he will accept it. If it is higher, he will not negotiate the price and forget about it. This time, Lei Pupeng was stunned. If there is really a bargaining session, Lei Pupeng can talk people to death. But now Gu Shi has made it clear that he won't bargain with you. You set the price yourself. If I'm satisfied, I'll buy it directly. It doesn't matter whether you have inflated the price. If I'm not satisfied, I won't take it. Such a simple and rough attitude made Lei Pupeng hesitate. Finally she said, well, let me say a few words, and see if Comrade Gu agrees with this. If he agrees, then we will make a deal at this price. If he doesn't agree, then we can just make friends and forget about it. Okay. I like a cheerful person like you. Gu Shi decisively agreed to Lei Pupeng's quotation method. Lei Pupeng was just there, minding his own business. Comrade Gu, let's consider it from your perspective first. If we use our bone magic lamp, we can directly obtain a level 1 bone magic tower. So we can save on the materials involved. It's not too much to ask for a copy of the materials. Not too much. Gu Shi thought about it seriously, and found that this request was not excessive. If he buys an architectural design and goes back, he will also need to pay this part of the money. Then this sum is settled. Now we save you time in construction. You pay a lump sum here. It's not excessive, Lei Pupeng said again. Gu Shi had used the hut backpack before, and knew that when it was put down, a new building would appear immediately, which saved a lot of time in construction. That's not too much. Then I'll calculate it based on the current price of building stones on the market. One building stone has 500 negative energy. If you don't believe it, you can ask around. It's the same price everywhere. Okay. I accept this. Gu Shi thought about it seriously. And it was indeed the case. Although he didn't care about the waiting time, it was already included in the calculation. So he naturally had to accept it. Seeing that Gu Shi was so easy to talk to, Lei Pupeng also became happy. Then the most critical thing is next. I won't say how much effort we spent on this task. I will calculate it based on the price of large-scale architectural design drawings on the market. A large architectural design drawing requires at least 1 copy of Longgang. Wait. How much did you say? Gu Shi was stunned when he heard this. This is the standard price for 1 piece of dragon steel. If you come across a better large-scale building design, the price will be even higher. The quote was low. Gu Shi patted his thigh and realized that the price he quoted to Lu Kai was too low. What? Lei Pupeng didn't understand. She didn't think Gu Shi would say that her quotation was low. Nothing. Where did you see the quotation for the large-scale architectural design drawings on the market? Gu Shi did not answer Lei Pupeng's question, but asked his own question. It's all at this price now. I asked several buyers, and they were all only willing to pay this price. Such an answer made Gu Shi couldn't help but press his forehead. Before there was a market of his own, the prices of various materials were always so confusing. Okay. There's no problem with the price you mentioned. Gu Shi didn't think much about anything else. The price of the thing in front of him was really not exaggerated, except for the uncertainty about Longdong's replacement of large-scale architectural design drawings. The other data were all available. Lei Pupeng did not cheat himself in this regard. There was nothing to discuss about the price. And Gu Shi really needed this thing. So he naturally bought it. Let's trade. 1 piece of dragon steel. 2,000 negative energy. 10 units of stone and 10 units of wood. They are all here. You can count them. Seeing the supplies that Gu Shi took out easily, Lei Pupeng was also a little stunned. A rich man. Generally. You fought hard this time, and got more rewards. Why? Do you still have some good stuff? Yes. But it's not an architectural design. Take a look at this and see if you like it. Lei Pupeng didn't want to let go of such a wealthy person. So she quickly rummaged through her backpack. Chapter 200 Return to Sanxing Garden. Looking at what Lei Pupeng took out, Gu Shi was also stunned. It was a not too big flask. And inside the flask was the soul of a baby dragon. Soul of the black dragon, young dragon, the soul of a black dragon that died not long after it was born. Although it died relatively early, it is still somewhat of a dragon spirit and can be used as the core material for making bone dragons. Looking at the black dragon soul in front of him, Gu Shi slowly shook his head. Gu Shi's reaction surprised Lei Peng Peng. Hey, you went to Sanxian Garden specifically to collect dragon blood crystals and dragon steel to make a bone dragon? Although this is a young dragon, it is also a dragon spirit. Why don't you want it? I already have a bone dragon, so I don't want this. And it feels useless and of little use. I will use the undead method to piece together a bone dragon or ghost dragon. This kind of young dragon soul is at most a patchwork bone dragon. Level 7. And there is only one. This makes no sense to me. I might as well find a way to find the architectural design drawings of Dragon Tomb to make it more practical. Okay. You have 3 magical skills. You are amazing. As soon as Lei Peng Peng heard it, she knew that Gu Shi's thinking was different from that of others. Other necromancers are all thinking about replenishing the troops, strengthening their own troops, or finding ideas for strengthening from other roots. What Gu Shi was thinking about was farming. He doesn't want anything that is not related to farming. People with clear goals like this tend to go further. Lei Peng Peng thought for a moment and then said to Gu Shi, then I don't have any other good things in hand. But we can exchange contact information. If I find any architectural design drawings or the bone magic lantern in the future, I'll sell it to you directly. Seeing the look on Lei Peng Peng's face as he found the financial owner, Gu Shi also laughed. Okay. I'm collecting various architectural design drawings now. If you have any, just send them to me. I'll accept any amount. Lei Peng Peng immediately agreed when he heard this. And the two sides also exchanged Raven's contact information. After Lei Peng Peng left, Gu Shi no longer had the interest to hang out here. What Gu Shi wants to do most now is to quickly find a safe place and enter Aladovi City. First release the undead troops frozen in the undead natural disaster circle, and then place the newly acquired bone magic tower in Aladovi City. As for other things, Gu Shi has no time to care about them now. Everything still has to wait until he settles the affairs in Aladovi City. After putting away everything, Gu Shi carried the cold wind staff and walked towards the blue portal not far away. That was the portal back to Sanxian Garden. Gu Shi had seen many players returning before, so he didn't stop much and walked towards the portal. Not long after Gu Shi left, a group of players came over. Where is he? He was here just now. A player wearing a black robe and carrying a short staff started looking around as soon as he arrived. Xiao Lu. Are you sure there is such a person? Of course. I was listening all the time. That guy never bargained for anything. And he even said he would charge whatever the architectural design drawings cost. After hearing this, I ran to find my elder brother. As long as you have it, you guys can look for it. That batch of goods has been in our hands for a while, and has never been released. Now that I have found this guy, as long as the goods can be sold, I invite everyone from Tianxianglu 3 days and 3 nights. Okay. Brother is so generous. But at this time, Gu Shi had already passed through the portal. When he stepped into the portal, Gu Shi thought he would experience the feeling of being pulled again. Unexpectedly, just as his eyes were cold, the surrounding environment changed. He returned to the ground of Sanxian Garden, which was the location of the general's platform. Gu Shi looked around and saw that many players were dispersing from the general platform. After hesitating for a moment, Gu Shi released the evil coffin, turned over and jumped up, slowly following the path in his memory back to the house Du Wishwang rented. Pushing the door gently, Gu Shi found that the door was locked and no one seemed to be inside. This made Gu Shi somewhat worried. After all, this battle was too dangerous, and he didn't know how the little Du Wishwang was doing now. Thinking of this, Gu Shi sat down in front of Du Wishwang's house. As soon as the shadow of the Aladovi city gate appeared behind him, an owl flew out of the city gate. Gu Shi wrote a note, tied it to the owl's claws, and then said to the owl, "Go find the owner of this room." The owl glanced at Du Wishwang's home, seemed to have locked onto something, spread its wings and flew out. Seeing this situation, Gu Shi finally felt relieved. If the owl can fly out, it means that the person is still alive. No matter what happens in the end, it is still a good thing. This made Gu Shi feel at ease. He leaned against the door so hard that his eyes were about to close. At this time, the fierce sound of horse hooves came from the distance. Along with the sound of horse hooves, there was Du Wishwang's scream. Gu Shi. I knew you were still alive. Help me. This horse won't stop. Just as Gu Shi was about to stand up, he heard a bang. Gu Shi looked back and found that Du Wushwang's helmet had hit the ground. And at the same time, her whole body flew high and fell backwards. Gu Shi didn't have the ability to go forward and hug the person. He could only run towards the place where Du Wushwang landed, hoping to see if he was okay before Du Wushwang landed. However, Du Wushwang's vitality was much stronger than Gu Shi's. After hitting the ground, she just turned over and got up. Seeing Gu Shi running towards him, she jumped forward and fell on Gu Shi. Gu Shi held Du Wushwang in his arms, and a smell of sourness and rust hit his face. You are hurt? No. That was someone else's blood. I couldn't wear my helmet, and it flowed in from the collar. I originally planned to find a place to take a shower before coming back. But when I saw the owl you released, I knew you would miss me. So why don't we just go take a shower together? Ah? Gu Shi did not expect that Du Wushwang would make such a proposal. Ah. What? Let's go together. I know there is a bathhouse with a small private room, which is perfect for 2 people to take a bath together. I just need to deal with the hair. There is too much blood and it sticks together. It can't be dealt with. Looks like I'll have to shave it off later. If you don't shave it off, it will get stuck in the seams of your armor, and it will hurt to pull it out. Hey, can I listen to this for free? What? I'm talking about hair. Do you know about hair? Chapter 201 Big Supplementary Meal. Sanxian Private Bath. According to the boss, this is the place where the Sanxian in the tomb bathed with several fairies, when the Sanxian in the tomb was still there. But looking at the brand new decoration here, it doesn't look like a bathroom that has been inherited for thousands of years. Fortunately, Gu Shi and the others didn't worry about this. After helping Du Wushwang wash away the blood on his body, Gu Shi soaked in the bathtub and didn't want to move. This battle was so difficult that I almost didn't come back. Gu Shi, who was soaking in the bathtub, stretched his limbs and then spoke slowly. Is it that dangerous where you are? Yes. Of the players guarding the peripheral nodes, only about 30 of the 100 came back alive, and all the other soldiers were defeated. Gu Shi turned over in the water and made room for Du Wushwang, letting her sit down at the other end of the bathtub. But we gained a lot this time, and we finally didn't suffer a loss. How about you guys? Is there much loss in this battle? Fortunately, there was no loss. I found that the enemy was all the Death Knights gathered together to charge. And then my ghouls, or black guards, went to clean up the battlefield. I followed the team and didn't hit many people. However, because it was a team battle, we got some experience points. And we also got some things after cleaning the battlefield. The most important thing is that our battle this time is considered fighting with the Knights of the Burning Sun. I also got a Knights of the Burning Sun battle badge, the kind that can be painted on the battle flag. As soon as he talked about his situation, Du Wushwang couldn't help but get excited and chattered non-stop. Gu Shi also happily talked about the situation he encountered at the Undead Natural Disaster Array. Clear away some of the depression in your heart. The 2 of them soaked in Sanxian Private Hot Spring for nearly 4 hours. It wasn't until the waiter came to inform Gu Shi and Du Wushwang that their clothes and armor had been cleaned and maintained, that they climbed out of the bathtub, changed into some normal clothes. You might rub your skin if you wear them like this. Seeing that Du Wushwang was planning to put on the armor directly, Gu Shi quickly stopped her. Oh fine. Du Wushwang hesitated for a while, but finally agreed. She usually didn't want to wear ordinary clothes because they didn't look good, but because of her size. When I wear ordinary clothes and go shopping with my best friends, I always feel like a parent taking elementary school students out on the street. Now that Du Wushwang is willing to take care of Xi's request, it's natural that he can do it. She tied up her hair, put on a small skirt that she hadn't worn for a long time, and followed Gu Shi in a bounding motion. Gu Shi also changed his clothes and put on relatively casual clothes. If he hadn't been holding a cold wind staff in his hand, he would never have thought that he was a necromancer. After going out, Gu Shi discovered that most of the players in Sanxian Garden had changed into casual clothes. It seemed that other players also knew the principle of knowing when to relax and have a good rest after the battle. Under the leadership of Du Wushwang, Gu Shi had another good meal outside. This time, Du Wushwang didn't bring Gu Shi to eat any hidden meal, but instead took Gu Shi to eat the Death Knight's favorite meal. This was an incredible meal. As soon as Gu Shi and the others sat down, 100 roasted oysters were served. Next came 2 roasted beef legs thicker than Gu Shi's legs, and a 20-pound roasted lamb chop. After these appetizers are served, the main course is served. There is no need to ask questions about rice here. There are 2 buckets placed beside each table. One filled with rice, and the other filled with beer. Let me tell you, this restaurant's supplementary meals are the best. The main feature is that they are cheap and large. And the food is served very quickly. You don't need to say anything after eating. And new dishes will be served immediately. If you really can't eat anymore, just stick your knife and fork on the table, so no one will bring you food again. But you have to pay attention. You only have one chance to stop the food delivery. If you can't eat anymore, it means you have to leave. They will be ready to turn over and won't serve you food again. Du Wushwang had eaten here many times. And when he introduced it to Gu Shi, he swallowed half of the oysters in one go. Then she picked up the leg of cow, broke the bones with one force, and placed it in front of Gu Shi. Eat the bone marrow inside first. That's the most delicious thing. Before Gu Shi, who was eating oysters, could react, the oily bone marrow was poured into his mouth. The rich smell almost didn't make Gu Shi get drunk. But after getting used to it, Gu Shi felt that the taste was really good. At least he felt very refreshed when he ate it. How about another glass of wine? Let's enjoy it. It's so enjoyable and delicious. If it tastes good, just eat more. As Du Wushwang spoke, he blinked at Gu Shi. For some reason, seeing Du Wushwang's eyes, he felt a chill running down his spine, and a stream of cold air went straight to his waist. Feeling that something terrible would happen next, Gu Shi immediately took the initiative and said, Wushwang, I'm going to the number 9 warehouse to pick up the goods later. You can come with me. My luck is not that good. Last time, I opened an architectural design project. The blind boxes in the picture didn't reveal anything good. So I'll lend you your luck this time. Okay. Your reward for this battle is the architectural design? Is your city going to be built a lot? Yes. In addition to the architectural design drawings, there are also a lot of materials. This battle can be regarded as making up for the missing parts of the city's construction. How long will you stay in this world? There are still 3.5 years to go. I signed a 5-year garrison agreement, and only got 1 week's vacation every year. I don't have time to go out. Sometimes I don't even get to the exit point. And the time is gone. It's better for you. Come here temporarily. Complete the task. And then you can leave. Gu Shi was about to think that he could come back in the future. But he immediately thought that this world was a garrison world. And he could only come in this time because of the White Walker invasion. If you want to enter this world, you must sign a 3 to 5 year garrison agreement. If the time is not up, and there is no vacation, you cannot come in and out freely. Thinking of this, Gu Shi couldn't help but sigh, and was no longer in the mood to eat. On the contrary, Du Wushwang had long been used to this kind of thing. Seeing Gu Shi's face, she started laughing. It's okay. These 3 years are enough for me to settle down. After 3 years, I will be able to reach level 5. Don't deny me then. No. Before Gu Shi could finish his words, Du Wushwang stuffed his mouth with beef bone marrow again. Seeing Du Wushwang's happy look, Gu Shi also had a look of helplessness on his face. And the good atmosphere was suddenly ruined by her. Chapter 202 Lucky Du Wushwang. Sanxian Garden Warehouse Number 9. Gu Shi and Du Wushwang stood in front of the warehouse door. Warehouse manager Kern was looking at the 2 delivery orders sent by Gu Shi. He was still somewhat impressed by Gu Shikin. After all, Gu Shi directly took away 10 copies of the architectural design drawings from him. This time he wants 20 copies again. Is he planning to do wholesale? Kern complained in his heart but didn't ask any more questions. After glancing at Gu Shi, he said coldly, Wait here. After saying that, Kern went straight into the warehouse. After a while, some statue-like creatures came out pushing heavy boxes. These boxes contained Gu Shi's supplies. Because it was related to the key to his future city building, Gu Shi did not dare to relax. After the statue put the box down, Gu Shi quickly opened the box and counted them one by one. Negative energy. The number is correct. The quality of food can only be considered average. All the herbs are ordinary. The wood is not cut well. After a while of chattering, Gu Shi finally finished checking the supplies in front of him. Although there are some problems here, there is no problem with the quantity. No matter how unhappy Gu Shi was, he couldn't ask for an exchange on the grounds that the quantity was wrong. Fortunately, Kern quickly brought out the 20 architectural design drawings Gu Shi requested, which immediately attracted Gu Shi's attention. Looking at the 20 boxes placed on the ground, Gu Shi glanced at Du Wushwang, and the meaning in his eyes was clearly, Girl, come on. Let's see your luck. Du Wushwang was not polite. He stepped forward and opened a box, and then shouted excitedly, Gu Shi, come and see. How is my luck? Gu Shi peeked inside and found that the box contained a small ball of soil, with a hint of blue aura hanging over the soil. Haunted mine crystal design, medium-sized, use 500 resources, 10 units of stone, and 10 units of wood to build a haunted mine crystal, medium-sized building in the city, which can produce 1 unit of crystal every day, can be upgraded. As soon as he saw this situation, Gu Shi smiled and said to Du Wushang, "Okay, you can do this. Your luck is really extraordinary. Come on. Come on. Do it again." No need for Gu Shi to explain. Du Wushang knew that she had got something good this time, and she laughed happily. "Should I drive next?" "Of course. You come and open more mines like this. Then I can boast that I have mines at home." Ha 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 ha. Hearing Gu Shi's words, Du Wushang burst out laughing. But she didn't stop moving her hands and opened another box. This time, the box no longer contains the design drawings of medium-sized buildings, but the design drawings of small buildings. But the quality is still good. When Gu Shi looked over, he found that the box contained a piece of iron. Steel city gate design, small, use 200 resources, and 10 units of metal to build a steel city gate, small building, in the city. The gate can be equipped with 3 defense components, can be upgraded. Another city gate. Gu Shi was quite happy. With the strength of his current death city, he can only place city gates on the battlefield. In the battle with the undead natural disaster array, Gu Shi discovered a weakness in his death city skill. When there was only 1 city gate, he fought at the city gate instead of quickly mobilizing troops through the city gate. If Gu Shi had 2 city gates during the final battle, he could have placed one inside the undead natural disaster circle to guard the token, and the other outside to fight against the White Walkers. In the end, those who retreat will not leave so many undead outside the undead natural disaster circle. Gu Shi. What's wrong? Did I hold it wrong? No. For me, the more things like city gates, the better. This is a good thing. Seeing that she didn't cause any problems, Du Wushang finally breathed a sigh of relief. But she still hesitated whether to open it again. Gu Shi also saw Du Wushang's worry, and quickly explained the situation to Du Wushang. This time, Du Wushang was not so entangled. After all, a Death Knight could carry Gu Shi away directly because he was short-minded and careless. So he would not be entangled in this matter for long. After opening 2 boxes, she got up and started outputting a burst of information to the boxes on the ground, opening all the boxes in one go. Gu Shi followed behind and looked at the contents of the box. He had to admit that Du Wushang would have better luck than Gu Shi. Inside the 18 boxes, there were as many as 3 architectural designs that made Gu Shi excited. There were also 2 architectural designs that Gu Shi was not sure how they were drawn. Plunder Hall design, small, using 300 resources, 10 units of stone, and 10 units of metal. A plunder hall, small building, can be built in the city. After each battle is won, an additional 250 corresponding resources will be obtained. Witchcraft chamber design, medium size, using 500 resources, 10 units of stone, 5 units of metal, and 5 units of herbs. A witchcraft chamber, medium-sized building, can be built in the city. The speed of magic research and learning in the magic tower is increased 50%. Altar of Eternal Servitude design, medium-sized, use 500 resources, 10 units of stone, 10 units of wood, and 1 unit of mercury to build an Altar of Eternal Servitude, medium-sized building, in the city. After each battle, our undead corpses, there is a 50% chance of automatically returning to the altar and re-recruiting at a cost of 50% higher than the recruitment price. These 3 buildings have different meanings to Gu Shi. After the looting hall is built, Gu Shi can get extra negative energy from every battle, although it is only a little bit. For Gu Shi, this can be regarded as a way to add up to a small amount. The Witchcraft Secret Room is exclusively for the Magic Tower. Gu Shi knows very well that after the Magic Tower is built, it is not just a place for players or heroes to learn magic. You can also train mage troops of various levels and let the mage troops learn the magic recorded in it. This kind of building that can accelerate magic research and learning is considered a relatively scarce building no matter which city it is in. The fact that Gu Shi opened it is a manifestation of Du Wushang's extreme luck. The final altar of eternal slavery is specially prepared for the necromancers. When the necromancer's subordinates die in battle, they can actually use spiritualism to deal with it. But ordinary necromancers rarely do this, because the success rate of spiritualism is not high. And when summoning spirits, they are only level 0 skeletons. There is not much difference between using the corpses of one's own subordinates and using the corpses of the enemy. But the altar of eternal slavery is different. Half of the corpses can be recycled here, and they can be resurrected to the original level for money. This is a good way to restore combat power. If such a building had existed earlier, Gushi's combat team would not have been wiped out. For this reason, Gushi was very concerned about this altar of eternal slavery. Chapter 203. Get a large number of architectural design drawings. Compared with the 3 architectural design drawings that made Gushi excited. When the 2 architectural design drawings that Gushi couldn't understand appeared, Gushi's first reaction was, how could there be such a thing? The second reaction is, what is the use of this thing? Energy lighthouse design. Small use 300 resources and 10 units of metal to build an energy lighthouse, small building, in the city to obtain energy from an area and illuminate an area. This lighthouse was something that Gushi didn't quite understand, because Gushi couldn't tell whether it was useful or not. Something else also confused Gushi. Dryad jungle design, medium-sized use 500 resources, 10 units of herbs, and 10 units of wood to build a dryad jungle, medium-sized building, in the city. You can enter it once a month, kill the guards inside, and get the corresponding quantity of treasures. At first, Gushi thought this was a treasure that was placed in the city once a month. But when he discovered that he needed to build a barracks before building a dryad jungle, Gushi was not so sure. It is not uncommon for Gushi to find such buildings with front-end requirements. But since the front end is a barracks building, Gushi really has no way to judge. As for these 2 architectural design drawings that he couldn't understand, Gushi could only keep the doubts in his heart and plan to find someone who knew about it to ask. As for the remaining 13 architectural design drawings, none of them were particularly eye-catching. Among them, there are 7 medium-sized architectural design drawings and 6 small-sized architectural design drawings, all in various directions, which are used to fill in the blanks. Blood Herb Garden Design, medium use 500 resources, 5 units of stone, 5 units of metal, 5 units of wood, and 5 units of herbs to build a blood herb garden, medium-sized building, in the city. Ordinary herb gardens can be planted with blood sunflowers, white mosses and other herbs for blood supplementation, upgradable. Blood Eye Vineyard Design, medium-size use 500 resources, 10 units of stone, and 10 units of wood to build a Blood Eye Vineyard, medium-sized building, in the city. It can produce 30 units of grapes per week, and the grapes can be used to make wine, can be upgraded. Decomposed Swamp Design, medium-size use 500 resources, 10 units of stone, and 10 units of wood to build a rotten swamp, medium-sized building, in the city. It can produce a large number of corpses every day, which can increase the training speed of insect troops, can be upgraded. Skinned Slaughterhouse Design, medium-size use 500 resources, 10 units of wood, and 10 units of metal to build a skinned slaughterhouse, medium-sized building, in the city. It will produce 5 units of food and 2 units of fur every day. Kill beasts in the wild. You can arrange manpower for skinning, can be upgraded. Bright Fire Enchantment Table Design, medium-size use 500 resources, 10 units of metal, and 10 units of herbs to build a Bright Fire Enchantment Table, medium-sized building, in the city, where enchantments below level 1 can be performed, upgradable. Rusty Bone Basement Design, medium-sized use 500 resources, 10 units of stone, and 10 units of metal to build a Rusty Bone Basement, medium-sized building, in the city. Various mechanisms can be created in the basement, can be upgraded. Dark Prison Design, medium-sized use 500 resources, 10 units of stone, and 10 units of metal to build a dark prison, medium-sized building, in the city, which can be used to hold prisoners, and can be combined with evil temples, cemeteries, and spiritual tombs. A type of building produces regional linkage, can be upgraded. The design drawings of these 7 medium-sized buildings can be said to be full of strange things. Gushi looked for a long time, but couldn't see any pattern. The only good thing is that there is a design drawing of the basement here, which is one step closer to the building that Demi requested. Compared with these 7 medium-sized building design drawings, the remaining 6 small-sized building design drawings are in better condition. The direction of the small-sized building has been decided long ago, and was prepared to strengthen the combat effectiveness of the troops in the city. Magic Arrow Tower Design, small use 200 resources, and 10 units of metal to build a Magic Arrow Tower, small building, in the city. When the archer attacks from the arrow tower, it will automatically add rocket or ice arrow effects, can be upgraded. Sand Moat Design, small use 200 resources, and 10 units of stone, to build a sand moat, small building, in the city. Arrange a moat composed of quicksand outside the city gate. Enemies who step into the moat will have a 35% chances of being swallowed directly by quicksand, can be upgraded. Iron-Blooded Assembly Point Design, small use 200 resources, 5 units of stone, and 5 units of metal to build an iron-blooded assembly point, small building, in the city. The troops gathered here can temporarily gain an attack +1 effect, can be upgraded. Magic Fountain of Victory design, small use 200 resources, and 10 units of stone, to build a Magic Fountain of Victory, small building, in the city. In the city defense battle, every time a victory is achieved, all troops produced in the city will defend +1, upgradable. Secret Horse Manger design, small use 200 resources, 5 units of wood, and 5 units of herbs to build a Secret Horse Manger, small building, in the city. All players and troops entering the city will have their movement speed increased by 25% in the next week, upgradable. Magic Tree design, small use 200 resources, and 10 units of wood to build a magic tree, small building, in the city. It must be planted near the magic tower to increase the upper limit of the magic tower level, can be upgraded. After looking at all the architectural design drawings, Gushi was thinking about how to arrange these things. After returning this time, Aladovi City will definitely need to be rezoned, especially the 2 areas that have completely changed and require major changes. The buildings in each area also need to be adjusted. Gushi thought about it. The upper city area looked large, but there was actually not much land for building. There were magic towers and clock towers there, all of which were oriented towards magic. It would be a good choice to build it into a magic area. At the same time, in Gushi's urban area, the large plots of land have been used up. Now the evil church and the White Bone Evil Temple are connected here, so future construction will naturally have to be planned around this aspect. This can be turned into a bone area from now on, together with the 100-armed giant cemetery area, the dock area and the magic plant area. The location of the city of Aridov can be quickly divided. As for more areas, we need to wait for Gushi to lay down more territory. Now Gushi is also thinking about this matter. The city area that can be conquered has been conquered. Where should we attack next? Aladovita or the foggy area outside the city? What would it be like to fight in the foggy area outside the city? Gushi couldn't judge for a while. Chapter 204 Purple Equipment Transaction. After putting together all the architectural design drawings, Gushi asked Du Wishwan for help, and dragged the materials outside the door of warehouse number 9. Then Gushi turned his hand, and the city gate appeared above these supplies. As the city gate moved forward, all the supplies were sent into Aladovi City. Du Wishwan was also quite surprised by Gushi's method of operation. Where are your undead? Why don't you let them come out and move the things in? Don't mention it. I almost lost all my undead in this battle, and I haven't had time to release the undead as compensation. There is no one in my city now, so I can only send the things in this way. Let me take care of things here. Then I'll go back and deal with things in the city. What else do you want here? Du Wishwan blinked and looked at Gushi expectantly. There is still a transaction that has not been completed. Lukai helped me make an appointment with a rich guy who can buy the kind of purple outfit. In addition, I still have the task of the wisdom tree that has not been completed. What kind of mission is this? There are so many long-term missions out there. Are you blind? No. I won't let you go today. When Du Wishwan heard this, his little cheeks bulged up. He stretched out his hand to grab Gushi and picked him up. You don't want to go anywhere today. Okay. I know. Can you let me down first? Gushi was quite uncomfortable being carried, and he was afraid of hurting Du Wishwan, so he could only wave his hands as a struggle. As for the long-term mission and the Tree of Wisdom, Gushi has no time to take care of them now. Anyway, this mission is for free, so I won't miss this mission for the time being. Seeing Gushi's struggling movements weaken, Du Wishwan also smiled happily. Amidst her laughter, the sky in Sanxian Garden turned from white to black, and then from black to white again. And a day and a half passed in the blink of an eye. It wasn't until Lukai's raven delivered the letter that Gushi, who looked even thinner, walked out holding his waist. With the cold wind staff in one hand, he released the evil coffin, then raised his head, and said to the raven that delivered the message, I'm not familiar with this place. Can you show me the way later? The smart raven glanced at Gushi, and finally landed on the evil coffin. Gushi tried his best to turn over and climb onto the evil coffin, holding tightly on the iron chain on the evil coffin, with one hand to protect his body. Sia Coffin quickly rushed forward and rushed out with Gushi. The raven flew while guiding Gushi to the edge of the crystal forest. There, Lukai was talking to a death knight who was considered handsome. This death knight is tall, with broad shoulders and a strong body. He wears a silver blue half-armor, holds a helmet in his hand, and has long black hair hanging down casually. He can dress up as much as he wants. At his feet lay a white gold square-headed hammer with a long handle. When the hammer was placed on the ground, for some reason, Gushi could hear a strange piano sound in the distance. Such anomalies made Gushi pause, and he understood that the hammer might be a piece of purple equipment. Seeing Gushi's little move, the Death Knight burst into laughter. Kaizi, you are right. He has good purple equipment. Hello. My name is Song Yuma. Death Knight. Nice to meet you. Gushi quickly reached out and shook his hand. Gushi, I've heard that you, the leader of the Underworld Wind Academy, have mastered one of the 3 divine skills, known as the Breath of the Dead. I am overflattered. Not much else to say. Kaizi said that you have a purple tank and shield of the Death Knight. Take it out and let me take a look. When Gushi heard this, he became proud. He took out the ghost face and the fairy hand and placed them in front of Song Yuma. It's not just one piece. This can actually be considered a set. Gushi-sai took out the ghost mask, and Song Yuma's expression changed. A strange clear light appeared on the square-headed hammer at his feet, and a skeleton was waving its hands in the clear light. Song Yuma also had a solemn look on his face. He held up the ghost face skin and carefully examined the properties of the ghost face skin before he finally said something. Nice one. At this time, Lukai also got the mysterious hand that was placed aside. He looked at it doubtfully at first, and then looked at Gushi speechlessly. Comrade Gu, you are actually packing him out as a partner? Are you crazy? Do you know that any Death Knight can sell this thing for a sky-high price? Oh, what is it? Let me see it. Song Yuma reached out and took the strange fairy hand. Just took a look at it, and then looked at Gushi. Comrade Gu, you really shouldn't sell these 2 items together. Your shield is for the main tank, and this magic hand is for the off-tank. If you mix them together, you won't be able to sell them at a high price. Gushi was also speechless. He didn't expect that there were so many differences in the tank's equipment. He thought that if they were packaged together, he could charge a higher price. I didn't expect it to happen here. Fortunately, Song Yuma was quite interested in these 2 pieces of equipment. But it's okay. I have a lot of Death Knights in my family, so the fairy hand can be used by my brother. Instead, this shield. Song Yuma was silent for a moment, then raised his head and said, I'm afraid it's not easy to get rid of this thing in my house. Gushi wanted to ask why, but when he looked up at Song Yuma's handsome face, and then thought about the special skill of the ghost face pimp, Gushi came to his senses. If his family all had faces like this, no one would be willing to use ghost faces. Gushi was about to take back the ghost mask, and Song Yuma said, It just so happens that I have a friend who would be happy to use this. He is currently attacking the main tank position of the 4th Regiment of the Blazing Sun Knights, and this thing is very important to him. I'll give you an estimate first, and if he gives you more, I'll transfer the extra to you. After hearing what Song Yuma said, Gushi couldn't help but turn his eyes to Lu Kai. Then he responded with a smile, Okay, you make a price, and if it succeeds, the matter will be done. I heard from Kaizi before that you wanted a large-scale architectural design, and you also named a Lich Mausoleum or a Bone Dragon's Dragon Tomb. I have to say that your offer is not much different from the market price. But these 2 items are not so easy to find, especially the Dragon Tomb of the Bone Dragon, which is simply not available on the market. Even the Dragon Tomb building does not exist in the guild. There are 2 of them in the Mausoleum Guild, but all they produce are corpse witches. Moreover, these 2 are the treasures of the Sun Mage group. When all necromancers join the Sun Mage group, they will record their phylacteries in the mausoleum. If they die in battle, they will be transformed into corpse witches here. It is said that the older generation of players fought for these 2 tombs for more than 5 years. If you want these 2 kinds of architectural design drawings, it's basically useless. I have an idea about how to settle for the second best. Chapter 205 can be integrated with the Land Deed Blood Cellar. Vampire. I wonder if Comrade Gu understands. After hearing Song Yuma's question, Gushi immediately became energetic. Of course he knows about vampires, and there is a potential leader in Aladovi who can command vampires. Now Gushi is still having a headache with the various buildings Demi needs. At the same time, he also understood that what Song Yuma said was not impossible. Even though vampires belong to the middle-level undead army, this vampire can be regarded as a unique type of existence, and does not belong to the series of bones, corpses, and ghosts. It does not belong to the category of suturing or transformation, but has its own characteristics. There was even a period of time when, due to the fact that Death Knights were not attributable, Vampires once represented Death Knights, and became a member of the high-level undead arms, with a status just below that of Bone Dragons and Ghost Dragons. It can be said that Song Yumo's proposal hit exactly what Gu Shi needed. But at this time, Gu Shi hesitated. He wasn't sure what kind of vampires came out of here. The ugly ones at the beginning? Or the ones with spider venom injected into their bodies? Or the standard old vampires? There are too many variables in this matter. And even Gu Shi himself can't judge what is right or wrong. Song Yumo saw Gu Shi's expression changing and understood what he was worried about. So he smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'm not that kind of weird person. My vampire is Acris, a spider venom type. I need a ritual to transform. I'm not an ordinary vampire. From the spider cult?" Gu Shi knew the origin of the vampire that Song Yumo mentioned as soon as he heard it. "I also understand that if this kind of vampire training camp is upgraded to a higher level, the soldiers that come out will really be at the level of a Death Knight. The status is higher than that of the Corpse Witch and lower than that of the Lich. This fits perfectly with what Song Yumo said about taking a step back. But the resources required to invest here are huge." Gu Shi was about to refuse when Song Yumo spoke again. "Yes, it is the vampires of the spider cult. And it is a complete set of buildings. If Comrade Gu agrees, I will give you the city deed as well." Gu Shi's eyes widened, and he looked at Song Yumo. "Does this mean that the building design will be given directly to the land that can be integrated? And the land for all the buildings has been built? If that's the case, no problem. I can." As for whether Song Yumo had city land deeds or other issues, Gu Shi wasn't worried at all. When he received the chief reward from the Netherbone Wind Academy, the dean gave him a fusion land deed. This means that in the hands of some guilds, there are actually many such integrable spaces. It's just that some spaces have been developed, while some spaces have been left where they are for various reasons, and no one wants them. Before this, Gu Shi had no intention of taking over this kind of space, because there were still many urban areas in Eridovi that had not been taken over. In addition, his goal during this period has always been architectural design drawings. So naturally he did not consider some such integrable spaces. When Gu Shi heard Song Yumo's proposal, he understood that this deal could be done. "Okay. But I need to inspect the goods first." "Okay. Just wait for me." Seeing that Gu Shi was willing to agree, Song Yumo was also quite happy. He took out a raven with golden hair around its eyes, and said a few words before letting it go. At this time, Lu Kai was also there and said, "Comrade Gu, you can rest assured. There is absolutely no problem with the land deed given by the Song family. The Song family's original Black Guard was a vampire earl, which was very popular. Later, because I found a better one, and because of the attribute problems of the heirloom purple equipment, I gradually lost the vampire Black Guard and embarked on a different path. However, their Blood Guard Palace is quite famous in our guild. This time I think they will give you the deed of an area surrounding the vampire mansion." Gu Shi didn't say anything. He wasn't sure what he would get in the end. However, vampire training buildings are nothing more than secluded houses. Mansions, palaces and castles. Different buildings represent different origins and development directions of vampires. Each different change will bring different impacts. So Gu Shi is also a little curious about what kind of vampire training camp he will get. At this moment, there was a rapid sound of horse hooves coming from outside the woods. Upon hearing this, Gu Shi decisively moved his hand back and grasped the cold wind array. "Don't worry. He is my companion." Song Yumo quickly stopped Gu Shi's next move. "He's here to deliver something." While he was talking, a Death Knight riding a shining golden horse appeared nearby. Gu Shi felt a flash of golden light before his eyes, and the Death Knight came to Song Yumo. "Master, I brought the things." After speaking, he handed a box that was obviously made of lead into Song Yumo's hands. Song Yumo took the box, opened it, and pushed it towards Gu Shi. Gu Shi looked down and found that what was inside was a parchment-like scroll. Obtain the Blood Vault title deed. The Blood Cellar covers an area of 0.35 square kilometers and has no population. After occupying it, you can have 1 large plot, level 2 Vampire Mansion, 2 medium plots, level 2 Blood Garden, level 3 Blood Pool, and small plots 3 places, level 4 Vampire Statue, level 4 Blood Throne, level 3 Bat Crypt. Building name, Vampire Mansion. Level 2. Trainable troops. Vampire, level 6, can consume 1000 negative energy to recruit vampires, and can recruit 5+4 vampires every week. Vampire Sir, level 7, can consume 1500 negative energy to recruit Vampire Sir. The number of vampires that can be recruited is shared by all vampires. Vampire, level 6. Summon troops experience, 0 out of 5,000. Attack 14 plus 4. Defense 8. Life 80. Skills, undead creature. Vampire's embrace. 20% of the damage caused by the vampire will be used for healing and resurrection itself. Transmission. Vampire Sir, level 7. Summon troops experience, 0/8,000. Attack 16 plus 4. Defense 10. Life 95. Skills, undead creature. Vampire embrace. Teleportation. Backhand kill, after killing the enemy. Can damage another nearby enemy with the same attack power. Building name, Bloody Garden. Level 2, can be upgraded. Characteristic. The garden provides 30 units of blood food every week, blood fruit. After consumption, the vampire's attack power is temporarily +1. The vampires in the garden are immune to the damage effects of sunlight and silver weapons. Building name, Blood Pool. Level 3, can be upgraded. Characteristic. The blood pool provides 45 units of blood food, blood wine, which can temporarily increase the vitality of vampires by 20 every week. Seriously injured vampires can be soaked in a pool of blood to quickly recover. Building name, Vampire Statue. Level 4, can be upgraded. Characteristic. All vampire-related buildings in the city have a +4 production speed of vampire units. Building name, Blood Throne. Level 4, can be upgraded. Characteristic. All vampire units in the city have attack +4. Building name, Bat Cave. Level 3, can be upgraded. Characteristic. All vampires in the city will automatically master the skill of turning into a bat. Bat transformation. Vampires can transform into countless bats and escape from the battlefield. As long as there is one bat, the vampire will not die. Chapter 206. The accident happened in Victoria City. Looking at the detailed description of the Blood Cellar land deed, Gushi let out a long sigh. Just when Song Yuma thought that Gushi was dissatisfied, Gushi took the initiative to say something. Make a deal. Hearing this, Song Yuma also showed a smile on his face. Then he turned around and handed the fairy hand and ghost face to the Death Knight, who had just come over. At this time, Liu Kai also looked at Gushi and asked, "Do you need me to protect you when you go back?" "No," Gushi said confidently, and a city gate appeared directly behind him. Gushi didn't even need to turn around. He just took a step back and returned to Aladovi City. As the gate of Aladovi City disappeared, Liu Kai and Song Yuma sighed. The 3 divine skills are truly well-deserved. Yes, you can leave as soon as you say it. And you can mobilize a large number of troops at any time. Even if you just look at one person, no one knows how many soldiers are behind him. While Liu Kai and Song Yuma were still discussing Gushi, Gushi had already arrived in front of the meeting hall of Aladovi City. At this time, the tall Demi was sitting elegantly on the steps in front of the Parliament Hall. Since there was no one there, she took off her shoes quite simply, and her feet in black stockings were raised on the steps. Seeing Gushi coming in, Demi tilted his head to look at Gushi and asked with some doubt, "Lord City Lord, why do I smell the smell of poisonous blood on you?" "Just got a vampire building. Demi needs vampires. But her route is the secluded house route. The vampires that come out are the kind that can actively turn into bats and fly. By sucking blood during battle, they can not only restore their combat effectiveness, but also resurrect their dead companions. They are 2 completely different vampire routes from the Blood Cellar title deed that Gushi just obtained. Although there is no direct conflict, the relationship between them is actually not very good. After meeting, mocking each other is the basic operation. When Demi spoke, his attitude was clearly that of an old onmyoji. Hearing that Gushi had obtained a set of vampire buildings, Demi planned to say a few words. I didn't want to worry about it and asked directly, "Where's Luna? Hasn't she come back yet?" "No. Once Luna left, there was no one in the city to talk to. Otherwise, why would I be sitting here waiting?" Hearing this, Gushi also frowned. It's been a few days. Why hasn't he come back yet? Did something happen in Victoria City? Thinking of this, Gushi couldn't help but become nervous. Something must not happen to Luna. Get out of your way. At this moment, Gushi could no longer care about anything else. He turned around and headed towards the owl building. Demi was stunned for a moment, her heart full of curiosity. She stood on tiptoe, without wearing shoes, and followed Gushi. At this time, Gushi was walking while blowing the undead transfer horn, and undead troops appeared behind him one after another. What appeared at the beginning was Gushi's original undead army. Combat Team 2. The Skeleton Battalion. The Skeleton Archer Troop. Gargoyles. Ghosts. Skeleton Mages. Corpse Flies. And skeletons crawling out under the influence of the undead natural disaster circle. One after another, the troops who had fled to the undead natural disaster array reappeared next to Gushi under Gushi's undead transfer horn. The number of these troops is naturally incomparable to the number of people at Gushi's peak period. But when Gushi saw them, he felt somewhat friendly and familiar. Don't follow me anymore. Go to the city gate and send the various supplies that were delivered to the dock warehouse first. Send the architectural design drawings to the outside of the council hall. The weapons and equipment I bought. Please help me first. Sort it into categories, and I'll come back to arrange it later. Under Gushi's order, the undead spirits that appeared one after another quickly left. For a time, Aladovi City, which was originally empty, began to become lively again. The last two troops that appeared were 1,000 zombie axe shield soldiers and 2,000 skeleton spearmen. Along with them were 6 undead leaders. After appearing, the 3,000-strong army stood directly in front of Gushi, waiting for Gushi's orders. After taking a look at these 3,000 undead troops, Gushi found that their situation was similar to that of recruiting undead himself. It's just that from the undead leaders to the undead soldiers, they all seem to be carved out of the same mold. There is no difference in weapons and equipment, attack power, or vitality. When Gushi stood in front of them, their targets were all on Gushi. But Gushi could clearly see that only the 6 undead leaders had sharp eyes. At the same time, the situations of these 6 undead leaders are exactly the same. There is no personality in itself. Not even any difference in size. Compared to Gushi's men who had just experienced a series of battles. They looked cleaner, with no traces of battle on their bodies. A group of high-level rookies. After just one glance, Gushi made some judgments about them. But no matter what, their numbers are finally guaranteed. Gushi pointed at the undead, who were busy moving things and said, "Follow them to deal with my spoils first. And send them all to the dock warehouse. After things are dealt with, wait for me at the city gate." After arranging the 3,000 soldiers out, Gushi also stopped. He has arrived in front of the owl building. Several owls were standing on the small owl building watching Gushi, but none of them would fly down. Gushi did not enter the small building. He quickly wrote a letter and pointed at one of the owls. Only then did the owl fall into Gushi's hands. "Give this letter to Luna." Gushi tied the letter to the owl's leg and at the same time considered in his mind whether he would go to the guild to ask for some ravens to raise when he left this world. I saw Lukai and his team using ravens before, and those ravens were obviously smarter than this owl. Sometimes all it takes is a few words, and the raven will go looking for someone. Unlike these owls at home, which look a little less smart. Gushi was still secretly complaining about the situation of the owl in his heart. But he didn't expect that several owls flew up at the same time. They followed the owl carrying the letter and flew in one direction, and disappeared in front of Gushi in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Gushi's heart tightened. He suddenly understood what was going on. Something might really have happened in Victoria City. At this time, Gushi could no longer care about anything else. He turned over and jumped onto the evil coffin that had been following him. He turned around and headed towards the contact hut built in Aladovi City. He planned to rush to Victoria through the Hearthstone City. Chapter 207 Exiting the World. The house leading to the small building in Victoria City is built not too far from the assembly hall. It was a small house that was originally used as a backdrop. But after being selected, it went through a certain amount of cleaning and cleaning. When Gushi arrived here in the evil coffin, he was surprised to find that the cabin in front of him felt incompatible with Aladovi. It was as if it was affected by some powerful force and was forcibly blocked. This situation made Gushi believe that something had really changed in Victoria City that he didn't know about. And now no one could enter or leave the city. This made Gushi worried, as his 2 contracted undead were still there. These were Gushi's most precious companions, and he couldn't just let these 2 companions be lost in the city of Victoria. Thinking of this, Gushi decisively held the cold wind staff and pushed open the door of the hut. This small house has the same style layout as the meeting hall. There is a dining room at the entrance. Behind the long dining table is a burning fireplace. The hearthstone that entered Gushi's small building in Victoria City was placed here. As long as Gushi activates the hearthstone, he can quickly enter Victoria City. However, Gushi was not quite sure whether he, who is currently in the world of UYHDDS-04CC80, could cross the game and enter Victoria City. After all, He is different from Luna and the others. He is a player, and is born with the rules of players. Moving across worlds is not something a rookie like him, who is only level 4 can do. Now Gushi couldn't care about anything else. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on the hard stone. Now Gushi only thought about trying to contact Victoria's city. But the next moment, a surge of electricity bounced Gushi's hand away. This situation made Gushi's eyes tighten. He was not sure whether it was the impact on Victoria's city, or because he was in another world, and wanted to sneak into another game world. Anyway, his request to enter Victoria's city was denied. This made Gushi nervous. He immediately gave up some of the ideas he had after entering the city of Aridov, and quickly walked to the meeting hall not far away. At this time, Demi followed Gushi back. Although he was moving quickly, Demi's movements were still so graceful. When she saw Gushi, she didn't forget to say "Hello. Sir, why did you turn around and run here? I almost missed you." Gushi had no time to pay attention to Demi. He pushed open the door of the meeting hall, placed the blood cellar landed he had just obtained on the table, and then the figure quickly disappeared into the air. He left Aladovi's city. At this time, near the Crystal Forest, Lu Kai and Song Yumou had not left yet. As a result, the air around them suddenly fluctuated, and Gushi, who had just left in front of them gracefully, was sent out. This made these two people stunned. Seeing these two people, Gushi hesitated for a moment, and finally said "Hello" to Lu Kai. "Lu Kai, where is the exit point of the garrison world? The invasion of the White Walkers is over. I'm going out." The garrison world is different from the open world. The garrison world actually belongs to the guild or the players. In order to prevent outsiders from entering the garrison world, the entry and exit points are naturally unlike other game worlds, where you can choose to exit the game anytime and anywhere. There are several entry and exit points you have to go to in the garrison world before you can choose to exit. When he entered this world, Gushi appeared in the ice valley where novices entered. But now Gushi doesn't want to run all the way back again. Even if the evil coffin was accelerated, he didn't want to go to the ice field to suffer this. Gushi just happened to think about Song Yumou's call for a death knight to deliver something. Gushi guessed that they must know the nearby nodes that can enter and exit the game. Sure enough, upon hearing Gushi's question, Lu Kai smiled and said, "There's one nearby. Are you in a hurry to leave?" "Yes. The main reason is that the access point I know is too far, and I have to run to the ice valley. I don't want to be blown by the wind on the ice sheet for 2 days." Gushi did not seem anxious, but found another reason. This reason did not surprise Lu Kai and others. Players in Sanxian Garden will inquire about the location of nearby access nodes. After all, most of the players stationed in Sanxian Garden only have about 1 week of vacation time each year. They didn't want to spend 4 days on the road during their vacation. So Lu Kai quickly told Gushi the location of the entry and exit nodes, and even the key to entering and exiting this world. Listening to such a detailed explanation, a smile appeared on Gushi's face. "Thank you very much. What are we so polite about? If you have something good next time, you must remember me." "Don't worry. I'll remember it." Gushi turned over and jumped onto the evil coffin. When he determined the target, Gushi couldn't help but look back at Sanxian Garden. He had already told Du Wushwang when he came out, "If I just leave now, I believe Du Wushwang won't mind." "Lower your head." Gushi suppressed the thought of saying goodbye to Du Wushwang and stuffed the map into the gap of the evil coffin. The evil coffin's ability is activated, and it begins to find its way automatically. After that, Gushi no longer looked back. He just lay on the evil coffin and stared at the situation around him. When Gushi walked away, Song Yumou, who had been silent until now, suddenly said something. "He seems to be in an emergency. You used your powers again?" Lu Kai glanced at Song Yumou curiously. "No, but you can see it." Song Yumou shook his head. When he spoke, his hand did not come close to the square-headed hammer placed on the ground. "Why can't I see it?" Lu Kai looked puzzled. He has mastered 2 of the 3 divine skills. What else can embarrass him? "I don't know, but it must be a big deal to make someone like him anxious. Do you think it would be beneficial if I told my family to secretly support him?" "No. I think that Gushi has an idea. He can get 2 of the 3 magical skills. That is definitely the result of fighting for it. This is a good start for us to communicate with him. But if you really make calculations in this area, there will definitely be problems in the end. You have to know that he was selected in this year's draft. In the guild, he belongs to the drafting faction, and has no foundation in the guild. Our current relationship with him is just right. If there are too many calculations, It will push him to the draft side. Then the loss will outweigh the gain. After hearing this, Song Yuma was silent for a moment, then reached out and picked up the hammer that had been standing on the ground. It's up to you. He's not a death knight anyway. Even if he's won over, he won't join our Knights of the Burning Sun. It's up to you. Chapter 208 Mission Settlement. In front of the main square of Chaoyang Guild, Gu Shi walked out of the portal with a cold wind staff. Newcomers, don't stand there. Bring the task sheet to record the results, and get the rewards here. Gu Shi looked up and found a player not far away waving to him. Gu Shi quickly walked over with the cold wind staff, and at the same time took out the mission settlement form given by the mage leader and the Sanxian Garden City Lord. This is my task list. Take a look. After taking the task settlement form, the player just glanced at it, then glared at Gu Shi and said with disbelief, "Above? 2 A-level reviews? What's the problem?" Gu Shi asked with a puzzled look on his face. These 2 task settlement sheets are normal. They are just an evaluation of his 2 tasks in total. One is to transport troops to Sanxian Garden. The other one is guarding the undead natural disaster ritual circle. He thinks that he has completed these 2 tasks well. Is there any problem with getting an armor? No problem. The player responsible for settlement didn't say much. He couldn't say that most guilds had a rule that unless they did a really good job, they would not give newcomers a task evaluation above grade A. After all, A is the highest rating in the game, which is almost equivalent to S level. The armor is already SS. If you want to give new players SS on their missions, how will you rate and reward future missions? Therefore, no matter which guild it is, it will default to this unspoken rule arrangement. Unless the player is really good, no matter who he is, he will be rank B or A. The Gu Shi in front of him had 2 grades of A and above, and he didn't know how he got it. However, this player did not express his doubts. He turned over the task settlement sheet. The task of transporting the troops was initially promised to 100 undead before the war, and to 50 elite undead after the war, along with a piece of blue equipment and 300 yuan worth of merchandise. You have already taken away the goods worth 300 yuan here, but the undead given before and after the war have not yet been allocated. Here is the recruitment order. For 100 ordinary undead and 50 special elites. You can recruit them at the barracks or special training camps. This is the delivery note for blue equipment. You can choose the location of the equipment, but the attributes of the equipment are random and cannot be changed. As for the battle with the undead natural disaster array, most of the rewards were given by the Sanxian Garden. The guild has a reward of 1,000 yuan worth of goods, which you can buy in the guild store. The other 2 tasks are used to calculate the guild record. The task of transporting troops is calculated with 250 points, and the task of guarding the undead natural disaster array is calculated with 450 points, for a total of 700 points of guild record, according to the guild level classification table. Congratulations! You have passed the internship period and are now an official member of our Chaoyangwang Guild. Starting today, you can use all the buildings within the guild. This is the guild's internal space map. In addition, you can also display the guild flag during battle. But the attributes that can be increased by displaying the flag are only 10% of the guild flag. In addition, part of the guild's internal space and dungeons will be open to you for free. You can also get some free help from the guild, such as the appearance design of weapons and armor, battle flag design, etc. The player introduced Gu Shi to the benefits of becoming a formal member of the guild. Gu Shi put away the various delivery orders and recruitment orders that were handed to him. While listening attentively, things in the guild were still relatively unfamiliar to Gu Shi. There are many things that a rookie like him cannot understand. After packing up everything, Gu Shi found a passing ferocious weasel and asked, "I want to change to a piece of blue equipment, but I don't know where to go." The ferocious ferret wearing a butler's dress glanced at Gu Shi, made a gesture of invitation, and led Gu Shi Xiang out of the teleportation square. Gu Shi followed the ferocious ferret while comparing it with the map in front of him, memorizing the route in his mind. Soon they arrived at the blacksmith shop located in the guild. The blacksmith shop here is different from the blacksmith shop in Sanxian Garden. All the people working here are players from the guild. Their strength ranges from high to low, and they don't trade with outsiders. They just keep building the weapons they have. The finished weapons are quickly boxed and put on sale in the shop outside the blacksmith shop. As for what kind of equipment players can buy, it depends on luck. The person selling weapons and equipment here was a white-haired ferocious ferret. He was sitting on the box, holding a dry tobacco stick in his hand. When he saw the ferocious ferret that brought Gu Shi, he was talking slowly. Isn't this Wangjiu? Why did you become an errand boy today? Isn't this just passing by? Someone conscripted him to lead people here to show him the way. Master Qi. This is a new player who just finished his internship and doesn't know all the ways in the guild. This time he came here to exchange for blue equipment. There is blue equipment. But the staff in your hand is blue. And the offhand item in your left hand is also blue. What else do you want to change? I do have armor here. But you are a necromancer. So you definitely can't use the armor of a knight. Master Qi. I would like a robe or other parts of clothing, such as belts, boots, etc. Gu Shi also knew that what he had in his hands were all good things. And opening the blind box here might not lead to better equipment. So he simply chose armor. But the white-haired ferocious weasel was a little embarrassed. The robes are Lu Nyang's job. Don't buy them from me. But if you want wrist guards, boots, belts, etc., I have them here. Do you want to try again? Okay. This kind of small thing is the hardest to find. So let's get one. Gu Shi thought about it for a moment. The robe is considered a big item. And there will be more blue equipment. Instead, it is small equipment such as wrist guards and belts, which are relatively scarce. Now that he has the opportunity to choose, Gu Shi made a decision decisively. Decide? You can pick any of the red boxes over there that you like. They are all the same. They are all of blue quality. As for attributes, it all depends on your luck. Gu Shi nodded and looked in the direction pointed by the ferocious white-haired ferret. There were 3 layers of red boxes with 15 boxes stacked there. Gu Shi looked sideways for a moment, and finally pushed open one of the boxes. As the box was opened, a blue light lit up, and Gu Shi saw 2 silver-gray skulls inside the box, with shiny green iron chains hanging from the skull's mouths. A thick red leather book was fastened to the chain on one side, and a rusty short sword was wrapped around the iron edge on the other side. Then a message popped up in front of Gu Shi. Chapter 209, Strong for a While. Handsome for a Lifetime. Reverse Lich, Blue. Shoulder pads. Defense 5. After equipping, Constitution plus 3. Intelligence plus 3. Equipment requirements, Physique 5. Intelligence 5. Special 1, Ritual Daggers. Bone Spurs. Ghost Strikes. Poison gas bombs, and other long-range single-target attacks will be transformed into flying sword forms, with a 20% blood-sucking effect. Special 2, Book of Lich. You can record 5 magic or skills in the book. The level of the recorded magic or skills plus 1, the recorded skills are limited. Mosaic bit, empty. 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 Explanation. This is a shoulder pad made of materials from the same lich, including the pair of bones. Looking at the information about this set of shoulder pads, Gu Shi suddenly felt that being strong is temporary, but being handsome is lifelong. As long as he doesn't find a suitable replacement, he will never replace this set of reverse lich. Thinking of this, Gu Shi reached out to lift the box, then turned his hand over, and the reverse lich was draped on him. A pair of skulls holding iron chains were attached to his left and right shoulders, and when they were put on, a glimmering green flame flashed in the eyes of the skulls. At the same time, 6 iron chains of the same color were wrapped around Gu Shi's shoulders, turning them into ribbons and other decorations on Gu Shi's body. The thick red magic book floated on the left side of his waist, and the rusty dagger was stuck under his collarbone. When he took 2 steps forward, Gu Shi suddenly discovered that the luminous green on the skull and the chain was not always there, but would light up once he took a few steps, last for a period of time, and then quickly disappear. This change made Gu Shi feel happy, and he felt more handsome. Then Gu Shi raised the cold wind staff, but without any movement. A bone spur appeared on the tip of his staff. However, the bone spur this time was no longer a broken sharp bone like before, but a flying sword made of white bones. Such a handsome action shocked the nearby players. Everyone looked at the reverse lich on Gu Shi's shoulders, thinking how great it would be if they had such a set of shoulder pads. It's just that there are still few such equipment, and blue equipment is not something you want. The players working here could only watch as Gu Shi spun around in front of them, and then left triumphantly. When walking outside, the iron chains without embedded objects will wave by themselves, seeming to challenge the player's inner bottom line. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Gu Shi asked Dire Weasel again, "Where can we exchange for the undead troops? What kind of troops are our elite undead? You can go to the barracks in front to change. There is a list of all the undead soldiers in the barracks. It just takes a while to mobilize the troops. But don't worry. Our guild will not have a problem in terms of troops. In addition to the guild garrison space, There is also a garrison world with small spaces that can be used to train soldiers anywhere. So the number of soldiers is not a problem. There are mainly 3 types of ordinary soldiers: skeletons, zombies and ghosts, all of which are level 3. If you have any needs for weapons, you can directly mention them when recruiting. If you don't mention that they gave it to you randomly, you won't be able to change it later. Elite units: there are only 3 elite units that we are open to recruiting. Leopard-headed ghouls are an agile type of soldier, transformed from a black panther after death unexpectedly. This just brings out the talents of ghouls. The average level is 4, with abilities such as stealth, sprint, and backstab, making them assassins on the battlefield. The Stitch Corpse is a fat green guy with an average level of 4. You should be familiar with this one, so I won't introduce it in detail. Finally, there is a kind that is really rare. If I were you, I would definitely choose this one. It is called the Withered One. It is what the druid transforms into after his death. He did not turn into a lich or a lich, but into this kind of thing. At first, I thought it was because of the lack of levels. Later, I thought about it, and thought that such a unit was actually quite acceptable. So I kept it. The average level was 4. As for the specifics, you will understand by yourself. The dire weasel said this, and Gushi understood the situation. It seemed that ordinary undead were the more common undead soldiers. Elite undead are undead soldiers that are rarely seen in ordinary times. These 3 types of elite undead can be recruited externally, which shows that this system has been formed. As for the undead that have not been taken out, they are either small in number or relatively expensive and not suitable for external sale. Gushi was not surprised by this. After all, if it were him, he would not sell smaller or more expensive units for sale. At this time, Gushi already had an idea in his mind. Under the leadership of Dire Weasel, he quickly arrived at the barracks of Yuchaoyang Guild of Light. This was Gushi's first time entering a barracks. He thought it was a large square where troops could be concentrated. Unexpectedly, this barracks was not like this. Instead, it looked like a relatively large fortress. After entering, I found that there were many ferocious ferrets busy non-stop inside. After the ferocious weasel named Huang Jiu brought Gushi here, he didn't stay any longer. He said something to Gushi and left quickly. It can be seen that Huang Jiu is scared. He has his own things to do, and can't keep helping Gushi run here and there. Fortunately, there are quite a lot of ferocious weasels in the barracks, and they do a pretty good job. Gushi picked one at random, and took out his recruitment order. Seeing the numbers on the recruitment order, the ferocious weasel said, 100 ordinary undead, plus 50 elite undead. Right? No problem. Do you need to choose the type of troops? For ordinary undead, I choose ghosts. For elite undead, I want the wither. I asked about it when I came here. Well, there happens to be a group of witherers that have been trained. You have to come earlier, because the witherers may not be in stock yet. As he spoke, he also called to his companions to mobilize troops. Luckily for the wither, there was no good choice. As for ghosts, he also asked Gushi what he thought. Ask Gushi if he wants a ghost that is more aggressive or has other special attributes. Gushi had his own ideas about these ghosts. Gushi had brought ghosts from Chaoyang Guild before, and he knew very well that the ghosts here actually move forward in 2 routes. The Yifeng Camp and the Ghostly Camp are 2 different routes after the ghost levels are upgraded. One is faster in movement, and the other is thicker in life. Gushi has used these 2 kinds of ghosts on the road, and he has a better feel for the ghosts that move faster. As for life, for ghosts, they either have to be immune to physical attacks, or they are killed directly. Is it useful to live longer? So when Gushi heard what the ferocious weasel said, he immediately made his choice. Chapter 210: The Wither Troops. Please wait here. 100 ghost speed types. 50 witherers. A little faster. The dire weasel asked Gushi to wait aside, and he quickly made arrangements and asked his colleagues to call in 100 ghosts and 50 withered ones. The ghosts didn't have any characteristics. Even if they were finally divided into the Yifeng Camp and the Ghost Camp, their appearance didn't change much. Instead, it was the withered one that surprised Gushi. He had previously known that these blighters were transformed from druids after their death, but he never expected that the withered one in front of him would look like this. These are clearly a group of special tree demons. They have human heads, arms and bodies, but their lower body is that of a deer. A spear and staff made of tree vines were in their hands. But what Gushi noticed was not this, but that there were some mushrooms growing on their deer skins. As you run forward, the mushroom spores scatter in all directions. Wither, Level 4. Summoned Object Experience, 0/750. Attack 8 plus 3 Vine Spear. Defense 8. Life 45. Ammunition 8. Skills, Undead Creature. Non-stop marching, immune to all slowdown skills. Poison. Spore Recovery. Looking at the attributes of the withered in front of him, Gushi couldn't help but sigh. It was worthy of being an elite undead. With such strength and ability, it was stronger than ordinary undead in every way. This kind of wither has melee and long-range capabilities, and can also use spell attacks, and even replenish blood. This is a snake oil unit on the battlefield, and it is more suitable no matter where it is placed. With the addition of such a force, Gushi will have more tactics to choose from in combat. This is a good thing for Gushi. Although he didn't know what happened in Victoria City, the fact that Luna and the others didn't come back meant that something was wrong there. Gushi must now station troops to ensure that he has enough strength to take care of the affairs of Victoria City. Even if you can't take advantage of this incident in Victoria City, you must ensure that your interests will not be robbed by others. These troops are exactly what Gushi needs most now. With Gushi's current military strength, he might be able to protect himself in Victoria City. These soldiers are all here. Do you want to help you send them to the designated place? When all the soldiers were called out, the dire weasel looked at Gushi. No. I'll take them away directly. As Gushi spoke, a city gate appeared behind him, because it is now located in a barracks. The city gate is not open too wide, but it is enough to allow the ghosts and wither men to enter. Faced with such a situation, all the ferocious weasels in the barracks were stunned. They had seen various ways of leading troops, but they had never seen anything like this. After collecting all the troops, Gushi made another special trip to the guild store. This time he is no longer a trainee member, so he also has certain purchasing rights in the guild store. Gushi chose the magic potion as soon as he came over. This time he got a large bottle of magic potion, which can directly replenish 2,000 mana points at a time. In fact, for Gushi, he really wanted to buy that huge bottle of magic potion that could directly replenish 5,000 mana points. But the problem is that his current mana has not reached that level, so it would be a bit of a waste to buy more. At the same time, his authority in the guild store has not reached this standard, so he can only buy large bottles of magic potions. Helplessly, Gushi could only accept it. However, at this time, Gushi was already planning to build an alchemy laboratory in Eredovii after returning to produce various magic potions, lest you end up needing mana but no potions available. After buying all the supplies he needed, Gushi did not return to the apartment building assigned to him by the guild, but instead came to the place where he had agreed to enter and leave Aladovi City from the beginning. Here, Gushi opened the door to Eredovi, holding the cold wind staff, and strode in. When Gushi appeared again, he naturally appeared in front of the assembly hall of Aladovi City. At this time, Demi was still sitting on the steps waiting for Gushi. It's just that with the entry of a large number of undead, Aladovi is obviously more viable. Is there no news from Luna yet? Glancing at Demi, who had his feet crossed, Gushi asked somewhat worriedly. 4 owls have been refreshed, and 1 has not returned yet. Gushi understood the situation as soon as he heard it. The owls in the owl building will not refresh unless they die. Now that 4 of them have been refreshed, it means that 4 of them died on the road. The one that didn't come back didn't know whether it was looking for Luna or it couldn't fly back to report the news. This made Gushi feel helpless. There was nothing he could do because of the lack of information. But now that he has exited the last game world, he wants to try again and see the Hearthstone leading to Victoria City. He should know the situation. I see. Could you please keep an eye on it for me? I have something else to deal with first. After taking only 2 steps, Gushi remembered the ghost and the withered one who had just come in. He pointed at these ghosts and said, the ghosts will find their own team and return to the team. The withered ones will go to the magic plant area. After arranging them all, Gushi rushed to the hut entering Victoria City. At this time, the fire in the hut was still burning, and the wood in the fire was not affected much. The situation was no different from when Gushi came before. Gushi walked to the fireplace and put his hand on the hearthstone. The next moment, Gushi's hand was bounced away. But this time, the force of the bounce was no longer as strong as before. This made Gushi's eyes light up with joy. Although there was still a rebound, the force was obviously not as strong as before, which showed that Gushi's idea was correct. He had a chance to enter Victoria City. So Gushi put some force on his hand and prepared to forcefully activate the power of the Hearthstone. Just then, Gushi heard Shea's voice coming from the fire. Look! We have determined the coordinates. Then before Gushi could react, the fire in the fireplace suddenly rose, and Shea jumped out of the flames with several people. Before she could see clearly what was going on. A gust of wind blew by, and Luna also jumped out of the flames with a large number of ghosts. As soon as they stood firm, they saw Gushi standing by the hearthstone. Luna and Shea quickly lowered their heads. My lord, why are you here? The war in Sanxian Garden is over. Seeing that you haven't come back, I don't know what happened in Victoria's City. I'm a little worried. Having said that, Gushi did not explain any further, but asked directly, what happened in Victoria's City? Why was your contact interrupted? Chapter 211, Dead Rising Victoria. Under Gushi's inquiry, Luna quickly explained the situation in Victoria's City. It turned out that the incident at Westminster Abbey last time added the final fuel to Victoria's already precarious situation. The powder keg of Victoria was detonated. The 7th urban transformation has begun early. For the nobles in Victoria, this was an opportunity and carnival. But for Aradovi City, this is a big trouble. Because in this mirror world, a new Aradovi City will appear again. This will make the already chaotic mirror space even more chaotic. If it were just this, it would be fine. At most, there would be more cities that can be conquered in the mirror world where Aridov is. But this chaos temporarily cut off the connection between Aladovi City and Victoria's City. The two cities became inseparable, and Luna and Sayal were trapped in Victoria's City and could not return. If the owl said by she hadn't desperately delivered the letter to Luna, maybe Luna would have planned to take Shea to the Mirror Underground Palace again. As soon as Luna explained the situation, Gushi turned to look at Shea. At this time, Gushi noticed that there were several undead beings following Shaya. Except for the leader of the skeleton mage. Several of these undead looked like something Gushi had never seen before. Their skin looked like it had been burned through mud LS, and there were lines of flames on the surface of the skin. Who are these? Gushi pointed at these undead spirits and asked. They are the housekeeper I hired to take care of the small building, the sheriff of Greenwich Street, and the girl from the neighbor's house. But something has happened, and their situation may not be good. Shea explained the origins of these undead. Gushi glanced at them and thought that their situation was not very good. They had already become undead. How could they be better? However, Gushi did not complain about these people, but asked, what's Victoria's situation now? What else could it have been? A cinder riot. Shea curled her lips. Cinder? It's the steam power behind a small building? Why are they rioting? Are they rioting because there is a lack of this in the city? Gushi became even more confused as he listened. No, sir. In fact, their current condition is that of incomplete combustion of coal slag. Them? Cinder? Gushi looked at the undead in front of him in surprise. He could not tell at all that there was any direct connection between these undead and Cinder. Perhaps seeing that Gushi was unclear about the relationship. Shea quickly explained. Actually, Cinder disease first appeared in steam factories. To use the church's parlance, those workers were constantly exposed to the power of steam, and their bodies slowly carbonized. This carbonization is irreversible, and can only be resisted by taking the breath of other living beings. However, people who are sucked out of the human breath by carbonizers, even if they are not workers in steam factories, will also suffer from this carbonization disease. They are going to inhale other people's breath of life again. In addition, some people have discovered that the corpses of workers who died due to carbonization are the best fuel. Therefore, workers who are sick are generally not taken for treatment. Instead, they are locked up in the factory until they die. Even if a few patients with carbonization escape from the steam factory, they cannot escape the pursuit of the factory owners. Oh my god! Even the bones of this worker were sold. Listening to Shaya's explanation, Gushi couldn't help but be stunned. Even though he was a necromancer, he thought those factory owners in Victoria's City had gone too far. This incident was not a big deal. Many people in Victoria knew about this situation, but everyone had to fight hard to survive. The Cinder riots actually had many reasons. The most critical point was that someone planned to rebuild Victoria's City. Your Excellency remembers the rise in land prices in Camden? Remember. Gushi must remember this incident, because it was because of this incident that he and Shea became connected. This is actually because some nobles have heard the news and are hoarding land. As a result, something happened in Westminster Abbey, and the attention of the Victoria's City Church, the military, and the royal family was focused on it. And some nobles began to make small plans. They chose to demolish part of the building. For example, If a block burns down and considering that it cannot be rebuilt, the state will take it back and manage it. I've been staying in Victoria to deal with this problem. They're really having fun. Gushi somewhat disdained the methods used by those nobles. But they played bad tricks and set fire without the ability to put out the fire. The fire burned near the Isis River. As a result, someone was transporting a large number of poor people there to send them to the steam factory to let them work. Most of these poor people have already suffered from carbonization disease, because they have been locked up. Not many people know about it. But this fire has freed them. Relying on their survival instincts, these poor people ran around Victoria City, frantically absorbing the scent of strangers. The carbonization disease spread from 1 to 2, and then to 4, spreading more and more. Finally, all of Victoria was a walking cinder block. When Gushi heard this, he understood that Victoria was trying to kill herself. The current situation is clearly a carbonized version of Resident Evil. Then how was Victoria's condition when you came back? I'm afraid it's not too optimistic. The church and the royal family are all focusing on Westminster Abbey, and there is simply no spare time. The army had no orders and could not march into the city, and the nobles' private soldiers could not withstand the attack and could only defend their territory. So I am afraid that the current Victoria City is no longer good. Rebuilding after being razed to the ground by fire is the best possible outcome. After hearing this, Gushi finally understood why the city of Eridovis judged that the city of Victoria was undergoing its 7th transformation. It seems that this city is not undergoing a radical change, but is being directly razed and rebuilt. Then my small building over there? The small building was still there when we came here, but we can't say whether it can be preserved. Hearing this, Gushi also fell silent. He had already heard that the situation in Victoria City was quite complicated, and it would be of little use to invest as little troops as he could. But when Gushi was about to give up Victoria City, he saw Luna. Gushi understood that Luna and Aladovi City were closely connected. Even if he could expand the city of Eridovii through other means now, he had no way to cut off the connection between the city of Eridovii and the city of Victoria. If we forcibly abandon Victoria City now and try to connect to it later, it will be difficult. Chapter 212 Integrating into the Blood Cellar Area. If we send troops to garrison this small building, can we hold it down? Gushi quickly asked a question. Luna and Sayal looked at each other, and finally shook their heads at the same time. Why? Has the situation reached this point? No, sir. Victoria is undergoing changes right now. Even the Mirror Palace may not be easy to get to. We are lucky to be able to return. There is no way to send a large number of troops over there. Luna said this somewhat helplessly. She also understood why Gushi made this suggestion. But this time the connection between Victoria and Aridov was forcibly interrupted, and even she could not guarantee the communication between them. It would be better if Gushi's heartstone was of higher quality, but it was only of green quality, and Luna couldn't do anything no matter how anxious she was. Then all the people in the room fell silent. Only Gushi was tapping the table gently, spreading his thoughts. He recalled the supplies and props he could take out one by one, thinking about whether there was any way to solve this situation. If that doesn't work, Gushi can try to attack Aladovita with his current strength. Maybe there can be connected to the Mirror Underground Palace, and then we can fight back to Victoria City from the Mirror Underground Palace. However, I am afraid that the troops consumed along the way will be relatively large. Gushi didn't care about the consumption of troops. The only thing he was worried about was that he would capture Aladovita and not be able to enter the Mirror Underground Palace, which would be a bit embarrassing. Just when Gushi was at a loss what to do, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. The key to this matter actually lies in the incident at Westminster Abbey. Gushi happened to have a copy of the crystal in his hand, which was about the great event at Westminster Abbey. In other words, he can transfer to Victoria City through a copy. Thinking of this, Gushi stood up immediately. Luna, let's go through Westminster Abbey. Ah? Luna looked shocked. However, after Gushi explained his plan to Luna, Luna said seriously, my lord's plan is really possible to come true. As long as it can be done, everyone should get ready. The Westminster Abbey event is a level 5 to 10 instance, so we need to adjust our forces and everything. Luna, I just got the land deed, and it has been placed in the meeting hall. You go and integrate it. The other 20 architectural design drawings are all up to you. Don't worry. Sir, I will take care of this matter. Then Gushi turned to look at Shaya. Shaya, you just stay in Aladovi City and help me deal with the intelligence matter first. You will still be able to contribute to the copy this time. Yes. Shaya's response was quite straightforward. Finally, Gushi looked at the half-cinders and said, "As for these people, just stay in the city for now. I don't know where to place them." At this moment, the person Shaya called the neighbor's girl stood up. "My lord, can you transform me into an undead?" Gushi looked at this person with some confusion. "You want to transform into an undead?" "Yes. I am already half alive and half dead. So I hope I can transform into a spirit and escape this fate." Gushi did not answer directly, but looked at the others. However, these few people were not as courageous as this young lady. When Gushi looked over, they all shrank their heads. Even the housekeeper Shaya was looking for did not dare to look at Gushi. "Okay. It's not difficult to transform you into an undead. There are many ways to transform the undead. I have one more advantage than others. That is, I am a city of death. You can carry out further transformation in my city. Just what do you want to transform it into? Contracting the undead is obviously not good. I am currently stuck at the peak of level 4. I cannot contract another undead until I reach level 5, or the level of the undead contract is advanced. And in your current situation, it is obvious that you do not have the talent to become the leader of the undead. When you transform here, you can only transform into ordinary undead soldiers at most. And there are almost no other directions." Listening to Gushi's words, the neighbor's little sister said seriously, "Sir, my family used to make alchemical potions. I still remember many of the recipes. I can do these jobs. That's okay. I happen to have a lot of crucibles in my hands. Although they are all dead crucibles. Dead things may not have a chance to come back to life. I can give you this opportunity. Go find Demi later, and ask her if she needs help in the alchemy lab." "Demi? You'll find out later when you follow Luna out. She usually sits in the council hall." Seeing that Gushi had arranged for the girl next door, the others looked up at Gushi. It's just that Gushi doesn't want to use it at all against these courageous guys. He pointed at these half-cinders and said, "You will be responsible for guarding this hut from now on." As soon as Gushi finished speaking, a mysterious force locked these half-cinders in the hut. Then Gushi opened the door and walked out. Shaya, who was following Gushi, also looked at these half-cinders with some helplessness. She didn't know what they were thinking. They could turn such a good opportunity into what they are now. As soon as he left the door, Gushi felt a burst of red light coming from behind the 100-armed giant cemetery area. There was a strong smell of blood in the red light, which was the blood cellar title deed that Gushi had just acquired and was integrated into the city. Blood cellar title deed is successfully fused. City experience +2. Level 2 vampire mansion is activated. City experience +6. Level 2 blood garden is activated. City experience +4. Level 3 blood pool is activated. City experience +6. Level 4 vampire statue is activated. City experience +4. Level 4 blood throne is activated. City experience +4. Level 3 Batcave is activated. City experience +3. As a series of messages popped up, Gushi was surprised to find that his Death City experience had increased a lot. Such a discovery made Gushi happy. He stretched out his hand, and the evil coffin appeared in front of him. Gushi turned over and sat on the evil coffin, pointing the cold wind staff in the direction of the blood. "Let's go over there and have a look." Upon hearing this, Siegwan quickly rushed in that direction, and his speed almost threw Gushi out. After rushing out some distance, Luna appeared behind Gushi. "Sir, the construction queue has been arranged." "Okay." Gushi tightly grasped the iron chain on the evil coffin and responded to Luna's words vaguely. Behind the evil coffin, Demi and Shea were following closely behind at a super high speed. They also wanted to go around the blood cellar area they had just integrated into. Chapter 213 Blood Cellar Area. After passing the empty 100-armed giant cemetery area, Gushi's eye came to the edge of the 100-armed giant cemetery area. The ground here sank rapidly, and there were dark red marks on the broken steps and moss-covered blue bricks. If you stand in the edge corridor and look down, you will find that the sunken plot is filled with thick blood mist. As soon as Gushi's evil coffin stopped, Shea and Demi quickly appeared. Demi sniffed, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Poisoned blood is boring. Although Demi said this, her eyes kept falling on the blood cellar area in front of her. Looking from top to bottom, all the buildings in the blood cellar area are built around a cross-shaped building in the middle of the area. The cross-shaped building looked like a European-style manor building. The entire building was made of bluestone. Under the blood mist, the building looked quite dark. Outside the building, there are a large number of vines, which give people a sense of disrepair from a distance. On the left and right sides of the manor, There is an outdoor swimming pool full of black blood and a garden full of bloody fruits. When the wind blows through the garden, the fruits in the garden will actually smile. Voice. Go down and have a look. Gushi slapped the evil coffin, and the evil coffin carried Gushi downwards. Several of Gushi's men also jumped down quickly and followed Gushi. When Gushi fell into the blood cellar, he first saw the vampire statue built on the roadside. It's not so much a statue as it is an anatomical doll of a vampire, directly displaying the vampire's skin, muscles, internal organs and bones. At the same time, Gushi noticed that there were many vampire corpses hanging on the roadside, and iron spikes made of mahogany or silver were nailed on all the vampires. When Gushi came over, these apparently dead vampires actually opened their eyes, and their gazes followed Gushi's movement. Faced with such a situation, Gushi was also speechless. What do these count for? Background? Or is it a built-in auxiliary building? Fortunately, there were not many vampires pinned to the roadside like this. And soon Gushi saw the road leading to the vampire mansion. The roads on the ground are also paved with bluestone slabs, and the weapons used by vampires and vampire hunters are engraved on the slabs. It was obvious that this was explaining to Gushi that the vampires trained in the vampire mansion in front of him were the kind of vampires who knew how to fight. When Gushi and the others arrived at the vampire mansion, Gushi found that the door of the mansion had been opened. Several men wearing mail armor and black cloaks, holding long swords in their hands, were standing at the gate, waiting for Gushi. The arrival of news. However, Gushi noticed that at the fountain in front of the vampire mansion, there was a throne made of countless bats. The water from the fountain was pouring on the throne, turning into blood and flowing into the pool. Without waiting for Gushi to say anything, Dimi took a step forward, stepped into the fountain, and reached out to touch the throne. Gushi turned to look at Dimi. What? You want it? Ah. No. 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 Dimi is also a little embarrassed. The blood throne has a certain attraction for Dimi, but it is not necessary for Dimi. She didn't know why she walked up to the blood throne as soon as she saw it. Dimi looked at Gushi awkwardly. Gushi didn't care about this. He waved to Dimi and said, It's okay. We will stay here for a while. You can continue. Dimi blushed and lost the aura of the noble lady before. She pulled her head back and followed Gushi. At this time, Gushi turned his attention to the men standing at the door. Gushi found that in addition to the two-handed sword, there was a silver medal in their hands. He was stunned for a moment before he understood what was going on. So Gushi took a medal and hung it on the man's chest. In the next moment, the man's aura obviously increased a lot. At the same time, green blood began to appear on the sword in his hand. This shows that this man's strength has been improved to a certain extent when the medal was placed. Thank you, sir. The man lowered his head to Gushi. At this moment, Gushi was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed. This was the first time. The first time Gushi heard the soldier speak. Sir Vampire? Gushi asked. Yes. As long as you wear the medal, you will become a vampire knight. If you wear it before being recruited, the recruitment fee will increase. After being recruited, you will need enough experience to wear it. Sir Vampire answered seriously. His response was a bit rigid and not as flexible as Dimi. Gushi was not surprised by this. After all, he could only be regarded as a soldier, not even a leader. Then wear them all. Combat experience can be gained in battle, but level must be given priority. Gushi didn't want to drag these vampires with him, so he had to upgrade his level first. Wouldn't it be easier to get combat experience after he had the level? There is no need to keep dragging this thing out just for a little negative energy. After hearing Gushi's words, all the men standing at the door had smiles on their faces. There was no need for Gushi to do anything. They just hung the medals on their chests themselves. After all the vampires were promoted to vampire knights, Gushi recruited them all. Then Gushi glanced at Dimi and found that Dimi was looking up at the sky. It was impossible for Dimi to lead the team before the 3 large buildings were built. Saya, take these vampires with you first. They should be agile. When Gushi asked this question, he looked at the vampire knights and was waiting for their answers. Yes. Dimi, who didn't want to stand aside, said. Their movement method is somewhat similar to teleportation, but the range is smaller than formal teleportation. They can send themselves behind the enemy. However, the weapons they used were not suitable for assassins to fight. After they teleport, it is most appropriate to go directly to kill them. As a leader with potential, Dimi has a clear grasp of the 3 arms he can control. Just by looking at it, She could see how the vampire knights in front of her could be used. Shea was stunned for a moment, and then thanked Demi. Without Dimitai's words, she could actually control these vampires. But it would take her a lot of time to get familiar with them. With Demi's reminder, she could control everything in the shortest time. No matter what. Demi's words deserve a thank you from Shea. At this time, Gushi had also finished visiting the blood garden next to the vampire mansion, and had seen the Batcave a little further back, near the edge of the blood cellar area, and had now returned to the main entrance of the vampire mansion. Chapter 214 New Building Barracks. Luna, please deal with the blood cellar area. Everything that should be there should be connected with the 100-armed giant cemetery area. Treat this as the periphery of the 100-armed giant cemetery area. Looking at Shaya, who was directing the vampire knight to move, Gushi hesitated for a moment, and finally gave Luna an order. After hearing this order, Luna also glanced at Shea. She understood that Gushi's order meant that the vampires produced in the blood cellar area would be mainly distributed to Demi in the 100-armed giant cemetery area. At this time, Luna also had a question in her mind. Can Demi do it? Let's arrange it this way first. The blood garden and blood pool are the prerequisites for the construction of the secluded house. Now we just need a level 3 alchemy laboratory. Let's see if we can join the team later and build the alchemy laboratory first. Luna can answer this question. Sir, it's okay to jump in line and build the alchemy laboratory first. But the alchemy laboratory needs to be upgraded to level 3, which needs to meet the standards. We don't even have a level 1 alchemy laboratory now, so there's no point in jumping in line. After hearing this, Gushi could only sigh in the end. Even if we want to meet the standard, we must at least have a level 1 alchemy laboratory first. Let's do it first. Okay, sir. Seeing Gushi's insistence, Luna said nothing more. Anyway, the alchemy laboratory is also in the team. It's just that the construction time is moved forward. After saying this, several people left the blood cellar area. At this time, Gushi still had many things to deal with. Before the battle of the undead natural disaster array began, Gushi was already building 2 core buildings, barracks and magic tower. Later, Gushi sent back Sherfin's architectural design drawings. But at that time Gushi asked Luna to give priority to the city gate and moat. Because of the incident in Victoria City, Gushi never checked the construction status. Anyway, Gushi only knew that at the end of the battle of the undead natural disaster array, the city gate had not been built yet. As for when he came back, he was so focused on the fact that Luna had not returned that he really didn't notice whether there was a new gate in Aladovi City. Now that Luna has returned and the direction of things in Victoria City has been determined, Gushi also plans to go and see the changes that have taken place in Aladovi City during this time. Luna and Shea also knew what Gushi was thinking, and they all followed Gushi when he got into the evil coffin. Luna wanted to follow Gushi. When Gushi had any needs, she would deal with them immediately. Shaya positioned herself as Gushi's bodyguard, following Gushi to protect him. As for Demi, she just wanted to follow him and watch the fun. The 3 of them quickly followed the evil coffin just like before. No matter how fast the evil coffin accelerated, they could not get rid of him. Soon they returned to the original city of Aradovi. At this time, Luna flew in front of Gushi and led the way. They turned a corner and arrived at the position where Gushi and the others had entered the city from Aladovita. Here at this time, a new building has appeared between the houses. The situation of this building is quite abrupt, as the style and size of the building are different from those of the nearby houses. The building built with bluestone slabs looks 4 stories high and the size of a football field from the outside. In front of the tall gate, there were 2 skeleton soldiers holding spears. Gushi's war flag fluttered on the top of this building. This building is one of the most important core buildings. The barracks. The barracks have the function of recruiting troops and dispatching troops. At the same time, the troops were reorganized and leaders and warriors were sent out of the city to complete the mission. But they could not avoid the barracks. It can be said that without barracks, the fighting capacity of the troops in the city will be reduced by half. Gushi jumped off the evil coffin in front of the gate and strode towards the barracks. Before he could say anything, the 2 skeleton soldiers guarding the barracks helped Gushi open the door. Then a zombie with heavy armor and a scar on his face walked out of the barracks. As soon as he saw Gushi, he said with a serious face, "Fugu has met you." "Sir." Building name, barracks. Level 1, can be upgraded. Characteristic: reorganize no more than 5,000 soldiers to ensure that all soldiers enjoy the special effects of the player, if a unit dies in battle after reorganization. Other soldiers can be quickly replaced to replace its weapons and equipment. Send 3 troops at the same time to complete city missions, mission level 1 to 3. It can store 1,000 sets of weapons and equipment. Discover the invasion and attack on our city one day in advance. Barracks Sergeant Major, Fu Gu, level 1. Features impact. Brave, on combat missions outside the city. The success rate increases by 10%. Thoughtful, when returning from combat missions, you can bring back supplies or treasure chests +1. Eagle Eye, when the enemy invades, you can check the number of enemies in advance. And you can randomly discover level 1 spies sneaking into the city. Explanation. Fu Gu's level is equal to that of the barracks. But he has extremely strong combat effectiveness. If there is no hero or leader level in the city and encounters an invasion, Fu Gu will direct the defensive battle. Very well. I want to see the barracks. My lord. Please come this way. Fu Gu didn't ask Gu Shi what he wanted to see. He just gave up a position. After entering the barracks, Gu Shi saw weapons and equipment all over the wall. He found that among these weapons and equipment, there were actually the assassin-type skeleton soldiers from the beginning, as well as the weapons of the spear skeleton soldiers that had been wiped out. It seems that this is a record of all the undead troops that Gu Shi has come into contact with since he became a necromancer. In the center of the barracks is a square table, with a sand table some distance away from Aladovi City and nearby places on the table. There are many small flags of different colors on the sand table to represent Gu Shi's troops stationed in the city. Among these small flags, only the small flag representing the bone-cutting camp is the most obvious. The other small flags are small and have no patterns on them. Sir, there are 11 different undead leaders in the city now. Do we need to reorganize the troops? 11? Gu Shi was stunned for a moment. Except for Dimi, the undead leader with potential as a leader. The other undead leaders have no names. Gu Shi usually doesn't pay much attention to them. They are just undead leaders. The undead leader calls him this. But he doesn't know that the number of undead leaders now has reached 11. Think about it. There are 2 bones-cutting battalions. 1 skeleton leader. 1 skeleton mage leader. 1 skeleton archer leader. And the 6 new bosses, who have just joined the final battle team. Isn't this the 11th one? It seems that Fu Gu has already figured out all the skeleton leaders under Gu Shi. Forget it. There is no need to reorganize the team. Let all the undead leaders bring a full complement of undead, and you will organize all the other undead. Chapter 215 Expedition Mission. Yes, sir. In response to Gu Shi's order, Fu Gu acted quickly. Gu Shi noticed that the various colored flags in the sandbox changed again. In addition to the small flags of the bone-cutting camp, some of the small flags have additional numbers on them, numbered from 1 to 9. Then, there are small flags of different colors with nothing on them. However, Fu Gu could tell from the small flags what troops these small flags represented. When Fu Gu was reorganizing his troops, Gu Shiza came to the sand table. He noticed that there were 3 messages, 1 white and 2 green, in the sky above the sand table. Task, cleaning the sewer 1 white. Enemies, 200 rats, level 0 to 5. Dr. Rat, level 5. Boss. Requirements, 100 undead soldiers, 1 undead leader, 10 units of food. Departure time, 12 hours. Success rate, 0%. Return rewards, supplies, a large amount. Soldier and boss experience, a large amount. Treasure chests, possibly. Explanation. This is a cleaning operation for the sewers of Aladoti City. When Gu Shi looked at the sand table, Fu Gu also walked over. Sir, do you need to conduct a combat mission? Let me do it. I learned it. Sending troops to go on an expedition was something Gu Shi had learned at the Netherbone Wind Academy. He quickly picked up the small flag placed on the sand table and quickly placed it on the task in front of him. As he was putting it in, Gu Shi was still mumbling. Put a zombie leader in the sewer and bring 50 zombies with axes and shields. Don't care about the other things. Put up the defense first. Then the sewer will be smaller. What was said in class at that time is that it is the most suitable place to release rats and insects. Force. This time we are going to fight mice. So arrange 50 groups of corpse flies. So the combat effectiveness is enough. Let me check the success rate. 87%. That's it. Send out troops. Following Gu Shi's order, a horn sounded above the barracks. Then several small flags disappeared in Gu Shi's hands. And at the same time, a picture of a troop heading out for battle appeared on the sand table. Fu Gu had been watching Gu Shi's operations from the side. He didn't comment too much on Gu Shi's methods. In Fu Gu's eyes, Although the troops said by Gushi were not the optimal solution, they would definitely not cause any major problems, as long as it can be stable and not take risks. It is enough in Fugu's opinion. After dispatching a troop, Gushi immediately became interested and quickly made arrangements for the remaining 2 troop dispatching tasks. Quest, Mist and Shadow, Green. Enemy, 200 Phantoms, level 0 to 5. Phantom Boss, level 5. Defensive type. Send, 1 Skeleton Boss, Lancer, 100 Skeleton Spearman, 20 units of food. Departure time, 24 hours. Success rate, 96%. Return rewards, supplies, a large amount. Soldier and boss experience, a large amount. Treasure chests, possibly. Explanation: it is very important for the city to clear out the enemies around it from time to time. Mission, Border Patrol, Green. Enemies, 200 Weird Plants, level 0 to 5. Weird Piranha, level 5. Sure Kill. Send, 1 Skeleton Shooter Leader, 100 Skeleton Shooters, 20 units of food. Departure time, 24 hours. Success rate, 88%. Return rewards, supplies, a large amount. Soldier and boss experience, a large amount. Treasure chests, possibly. Explanation: an abnormal situation is found at the border of the magic plant zone. Please deal with it quickly. After all the tasks were arranged, Gushi looked at Fugu. How often does this mission take place? Unless there are special circumstances, there are only 3 tasks for the time being. Complete one and refresh a new one. Next time if there are white level tasks, you will be the one to arrange them. I will come over and take a look at the green level tasks. Yes, sir, Fugu responded decisively. It's not that Gushi doesn't value the right to dispatch troops in the barracks, but the white level is just a battle for soldiers to practice. As long as you send a leader to deal with the other side's leader, the mission is basically completed. Unlike green level missions, you need to consider the attributes of the opponent's leader and choose the troops that will restrain the opponent's leader. For example, if the opponent has the ability to kill, then Gushi will either use his subordinates to attack first or use long-range subordinates, and he will definitely not let the opponent get close to him. For example, if the opponent has a magic ability to attack a group of people, then sending out an assassin is definitely the most appropriate choice at this time. Gushi had to memorize the entire text of the restraint methods in the Netherbone Wind Academy. Now it can be said that Gushi directly and instinctively selected the corresponding manpower. As a result, his selection was quite good, and the success rate was not lower than the 75% warning line. After arranging the troops to attack, Gushi walked around the barracks again. The barracks at this time are only at level 1, and many of the unique features of the barracks have not yet been enabled. However, the corresponding positions have been reserved in the barracks. Gushi walked around here and was quite satisfied. Fugu, the next step is to leave the barracks to you. I don't need to tell you more about the importance of the barracks. I want you to promise that as long as you are here, the stability of the barracks and the mobilization of the troops must be done to the best of my ability. Please rest assured. Sir, as long as I am here, there will be no problems with the defense of the barracks and Aladovi City. Good. Gushi patted Fugu on the shoulder, turned around and walked out. My lord, where are we going next? At this time, Luna floated in front of Gushi. The construction of the garrison city gate is a priority. Right? Is this city gate completed now? It has been completed. And the moat and arrow tower are also under construction. Do we want to go over and take a look? Go over and have a look, and then go to the magic tower after you're done. Gushi thought about it, and finally made a decision. After all, it would take some time to deal with the magic tower. At the same time, he also planned to build a building that could be transformed from the bone magic lamp next to the magic tower, which would require some time for special processing. If you get busy, you won't have time to go over and check on the city gate. So he planned to go see the door first. After all, the city gate is the key to his use of the City of Death in battle. Luna had no objection to Gushi's choice. She just led the way. However, as they walked, Gushi discovered that they seemed to have left the earliest urban area and were about to enter the magic plant area where the land was divided. Looking at the twisted giant tree that had been planted on the roadside, Gushi couldn't help but ask, Luna, why was the city gate built here this time? Sir, the last time there was a big war here. A few pieces of fog were broken. From time to time in the fog, there would be strange shadows passing through and entering Aladovi City. Building the city gates, moats and arrow towers here can play a certain defensive role. Chapter 216 Attack on the Edge of the City. After Luna explained this, Gushi realized that his Aradovi was not absolutely safe. His military strength is still somewhat lacking. But Gushi immediately changed the topic. Luna, I plan to place the wither and corpse flies in the magic plant area. Is there enough land here now? Probably not. When the demon plant zone was attacked last time, only one large plot of land remained. We can't build 2 military training camps here at the same time. That's a problem. Gushi sighed. The territory was still too small. It seemed that he had to find some new sources of land somewhere. After all, in addition to the lack of land in the magic plant area, there is also a lack of land in the 100-armed giant cemetery area. The cemetery, tomb and secluded house that Demi needs require 3 large plots of land. There are only 2 places there now, and Gushi still needs to find a way to squeeze out another piece of land. These are all things. While thinking about this matter, Gushi and the others had already arrived at the edge of the magic plant area. The city gate had been built at this time. Because it was built in the magic plant area, the city gate naturally also had the style of the magic plant area. The city gate in front of me looks like a city gate that has been abandoned for a long time. Although the building is still there, it is hidden among the plants. Seen from a distance, it doesn't look like a city gate at all. Outside the city gate, there was endless fog. Standing at the city gate, Gushi could see black figures flashing through the fog from time to time. Shea, go try it, and see if the city gate can be used. Originally, Gushi just wanted to come over and take a look at the city gate before leaving. But seeing a city gate like this, Gushi had to think more about whether the city gate in front of him could be used. Don't really start a fight then. The city gate cannot be closed. That would be ridiculous. Shea turned over and jumped near the city gate. She pushed lightly, and a large number of vines appeared at the city gate, sealing the city gate tightly. Seeing this situation, Gushi knew that he didn't need to look any further. This city gate was stronger than the one Gushi had been using, and it was obviously more spiritual. As the city gate was opened again, Gushi knew that the city gate could be used. When he fought in the future, he could deploy troops from different angles at the same time. While Gushi was studying the city gate, the construction of the moat outside the city gate had also been completed. Compared to the city gate that doesn't even have a city wall, the moat in front of us is different. It directly separates the magic plant area from the fog. If you want to cross the river, please go to the city gate. Oh, that's not right. There is no suspension bridge at the city gate. Even if you see the city gate, you can't cross the river. There is strong green acid flowing in this moat. As long as a person steps into it, he will lose 3 points of life every second. It can be said that this is the best defense. As for the fact that moats and city walls can be summoned to the battlefield only at level 9 of Death City, Gushi also knows. But the problem is, just because it is needed at level 9, Gushi should not stop building a moat. Then if his city still needs to defend itself, what should he do if Aladovi City is attacked? That's why Gushi would not be so stupid as not to build a moat and a city wall. He threw the murderous water plants into the moat, and watched them grow rapidly in the strong acid of the moat. Gushi nodded with satisfaction. Then he said to Luna, "By the way, we will move the construction location of the lonely pedestrian square here. If we build a city gate here, we will need a place to store troops. The troops cannot be left standing in the woods." "Good," Luna said. She noted it down. Then Gushi took another look at the tree root-shaped tentacles in the magic plant area. "Is it still in an inactivation state?" "Yes. I have never found out how to activate Shiamu Lake." Luna was also helpless about this. If it is a general building, there must be an activation condition if it is not activated. But the evil wood tree in front of me, which was formed by the green liquid flowing out of the tree roots, directly stated that it was in an inactive state without giving an explanation. This left Luna speechless. She arranged for many people to come over to check, but they couldn't find the corresponding method. You still have to keep an eye on this matter, so you don't end up in trouble if the magic plant area cannot be fully utilized. Please don't worry. "Sir, I will take care of it." While talking, Gushi jumped on the evil coffin again, preparing to go to the magic tower to have a look. At this moment, a roar came from the fog, and a new strange shadow flew out of the fog. This was the first time Gushi saw the flying shadow troops. There are not many of these shadows, but they are quite large. All of them have black heads the size of small cars, with 8 or 9 meters of hair trailing behind their heads, looking like hairtail fish flying in the sky. When they flew out of the fog, these huge heads screamed and rushed towards the city gate at the edge of the fog. Hell, this is not a good thing. Luna will mobilize her troops. Gargoyles, corpse flies, and skeleton mages. Shea will follow. Gushi took a look and pointed the cold wind staff decisively. Bone spur. The bone spur that turned into a sword-shaped stabbed the nearest person's head, like a flying sword. The flying head did not expect that Gushi would take the initiative to attack him. Without checking for a moment, he was pierced in the eye by the flying sword. The ice power on the flying sword instantly froze the head, and the head that lost control rolled and fell on the spot. Go to the newly built moat. After struggling in the moat that was full of corrosive acid, the head flew up again. But Gushi noticed that all the hair behind the head had disappeared. At this time, these heads also saw Gushi taking the initiative to attack, and they all screamed and rushed towards Gushi. But what Gushi didn't expect was that Dini, who had been following behind to watch the fun, actually took the initiative to attack. Her body floated like a ghost, and she came to a human head lightly and gracefully. Then her hands popped out sharp claws, pressing and tearing the car-sized head. The huge human head was torn into 2 pieces. The black liquid was all over the floor. Before other heads could rush towards her, Dimi turned around and struck back, and 3 roses of different colors were stuck on the 3 black heads. The blood-red roses caused the black head to shrink quickly, turning into a mummy and hitting the ground heavily. The dark blue rose tore the black head into pieces. Before the body fell to the ground, it turned into black spots of light and disappeared into the air. The gray-white roses tightly entangled the black heads, and finally used the black heads as nutrients to give birth to more and more gray-white roses. When Dimi took action, Shea also took action. She held a dagger in one hand and an elder stick in the other. She stood up and jumped on top of the black man's head. The 2 weapons crossed and hit the black man's head hard. Dimi, the undead leader, kills the evil flying head, level 3. You get 19 experience points. 19 points are saved when overflowed. And the undead leader gets 32 experience points. Shea, contracted undead, killed the evil flying head, level 4. You gain 24 experience points. 24 points of overflow were sealed. And the contracted undead gained 37 experience points. Chapter 217 Activating Evilwood Lake. After killing all the evil flying heads, Dimi gracefully took out a bottle of white wine, washed his hands, and then walked to stand behind Gushi, as if she was not the one who had taken action just now. Gushi was somewhat surprised by Dimi's reaction. What are you doing? I will not help you fight until the 3 buildings I requested are built. But if this city is attacked, I will definitely take action, Dimi said casually. His tone and attitude were like saying that when an apple is ripe, it will fall off the tree. Looking at Dimi's condition, Gushi couldn't say anything to her. After all, what Dimi said just now counted as a move. Gushi could only let people keep an eye on this place to stop the weird things that could rush into his city at any time. At this time, Shea also came over. Sir, there is something you might want to come over and take a look at. After hearing what Shaya said, Gushi didn't say anything more to Dimit and followed Shaya to the battlefield just now. At this time, Gushi discovered that there was some black liquid left at the place where Wei Fei's head died in battle. Gushi stretched out the cold wind staff and tapped the drops, and a message popped up in front of him. Discovered strange vomit, gray, *1. Weird evil liquid, gray. The liquid turned into after the death of a killed strange creature. This strange liquid seems to have a strange power in it. Special materials found. Please ask if you can unlock the activation effect of Evilwood Lake. Gushi was shocked. This was actually related to Shiemu Lake? Thinking of this, Gushi quickly checked the activation method of Shiemu Lake. Shiemu Lake, special building. Not activated. Use Shiemu Lake as a guide to attract strange creatures to come to get water, and surround and kill the strange creatures. Kill and throw 1,000 of the strange creatures left into the lake. Activate Evilwood Lake. After Evilwood Lake is activated, the vitality of all creatures in the city will be +10, and the attacks of all arrow towers in the city will automatically increase the poisonous attack effect. Poisonous clouds will automatically form over Evilwood Lake, changing the territorial environment of nearby areas. Looking at the activation method and the effect after activation, Gushi raised his head and glanced at the location of the tentacle roots. It seems that these evil flying heads were attracted by this thing. And if you want to activate this thing, there will be another battle. While Gushi was thinking about this problem, Luna had already rushed over with her troops. These troops were ordered to be mobilized when Gushi discovered the problem. But it seems to be a little late now. Keep the corpse flies. Luna will send some skeleton shooters over. The gargoyles will go back first. The skeleton mages will come over to clean the battlefield and send the black liquid to the lake over there. Looking at the mobilized troops, Gushi simply asked them to get started. When Luna came back with the skeleton archer, the activation progress at Deadwood Lake had become 11/1000. At this time, Gushi took Luna to the top of the city gate. He pointed at the fog in the distance and said, "Do you still remember the energy lighthouse design? Look at the time schedule. The energy lighthouse was built at this location to illuminate the fog in front. Sir, we haven't found out the effect of the energy beacon yet. Will it be a waste if it is used like this? It's okay. Let's build it first. The magic plant area is more dangerous now. Even if it is not used to illuminate the fog, it can also be used to strengthen the combat effectiveness of the magic plant area." Luna also noticed from the situation just now that the situation in the magic plant area was somewhat dangerous. If there is no large army stationed there, if something happens, the demon plant area will become the attack range of strange and eerie shadows. I understand. I will ask Fugu to keep an eye on this side. Well, you handle the things here. In addition, the activation of Shiamu Lake has been opened. After killing the weirdo, throw the weirdo's body into the lake. It can be activated when it accumulates to 1000. But I always feel that this is not the limit of Shiamu Lake. You should keep an eye on me here. And if there is something strange, kill it and throw it in. This is a long-term mission. And while I'm away, it's all up to you. Please rest assured. Sir, I will keep this in mind. Okay. Corpse flies are patrolling nearby. As many skeleton shooters as there are, we will arrange them here. Skeleton mages will follow us, just in time to take a look at the newly built magic tower. Seeing that the matter was settled, Gushi finally put his mind at ease. He led his troops from the demon plant area to the upper city area. After leaving the magic plant area, the style of twisted trees everywhere disappeared. Instead, there is an architectural style unique to the uptown area. However, Gushi noticed something. Demi, who had been following him, disappeared. Hey, where is Demi? Isn't she idle? Why is she missing? Demi thought the magic plant area was more interesting, so he stayed there. Shaya explained to Gushi. Gushi understood as soon as he heard it. What is the more interesting thing about the magic plant area? It was obvious that he had not had enough killing just now, and he planned to wait for the weird ones in the magic plant area to fall into the trap. Gushi would not object to such a thing, since Demi was idle anyway, and with her fighting power, it would be beneficial to the war if she was stationed in the magic plant area. So Gushi stopped caring about this matter. He just took his men to the location where they found the Rod of Nature. At this time, a magic tower has been built here. This magic tower, which is only 3 meters high and covers an area of 700 square meters, is full of undead style, with black walls, a square foundation, and skull-shaped reliefs on the doors and windows as decoration. Even a long distance in front of the magic tower was affected. The ground was covered with black stone slabs, and on both sides of the road were skull statues holding white candles. Only where the Rod of Nature is inserted can you still see a trace of life. Arriving in front of the magic tower, before Gushi could check the situation of the magic tower, the door of the magic tower opened quickly. A ghost floated out from inside. The ghost was dressed in a black robe, with only a translucent skull face underneath the hood visible. When he saw Gushi, the ghost lowered his head. "Anthony has met your lordship." As the ghost Anthony lowered his head, information about the magic tower and Anthony popped up in front of Gushi. Building name, Magic Tower. Level 1, can be upgraded. Characteristic: 1 player can learn skills. 2 players and heroes can learn magic. And 3 magic soldiers can learn magic. Heroes can buy magic books in the magic tower and learn magic. All magic soldiers can learn magic in the magic tower. In the magic tower, you can study the derivative magic of the skills and magic on this floor. Tower Spirit, Anthony, Level 1. Features Impact. Researcher, derived magic research speed plus 20%. Manager, 10 soldiers can learn magic here at the same time. Scribe, can transcribe magic or skills into magic scrolls. Explanation: Anthony's level is equal to the level of the magic tower. As the magic tower spirit, he can control the operation of the magic tower and the buildings associated with the magic tower. Chapter 218 Magic Tower and Bone Magic Tower. In fact, Gushi did not expect that the person floating like a ghost was actually a tower spirit. At this time, Gushi really wanted to write a book, and the title was My Tower Spirit Can't Be So Ugly. Fortunately, Anthony didn't know what Gushi was thinking. He pushed open the door of the magic tower and was about to invite Gu Shi in. At this time, Gu Shi still remembered his own affairs. He waved his hand to Anthony and stopped Anthony's movements. Anthony, I have a bone magic tower that I plan to build nearby. A large building needs to be built with a magic tower. After it is built, the number of spells produced in the magic tower will be +1. Which one is the +1 for? The magic that players and heroes can learn, and the magic that magic soldiers can learn are increased by 1 each. When Gu Shi heard that there was such a good thing, he asked quickly, what about skills that only players can learn? We must build a smart wall. Nothing else will work. Gu Shi was speechless upon hearing this. And then he thought for a moment. What about the magic tree? I have this too. Is it useful? It's useful. The standard upper limit of all magic towers is level 5. Due to the special situation of strongholds, the standard upper limit is level 4. Buildings such as magic trees can suddenly allow the magic tower to build a maximum limit, bringing the standard upper limit to level 9. Is level 9 the top? No. The upper limit of level 9 can also be broken through. But my current knowledge is sealed. Only after the magic tower reaches level 6 can I know what preparations are needed to break through level 9. After hearing this, Gu Shi understood the current situation and asked again, where is the witchcraft secret room? It can increase the speed of research on derivative magic, as well as the speed of magic soldiers learning magic. As for how much it can be improved, it depends on the quality of the building itself. When Gu Shi heard this, he turned to Luna. No need to explain. Luna immediately took out the map. Sir, the magic tower is located at this location. There are 3 large plots in the upper city, 4 medium plots, and 6 small plots. These are the ones closest to the magic tower. Anthony, I plan to turn the upper city into a magic district. Tell me what else you need so that I can make unified arrangements. Gu Shi glanced at the map, then turned to look at Anthony. Sir, I hope to build another alchemy laboratory and an enchantment table. It would be better if there is a herbal garden. As for a large plot of land, I don't have many requirements. Later, you can build a mage tower and a magic academy. These are buildings that are more suitable for the magic tower. At the same time, the corpse witch's mausoleum and the lich's mausoleum can also be built here. As for the smaller buildings, I hope to build something that will enhance the magical power of the area. Gu Shi turned to look at Luna, who quickly took out the architectural design drawings in her hand. Gu Shi broke up in front of Anthony. The magic tree. This one has been decided. Just put it in this small location. There are 2 alchemy laboratories. The Bloody Alchemy Laboratory and the Underground Alchemy Laboratory. You can see which one you want. One of them is for making potions, and the other is for magical transformation. They need an underground alchemy laboratory. Are they preparing for magic transformation? By the way, there is also a picture of a witch's hut here. Maybe it would be suitable for you. If you also want the witchcraft chamber. Then, there is only 1 medium-sized plot left. I have a design drawing of a bloody herbal garden here, which mainly produces blood sunflower, white moss, and other herbs used to replenish blood. Do not want? There is only 1 design of the herbal garden left. The graveyard herbal garden mainly produces herbs such as cemetery moss and blood moss. Gu Shi counted the architectural design drawings in his hands one by one. Anthony quickly determined his needs, and soon 4 medium-sized plots in the upper city were arranged for construction. However, due to construction schedule reasons, construction has not yet started. Only the location has been determined. On the small plot of land, a building like the magic tree has also been designated, but the others are still empty. After deciding on the time and location for the new building, Luna put away the map, and Gu Shi also came to the large plot of land closest to the magic tower. At this time, there was an additional oil lamp in Gu Shi's hand. The oil lamp was obviously made up of skull fragments. It was just a small handful. When you held the oil lamp in your hand, the blue flame inside would still dance. Gu Shi carried the oil lamp to the center of the large open space and placed the lamp on the ground. At the same time, he pointed at the blue flame in the oil lamp. Then the flame spread around. Gu Shi was directly pushed out of the field by the flames. At this time, Gu Shi wanted to go in and take a look, but he found that the ground of this large plot of land the size of a football field was shaking, and a large number of white bones emerged from the ground and quickly pieced together to form white walls. At the same time, huge ribs sprang out from the ground and began to raise the wall. Before Gu Shi could react, the bones in front of him had already been completely capped. The newly built building only occupies half of the large plot. It is about 3 meters high and has a hexagonal style. The doors and windows do not need bones to decorate them. The entire building is made of bones. The most important thing is that there are many white bone fragments hovering on the top of this building. And a faint blue flame is flashing in the building. The construction of the Bone Magic Tower is completed. City Experience +3. Building name, Bone Magic Tower. Level 1. Trainable troops. Skeleton Mage, Level 4. Consumes 50 points of negative energy to recruit a Skeleton Mage. And 30 can be recruited every week. Skeleton Mage Plus, Level 4. Consumes 60 points of negative energy. Can recruit a Skeleton Mage who has mastered the spells of the nearby Magic Tower. And the weekly recruitment quantity is shared with normal Skeleton Mage. Skeleton Mage, Level 4. Summon Troops Experience, 0/750. Attack 8. Defense 6. Life 25. Ammunition 10. Skills, Undead Creature. Lightning Bolt, Fireball. Ice Arrow. Poison Gas Bomb. Skeleton Mage Plus, Level 4. Summon Troops Experience, 0/750. Attack 8+1. Defense 6+1. Life 30. Ammunition 12. Skills, Undead Creature. Lightning Bolt, Fireball. Ice Arrow. Gas Bomb. Mana Extraction, Blood Loss Curse. Slowness. Ding. I found a magic tower nearby. Would you like to lock the magic tower as a dependent magic tower? Ding. I found that the nearby magic towers can generate regional linkage. Do you want to perform regional linkage? Looking at the explanation of the situation in front of him, Gushi also laughed. Skeleton Mage Plus? How is this named? It's an upgrade here. There won't be no new name. Right? However, Gushi didn't hesitate here for long. He immediately decided on some things. Gushi plans to build the entire upper city area around the magic tower and directly carry out regional linkage. There is no need to explain that. Therefore, there is no need to choose the magic tower attached here. Gushi quickly issued the order to attach and link. Chapter 219 Powerful Magic in the Magic Tower. As the Bone Magic Tower was built, Gushi also learned about the situation on the Skeleton Mage's side. The Skeleton Mage here has a total of 3 skills. Undead creatures are common to all undead arms, so no one can escape. As for spells like Lightning Bolt and Fireball, the Necromancer will master one at random. And once mastered, there is no way to change it. There is nothing you can say about this. The Skeleton Mage plus the next 3 spells are different. They are all learned from the Magic Tower. You can only learn one spell at a time. You can choose what you want when you recruit it directly. But if you want to learn more, it's a shame. You can only take advantage of this once. If you want to learn more, you have to study in the Magic Tower. Looking at the 3 spells that magic troops can learn, Gushi became interested in the situation in the Magic Tower. In order to build the Bone Magic Tower first, Gushi did not enter the Magic Tower. It's different now. Gushi has dealt with everything clearly. He also plans to enter the Magic Tower to see what he can learn. When the Bone Magic Tower was built, Anthony was already waiting for Gushi outside the Magic Tower. When he saw Gushi coming back, Anthony immediately came out and took Gushi into the first floor of the Magic Tower. After entering the Magic Tower, Gushi noticed that this place was different from what he imagined. Inside the Magic Tower is a hall surrounded by 8 doors of different colors, with different words written on them. My lord, this is the interior of the Magic Tower. There is a room behind each door. Once you open the door, you can learn the corresponding magic and skills. This kind of gold-edged door is specially used for players to learn skills. The silver-edged door is where players and heroes can come to learn magic. The wooden door without any edges is where the magic soldiers come to learn spells. Because of the linkage with the Bone Magic Tower, there was just one more room with silver edges and one with wooden doors. Gushi understood it after thinking about it. So he walked to one of the doors and took a look. He found that everything was clearly written on the door. Dark knowledge, learned by players' passive skill that allows players to learn high-level dark magic and enhance the effects of magic. Derivative skills that can be researched. Master of Torment, Master of Curse, Master of Mind, Master of Torment. Level 1 Magic Tower can be researched. Progress 0% adds a group form to the Curse of Rot and Armor Weakening Magics. And the casting cost is twice that of single magic. Master of Curse. Level 1 Magic Tower can be researched. Progress 0% add a group form to the Curse of Weakness and Painful Torment Magic. And the casting cost is twice that of a single magic. Master of Mind. Level 1 Magic Tower can be researched. Progress 0% add a group form to the Delay Magic and Confuse the Mind Magic. And the casting cost is twice that of a single magic. As soon as he saw the information on this door, Gushi knew that everything was clearly arranged. Not only could he master dark magic here, but he could also study some subsequent derivative skills and methods. With such a magic tower, why should I worry about not being able to master more advanced skills? With this thought, Gu Shi walked around in front of several other doors. There are 3 silver-edged doors, where players and heroes can use magic. Gu Shi was lucky, as the magic produced by the magic tower was pretty good. Death Ripple, learned by players and heroes, consumes 10 mana points, and causes a total of 50 plus intelligence *3 undead breath damage to all non-undead creatures within a 50-meter diameter. Derivative skills that can be researched: Ripple Expansion, Death and Despair. Ripple Enlargement, level 1 magic tower can be researched. Progress 0%. The scope of Death Ripples is expanded to a diameter of 100 meters. Death Despair, level 1 magic tower can be researched. Progress 0%. Enemies who die from the Death Ripple will have a 20% chance of triggering a new Death Ripple. With a power equivalent to 1/3 of the total vitality of the deceased, this skill does not consume corpses. As soon as he saw the skill in front of him, Gu Shi understood that it was a big killing move. The attack range and attack power were clearly written. With 10 points of mana, he could just cast a big move. Even a necromancer would do it correctly. Choose. Study. Magic Arrow, learned by players and heroes, consumes 2 mana points to shoot magic missiles at the enemy, causing damage without attributes. The power of the magic missiles is 24 plus intelligence *5 points of damage. Derivative skills that can be researched: Scattering, Element Injection. Scatter, level 1 magic tower. Researchable. Progress 0% with the same mana consumption. 3 magic missiles can be fired, and the power of each magic missile remains unchanged. Elemental Injection, level 1 magic tower can be researched. Progress 0%. You can inject an element into the magic missile to enhance the power and effect of the magic missile. Gu Shi liked this magic at first sight. What kind of magic missile is this? To Gu Shi, it is a magic flying sword. This is a kind of magic similar to bone spurs, but in terms of power and magnificence, it exceeds the level of bone spurs. As long as you learn this, Gu Shi can go out and pretend to be a normal mage. So you have to learn this too. Fire Trap, learned by players and heroes, consume 8 mana points to place 8 fire traps on the battlefield. Each trap can cause 50 plus intelligence *10 damage. Derivative skills that can be researched: Designated Explosion, Trap Overlap, Specified Explosion, level 1 magic tower. Researchable. Progress 0% when no enemy steps on the trap. The set fire trap will be detonated in advance. Trap Overlap, level 1 magic tower can be researched. Progress 0%. Place another trap at the existing trap location, and the explosion power can be superimposed. This is the best way to ambush someone on the battlefield, but it may not be very effective when actively attacking. But in a defensive battle, this is a great weapon. This also needs to be learned. Thinking of this, the magic book floating around Gu Shi's waist floated into his hands. He planned to record the magic here in this magic book. At this time, Anthony also floated over and said, "Sir, your magic book looks like a lich's magic book." "Oh, this is ripped from the lich. The level of the magic written in this magic book can be +1 directly." "Then my lord, you have to study carefully and record which magics are recorded in this magic book." Anthony came closer, with an attitude of wanting to study together. This made Gu Shi realize that he needed to think about his combat system and methods. You can't copy everything into this magic book. There are only 5 positions in total, so you have to upgrade them all in one step. Chapter 220: Learning Dark Knowledge. Putting down the thick-covered magic book, Gu Shi turned his eyes to the remaining 4 wooden doors, where the soldiers could learn spells. Mana Extraction, soldier learning before the battle begins. Extract 3 mana points from the enemy. Derivative skills that can be researched: Mana Accumulation. Mana Accumulation, level 1 magic tower can be researched. Progress 0%. The mana drained by soldiers can be retained, and finally turned into a magic potion that can replenish 100 points of mana for players to use. Blood Loss Curse. Soldier learning cursed enemies will automatically lose 3 points of life every second. Derivative skills that can be researched: Curse Deepening. Curse deepens, level 1 magic tower can be researched. Progress is 0%. Curse soldiers automatically deduct and double their life every second. Slowdown, learned by soldiers, reduces the enemy's movement speed to 50% of its original speed. Researchable derivative skills: Overall Slowdown. Comprehensive Slowness, level 1 magic tower can be researched. Progress 0% reduces the enemy's reaction speed and reduces the enemy's attack speed. Illusion Technique, soldier learning release an illusion that is exactly like yourself next to you. The illusion cannot attack and has 1 life point, but it can perform the same actions as the main body. Derived skills can be researched. Multiple illusions. Multiple illusions. Level 1 magic tower can be researched. Progress 0% release 3 illusions around you to attract enemy firepower. After taking a look at the skills that the legal soldiers here could learn, he made a decision in his mind. No matter who comes, they will definitely choose mana extraction at the beginning. In addition, Gushi also plans to develop the derivative skill of mana accumulation first. This is a free blue bottle, although it can only replenish 100 points of mana at a time. The problem is that Gushi's incarnation of death can be used as long as he has mana. This is equivalent to Gushi carrying hundreds of them around him. As for other spells, it depends on the situation. Those more expensive legal troops can learn an illusion spell to protect themselves. If you are a skeleton mage, just use slowness. As for the blood loss curse, it is for fighting boss. If that time really comes, wouldn't it be better for the skeleton mage to use spells? Why must he use the blood loss curse? Anthony, do you need help researching derivative spells? No need. The magic tower can do its own research now, Anthony said confidently. Okay. Study mana accumulation first, and then study scattering, death despair, and multiple illusions. Gushi pointed out what he wanted one by one. Gushi has already thought clearly about the 3 magics that players and heroes can learn. Death Ripple and Magic Arrow have higher priority, followed by Fire Trap. As for the passive skills, Dark Knowledge Gushi actually encountered it once. When he was upgrading to level 2, he was given a choice of 3 including Dark Knowledge. It's just that Gushi chose Undead Dominance at that time, which was more suitable for the Necromancer skill. Now that it has reappeared, you can also learn it for free, so Gushi will not miss it. To know the curse line in Necromancer, it is equivalent to Dark Knowledge. When they get to the end, they can even use an ability called You and the Curse of Hades, which will cause great damage to all non-undead creatures on the scene, and transform the lives harmed by this curse into new undead. This is almost equivalent to a weakened version of the undead natural disaster. Even if Gushi doesn't follow the curse route, it would be reasonable for him to learn it. As for the 3 derivative skills of Dark Knowledge, Gushi doesn't like them for the time being. After all, there are relatively few curses in his magic, and now he still needs to focus on city construction and undead control. So it is enough to just know the Dark Knowledge, and there is no need to rush to deal with it. On the contrary, the effects of several other magic derivatives are quite good. If you start researching them now, you won't lose it all. When Anthony heard that there was something to do, he didn't say anything and quickly arranged it. At this time, Gushi opened the door of the room with gold edges. After entering the small door of Dark Knowledge, Gushi saw darkness behind the door. Many books were floating in the darkness, and would fly out from the darkness from time to time. Gushi stood at the door and hesitated for a moment, but finally stepped in. When Gushi stepped through the small door, the darkness behind it completely disappeared, and it turned into an ordinary study room. There was a desk, a crystal ball as a desk lamp, and a wall of thick black leather. Book. When Gushi sat down at the desk, a string of text suddenly popped up in front of him. After reading 10 dark books, the Dark Knowledge level can reach level 1. After mastering the Dark Knowledge, you can improve the Dark Knowledge level through reading and other means. Looking at the message that popped up, Gushi took another look at the wall of books. He knew that this time he had made a lot of money. When he was in the Netherbone Wind Academy, he took classes and endorsed books. He spent a lot of effort to pile up the knowledge of the undead and magic. Now, as long as I finish reading all the books here, the level of Dark Knowledge will increase rapidly. So without further delay, Gushi reached out and took out a thick black book. Before he even opened the book, he felt his fingers go numb, and a black breath spread from the book along his fingers. Enter Gushi's body. Damn it! Why does this book come with a curse? Gushi turned his hand over and injected mana into his palm, forcing the black aura out. After that, he didn't care about it. Opened the thick black book and started reading. The book records all the basic knowledge of the dark system. When Gushi learned the knowledge of the undead before, he started learning from the basics in this way. These are the most basic things, and Gushi quickly understood some of the information here. Read the contents of this book. However, Gushi also noticed that while he was reading, his skin began to undergo some changes. This is the effect brought by the magic book. So Gushi has to stand up and relax every 30 minutes of reading, and then sit down and read again after 5 or 6 minutes. Otherwise, the reader will be swallowed up by the darkness and never come back from it. These are the lessons learned with blood and tears in the Netherbone Wind Academy. Back then, Gu Shi had a classmate who was brave and diligent in reading. I read the Book of the Dead for 3 days, hoping to improve my knowledge of the dead in one fell swoop. As a result, one morning, Gu Shi and his classmates discovered that this man had turned into a zombie holding the Book of the Dead, and could only keep flipping the Book of the Dead in his hands. Now that classmate is still chained to the big tree under the teaching building. Gu Shi didn't want to be like this, so even if he knew that time was tight, he had no intention of reading like crazy. After reading for a while, he would get up and relax himself, and sometimes even walk out of the room and walk around other rooms. Chapter 221. Gu Shi was forced to read fairy tales. In the library, Gu Shi was holding a fairy tale book and flipping through it unconsciously. Next to him was an angry Saya. At this time, Gu Shi had to lower his head, because his hands had turned pure black, and twisted eyes grew on the backs of his hands. This is all the result of Gu Shi's excessive reading in the magic tower. If Shaya hadn't discovered that something was wrong with Gu Shi's situation and dragged him out forcefully, his situation might have been even worse. However, this kind of overreading is not without benefits for Gu Shi. Now his dark knowledge has reached level 3. At the same time, in order to reduce the impact of reading dark knowledge, he used his free time to study the other 3 magics. Finish. Now Gu Shi has mastered the 3 magics of Death Ripple, Magic Arrow and Flame Trap. Because he took the time to study, Gu Shi only had a preliminary grasp of these 3 magics. He only reached level 1 and did not study them in depth. But for Gu Shi, it is enough that he has learned these 3 magics. He can use them in subsequent battles. If he uses them a few more times, his level can be improved. Thinking of this, Gu Shi was about to put down the fairy tale book in his hand. But Shaya, who was standing by him, pressed Gu Shi's hand and stared. Continue. Saya. Please let me go. I have read this book several times. I almost memorized it by heart. That won't work either. Before the vision in you disappears, you must stay here for me. Read quickly and don't get distracted, or I will make you read out loud. Faced with Shaya's momentum, Gu Shi could only accept it helplessly. He lowered his head again and looked through the fairy tale book in his hand that he had been flipping through for an unknown amount of time. As he was flipping through it, the abnormal areas of Gu Shi's hand slowly returned to normal. Seeing that Gu Shi had become obedient, Shaya finally relaxed a little. She still stood beside Gu Shi, but her eyes were moving around the library. As soon as Shaya's eyes changed, Gu Shi also secretly raised his head. As a result, before he could relax, Shaya pressed his head in front of the book. Read. Really boring. Gu Shi muttered something and then read carefully. This time Gu Shi was not distracted anymore. He really read the fairy tale book in his hand back and forth, and the strange vision on his body slowly faded away. Now he only has a few fingertips with a little black, and the rest it's all back to normal. At this time, Shaya saw that Gu Shi was recovering quickly and stopped pressing Gu Shi. He just stared at Gu Shi from behind to prevent him from messing around. At this moment, Luna floated into the library. When Gu Shi saw her, she wanted to put down the fairy tale book. Unexpectedly, Shaya took a step forward and stood in front of Luna. Luna, wait a moment. Your Majesty will have to read for a few more minutes. Don't leave any trouble for the final finishing touches. Luna glanced at Gu Shi's hands and took a step back. Then Shaya turned to look at Gu Shi. Gu Shi shrank his head and started reading again. He didn't want to care about the conflict between his 2 contracted undead. After reading carefully again, Gu Shi finally cleared away all the strange visions in his body. He felt as relaxed as if his body had been washed. Gu Shi then let out a long sigh and stood up. Luna, do you have anything to eat? I'm so hungry that I can't do it anymore. I also need to add more books to the library next time. I feel uncomfortable reading this kind of fairy tale book all the time. There is no librarian in the library, so you have to find your own way to find books. Shaya complained on the side. Facing Shaya's complaints, Gu Shi was also a little helpless. Who told him to stop managing this magic library after he built it? Although this was partly because he was busy, it was also partly because he did not value the library. But now it seems that the construction of the library cannot be stopped. After you go out, you need to add some more books. If he doesn't read these fairy tale books next time, he will really vomit. At this time, Luna, who was blocked by Shaya, floated in again, carrying a roasted owl and a piece of food that Gu Shi was not sure about. Is this new? Gushi took the food and took a look and found that it was a roasted fruit. The shape of the fruit looked like an apple, but it was smaller than an apple. There was dark red liquid inside the cut fruit. The roasted fruit exudes a strange sweet aroma. Roasted blood fruit, white. Food roasted blood fruit. Because the food comes from the blood garden of vampires. The fruit contains the smell of blood. There is no problem in eating it. After eating, you can increase your constitution by 1 point. Duration 2 hours. Looking at the attributes in front of him, Gushi's eyes lit up. He had been tired for so long just now, and needed to replenish his physical strength. So Gushi grabbed half a piece of blood fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. As soon as he took a bite, Gushi felt a pungent sour taste burst out in his mouth. Gushi almost vomited it out. And then Luna said slowly, "The wine lady said that the blood fruit is suitable for the taste of vampires. And ordinary people will feel sour after eating it. Is this sour? My mouth is numb. It's better to be numb than to turn into a ball of dark curse." Luna snorted heavily. In fact, she was also angry with Gushi. But she didn't show it like Shaya. "Okay. I get it. That's enough this time. I won't be so aggressive next time." Gushi also knew that he had gone too far this time. He quickly found a topic and said, "How is the situation in the city? How is the progress of the construction project? How is the progress at the barracks?" When it came to business, Luna put down some things and explained to Gushi. "This time, you spent a total of 31 hours reading and resting. In the magic plant area, an Eagle Eye Arrow Tower was completed. In the 100-armed giant cemetery area, you said that the alchemy laboratory should be built first. So the bloody alchemy laboratory has been completed. The energy lighthouse is being built now. And the progress is about 50%. And it will take about 7 hours to complete. Next is the altar of eternal servitude, which is placed in the dock area, where there is also a medium-sized plot available. As for the barracks, the sewer cleaning team has already launched 3 times. And the remaining 2 waves of teams are already halfway through their second mission. All kinds of supplies have overflowed and are piled on the square in front of the barracks." "Overflow? I just happened to go over and take a look. I've been reading this book for so long and my waist is about to break. I want to get up and move around." As he spoke, Gushi stood up. But when he was about to go out, Gushi also took away 3 special peas produced in the library this week. Chapter 222, opening the treasure box in front of the barracks. Dragon Breath Pea, green. After taking it, you can spit out a burst of dragon breath, causing 300 plus strength *5 damage to the enemy, lasting 20 seconds. Rotten Peas, green. After being buried in the soil, a large number of peas will quickly grow and fall to the ground to rot, forming a rotten area with a diameter of no less than 5 meters. Assimilation Pea, blue. Peas that can be grafted onto other vines or roots and assimilate and control the vines or roots, absorbing power and growing and mutating. And finally forming a pea treasure chest. Hey, there are also blue quality peas, which is really interesting. As Gushi spoke, he put the peas away. The 3 peas played a very important role in Gushi's hands last week, especially Pea Shooter and Babble Pea. One defeated the pirate ship, and the other became the cold wind staff in Gushi's hand. It can be said that it has brought great convenience to Gushi. Although the properties of these new peas don't look very good, Gushi can always find a use for them. After putting away the peas, Gushi walked out of the library with the cold wind staff. Looking back at the library, Gushi couldn't help but shudder. He must find more books and replace the fairy tales in the book. Gushi would really not be able to bear it if he didn't read these fairy tale books again and again. It would be fine if they were just normal fairy tales. The fairy tale books he bought from Victoria City each contained a short story. And the stories were also weird and twisted. Gushi wanted to throw away these books after reading them again. As a result, in order to deal with the mutation in his body, he read 10 books over and over again more than 10 times. Now Gushi feels scared when he sees these fairy tale books. He stopped looking at the library, turned over and climbed onto the evil coffin. Go to the barracks. After Siegwan waited for Gushi to sit down, he set off quickly. Gushi found that when Siegwan moved, he seemed to become quite familiar with the nearby streets and alleys. He could find the most suitable and shortest route without Gushi's orders and instructions. In less than 2 minutes, Siegwan sent Gushi to the barracks. At this time, boxes of various sizes were piled up in front of the barracks. Among them, the top few boxes are the most conspicuous. When Gushi came over this time, Fugu did not come out to greet him, or even introduce the situation at hand. Gushi jumped off the evil coffin and walked to these boxes. Some information quickly popped up in front of him. Get supply box *717. Get corpse box *221. Get expedition treasure box, white, *2. Get expedition treasure box, green *1. Supply box, a wooden box containing supplies, which contains gold coins partly, energy of different properties partly, ordinary supplies wood, stone and metal, a small amount, rare supplies mercury, gems, crystals, sulfur, extremely few. Corpse box, a wooden box containing corpses, which contains corpses of different levels. Expedition treasure box, the treasure box obtained after the expedition mission contains the harvest of this expedition. Please open all the boxes now. Turn it on. With Gushi's order, all the boxes disappeared, and all kinds of messy things were piled up in front of the barracks. Get 417 gold coins. Get 719 negative energy points. Get 33 units of wood. Get 41 units of stone. Get 28 units of metal. Get 5 units of mercury. Get 5 units of gems. Obtain 8 units of crystal. Get 4 units of sulfur. Obtain 47 level 1 corpses. Get 36 level 2 corpses. Get 55 level 3 corpses. Get 56 level 4 corpses. Get 20 level 5 corpses. Get 7 corpses of bosses and warriors. Get rat head totem green *1. Rat head totem green expedition equipment. Equipped by expedition troops. It can have its own plague effect. Get weird ammunition cart white *1. Strange ammunition cart white equipped by players or heroes. After equipping, they can bring a strange ammunition car with them on the battlefield. The ammunition car will not be attacked. Within the range of the ammunition car, all ranged troops will not be restricted by the amount of ammunition. Get scare trap white *1. Scare trap white place items in front of the door or in a more important location. The trap will automatically scare all passers-by and scare them away. As these messages popped up, Gushi saw a hanging skeleton standing in front of him. When he looked at the skeleton even smiled at him. But with such a smile, Gushi felt a sense of fear in his heart and wanted to turn around and leave immediately. This situation made Gushi understand that the skeleton standing in front of him was obviously a scare trap. But the effect of this thing doesn't seem to be very good. While Gushi was still checking the scare trap, Luna had already arranged for people to come and transport all the supplies to the warehouse. At the same time, Luna also said to Gushi, "Sir, another warehouse needs to be built here in the main city. We can't keep transporting things to the dock warehouse." When Gushi heard this, he immediately thought of something. "Luna, is it true that as long as one core building is built, we can find a place to build another similar building in the city?" What Gushi was thinking about was warehouse number 9. Judging from the numbering, there were at least 9 warehouses in Sansian Garden. There's no reason why Aladovi City can't have multiple warehouses. That's the truth. And we also have the materials. But the land we occupy is insufficient. If we build more core buildings, we must occupy a large land. At the same time, there will be no staff to manage the additional core buildings. But these 2 points are not suitable for a new city like ours, unless we can get 1 or 2 more large plots. Upon hearing this, Gushi knew that land was the biggest problem in urban upgrading. It's just that the land in his territory has not yet been used, and the direction of construction has been decided. There is not enough space for large and medium-sized buildings. It is impossible to free up a large plot of land to build a warehouse. As for the next core building, it cannot be a warehouse. Gushi has been thinking about the blacksmith shop for a long time. For others, the blacksmith shop may be a place where iron is forged to make weapons. But for people like Gushi who have a city, the blacksmith shop is a place used to build war machinery, such as ballistas, catapults, and ammunition carts. For this purpose, Gushi specially studied war mechanics. As a result, the only war machine Gushi can use now is the strange ammunition truck he just obtained. This made Gushi think about it. So the next core building must be the blacksmith shop. Therefore, regarding the warehouse, Gushi could only temporarily look at the loading volume at the dock warehouse. Chapter 223 What Happened in the Barracks. After asking Luna to transport these supplies, Gushi walked into the barracks. As soon as he entered the barracks, he saw Fugu giving orders on the sand table. When he saw Gushi coming, Fugu just raised his head. Gushi walked to the sand table and took a look and found that Fugu's attention was entirely focused on the location of the magic plant area. At the same time, 2 expedition teams appeared near the magic plant area. There is another team located in the direction of the 100-armed giant cemetery area. This situation made Gu Shi a little confused. The location of the expeditionary force meant that something was happening in these places. Why is the situation in the demonic plant area so chaotic? So Gu Shi first took a look at the status of the expedition teams in the two places in the magic plant area. Quest: Demon Plant Blood Sacrifice, green. Enemy: 300 Twisted and Weird, level 0 to 5. Twisted Boss, level 5. Devouring type. Send: 1 Zombie Boss, Zombie Axe Shield. 100 Zombie Axe Shields. 20 units of food. Departure time: 24 hours, 16 hours 55 minutes and 39 seconds. Success rate: 87% plus 10%. Return rewards: supplies, a large amount. Soldier and boss experience, a large amount. Treasure chest, plus 1. Explanation: Deadwood Lake requires a large number of sacrifices. And the sacrifices attracted are not necessarily easy to deal with. Mission: Strange Lake Patrol, green. Enemies: 300 Devious Plants, level 0 to 5. Evil Magic Tree, level 5. Defensive type. Send: 1 Skeleton Boss. 100 Skeleton Two-Handed Swordsman. 20 units of food. Departure time: 24 hours, 16 hours 55 minutes and 36 seconds. Success rate: 85% plus 10%. Return rewards: supplies, a large amount. Soldier and boss experience, a large amount. Treasure chest, plus 1. Note: affected by Deadwood Lake. A large number of demonized and devious plants have appeared nearby. Please clean them up quickly. Gu Shi understood it at a glance. This was the attraction to the weirdness that the Deadwood Lake produced after it began to activate. Now, the side of Deadwood Lake may have become a battlefield. Gu Shi thought for a moment. Then turned to Luna and said, build the last city gate between the magic plant area and the main city area, which is where the ancient city gate originally was. There is a Deadwood Lake in the magic plant area, so it may not be possible. It's too safe. We have to guard against enemies coming in from that way. Luna took note of this matter. But she still had to wait to build the steel city gate. Various small and medium-sized buildings were still waiting to be built. Luna knows very well what the city needs most now. Resource buildings such as haunted mines, skinning and slaughterhouse plans, and vineyards will be priority buildings to be constructed next. Unless Gu Shi gets a new large building, or a medium-sized building that Demi needs, the order of construction will generally not change. Arranging a city gate between the magic plant area and the main city may take some time. At this time, Gu Shi had turned his attention to the last expeditionary force. Task: cleaning the sewers. 3 white. Enemies: 300 tricky rats, level 1 to 6. Muscle strengthened rats, level 6. Defensive type. Send: 1 skeleton mage leader. 50 skeleton mages. 50 corpse flies. 10 units of food. Departure time: 12 hours, 4 hours 55 minutes and 32 seconds. Success rate: 97% plus 10%. Return rewards: supplies, a large amount. Soldier and boss experience, a large amount. Treasure chest, plus 1. Explanation: the main city, uptown area, and dock area have all been cleaned up. Now we are starting to clean up the sewers in the 100-armed giant area. This explanation surprised Gu Shi. He did not expect that the expedition would have such continuity. I don't know what changes will happen after all the sewers in the city under Gu Shi's command are cleaned out. But Gu Shi always has a feeling that the battle to clean up the sewers is the focus that the barracks needs to focus on now. The battle in the magic plant area didn't really have much impact. At this moment, Fu Gu suddenly moved. He planted a small flag in the magic plant area. And then a horn sounded, as if an order was conveyed. What happened? Gu Shi asked. Only then did Fu Gu realize that Gu Shi had stood here and stared for so long. Sir, the battle in the magic plant area has turned from a small conflict to a small-scale battle. I was worried that the magic plant area would not have enough troops, so I mobilized another skeleton spearman unit. Let me see. Gu Shi stood where Fu Gu was and looked towards the sand table. At this time, Gu Shi felt as if he was looking at his entire city of Aladovi from a god's perspective. Those small flags also turned into undead troops that were moving rapidly through the city. Standing here, it is as if the entire city of Aradovi is completely under his control. This feeling is quite good. Gu Shi moved his gaze to the magic plant area. At this time, a 30-meter-high arrow tower has appeared behind the city gate of the magic plant area. There are 20 skeleton archers standing on the arrow tower, and there are about 60 skeleton archers staying under the arrow tower. They prepared to go to the arrow tower to substitute. This arrow tower was built not far behind the city gate, but the shooting distance of the skeleton archers on the arrow tower was far beyond that of the skeleton archers standing on the city gate. It can be seen that the arrow tower's increase in the archers' range is not just talk. At the same time, more than 300 undead troops gathered near the city gate, and they fought against all kinds of weird things that kept coming out. The main force on the battlefield are zombies with axes and shields. Although they move slowly, we have to admit that they are the best candidates for garrisoning when the source of the enemy is uncertain. No matter how the enemy attacks, they can keep weirdness out of the city gate. After delaying the progress of the weird ones, the skeleton shooter can kill these weird ones by shooting. Demi has been sitting above the city gate, her toes and stockings hooked up to her high heels. As long as she is not a particularly powerful enemy, she will usually not take action. She just watched the fight below with a smile, and occasionally took a red fruit and ate it. But whoever wants to disturb her eating is sorry. Demi's fighting power is very strong. No matter what kind of weirdness, she couldn't survive 3 moves. After weird is killed, there is always something left behind. At this time, skeletons will come from behind, transport these things away, and throw them into the Deadwood Lake. After just watching for a moment, Gushi already knew the battle situation here. Overall, the impact is not big, but it will drag down some of Gushi's troops. Gushi didn't care too much about this. After all, the people being held back were all skirmishers and miscellaneous soldiers, and his main force hadn't even taken action yet. Most importantly, the incarnation of death is still resting in the Dragon Bone Laboratory, so he doesn't need to worry too much. Chapter 224 Copy Plan. Fu-Gu. Keep an eye on the magic plant area. When the number of troops deployed in the magic plant area exceeds 1,000, have someone come and notify me. Gushi defined a range for the battle in the demonic plant area. In a small-scale battle, Gushi would not take command. Anyway, he has some experience in fighting in the city. But Gushi turned to Luna and said, Luna. No. Sir. There is no way to jump in line anymore. I know you want to build the loot hall and the magic fountain first, but you really can't jump in line anymore. Okay. Seeing Luna's embarrassment, Gushi could only say, the construction will be arranged by you. I just feel a little sorry that the battle in the magic plant area looks like a siege. This is a good opportunity to improve the soldiers' defense. Luna and Shea didn't respond to Gushi's words. After all, Luna was really pushed to her limit right in front of her. Almost as soon as one building was completed, the construction of another building started immediately, and there was no time to spare at all. Everything has been planned now, and many supplies have been placed on the land. But Gushi cannot be left to mess around. Luna glanced at Shea quickly, and Shea understood immediately. Sir, we still need to discuss the matter at Westminster Abbey. Okay, we need to prepare for this. We can only restart the instance of the Westminster Abbey event 5 times. At first, I wanted to ask the people in the guild to help scout the way. Now this copy is related to whether we can enter Victoria City, and whether it can affect the situation of Victoria City. Then these 5 opportunities to restart the copy cannot be wasted on others. We only have 3 chances to test it. After 3 times, no matter whether we are familiar with the roads in the dungeon, we must go all out to conquer it. As for the last time, it is used as a last resort. We must leave a way out for ourselves. After hearing what Gushi said so seriously, Luna and Shea also became serious. The level of this copy is 5 to 10, and we only have 1 person above level 10. Death Incarnate. He will definitely need to be used. In addition, most of our military strength levels are between level 4 and 6, which can only be regarded as meeting the shortlisting standards for entering the dungeon. Even myself is like this. I reached level 4, but I was stuck because I didn't complete the prerequisite tasks for activating talents. Although I have 2 magical skills to help us, we can ensure that we have enough troops to attack during the battle. But military strength does not equal combat power. When we entered the dungeon for the first time, we mainly did 3 things. First, figure out the map and determine the enemy's strength, quantity, and boss situation. Are there any friendly troops inside Westminster Abbey? What is their number? Can we borrow their strength? Second, accept the quests. I have checked and there are 10 quests in the dungeon, including 2 exclusive quests. I am not sure which profession they are for. There are 3 external missions, which should be taken over in Victoria City, but we can't take them now. Then, there are 5 internal tasks. These 5 tasks can be accepted and completed in the copy. If possible, we will complete these 5 tasks during the 4th full-scale attack to avoid any problems when we officially attack the copy. Third, and most importantly, we need to check whether there is a chance to enter Victoria's City from the dungeon, and at what point in time we entered Victoria's City. This is the key to us taking out copies in advance. If we cannot enter Victoria's City after the first exploration, I will stop this copy and wait until our strength increases before taking action. In terms of games, Gushi's learning is still very solid. The copy crystal, which can only be used 5 times, has been clearly arranged by him. According to Gushi's calculations, he actually has a good chance of winning. 3 failed challenges can definitely bring enough information to Gushi. You can even fight 1 or 2 bosses in the early stage to test the waters. The 4th time, I won the entire copy in one fell swoop. That was a sure thing. Listening to Gushi's arrangements, Luna and Shea both nodded. They all also hoped to enter Victoria's City through a copy of Westminster Abbey. Otherwise, their connection with Victoria's City will have to wait until the 7th change is completed before it can begin. When that time comes, let alone a small building, I'm afraid there won't even be a place to stand. Thinking about entering the dungeon for the first time, Gushi prepared to bring enough supplies, and also prepared his skills and other things. Before, when he was in the magic tower, he had seriously considered which spells to copy into the magic book of Anti-Lich. It's just that it took a while to learn dark knowledge. Now that I have some free time, I can just deal with this matter. So Gushi clapped his hands and said, "If you think this is okay, then get ready. I will leave the city in 3 hours and ask how to open the dungeon." After saying that, Gushi waved to Luna and Shea and asked them to go down and get ready. Gushi himself grabbed the thick red book that had been floating around his waist. Although this thick covered book is as thick as a brick, there are actually only 5 pages inside. On each page, you can write a skill or magic. Gushi had already selected the skills he wanted to copy. When he opened the thick book, Gushi said to the first page, "Spiritualism. The Book of Lich records that the skill spiritualization is successful, and the spiritualism level is +1. Necromancer level 5 +2, 0/2500 consumes 1 mana, 1 soul and 1 corpse, with a 55% chance of summoning an undead to fight for you, level 0. The undead types are skeletons and zombies. Can grow, and there is no upper limit on the number." After the first skill was successfully recorded, Gushi's movements started quickly. Bone Storm, Skeleton Priest, Death Ripple, Magic Arrow. The Book of Lich records that the skill Bone Storm is successful, and the Bone Storm level is +1. Bone Storm level 4 +1, 53/1000, consumes 5 mana points, and forms a storm of bone fragments at the designated location, causing 270% of your attack power to damage surrounding enemies within 60 seconds. The affected area of the Bone Storm is movable. The Lich Book records the success of the Skeleton Priest skill, and the Skeleton Priest level +1. Skeleton Priest 1 +1 level, 19/100. Consumes 5 mana points. Releases a temporary Skeleton Priest at the designated location. He can increase the damage of all undead within 500 meters by 25% and restore 15% of their maximum health, lasting 45 seconds. The Book of Lich records the success of the skill Death Ripple, and the Death Ripple level +1. Death Ripple level 1 +1, 0/100. It consumes 10 mana points and causes a total of 65 plus 15.5*3 undead breath damage to all non-undead creatures within a diameter of 50 meters. The Book of Lich records that the skill Magic Arrow is successful, and the level of Magic Arrow is +1. Magic Arrow 1 +1, 0/100. Consumes 2 mana points. Shoots a magic missile at the enemy, causing non-attribute damage. The power of the magic missile is 24 plus 15.5*5 points of damage. Chapter 225 Chores before going to war. 3 hours later, Gushi couldn't help but shook his head when he looked at the vampire knight brought behind Shaya. "There is no problem for you to follow me. Luna needs to take charge of the work in Aladovi. But there is no need to bring these vampire knights. Having vampires in the guild is somewhat ostentatious. My lord, think about your incarnation of death. No matter how ostentatious it is to bring a vampire, it is not as ostentatious as bringing a bone dragon." Shea wasn't used to Gushi either, so she dismissed Gushi's thoughts with just one sentence. Gushi couldn't say much about Shaya's attitude. This guy was an eccentric being. Before he became an undead, he dared to tease Gushi. Now that he had become an undead, she couldn't help but dare to do something. That makes sense. But isn't it too much? You are dragging all the vampires in the vampire mansion to present the letter. If you don't bring it out now, then when will you bring it out? Wait until that big man Dini obeys the order. Not all vampires are commanded by her. Faced with such a thing, Gushi could only say, all right. Taking them out to show off their elephants is also a form of protection. As Gushi spoke, he exited Aladovi City, reappearing in the small square on the side of the road. Gushi also looked around. He noticed that the players passing by would bring some undead behind them. On the one hand, these undead were protecting the players, and on the other hand, they were also attacking the players. Others demonstrate the players' strength. Some players even bring all their undead with them. This reassured Gushi a lot. He raised his head and walked out with Shea. As for the vampire knights behind him, just as Shea said at the beginning, you usually have bone dragons with you. There's no point in being ostentatious with a bit of a vampire. After leaving Aladovi City, Gushi habitually wanted to find a ferocious weasel to lead the way. Before he could recruit him, Shea came around from behind Gushi. Sir, look at me. The tacit understanding between Gushi and the contracted undead is quite high. He knew what Shea wanted to do at a glance. Okay. You lead the way. Shea smiled slightly and took the initiative to walk in front. Just like the situation in Victoria City. No matter where they went, Shea led the way. This is actually a hidden ability of Shea. As a thief, she can find the most convenient or correct path even if she has never been to a place before. It was precisely because of this that Gushi let Shaya lead the way instead of calling the dire weasel. Shea did not disappoint Gushi. She just took a short walk outside and determined the direction. At this time, Gushi had also sat on the evil coffin. Shea led the way, followed by a group of bats transformed from vampire knights flying behind. They headed southeast of Chaoyang Guild's headquarters, where there was a commercial street built by the guild. Many commercial buildings have been built here, and the streets are 3 times wider than other places, making it convenient for players to set up stalls anywhere. At the same time, some offices that are convenient for players have also been built here. Here Gushi saw a library, restaurant, pub, barber shop, etc. The goal of his visit this time was the Janchi Design Studio located here. Normally, as long as you are a player, you can start designing your own badges and battle flags after you officially take office. When a rookie is around level 1, if there is no special opportunity, his battle flag usually has no attributes. That kind of rookie battle flag is more embarrassing on the battlefield than a white flag. Therefore, most players will start designing battle flags after mastering their talents at level 5. Of course, there are also some players who have inherited their family. Their battle flags have been decided since the day they were born. When preparing the battle flag, they only need to come over and modify it. No need to redesign the pattern. Gushi is one of those who has no family inheritance. Now, in addition to the chief symbol, his battle flag only has an undead natural disaster ritual badge. The rest were all white flags, which made Gushi feel quite uncomfortable every time he raised his battle flag. It was rare to have free time now, so Gushi naturally wanted to find someone to design his own battle flag. Pushing open the door of the Janchi Design Studio, a player wearing glasses stood up. He was tall and thin, with gray hair and blue cuffs on his hands, dressed like an old tailor. Hello, comrade. Are you here to make a battle flag? I see that you are at level 4. You are about to reach level 5. It is time to get a battle flag of your own. Yes. Please help me design a battle flag. Okay. No problem. Please sit down here first. By the way, comrades, let me explain in advance that the battle flag design is the guild's investment for the first time, and the design is free. But starting from the second time, no matter what you want to add to it, or redesign, it all costs money. I know. Help me design it first. Okay, comrades. Do you have a favorite color for the battle flag? As a necromancer, you can usually choose gray or purple. In addition, our Chaoyang Guild has a specific color, which is like the sunset red at dusk. Gushi preferred the purple flag at first, but when he took out the sunset red flag, Gushi's eyes lit up. He really likes this color, not to mention anything else. Just this bright yellow, almost red feeling, makes Gushi satisfied. Just this sunset red? Okay, but let me explain in advance that there are not many colors that can be matched with this sunset red. The common colors are only black and dark blue. Others such as dark cloud colors, meteor purple, etc. need to be ordered separately. When Gushi heard this, he laughed and tried to play tricks on me. Sorry. I studied art in high school. Although I am not good at drawing, I can still do it by pointing fingers. It's like what a person like me can say about colorful black. Pair black and dark blue. Check the effect first and then adjust. The old tailor didn't say much about Gucci not choosing the other colors he recommended. He stretched out his hand a little in front of him, and a sunset red flag appeared in front of Gucci. At the same time, the old tailor quickly took out black and dark blue flags. Pen, ready to start drawing. But at this time Gucci said, among the ordinary colors, what are the options between white and brighter blue? Normal white, silver white, aqua blue. The old tailor didn't know why Gucci asked, but he spoke quickly anyway. Every time he said a color, there would be an extra pen in front of him. Gucci could tell what the old tailor meant by the colors of these pens. After almost releasing all the ordinary colors, Gucci said, draw first. If you need to change the color later, just follow my arrangement. Chapter 226 Gucci's Battle Flag. Comrade, do you have any requirements for patterns? As a necromancer, I personally recommend Skull and Rose. This is a very classic necromancer combination. In addition, if you major in spiritualism, the arm extending from the ground is also more suitable. Pattern? Is there no current painting? Of course, they are actually painted now, but the direction needs to be chosen. This is the first time for comrades to make a battle flag, and there is no previous background battle flag. So I need to ask you in advance what direction you want to set so that I can draw it better. After all, even if you are painting a ceiling painting for teaching purposes, there has to be a theme, right? At this point, the old tailor said again, so comrade, look, what kind of idea do you choose? Don't think so. I have the Death City among the 3 divine skills. Do I have any ideas on how to represent the Death City? The old tailor was interrupted and felt a little helpless. But he still had to say, yes. The most classic idea of the City of Death is to draw a castle in the middle of the battle flag. And the gate is piled with skulls. A long shot and a close shot. These two are the most classic. At a glance, people know that the owner of the battle flag has mastered the magical skill of Death City. What about the magical skill of Death Incarnation? Gucci asked again. The incarnation of death depends on what the incarnation looks like. If it is a bone dragon, you can draw a bone dragon on the battle flag. If it is a god of death, you can draw a sickle. Some also draw black and white impermanence. This time the old tailor became honest. Before, he only wanted to make the first order for free and do it casually. Anyway, he was a newcomer who came to make the battle flag, so he didn't have that many ideas at all. If they want to draw some thoughtful patterns, he can also argue that new players, who have not reached this level, cannot add random things to the battle flag. But Gucci used 2 of his 3 magical skills at once, which left the old tailor speechless. He couldn't say that Gucci couldn't use these 3 magical skills to design the battle flag. If he really said that, he would definitely be sprayed to death. So at this time, the old tailor showed his skills quite honestly and explained several of his design directions to Gucci. Comrade, if these 2 magical skills are combined to make a battle flag pattern, which of the 2 designs would you like? One is the bone dragon circling the distant view of the castle, and the other is the pattern of the city gate. The dragon poked his head down from the city gate. While talking, the old tailor also drew the general pattern on the battle flag. Gucci compared them carefully, while also thinking about his own thoughts. Both battle flag designs had good aspects, but there were also aspects he didn't like. The castle in the distant view looks like Sleeping Beauty's castle, and the dragon incarnated by death is too small. In the close shot, there is only one head of the bone dragon, and there is only one door in the city of death. Instead, the stacked skeletons in front of the door are more conspicuous. In addition, the pattern occupies a relatively large space, blocking the background color Gucci had chosen. Therefore, Gucci was not satisfied with these 2 ways of expression. Even if the old tailor said that this was just a design direction and would need to be adjusted later, Gucci would not agree. After all, the direction is wrong and there is no point in adjusting it. After thinking for a moment, Gucci asked, "Can I give you some advice, and you do the painting?" "Of course," the old tailor said quite directly. "In that case, let's draw the castle first." "Wait, Chaoyang Guild has special colors. Does the 3 divine skills of death have special colors?" At this moment, Gucci suddenly thought of a question. The old tailor hesitated for a moment, and finally said yes. The exclusive color of the City of Death is night black, and the exclusive color of the incarnation of death is this white. Gucci was now lost in thought. Various plans flashed through his mind, But none of them satisfied him. Sometimes he even thought about letting the old tailor go in a few more directions, and just forget about it if there wasn't any big problem. But as soon as this thought came up, Gushi felt a little unwilling. This was Gushi's battle flag, and he didn't want to do it casually. Looking at Gushi's expression, the old tailor also had a smile on his face. It seems that Gushi has fallen into mental confusion. Now is a good opportunity for him to take control of Gushi. The old tailor spoke slowly, "Comrade." "I see." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Gushi. "I said you draw?" "Ah?" The old tailor didn't expect Gushi to be so decisive. He wanted to say something else, but Gushi spoke directly again. "Ah. What? Just paint as I say." The old tailor then picked up the pen, and Gushi said directly, "Take the night black and let me see the contrast effect." In desperation, the old tailor could only take out night black. Compared with pure black, this kind of black has a clear sense of layering. It feels like the difference between a mobile phone and a SLR. This kind of black looks more comfortable than the pure black before. Gushi pointed to the sunset red flag and said, "Help me draw a bone dragon here." When the old tailor heard this, he held a paintbrush to the flag, and a bone dragon appeared on the flag. At this time, Gushi began to adjust the angle of the bone dragon, freely enlarging or reducing the size of the bone dragon. And finally a black bone dragon occupying half of the flag was drawn. The bone dragon spread its wings and flew up vertically. Its movements were like those of a double-headed eagle, except that it was not holding anything on its talons. On the bone dragon's chest, instead of the ribs that can be seen in the color of the flag behind it, there is a white city gate pattern. There was no skull or anything painted on the bottom of the city gate, as the old tailor had said. That means nothing to Gushi. You are already a bone dragon. Is there anyone who doesn't know that you are a necromancer? So Gushi quite simply didn't add anything. However, Gushi did not forget his own achievements. The chief's logo, as well as the undead natural disaster ritual badge, were all requested by Gushi to be added to the battle flag, and he requested that it not affect the overall picture. The old tailor was speechless about this situation. He never thought that Gushi, who had no battle flag, could come up with so many materials. It can be said that he suffered a huge loss this time by designing a battle flag for Gushi. However, he still completed the final design honestly. He drew a circle on the edge of the bone dragon with its wings spread out, and drew 2 victory symbols inside the circle. After completing the design of the battle flag, the old tailor waved the painted battle flag, and the 3 prepared battle flags appeared in his hands. Take it. After the battle flag is designed, you will get 3 battle flags for free. If you don't have enough, you can make your own or buy one here. The price here is 10 yuan per flag. In addition, if you want to adjust the battle flag again, it will be 200 yuan per time next time. After saying this, the old tailor said helplessly, "All patterns and colors are open." Chapter 227, Opening the Dungeon. Holding the 3 war flags, Gushi walked out of the war flag design room, and he casually draped a war flag on the evil coffin. After all, the evil coffin, which is as smooth as a mirror, needs a cool cushion. The other flag was sent back to Aradovi by Gushi. This battle flag will be hung on the ghost flagpole on top of the city gate. The last Gushi will be carried with him. After all, there is no telling when there will be an opportunity to need a battle flag. After leaving the Janchi design room, Gushi headed towards the main square. This time Gushi was going to the other end of the main square, where the players entered the dungeon. Unlike the portal into the game world, the area where you enter the dungeon is obviously more lively. As soon as he entered the area in front of him, Gushi heard noisy sounds. Zombie siege. Here comes a poisonous necromancer. Black Tower Hell. Elite mode. Chopper team. Death Knights above level 5. The group has started. The 20-man group Dungeon Thunder King Temple. The first progress this week. Come on if you want to get on board. Level 7 Necromancer. Innate magic power. Sandro's standard equipment. Please form a group. Private copy. For people and a sponsor. Quickly swipe 3,000 yuan at a time. The output is all-inclusive. The sponsor comes. Looking at the lively scene, Gushi also had a curious look in his eyes. He has never seen such a lively scene. However, Gushi did not forget what he was here for. He walked up to the area administrator. Hello. The private copy application is open. The person who manages this place is a necromancer of about level 7. He is wearing a yellow robe and has a yellow talisman between his eyebrows. When Gushi was speaking, he looked up and then said, Take out the copy crystal, and let me take a look. Gushi took the copy crystal in his hand. When the necromancer saw him, he said, "A dungeon of level 5 to 10. What are you going to do now? Are you going to die? Go in and explore the way." "No. You can't get in. The level limit is from 5 to 10. You are only at level 4 now. You should honestly activate your talents and get to level 5 before entering." Before he finished speaking, Gushi put 100 yuan on the table. "Well, it's not impossible to enter in advance. But the level 5 dungeon and the dungeon below level 4 are completely different concepts. The level 5 dungeon is quite dangerous." As the necromancer spoke, he signed his name on a piece of paper. After confirming again and again that Gushi was aware of the dangers of the level 5 copy, he pushed the note forward. "Have you seen the black portal over there? Just ask the gatekeeper to help you increase the activation energy by 23%. That's it. Remember your own safety and don't die in the dungeon." Taking the note, Gushi said, "Thank you." Looking at Gushi's back as he left, the necromancer shook his head. Today's young people are so frivolous that they dare to attack high-level dungeons when they are only level 4. And they don't know how to die. Gushi didn't care about the necromancer's sigh. After getting the note, Gushi came to the black portal as the necromancer said. Here, a black suture monster was standing in front of the door. When Gushi came over, he slowly said, "This is where the intermediate and high-level private dungeon is opened. Did you go to the wrong place?" "No. This is the private copy I want to open. This is the entry agreement. The necromancer over there asked you to increase the activation energy by 23%. Increase energy by 23%? This way, you can enter without being restricted by the level of the dungeon. But only one person can enter at a time. And you can no longer enter in a small group. You can't even bring undead minions with you when you enter. You can only enter the dungeon. On-site spiritual evocation. Are you going to die as a level 4 person?" Hearing this, Gushi turned around and glanced at Shaya. Without saying a word, Shaya retreated behind Gushi with the vampire knight. A phantom of a city gate appeared, sending Shaya back to Aladovi City. Seeing the shadow of the city gate behind Gushi, the Stitch monster understood Gushi's confidence. "It turns out that you have mastered the skill of Death City. Then there will be no problem. The 3 magical skills can be used anywhere. With the Death City, the dungeon battle can be turned into an offensive and defensive battle. What else is there to say? Just send people in directly." So Stitch Monster turned the switch in front of the portal, and a platform rose from the ground. "Put the dungeon crystal up. I've adjusted the energy. When the crystal glows, you can go in by yourself." After saying that, Suture Monster kept turning the handle near the platform, and lightning bolts fell on the copy crystal. Gushi stood near the platform holding the cold wind staff, staring at the copy crystal struck by lightning. When the dungeon crystal completely lit up, Gushi quickly took a step forward and stepped directly into the light of the dungeon crystal. Player 629 SHG2S0FXC30. You are entering the dungeon, the Westminster Abbey event portal range. This range is level 5 to 10. Please ask if you want to enter the dungeon. Looking at the message popping up in front of him, Gushi said decisively, "Enter." It is found that the activation energy has changed. The entry conditions of the copy, Westminster Abbey event have changed. The copy level remains unchanged. The entry range is not limited. Only one person is allowed to enter. Copy, Westminster Abbey incident, level requirement, level 5 to 10. Dungeon missions, external 3, 0/3. Internal 5, 0/5. Exclusive mission 2, 0/2. Dungeon boss, 5, 0/5. Dungeon rewards, purple equipment, 1 piece must be produced. Blue equipment, 5 pieces must be produced. Green equipment is random. As the message popped up in front of him, Gushi's eyes blurred. Then the scene he saw when he came out of Westminster Abbey appeared before him again. The huge apple tree that enveloped Westminster Abbey. The corpse hanging on the apple tree. The human troops who stepped into the dangerous area without hesitation. And Anna who led the troops to charge. Everything was just as it was when Gushi left. It was as if time had not been affected in any way. However, the screen finally scanned a few points. In front of the gate of Westminster Abbey. Under the apple tree. Inside Westminster Abbey. In the cemetery behind. And under the ground of Westminster Abbey. Gushi guessed that these 5 places should be the locations of the 5 bosses. But no matter how hard Gushi tried, he could not see clearly what the 5 bosses looked like. Just when Gushi wanted to see more details of Westminster Abbey, the picture was suddenly interrupted. Gucci found that he was already standing at the number 19 bus stop outside Westminster Abbey. Outside him, there were groups of formal soldiers equipped with weapons. With the appearance of Gucci, the adhesion reacted immediately. Chapter 228 Copy Mission. Gucci, who walked out of the number 19 bus stop carrying the cold wind staff, was quickly surrounded by people before he could see his surroundings clearly. Looking at the situation in front of him, Gucci was also shocked. What was going on? Could it be that the dungeon was about to fight just now? This is a little too fast. Doesn't this copy give people time to prepare? While thinking about this, Gucci raised the cold wind staff and was about to strike the enemy in front of him. As a result, the other person said first, "Who are you? Don't you know that Westminster Abbey is now a forbidden area? Go back quickly." Hearing this, Gucci put away the cold wind staff. He understood that it was the soldiers in the copy who were preventing him from approaching Westminster Abbey. Gucci looked around and saw an old man cooking something in a big pot not far away. He shouted loudly, "Sir! Sir! It's me! I came out of Westminster Abbey with the black flower. I'm here to help Anna." After hearing Gucci's words, the old man who was studying the liquid in the pot carefully raised his head. He glanced at Gucci and asked with some doubts, "You seem to have become much stronger." Gucci also knew that his current level was completely different from his original level. At the same time, the equipment on his body is obviously different, especially the cold wind staff, the spiritual lamp in his hand, and the reverse lich on his shoulder, which are not accessible to ordinary people. Necromancers always have some abilities to improve themselves. The great sir didn't say anything to Gucci's words. He had seen many sudden increases in strength. There is no noble in Victoria who does not have this ability. He was just a little curious as to what Gucci was doing running in at this time. "Okay. You all get out of the way. I know this person. And so does the eldest princess. I'll talk to him." Upon hearing this, the nearby soldiers quickly retreated. Gucci noticed that the soldiers did not retreat very far. They were patrolling nearby. At the same time, Victoria seemed to have transported the battlefield defense line here. Sandbags, roadblocks, horse barriers, and barbed wire were arranged in circles on the road. Along these defense lines, there are also war machines such as catapults and ballistae. It seems that the time point in this copy is not when Gucci left. While Gucci was still observing the situation of the copy, the Great Knight had already arrived in front of Gucci. "Although I don't know how you became like this in one day, but now the eldest princess has entered Westminster Abbey. We can't delay it to 3 days, just because the eldest princess said 3 days. If you can come here, you must be here for the eldest princess. Now I need your help." "I can come here. Naturally, because of the eldest princess. Tell me where I should attack." No. You don't need to attack Westminster Abbey now. The British soldiers are not dead yet. So how can we let the civilian righteous take action? But you have also seen that now we are guarding against the strange impact on the outside world. There are many small things that cannot be done by human hands. Do you still remember the black flowers you brought before? Those are the flowers of that weird apple tree. Now the flowers in my hand have been used up. This is the key to unlocking the secret of the apple tree. Can you help me find some more apple tree flowers? I don't want more. Just 10. No. 20. You are a mage. Right? As long as you help me find it, I will give you some tips on magic. Ding! You communicate with the Great Sir in the dungeon and learn about the Great Sir's needs. You activate a dungeon mission. Dungeon quest, Black Apple Blossom. Task description, find a sufficient number of apple blossoms and give them to the Great Sir for research. Task requirement, find 20 apple blossoms, 0/20. Task reward, a skill level +1. Note 1. The place with the most apple flowers is naturally on the apple tree. If you can't get close to the apple tree, you can also go to the nearby alleys to have a look. Note 2. Please note that apple blossom is quite dangerous, so be prepared for battle when facing it. As soon as I arrived, I had a mission. Gucci felt happy now. This mission was pretty good. One skill level was +1, which was better than the long-term mission in the wisdom tree. The long-term mission of the wisdom tree is for professional skills. This mission clearly means that all skills can be improved. In other words, Gucci's undead knowledge, magic knowledge, and undead control that can affect spiritualism, which have not been improved, are all within the scope of upgrade. This is a good thing for Gucci. You must know that among the prerequisites for activating talents, knowledge of the undead and magic knowledge must reach level 6, and 8 professional skills must reach level 4. Professional skills can also be improved through various means. Undead knowledge and magic knowledge must be learned by oneself, or improved by luck. The reward for the current task is quite good for Gu Shi. So Gu Shi immediately took over the task. After Gu Shi took over the task, the Great Sir gave Gu Shi a pass, allowing him to freely enter and exit the vicinity of Westminster Abbey. As long as he doesn't get close to the line of defense formed by the paladins, he can go wherever he wants. Gu Shi looked at the map where he could go, including the streets and alleys outside Westminster Abbey. You can approach the halfway point of the large square in front of Westminster Abbey, but you cannot go any further because there is a line of defense formed by the paladins ahead, and anyone who approaches will be attacked as an enemy. In addition to the paladins' defense line, there are several defense lines outside Westminster Abbey, according to what is shown on the map. The largest one is the Royal Guard from the British royal family, and the rest are the church's holy light priests, the Merlin Sirens, which are mainly mages, and the Highlanders Legion, which is mainly warriors. There were also about 100 griffins circling in the sky. Although among these forces, there are no existences above level 20. But Gu Shi didn't think that they didn't have such strength. But because of the upper limit of the dungeon, the level 20 legendary boss battlefield was not here. For this reason, Gu Shi was not in a hurry to contact him. He planned to complete the Black Apple Blossom dungeon mission first. But before going out to find the Black Apple Blossom, Gu Shi had one more thing to do. He turned and walked towards the number 19 bus stop. The moment he stepped into the bus stop, a line of text popped up in front of him. The copy export was found. Do you want to exit the copy? Please note that there is a choice in the exit direction. Should you go back the same way or enter Victoria City? Chapter 229, Hope of Entering Victoria City. Looking at the exit information at the number 19 bus stop in front of him, Gu Shi did not exit the dungeon directly. A city gate quickly appeared behind him. Shea, who had been waiting behind the city gate, quickly came out with the Vampire Knight troops. Regarding the sudden appearance of the Vampire Knight, the nearby soldiers glanced this way. After discovering that these vampires were submissive under Gu Shi's control, they did not come over to inquire about the situation. They had all heard just now that Gu Shi was a necromancer and could summon some undead. This was a normal behavior. However, they did not expect that Gu Shi did not immediately deal with the task he had just received, but instead glanced at Shaya. Shea quickly took the Vampire Knight into the number 19 bus stop. Gu Shi stood in front of the bus stop and waited. Although Gu Shi's behavior at this time seemed a bit inexplicable, most of the soldiers did not come to check on Gu Shi. In their opinion, Gu Shi could just open a city gate and bring in a group of undead. Maybe sending people out was also a way for Gu Shi to call in other undead. About 20 minutes later, Shea walked in alone from the number 19 bus stop. How about it? You can enter. But the time is different from the time of the copy. Regarding this situation, Gu Shi had already guessed that he had withdrawn from Victoria City for so long, and less than a day had passed in the dungeon. This could mean that when the dungeon generated the dungeon crystal, it was no longer in line with Victoria City. This is normal because the time is different. He is more concerned about the current situation in Victoria City. The city of Victoria is burning now. You lead the troops over and protect our small building. Don't care about anything else. The small building must be occupied. That is our territory. Even if Victoria City is burned to ashes, I must occupy this place. Gu Shi knew exactly what he needed now. The first goal of his visit to the dungeon was to investigate the situation of the dungeon, and the second was to open up the connection with Victoria City. Yes, but sir, there is one thing I want to make clear. You say. Seeing Shaya's embarrassed look, Gu Shi said encouragingly, I can lead the team out of the dungeon and enter Victoria City, and I can also return to the dungeon from Victoria City. However, the undead I brought out of the dungeon cannot return to the dungeon. As soon as he heard this situation, Gu Shi understood the meaning of Shaya's words. The undead she took away would not be able to give Gu Shi enough help in the next dungeon battle. It's okay. I won't force you to clear the dungeon this time. Just keep the troops as small as possible. Victoria City is the most critical right now, Gu Shi said decisively. Now we have to calculate the available troops. Shea, we may not be able to give you many troops this time, but your mission in Victoria City is quite heavy. Don't worry, sir. I will take care of everything in Victoria City. Shea patted her chest and said, Okay. I'll contact Luna to count the available troops. As Gu Shi spoke, he opened the gate of the City of Death. At this time, Luna drove out of the city gate with 100 ghosts and 50 withered ones. Seeing Gu Shi starting to recruit troops, the soldiers who were paying attention to the situation here nodded in approval. It seems that Gushi really came to help the eldest princess. These batches of troops are all comrades in arms. At this time, Gushi began to explain the situation in Victoria's City to Luna. At the same time, he asked Luna how many troops could be mobilized in the city. Luna quickly gave a certain answer to Gushi's question. We can mobilize 3,000 undead now. If there are more, the magic plant area and the barracks will be affected. When Luna said this, Gushi thought of the empty look in Aladovi City during the last undead natural disaster ritual battle. At the same time, I also think of Evilwood Lake that is currently being activated. If all the troops were really taken away, Aladovi City might not be safe either. Luna can mobilize 3,000 troops, which is the limit of what Aladovi City can mobilize now. Thinking of this, Gushi glanced at Shaya. Shaya immediately said, we can't hide that many people in this small building. I need elites. The number of people is about 300. 500 people. You choose the troops. You can't place them elsewhere in Victoria's City. First ensure your safety, and then consider other things. After all, except for the copy, we don't know when Victoria can be contacted. If you don't have any troops on hand, I'm afraid you won't be able to sustain the situation. Shaya also knew the situation in Victoria's City, so she was not pretentious and started to mobilize troops on the spot. Then let's bring 500 soldiers. The 9 vampires I brought out just now will be followed by 50 ghosts. Their characteristics can be used in many places. The zombies must be defensive. There will definitely be an offensive and defensive battle later. And the defense must be sufficient. Let's start with 100 zombies. There are 200 skeleton spearmen. I have heard about their fighting methods. In large-scale battles, they are the most powerful. In addition, I want 10 blighters, and I need help replenishing troops. In addition to 30 skeleton mages and 20 corpse flies. They can ensure safety whether fighting on the ground, entering the sewer, or other places. The rest can be paired with ordinary undead, and ordinary skeleton soldiers can be used. When Gushi heard this, he knew that Shaya had really planned to bring about 300 elite people there from the beginning. Gushi forced her to have 500 soldiers before she considered other troops. Okay, I will give priority to those who have fought before. Luna. Luna understood what Gushi meant as soon as she heard it, and quickly entered the city of Aridov through the city gate. At the same time, Gushi also gave Shaya his final instructions. Shaya, bring an owl with you later. If there is any news, use the owl to communicate. If the owl cannot communicate, then prioritize saving your own life. After that, we will preserve the connection between Aladovi City and Victoria's City, which is our small building. If possible, take this opportunity to grab some land, even the burned land. Shaya understood the priorities as soon as she heard this, and she nodded affirmatively, indicating that she would not mess around. By the way, when you are in Victoria's City, see if there are any missions related to the Westminster Abbey incident that you can accept. I'm afraid you can only accept the 3 external missions in Victoria's City. I can't go there now. This matter will be left to you. Don't worry. Sir. At this moment, Luna also came out of Aladovi City with the selected undead troops, and she also brought a large amount of supplies in the hands of all the undead. Chapter 230 Exploring the Dungeon. Ignore the vampire just now. There are 500 soldiers here, plus a skeleton leader and a zombie leader, which can provide the undead soldiers with supplies for 10 days. Shaya, be careful yourself. After handing over the troops that had just come out of Aladovi City into Shaya's hands, Gushi gave Shaya one last word. Don't worry. Sir, I will take care of everything. Shaya confidently said to Gushi, then turned around and entered the number 19 bus station with 500 undead soldiers. Seeing Gushi recruiting a large number of troops and then sending them all away, the nearby soldiers were also very surprised. None of them quite understood what Gushi wanted to do. At this time, Gushi stood up straight with a cold wind staff, and undead troops began to walk out of the city gate one after another. Because the open space in front of the number 19 station was not big, Gushi did not release a large number of taxi queens. He only mobilized 500 skeleton spearmen, 200 skeleton two-handed swordsmen from the bone-cutting battalion, and 200 zombie axes. Shield. In addition, there were 50 ghosts and 15 gargoyles hovering in the sky, and 30 freshly baked skeleton mages were following Gushi. All the remaining troops stayed in the city of Aladovi, waiting for Gushi's order. At the same time, Luna had made it clear to Fugu when she came out. When encountering a battle in Aladovi City, the gathered troops could be called upon, but the number called could not exceed half of the troops. After all, Gushi could mobilize his troops to attack at any time. Seeing another batch of new undead walking out from behind the gate, the soldiers guarding here became numb. They looked at Gushi speechlessly, not knowing what to say. They never thought that there was such a necromancer in Victoria's City. Gushi did not communicate with these soldiers. After all the undead were standing, Gushi glanced at the person in the direction of Westminster Abbey, and then looked away. The alley over the target. "Let's go!" Under Gushi's order, the undead army walked out of the defense line of ordinary soldiers in neat steps, and began to enter the streets and alleys outside Westminster Abbey. The conditions in these streets and alleys are still the same as when the Westminster Abbey incident broke out. There were blood stains all over the ground, and traces of destruction were still left as roots burrowed out of the ground. Some houses have even collapsed. But no one cares. Looking at the situation in front of him, Gushi said with a cold face, "Luna." Luna understood what Gushi meant as soon as she heard it. When Gushi released the gate of Aladovi City, she began to mobilize the skeletons that had survived the avalanche and had not reached level 3 from inside. As soon as these skeletons came out, they quickly headed towards the collapsed house and began to rummage for useful things. Gushi, on the other hand, led the undead troops and began to march around, looking for the black apple blossoms. In Gushi's mind, there are so many streets and alleys near Westminster Abbey. If one place doesn't work, then find another place. It is impossible for all places to be cleaned, and there will always be some missing places. As for spending time searching, Gushi didn't care at all. Anyway, it was the first time to explore the dungeon. Gushi had no intention of beating the boss. Instead, exploring the path became Gushi's first choice. It doesn't matter if you spend a little more time. Gushi has plenty of time. With this thought, Gushi really managed to sweep across the streets. The main undead troops lined up in neat rows and strode forward, first sweeping across the street. After making sure there was no danger, the cannon fodder skeletons began to carry things, and Gushi led the troops to move to the next street. The speed of advancement was very fast. After a while, Gushi had cleared about 10 nearby streets. I picked up a lot of gray garbage, but there was nothing really useful. All the people affected by the tree roots and vines were dragged back to the apple tree and hung on the tree. Not even a body was found on the ground. Regarding this situation, Gushi was not so anxious and led the troops into the next street as before. But just as he entered the street, a white light suddenly hit him. Gushi raised his hand, and a magic arrow flew out. When this magical arrow first flew out, it looked like a blue ball of light. But after flying about 1 meter, it turned into a long blue sword. When it flew to the 3rd meter, frost has appeared on the long sword, and it looks like a flying frost sword. After flying out, the magic arrow immediately hit the white light head-on. With a bang, white light and magic arrows exploded in the air. Taking this opportunity, the skeleton swordsmen of the bone-cutting battalion rushed out and headed in the direction of the white light. At this time, Gushi, who was kneeling on the evil coffin, also saw the direction of the white light. A paladin wearing red silk thread was holding a two-handed heavy sword. The paladin's face was distorted into something disfigured, with veins exploding around his eyes, and the blood vessels seemed to be about to explode. When he looked at Gushi, he opened his mouth wide and kept yelling something, but no sound came out. Gushi could tell that he seemed to be asking Gushi to kill him. Gushi didn't think much, pointed at the Holy Knight's cold wind staff, and shook it again. Magic arrow. Under Gushi's spell, 3 magic arrows flew out. As Gushi attacked, the paladin raised his two-handed heavy sword again. However, there was an expression of resistance on his face, and he gritted his teeth and tried to push his arm down. With such effort, the magic arrow hit him. The power of ice froze his muscles, and at the same time, the damage effect of the magic arrow knocked him back several steps. At this time, the skeleton two-handed swordsmen from the bone-cutting camp rushed in front of the paladin. They raised their swords and slashed hard at the paladin. Looking at the long sword that was slashed at him, the paladin not only did not dodge, but a look of relief flashed in his eyes. He stretched his head outwards, exposing his neck, and quite simply exposed his vitals to the skeleton. In front of the two-handed swordsman, the skeleton two-handed swordsman had no idea what kind of situation he was encountering. He just instinctively killed the enemy he encountered. But this could not stop the paladin from wanting to die. After the sword was swung, the paladin's head was chopped off. When the head fell to the ground, a smile appeared on the paladin's face. The skeleton two-handed swordsman, summon, kills the possessed paladin, level 6. You get 1 experience point, 1 point is saved when overflowed. And the summons gets 213 experience points. The skeleton two-handed swordsman, summoned object, received the gratitude of the paladin, was promoted to a warrior, and mastered the skill Holy Light Slash. Skeleton two-handed sword warrior, level 5. Summoned object experience, 33/2500, attack 9. Defense 7. Life 35. Skills, combat elite, beheading, charging forward, Holy Light Slash. Chapter 231 Hidden Map. A skeleton learned Holy Light Slash? What is wrong with this world? However, Gushi immediately got used to this situation. In Chiyam Guild, Gushi saw many necromancers and death knights who played with light spells or skills. Now it seems that there is a skeleton who has learned Holy Light Slash. But this is actually nothing. However, Gushi was a little curious about the situation of this paladin. Check. Under Gushi's order, all the undead troops rushed out towards this street. This time, Gushi's exploration finally paid off. On this street, Gushi found more than a dozen bodies of dead paladins, as well as 3 severed vines. On the top of one of the vines, the black apple blossoms had not been scattered. Looking at the images of these paladins dying in battle while holding onto vines, Gushi sighed. Bring some skeletons, and take the bodies of these paladins to the number 19 bus stop. After hearing Gushi's order, Luna did not persuade her to say anything. Even if each of these corpses were above level 6 during their lifetime, and even if these corpses could be used to create stronger and better undead, she did not stop Gushi's idea. After sending the paladin's body away, Gushi walked up to the 3 vines. Reaching out to pull up the vine with black apple blossoms, Gushi heard a message in his ears. You get 1 black apple flower, and the quest progress changes, 1/20th. However, Gushi's attention was not focused on this. When he pulled up the vine, Gushi noticed that there was dry green liquid on the cut end of the vine. Following the traces left by the liquid, Gushi could see where the vines popped out of the ground. There are 3 potholes in total on this street, which means that there were only 3 vines attacking this street in the first place. If all 3 vines were cut down by the paladin, then what possessed the paladin just now? And why did the other paladins die? An idea appeared in Gushi's mind. Before Gushi could figure this out, Luna floated over. My lord, everything has been cleaned up. Gushi was about to give the order to go to the next block. But just as he was giving the order, Gushi's eyes fell on the hole drilled by the vines. He hesitated for a moment, and finally said, Luna, call the ghost and corpse fly over and look down these 3 potholes. After receiving Gushi's order, Luna quickly returned to Aladovi City without asking why and began to mobilize the troops Gushi needed. Ghost Gushi still has many subordinates, but the number of corpse flies is obviously not many anymore. During the previous expedition to the sewers, a lot of corpse flies were taken away, and then another batch was given to Shea. There are actually not many corpse flies left in Aladovi City that can be used. Gushi didn't have the source of corpse flies. These things really meant that if a group of them died, they would lose a group. But now is not the time to think about these things. After releasing the corpse flies and ghosts, they took the initiative to enter the pit. Gushi stood on top of a pothole and waited. After a while, several ghosts flew up from under the pothole. They pointed at Luna and said something. Unlike Gushi, as a ghost, Luna can talk directly to ghosts. After listening, she turned to Gushi and said, Sir, they found another section of the vine roots below. Hearing this, Gushi's eyes lit up. Go down and have a look. After saying that, Gushi jumped down into the pit. And then Gushi's soldiers quickly jumped in, almost filling the pit. Fortunately, Luna realized something was wrong immediately, and asked the undead, who wanted to jump down from behind to divide their forces. The slow-moving zombies guarded outside the pit, and the skeleton spearmen, who needed to cooperate in the battle simply did not come down. The ones who came down were the skeleton two-handed swordsmen and skeleton mages from the bone-cutting camp. These undead souls divided into 3 pits and moved forward at the same time, while Gushi had already walked to the front with Luna. The pothole is not too high from the ground, and is located about 3 meters underground. After entering the passage from the pit, Gushi reached out and touched the soil in the pit, and then said with disdain, The smell of blood is disgusting. Then Gushi pressed his arm heavily on the edge of the hole, and the traces of manual excavation appeared in front of Gushi. Without looking further, you can see that the vine roots from the apple tree were led here, in order to accurately attack every street outside Westminster Abbey. They even deployed at least 1 node in the middle, and upper lanes of every street, and use blood mixed with special energy to attract the roots of the apple tree. Finally, the cultists on the ground activated the ritual, angered the tree roots and vines, and used pedestrians on the nearby street as sacrifices to induce the apple tree to mutate. And what they did was quite successful, judging from the apple tree that covered half of Westminster Abbey with its shade. This operation was quite perfect. They even calculated the final retreat route. As the apple tree mutated, the retracted apple roots would destroy the passage that guided the roots forward underground. Even if someone discovered that the apple tree roots popped out of the ground, they would not be able to follow the passage to find the location of the apple tree roots. All they could find was a collapsed tunnel. If they wanted to dig their way out through the tunnel, it would be better to fight directly in Westminster Abbey Square. But the cultists never expected that they would encounter an unexpected situation. A dozen paladins gathered on this street. They risked their lives and cut off the roots of the apple tree. The seriously injured apple tree root did not return to its original position, but got stuck in the tunnel. Let these 3 tunnels become tunnels that have not collapsed. The reason why Gushi was so sure about all this was that after he walked around the 3 tunnels, a message popped up in front of him. Discover the hidden map of the copy. The underground mausoleum. Please find the core location of the underground mausoleum. The crown of the holy tree. Within 12 hours. Note, this is the first time that the hidden map in the dungeon has been discovered. If the exploration mission is not completed within 12 hours, the hidden map here will be erased in the dungeon in the future. Looking at the information in front of him, Gushi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Let me just say that the exploration of the first round of dungeons is important. If you go directly to Westminster Abbey in the first round, this hidden map will be gone. Now that there is one more hidden map, it means there is one more place where you can fight. Gushi didn't care why the core location of the underground mausoleum was called the crown of the sacred tree. At this time, he was thinking about how to remove the apple tree roots without causing the tunnel to collapse. Chapter 232P Treasure Chest. Is there any way to dig up this tree root? After circling around the 3 apple tree roots, Gushi looked back at Luna. Luna also shook her head helplessly. Gushi regards the undead as omnipotent. Although the undead do not need money to work, their power is actually limited, and they cannot move mountains and reclaim seas in a short time. Digging through the roots of these apple trees is no problem, but it takes time. 12 hours is simply not enough. And the hidden map is nominally a maze. And the time to enter the battle must also be calculated. This is really tight. Luna's shake of the head made Gushi think of another plan. How about finding the big knight at the number 19 bus stop? Said that the roots of apple trees were found here? Ask them if they are interested? Just thinking of this, Gushi shook his head. Let's just forget it. The great knight was thinking about how to deal with the apple tree, and there was no way to lure him over. As for the ability of ghosts to penetrate walls, the limit is 15 meters. Zombies with the ability to escape from the ground, or other means of traveling on the ground, are almost at this level. This is a restriction on the player's soldiers, limiting their ability to circumvent city walls or other means. When Gushi learned about this in class, he thought the restrictions were well-intentioned. After all, no matter what kind of city lord, he doesn't want the city wall he has worked so hard to build to be passed through by ghosts, or that a group of minor zombies will be dug out of the ground under the floor of his house one day. But now Gushi desperately wanted to have a unit that could bypass such long apple tree roots and open the passage to the underground mausoleum. But the fact is just like that. After hesitating for a while, Gushi took out a blue pea seed from his pocket. This is the assimilation pea that opened in the library this week. It is a special pea that can be grafted on other vines or roots, such as tree roots, to absorb nutrients, control the vines, and finally produce a treasure chest. Gushi was originally waiting for the Shiemu Lake blood sacrifice to be completed and use assimilation pea to graft the huge tentacle root. Unexpectedly, I encountered such a thing just after entering Westminster Abbey. Although he felt a little reluctant to part with it, Gushi still took it out, pressed the blue peas on the broken roots of the apple tree, and the blue pea vines will grow automatically without any hesitation. As the pea vines grew, the roots of the apple tree shrank significantly, and the pea vines took this opportunity to prop up the passage. After a while, a blue vine path appeared in front of Gushi. Gushi glanced into the path and said, "The troops will return to the city, and just leave the corpse flies behind." Luna knew Gushi's plan as soon as she heard it. This vine path can only allow one person to pass. If you move forward with these skeleton soldiers and zombies, your movement speed will definitely be slow. It would be better to let them return to Aladovi City first. Wait until Gushi found the underground tomb, and then release them. So Luna quickly commanded the troops to retreat into the city gate. Gushi had already taken a step ahead and ran towards the vine path with the corpse poison flies. Because the vine path was relatively small, Gushi couldn't release the evil coffin, so he could only run forward on his own. This bumpy progress was obviously much slower. But fortunately, the roots of the apple tree had been absorbed by the assimilated peas, so the journey was smooth. After running for only about 10 minutes, Gushi reached the end of the vine path. A pea pod as tall as a person appeared on the vine in front. Underneath the pea trap is a bottomless pit. Just by lying on the big pit, Gushi could hear the whistling wind coming from below. He knew very well that the entrance to the underground mausoleum was below. And at the same time, Gushi could feel the faint water vapor below. After thinking about it, Gushi pulled out a section of the vine and threw it down. About 7 or 8 seconds later, the sound of something falling into the water was heard from below. This is a flood in the mausoleum. As a necromancer, Gushi has some ability to judge the conditions of buildings such as tombs and mausoleums. It seems that the roots of the apple tree penetrated the sewer, and also penetrated other people's tombs along the way. Although he didn't know which British boss the mausoleum below belonged to, Gushi still hoped that he could feel more comfortable soaking in the water. After taking a look, Gushi reached out and grabbed the pea clip at the end of the vine. You found a pea treasure chest, Blue. Would you like to open it? I'm lucky. I opened the treasure chest just after I entered the dungeon, Gushi said with a smile. And with a push of his hands, he squeezed the pea clip away. And at the same time, a bunch of messages popped up in front of him. You get pea grenade, green, *4. You get fairy beans, green, *1. You get JP blue. Inlaid, *1. Pea grenade, green. It will explode automatically 3 seconds after landing. The explosion will cause 300 points of damage to everyone nearby. Fairy beans, green food. After taking it, it can quickly restore 1,000 points of life and 1,000 points of mana. And at the same time, it can keep one person from being hungry for a day. JP, blue. Inlaid in a weapon. It can designate a missile, long range, and shooting skill level +2. Embedded in armor, you can specify a defense, counterattack, and recovery skill level +2. When embedded in jewelry, it can increase the level of a passive skill by +2. Gushi's eyes lit up when he saw what came out of the pea treasure chest. Pea grenades and fairy beans are trivial matters, but the JP is the key. A skill level +2. And you can also specify which skill. Gushi now wishes he had a ring with a hole or a necklace with a hole. Adding this thing would be the best solution. But after Gushi searched for a long time, he only found 2 pieces of equipment with holes on them. The cold wind staff and the reverse lich should use this JP now, or wait until they go back to look for suitable decorations. Gushi hesitated for a while. At this moment, Luna also floated in. Grown-ups. Oh! Only then did Gushi realize that now was not the time to think about this. Gushi didn't think much. He stuffed everything into his bag, grabbed a loose vine, and headed towards the mausoleum below. As Gushi held up the soul lamp with one hand, he grabbed the vine and hung it down with the other hand. There was another dinging sound in his ear. The underground mausoleum is discovered, and the hidden map is temporarily opened. Please find the core of the underground mausoleum, the crown of the holy tree, within 11 hours, 33 minutes and 29 seconds. Otherwise, the underground mausoleum will automatically close. After success, the next time you restart the instance, the hidden map will be automatically opened, and the path to the hidden map will be located at the feet of the dead paladin. Chapter 233. The mausoleum soaked in water. Through the pea vines hanging down into the big hole, Gushi kept holding the spiritual lamp and shining it downwards. A large amount of river water had been poured into the underground mausoleum, and the spiritual lamp itself could not shine very far. When Gushi looked down, all he could see was the dark water. Gushi didn't think much and put the evil coffin on the water on the spot. Although it cannot move in the water, it is still possible for such a large coffin to float on the water. After landing on the evil coffin, Gushi held up the spiritual lamp and looked around. Gushi found that he was now nearly 60 meters away from the ground. At the same time, the underground mausoleum in front of him was quite large. Although Gushi could not see far now, he could judge from the flow of wind and water that the underground space in front of him was as big as Westminster Abbey Square. Now Gushi's thumb was wet with water. He raised it forward and felt the direction of the wind. The cold wind staff gently touched the front of the evil coffin, and a black air spewed out from the evil coffin, heading towards the location where the wind blew. Gu Shi's idea was simple. Regardless of the situation of the underground mausoleum, find the edge first. Wait until you find the edge and then consider the rest. But as soon as the evil coffin moved, Gu Shi felt that something was not right. Something suddenly emerged from the water. Gu Shi held up the spiritual lamp and took a look. What caught his eye were the heads floating on the water, and the black hair spread out like flowers in the water. If you are an ordinary person, you will definitely be frightened by the scene in front of you. If someone is familiar with ghosts and spirits, they might shout out, "Standing floating corpse." Then let me talk about how scary it is to have a corpse floating in the water. But for a necromancer like Gu Shi, he only said one thing in the end. Isn't it said that every British person is Mediterranean? It doesn't look like it. Then Gu Shi put the cold wind staff into the water and pointed his finger in front of him. Bone storm. A storm of bones moved forward from the direction pointed by Gu Shi. The hair of the floating corpses that had been transferred by the white bone fragments were all rolled together. Then it disappeared into the water. At this time, Gu Shi calmly raised the spiritual lamp a little higher and looked seriously into the distance. At this moment, a large amount of black hair popped out from the water, turning into a black screen pressing towards Gu Shi from all directions. With such an attack method, Gu Shi just smiled and didn't make any more moves. He just followed the storm of bones released in front of him. Gu Shi had already made a guess when so many floating corpses appeared underwater. The bone storm was just a test for him. The reaction under the water now made Gu Shi completely believe his guess. The scene in front of me was completely an illusion caused by the gathering of Yin Qi. Otherwise, in the mausoleum under Westminster Abbey, the water had obviously been poured in not long ago. How could there be such a gathering place for drowned ghosts, like the fierce river, that there would be so many floating corpses? The most important thing is that all of them were female corpses. This is obviously fake. It is the product of the Yin energy that affects the senses and scares oneself. As a necromancer, Gu Shi knew exactly what to do when encountering such a situation. Protect the only light source. Find something to open the way. And just move forward regardless of anything else. Gu Shi did the same thing. The evil coffin didn't move very fast in the water, but it could still move to some extent. As long as he ignored all this and followed the direction of the wind, Gu Shi would soon reach the edge of the mausoleum. Once the edge is found, Gu Shi can follow the edge of the mausoleum to find the gate of the mausoleum. When you want to find the crown of the sacred tree, you will find the pattern to follow, no matter what. It's better than staying on the water and not knowing where you are. However, the black hair rushing in front of him made Gu Shi feel a little unhappy because he didn't have some magic to set fire to. If there is anything, he can burn everything with a fire. Feeling unhappy, Gu Shi raised the cold wind staff and pointed in the direction of the black hair. Fire trap. Then, in Gu Shi's eyes, 8 red light spots flashed in the position of the black hair. However, Gu Shi's fire trap did not have any effect on this black hair. After all, without an enemy touching it, the trap would not explode. In addition, the flame trap's derivative skill designated explosion has not yet been studied, and Gu Shi has no way to actively detonate the trap. So the flame trap can only be attached to the black hair and cannot get a response. After Gu Shi rushed out, his black hair fell into the water and turned into black aura again, bringing these flame traps into the water. After Gu Shi sent out a flame trap to vent his emotions, he didn't waste any more mana. He still focused on his goal. After floating on the water for about 10 minutes, Gu Shi encountered many strange things along the way. It's just that the illusions caused by the Yin Qi all look like drowned ghosts. There is no way to solve this biggest flaw, and it cannot be deceived by a necromancer like Gu Shi. None of these visions could stop Gu Shi. On the contrary, it made Gu Shi believe that he was in the right position. At this time, Gu Shi didn't pay attention to the changes inside. It was the bone storm that opened the way and moved forward in the direction of the wind. As soon as the bone storm stopped, a new bone storm immediately took over. Time and time again, he used the bone storm to break through the illusion of Yin Qi. In the end, after being in the water for nearly 20 minutes, Gu Shi could finally look at the wall of the underground mausoleum in front of him. Through the light of the spiritual lamp, Gu Shi saw a huge crack on the wall of the mausoleum. The wind blows out of the crack. The entire crack is 7 or 8 meters wide. At the location of the crack, there are still many apple tree roots that have not had time to retreat. Go and have a look. Gu Shi pointed towards the evil coffin, causing the evil coffin to speed up. At the same time, the shadow of the city gate appeared behind him, and Luna flew out of the city gate with a group of ghosts. Seeing the cracks on the wall, she didn't need Gushi's order at all. Luna flew forward with the ghost, preparing to take a moment first to check the safety issues on the other side of the crack. Gushi raised his left hand high so that the spiritual lamp could shine in more places. He had noticed that there were many murals painted on the cracked wall. Because the water did not pour in for a long time, the mural was not affected or corroded much. Gushi could still clearly understand the content on the mural. Buried in this underground tomb is an unrecorded princess of Britain. It's called Flower of the North. Chapter 234 The Boss's Gaze. Because part of the mural was soaked in water, and part of it was cracked and invisible, Gushi could only see a few fragments. According to the records on the murals, the princess known as the Flower of the North was the sister of a certain British king. She was sent to a place to learn magic since she was a child. The murals here could not depict the academy or the city. Gushi could only see that she was going to learn magic. Later, her brother died, and she raised his only son alone and inherited the throne of Britain. When her nephew ascended the throne, she explained to her nephew that when she was learning magic, she had changed her profession and became a necromancer. After that, Britain's management of necromancers was not so strict. When her strength reached a certain level, she fell asleep in this mausoleum. It seems to be waiting for something. Seeing this, Gushi was speechless even though he had not read all the stories. A powerful necromancer, who might even reach the legendary level, was just soaked in water like this. Is this a joke? Although sleeping in a mausoleum is a way for necromancers to break through themselves, it is not so damaging. But then again, it was precisely because there was a powerful necromancer down there that sinister illusion appeared when Gushi came down. The Flower of the North had already caused enough trouble for Gushi before she even woke up. While Gushi was observing the mural, the evil coffin had also arrived at the crack in the wall. Putting away the cold wind staff, Gushi bit the soul lamp into his mouth, put his hands on the crack, and climbed from the evil coffin to a position above the crack with one effort. Through the wall, which was half a meter thick, Gushi saw the situation outside the wall. Outside the wall, there is a tree root that is shrunk into a ball. The diameter of this tree ball is at least more than 1,300 meters. And the roots of large and small trees are like blood vessels, entangled in circles. Looking at the huge tree ball from afar, Gushi couldn't help but laugh. Black apple blossoms. As many as you want. That's right. Gushi had already seen countless black apple blossoms on the roots of the tree, as well as the red threads that could control people. Now this tree root is contracting itself with all its strength and has not spread itself out. But Gushi's knowledge of geometry was quite good, and he could estimate the size of the tree root at a glance. At the same time, he could also calculate what the tree roots would look like if they were fully expanded. No wonder it's called the crown of holy trees. The city of Victoria has been inextricably linked to its mirror image since the day it was built. Right? The city has two sides, the crown and the roots. There's nothing that can't be in opposition. Gushi, who wanted to understand the situation of the tree roots, muttered something, but he still jumped down from the crack in the wall. There are so many black apple blossoms at the root of the tree in front of you, which is the best evidence. As long as he tells the great sir about this secret passage, he should be able to open a new way for the British royal family to attack Westminster Abbey. Of course, maybe they have known this road for a long time, but the ancestors of their royal family are sleeping in the underground mausoleum. It is possible that they dare not pass by here. Gushi didn't have so many worries. After climbing above the crack, Gushi took the spiritual lamp and shined it downwards. Outside the crack, there is also a vast ocean. The water filling the underground mausoleum is poured from this underground river. Unlike the stagnant water in the underground mausoleum that hardly flows, the water outside is flowing. But the speed of the water flow is obviously not too fast. When normal people go up, they will not be swept away by the water. Looking up at the tree ball above, Gushi turned his head to look at Luna. Luna quickly understood what Gushi meant, and she quickly flew back to Aradovi. After a while, the gargoyle troops flew out of the city gate. As a non-living body, gargoyles are also not affected by the red thread spit out by apple blossoms. At the same time, with the flying speed of gargoyles, even if there is something wrong with the tree ball, they can retreat quickly at the speed of gargoyles. Return. When the gargoyle came out, Gushi called out some skeleton archers, skeleton spearmen, and skeleton mages. After arranging his undead troops, Gushi pointed towards the gargoyle. Skeleton priest. As soon as the skeleton priest, who had reached level 2, appeared, he began to provide various blessings to Gushi's troops. The one who was blessed the most was naturally the gargoyle. After all, They were going to grab the black apple blossoms this time. After improving their strength, the gargoyles quickly rushed out. They went towards the tree balls hanging high in the sky and quickly rushed towards the apple blossoms on the outermost edge. As the gargoyle approached, the tree roots also reacted. The large entangled tree roots basically did not move, but the red silk thread attached to the tree roots popped out. Some of the silk threads were wrapped around the gargoyle. The gargoyles reacted faster. They flew up and down in the attack of the red thread, dodging the opponent's attacks. At the same time, they would wave their arms to cut off the red thread that wanted to fall on them. Gushi could see that the gargoyles' combat effectiveness had been significantly improved after being blessed by the skeleton priest. And whether they dodge or attack, they are not afraid of the possession ability of the red thread. But they don't want to be entangled by this thing and slow down their flying speed. Seeing this, Gushi naturally wanted to solve the problem for them. Luna released the corpse flies to distract them from the red thread. Luna nodded her head, and under her command, a large group of corpse flies also flew out. The movement speed of corpse flies is much faster than that of gargoyles. In addition, there are more than 100 of them in a group, and they fly in a large group together. As soon as it flew to the edge of the tree root, it immediately attracted the attention of most of the red threads. A red thread chased a corpse fly, opening a path for the gargoyle in the blink of an eye. The gargoyles did not miss this opportunity. They rushed to the roots of the tree, stretched out their hands, cut, grabbed, and pulled out more than 30 black apple blossoms. As soon as these black apple blossoms were pulled out, the huddled tree roots also reacted, and a huge tree root was twisting to be removed from the tree ball. At this moment, Gushi also heard a ding sound in his ear. You have attracted the attention of the dungeon boss Spore Cultist Charlie. Please handle it carefully. Chapter 235 vs Spore Cultist Charlie. Boss? Underground at Westminster Abbey? Isn't this the last Tail King? Listening to the voice coming from his ears, a thought flashed through Gushi's mind. But when I thought about it again, it was really possible. If they had killed the boss in the order of the cutscenes when they entered the dungeon, then when they got to the Tail King, they would have been going all around and going deep underground. Just after defeating the Tail King Spore Cultist Charlie, you can find the underground tomb behind you, and then leave the dungeon through this tomb. Most copy designs are like this. There is often a convenient passage for the Tail King to leave quickly. No wonder when he came here, he only encountered the illusion of Een energy and was not attacked at all. But this is an opportunity. Gushi raised his head and glanced at the constantly moving roots of the apple tree. Now Gushi already knew that it was part of the body of Charlie, the Spore Cultist. If we deal with this thing, will we get some information about the Tail King Spore Cultist Charlie? Gushi glanced at the troops around him, and an idea flashed through his mind. Sir, this is dangerous. Luna seemed to see what Gushi wanted to do, and she quickly appeared in front of Gushi. It's okay. I'm already here. I won't feel comfortable if I don't take a chance. As Gushi spoke, he waved the cold wind staff in his hand. With every wave, a batch of flame traps would appear on the ground in front of him, as well as in the cracks in the wall where he stood. Sir, with so many fire traps stacked up, we can't stop the power of the explosion ourselves. It's okay. I'm going to go into the water later. Walk under the water. The explosion won't affect anything. While Gushi was speaking, the gargoyles and corpse flies had already retreated. Gushi didn't even bother to let the gargoyle hand the black apple blossom into his hands, but quickly asked them to retreat to the city gate. As for the undead troops that Gushi had deployed at the beginning, they were already prepared for battle. The skeleton archers and skeleton mages raised their weapons and faced the apple tree roots that were about to rush over. Just when Gushi was preparing to fight, the skeleton mages standing in front of him suddenly made a movement. They held their hands forward and made a drawing movement. Then a ball of blue gas appeared in their hands. The skeleton mage's mana was activated successfully, and 3 mana points were extracted from Spore Cultist Charlie. 30 messages passed by, and Gushi looked up in surprise at the roots of the apple tree hanging in the air, with a look of surprise in his eyes. At the same time, a message about Spore Cultist Charlie also popped up. Name, Spore Cultist Charlie. Boss. Race, mutated apple tree 2nd stage fusion unfinished body. Level 12, 0/0. Talent, fanatic, for the sake of the Lord. He can ignore his own life and death, and has a chance to sacrifice himself to use forbidden moves in battle. Status, life, 10,000/10,000. Magic power, 1410/1500. Attributes, strength 18.4. Agility 22.6. Constitution 21.2. Intelligence 15. Perception 11.4. Charisma 4.2. Skill, self-sacrifice, 20% chance of sacrificing oneself during battle. Summoning can destroy all attacks in one fell swoop. Strange creatures, strange sources, huge creatures, physical attacks with roots, possession by red threads. Twin life and twin destruction, it becomes one with the apple tree on the ground. The apple tree is destroyed, and its own combat power is doubled. Time progresses, the apple blossoms form fruits. The fruits will grow into mobs to participate in attacks. And all dead mobs' corpses will serve as sacrifices to detonate the ultimate move. After taking a look at the attributes of the spore cultist Charlie, Gushi knew that this guy was not easy to fight. And Gushi guessed that this might not be his final form. According to the normal process of the copy, Gushi should enter from Westminster Abbey Square, then fight inside the church, under the apple tree, in the cemetery, and finally defeat the final boss. According to this order, when the insects hit the apple tree, the tree will definitely be destroyed. And here is a skill. Twin destruction. Once the apple tree on the ground is destroyed, the Tail King's combat effectiveness will be doubled. By then, the difficulty of defeating the spore cultist Charlie will be more than one level higher. This made Gushi want to take advantage of the opportunity in front of him to challenge the spore cultist Charlie. Be ready and wait for orders. As Gushi spoke, he raised his cold wind staff horizontally and aimed it at the roots of the apple tree that had stopped in midair because its magic power had been drained. At this time, the apple tree roots seemed to have reacted and knew who had attacked it. It stabbed forward, heading towards the skeleton mages. Shooting. Following Gushi's order, all the skeleton archers and skeleton mages simultaneously fired a wave of shots at the apple tree roots that were coming towards them. The skeleton shooter's attack landed on the roots of the apple tree and had no effect at all. After the arrow was pierced, it only caused 1 point of damage, although there were dozens of skeleton shooters attacking together. To Charlie, the spore cultist with tens of thousands of health points, this injury was nothing at all. Then the skeleton mage's attack also fell on the roots of the apple tree. Compared to the skeleton archer, the skeleton mage's damage is stronger. In particular, fire arrows and lightning bolts can both deal 5 to 6 points of damage, while ice arrows and poison gas bombs can also hit 2 to 3 points of damage. But for Charlie, the spore cultist with over 10,000 lives, this is also not a problem. When attacked from all directions, the apple tree roots rush forward much faster. After 2 waves of attacks by the skeleton shooter and skeleton mage, Gushi knew the enemy's situation. 10,000 lives. In fact, this is not the most difficult thing to deal with. The most you can do is pile up soldiers. And one day you will wear out the enemy to death. The problem now is that the opponent's defense is super strong. In Gushi's opinion, the attacks of the skeleton shooter and the skeleton mage were actually attacks that did not break the enemy's defense. From this, we can also see how powerful the spore cultist Charlie is. Now he hasn't taken full action yet. He just used the root physical attack, which is the characteristic of strange creatures. If he waits for his other skills to be used, Gushi's soldiers will definitely not be able to stand and attack like they are now. It seems that if you want to deal with the spore cultist Charlie, you must find another way. While Gushi was thinking about it, the skeleton spearmen at the front suddenly took a step forward. The spears in their hands stabbed at the roots of the apple tree at the same time, blocking the attack of the apple tree roots on the skeleton wizard. The skeleton spearmen are all level 4, which is considered a strong force in Gushi's command, but they have no advantage over the apple tree roots. When the spear pierces the roots of the apple tree, it can only cause 1 point of damage. But with one sweep of the apple tree roots, at least a dozen skeleton spearmen would be smashed into pieces. Faced with this situation, Gushi decisively issued a new order. Withdraw. Chapter 236 Tomb of Warriors. Following Gushi's order, all the skeleton spearmen rushed forward quickly, and the skeleton archers and skeleton mages retreated to the city gate as quickly as possible. Gushi also took a step back and landed easily on the evil coffin still floating on the water. Sia Coffin had already received Gushi's order, and when Gushi fell down, Sia Coffin dived underwater. However, the speed at which the evil coffin was diving was still too fast, and Gushi did not have time to hold the iron chain on the evil coffin tightly. He was dragged into the water by the evil coffin. Fortunately, Gushi reacted quickly. When he realized something was wrong, he swam a few steps towards the evil coffin and grabbed the chain at the end of the coffin, so that he was not thrown too far away. But at this time, The evil coffin sank directly to the bottom of the water, like a weight being dropped into the water. And Gushi also sank quickly into the water. While dragging down, Gushi also saw Luna rushing down with the ghosts following her. Then a bang was heard. The apple tree root of Charlie, the spore cultist, triggered numerous flame traps arranged by Gushi. The superimposed power of the multiple traps blew up the apple tree root on the spot. Gushi, who was sinking, even heard the new information that popped up. You blow up one of the 9 taproots of spore cultist Charlie, and the upper limit of spore cultist Charlie's life will be reduced by 10%. Your actions angered the spore cultist Charlie, and the mutation rate of the copy increased by 3%. Charlie, the spore cultist, was affected and returned to his original position, but did not pursue him into the underground mausoleum. Please note that the gap in the underground tomb has become larger. Please pay attention. Before Gushi could figure out what to pay attention to, he felt something was wrong with the water flow around him. The originally calm water seemed to be stimulated by something, causing huge waves. Even Gushi in the water was affected. The evil coffin was pushed by the current and kept rolling. Gushi, who was caught behind the evil coffin, was kept being thrown around. He felt as if he was in a washing machine. When the water flow finally stopped, another message came to Gushi's ears. You found the tomb of the warriors. Would you like to enter it? Gushi looked puzzled. He opened his eyes wide and found that he had arrived at the center of the underground mausoleum, next to a huge sarcophagus embedded in the ground. There were many normal-sized sarcophagi stacked up, compared with the sarcophagi embedded in the ground. These normal-sized sarcophagi looked like cruisers next to an aircraft carrier, with a huge difference in size. However, these small sarcophagi are much more gorgeous. On each sarcophagus, there is a carving of a knight lying flat on his back, with either a sword in both hands or a horn in one hand. Although it was washed away by the torrent, it can be seen from the traces left at the scene that their presence was used to protect the huge sarcophagus. This huge sarcophagus does not have so many decorations. Only a griffin's skull inlaid on the coffin lid. Gushi knew what was going on as soon as he looked at the situation in front of him. He was probably at the core of the underground mausoleum, in front of the coffin of the Flower of the North. And the information reminder he just got was the reminder given by the sarcophagi beside him. If you want to get close to the sarcophagus of the Flower of the North, it seems that you need to fight. Enter! Because he was in the water, Gushi couldn't speak. He could only think in his mind. The next moment, the water around Gushi was pushed aside, leaving an open space the size of 2 football fields. Gushi didn't have time to react and fell directly to the ground, which almost killed him. Also hitting the ground was Gushi's evil coffin. The evil coffin turned around before it hit the ground and moved a little away. Otherwise, the evil coffin would definitely hit Gushi and turn him into a pulp. Standing up with a cold wind staff, Gushi turned his head and looked around. He found that the water flow in the distance had become a water curtain, blocking the open space. Not far from him was the sarcophagus of the Flower of the North. He didn't feel there was anything wrong with the sarcophagus when he looked at it in the water just now. But now he found that the sarcophagus was more than 10 meters high, nearly 15 meters wide, and more than 60 meters long. Compared with it, the other sarcophagi nearby are nothing but dwarfs, and there is no comparison at all. When Gushi was surprised at the hugeness of the sarcophagus, he suddenly heard a clicking sound coming from nearby. Gushi turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound, and found that all the small sarcophagi nearby had been pushed away, and the undead were crawling out of the sarcophagi one after another. These undead are all undead that sleep with the Flower of the North. Now that they were stimulated by Gushi, they all got up. The number of these undead is at least 100, and the weakest of them is at level 7. The most important point is that those who can be taken by the Flower of the North and take them to sleep together are definitely not ordinary soldiers. Most of these undead are at the boss and warrior level, and there are even a few heroes and elites. When they got up from the coffin, some directly pulled out the weapons on the coffin lid, while others raised their horns and blew. Amidst the sound of the horn, batches of undead walked out from nearby. The number of undead here slowly increased from 100 to 200, 300, 400, although the number of enemy undead troops was finally fixed at less than 500. Gushi's face was quite ugly. He could definitely see how strong the enemy's undead were. He raised the cold wind staff a little higher on the ground, and the city gate appeared behind him. The battle flag that had just been made was fluttering over the city gate, and a troop belonging to Gushi began to step out of the city gate. Zombie axe shield, skeleton spearman, skeleton shooter, skeleton mage, ghost, Gu Shi's troops began to line up in front of the city gate. When the undead soldiers came out, Gu Shi also took the opportunity to look around. He noticed that the enemy undead did not seem to have a unified organization. They now occupied the surrounding areas of the battlefield. At the position closest to the flower of the Northland sarcophagus were 20 knights in black armor. Gu Shi didn't know if they were death knights, but they were definitely good at charging. Behind the city gate is a ghost hero with nearly 100 ghosts. The reason why Gu Shi was certain that he was a hero was because he had played up his own banner. On the side with the larger number of people were skeleton soldiers and zombies. The number reached about 300. However, their team looked chaotic. But Gu Shi could tell that they had dedicated heroes to command them. What surprised Gu Shi the most was that among these undead, there were a group of ghost maids numbering around 30 people. Gu Shi always felt that they were the most powerful beings among the undead before him. Gu Shi had a feeling that these ghost maids should be all warriors. After quickly taking a look at his own attributes, and then at the undead troops, who had already formed their formation, Gu Shi ordered decisively, Skeleton Mage. Mana Extraction. Chapter 237. Gu Shi takes the initiative. As a long-range force, the Skeleton Mage was closest to Gu Shi. After hearing Gu Shi's order, they immediately took action. While they were extracting mana, Gu Shi also turned his attention to several locations he saw. Sure enough, as the Skeleton Mage began to extract mana, there were more or less changes in the several locations that Gu Shi was paying attention to. It seems that just as he guessed, there are heroes in those positions. With a quick glance, Gu Shi quickly issued the latest order. Zombie axes and shields were arranged in 5 rows, blocking the enemy cavalry's attack. Behind them were all the skeleton shooters and skeleton mages under Gu Shi. Gu Shi thought about how to deal with the cavalry. The zombies dragged the enemy and attacked with shooters and spells. The remaining troops must be mobilized at this time to deal with other enemies. Looking at the enemies that had gathered, Gu Shi had no idea of waiting for them to attack. He held up the cold wind staff, set up many fire traps around him, and pointed at the location with the largest number of undead. Attack! The attacking troops were the skeleton spearmen under Gu Shi. Although there is no skeleton leader of Combat Team 1 to command, their strength is actually not bad. After several expeditions, they are no longer the rookies with no levels before. Under the command of the 4 skeleton leaders, they put the experienced skeleton spearmen in the front, formed a neat battle formation, and took the initiative to rush towards the location where the most undead were. The undead over there were stunned when faced with the impact of the skeleton spearmen. They didn't expect that Gu Shi would take the initiative to send out troops at this time. So several undead heroes quickly made their own choices. Among the group of undead being attacked, a large number of zombies immediately stood out. At the same time, there were several skeleton archers behind them carrying huge bows and arrows, ready for a burst of fire. After that are the skeleton soldiers with the largest number among these undead. Unlike Gu Shi's habit of using skeleton spearmen, most of these skeleton soldiers were orthodox skeleton soldiers, the kind with swords and shields. In Gu Shi's opinion, this kind is the hardest to deal with, because of their characteristics. The spearmen's piercing damage is relatively low to them. In addition, the level of these skeleton soldiers is relatively high, and most of them are even warriors. In a real fight, Gu Shi and these skeleton spearmen may not be their opponents. However, what Gu Shi needed was not the skeleton spearmen to kill all the enemies, but to hold the enemies back so that Gu Shi would have time to deal with 2 waves of ghosts. After arranging all the undead, Gu Shi took a deep breath and focused his gaze on the ghost maid. The reason why the ghost maids were chosen was not because they looked weak, but because of these 2 waves of ghosts. The ghost maids were closest to Gu Shi. The ghost maid actually saw Gu Shi's move. They did not expect that after Gu Shi arranged the largest number of undead troops, he would take the initiative to attack them. According to the ghost maid's opinion, Gu Shi's target should be another army. Ghost troops are the right ones. In fact, they never expected that there was only one reason why Gu Shi chose them as targets. They were relatively close. Facing such an enemy, Gu Shi immediately used magic arrows. The flying distance of the magic just learned is the longest. At the same time, it is also a magic attack, not a physical attack. Such an attack will cause 100% damage to the ghost. As a flying sword made of ice hit the ghost maid, these ghost maids also began to rush towards Gu Shi. Gu Shi estimated the power of the magic arrow and had a certain judgment on the strength of the ghost maid. Their health is at least 60, and their defense is relatively high. If Gu Shi's magical arrow is struck with 1 arrow, the enemy may only be seriously injured. If you can't kill the enemy instantly, then using magic arrows will be a waste. 2 magic arrows can only kill 1 ghost maid. so Gushi might as well use the bone spurs directly. Fortunately, Gushi didn't expect to be able to wipe out all these ghost maids at the beginning. When they rushed towards him, Gushi immediately changed his move. Bone Storm. A large number of bone fragments appeared in the direction of the ghost maid. The ghost maids were flying very fast, and when Gushi released the Bone Storm, they rushed in headfirst. Although ghosts are immune to physical attacks, the immunity rate is only 50%, which does not mean that they can completely ignore physical attacks. The Bone Storm is a large-scale, wide-range attack method. When the ghost maid entered the attack zone of the Bone Storm, she received hundreds of attacks within a few seconds. At the same time, these attacks also have an ice effect, which ghosts are not immune to. As a result, the fastest flying ghost maids were immediately turned into white light by the Bone Storm and disappeared into the ghost maid team. The ghost maid behind saw that something was wrong and wanted to stop, but it was already too late. After Gushi confirmed the effect of the Bone Storm, he quickly added 2 more Bone Storms, attacking the ghost maid's team from one left and one from the right. Call. At this time, the hero hidden in the ghost maid team finally moved. It was a ghost like any other ghost maid. She has always been flying at the back of the team. This time when Gushi's Bone Storm attacked them, the ghost maid finally stood up, her body changing from blue and translucent to a vermilion and translucent appearance. After flying out, she stretched her hands outward, and something similar to a defensive shield appeared around the ghost maid team. At the same time, all the ghost maids quickly squeezed inward, allowing themselves to be in the defensive shield. Flying towards Gushi, Gushi understood what they wanted to do at a glance. This was clearly because he wanted to use the defensive shield to block the attack of the Bone Storm and get in front of Gushi. Their behavior of gathering together actually allowed Gushi to seize the opportunity. Seeing that he had nearly 300 points of mana left, Gushi gritted his teeth and pointed at the location of the ghost maid. Death Incarnate, the incarnation of death, which had been training in the Dragon Bone Laboratory, rushed out from behind Gushi. Because the Crystal Storm, Black Mist, and Melting Light were all banned by the Joker, and it was still half a day before they could be lifted. Gushi didn't want to let go of the incarnation of death at first, but now that there was such a good opportunity, Gushi didn't want to miss it. So for the first time without Black Mist, the incarnation of death appeared on the battlefield. As soon as the Black Bone Dragon with metallic light appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 238 The Strongest Night Troop. The Ghost Maid did not expect that a bone dragon would appear behind Gushi. However, the Ghost Maid hero didn't care much about it. In her eyes, it was not like she had never killed a bone dragon before. Although the bone dragon in front of me is black, the metallic luster on its body surface means that it does not belong to the orthodox bone dragon and should have been pieced together through some means. The strength of this kind of bone dragon is about level 7. Even if it is upgraded, it will not be much stronger. The most important thing is that the attack of this bone dragon is a physical attack, and it is possible to be immune to it with the ghost's method. The advantage is mine. So the Ghost Maid hero raised her hand higher, and at the same time prepared all the ghosts. As soon as the bone dragon rushed over, they would pounce directly on the bone dragon and attack it. As long as they are fast, they can kill this bone dragon before the Bone Storm arrives. But the Ghost Maid never expected that the incarnation of death had been physically strengthened, because many unnecessary things had been reduced. There is no way to increase the Death Dragon breath once. But the Dragon Bone Laboratory gave the Death Incarnation a new idea. That means the dragon's mouth opens a little wider. In this way, the Death Dragon breath light pillar sprayed out at the same time will be larger. In the same amount of time, the number of enemies swept away will naturally be much greater. As soon as the incarnation of death rushed out, he knew his goal, and at the same time understood why Gushi would release himself at this time. You must know that in just half a day, the banned ability of the Death Incarnation will be unlocked. At that time, the Death Incarnation will be the strongest existence. This is obviously because these ghost maids are concentrated together because of their relatively small defensive shields. Because of their physical bodies, ghosts can overlap each other and squeeze themselves into a very small area. Now they want to take this opportunity to attack themselves? The incarnation of death immediately sprayed out the Death Dragon's breath. After the transformation, the range of the Death Dragon's breath was obviously much larger, and a strange roar came from the green light pillar. This beam of light hit the Ghost Maid's defensive shield head-on. The hero never expected that her defensive shield only blocked it for 2 seconds before being broken. And then the Death Dragon's breath swallowed all the Ghost Maids on the spot. These Ghost Maids still want to pounce on the incarnation of death. Before they started to move, The Death Dragon's breath fell on them. This time, all the ghost maids were attacked by the Death Dragon's breath. The power of the Death Dragon's breath is so strong that even a little contact with it can be fatal. Even if the Arrow Tower city wall is hit by the Death Dragon's breath, it will only be destroyed. These ghosts are of relatively high level and are warrior templates themselves. But they are not omnipotent. Without a defensive shield, every one of the ghost maids hit by the Death Dragon's breath was turned into light blue light spots. After killing all the ghost maids, Gushi pointed toward the undead army with the largest number of enemies. Death Incarnate. Deal with those skeleton soldiers. Upon hearing this, the Death Incarnation turned around in the air without saying a word. Although there was no Death Dragon breath, the Death Incarnation still had other attack methods. The most important thing was that the curse attack effect was still there, and the incorporeal effect was still there. Against skeleton soldiers, even if their levels are already very high, Death Incarnation still has an advantage. So he spread his wings and flew towards the skeleton soldiers. At this time, 20 knights had already rushed in front of the zombie axe shield. These 20 knights rushed out with the momentum of thousands of troops. The most important thing is that when they launched the charge, the zombie axe shield soldiers were not completely sure that they could keep them all. In fact, if Gushi could see the levels of these knights at this time, he would find that these knights are the core troops of the Flowers of the North. Among the 20 knights, there are 2 heroes, for bosses, and the rest are all warriors. There are even 3 warriors who have become elite templates. The lowest of their levels is 11, and the highest one is an elite knight, whose strength has reached level 13. When they launched the charge, the blessings of the 4 bosses and the 2 heroes were superimposed on each other. When the 2 heroes rushed out, they added various magic effects to all the knights. It can be said that their hooks are now fully opened. If their charge is successful now, it will not be a problem to kill hundreds of enemies. Gushi had just finished dealing with the ghost maid when he saw this situation. He understood that the momentum of the zombie axe and shield troops had been suppressed. If the enemy continued like this, even if they could win, not many of the zombie axe and shield troops would survive. So Gushi turned his hand over and stuffed a bottle of magic potion into his mouth. After swallowing hard twice, Gushi pointed towards the location where the knights were charging. Tendrils of the dead. A large number of arms quickly stretched out from the ground, trying to catch the knights. But these knights have been through countless battles. They have long been accustomed to dealing with various obstacles and horse resistance. As soon as the tendrils of the dead appeared, they knew that they were used to slow down their speed. So the leading knight clamped his legs, and the horse jumped over the tendrils of the dead. After landing, the knight's speed not only did not slow down, but actually accelerated. But just when he was about to charge again, there was a bang under the horse's hooves. The knight came into contact with the flame trap that Gushi had set at the beginning. The explosion broke off the hooves of the war horse on the spot. And then the 2 leaders, the skeleton shooter and the skeleton mage, who were standing behind the zombies, gave orders at the same time. Concentrate fire and shoot. Bow and arrows and magic of various attributes flew towards the knight, who fell to the ground from all directions. After the knight's horse was bombed, he immediately jumped off the horse and raised his shield in front of him. His reaction was right. But he forgot one thing. There were 19 knights charging behind him. When he stepped back, he just happened to block the knight's charge. A knight heard the explosion and did not stop his horse in time, so he collided with him. With this collision, the knight was knocked out. The knight had just raised his shield when a strong blow came from behind him, and he couldn't help but pounce forward. In this way, the shield in his hand did not block him, and the attacks of the skeleton shooter and the skeleton mage happened to come over at this time, all focusing on the knight. This knight was originally able to block all attacks, but now he was hit by a large number of saturation attacks, and finally flew backwards, hitting the tendrils of the dead and dying. Chapter 239: The Harvest of Soul Calling. With the death of the first knight, the charging knights behind also became chaotic. Some knights wanted to jump over the influence of the tendrils of the dead, and some wanted to jump over, but they happened to step on the fire trap. For a moment, all the knights' charges were interrupted. The 2 knight heroes and the strongest one controlled their horses, and the rest all encountered problems. Faced with the situation on the knight side, the zombie leader standing not far away had no intention of taking action. When Gushi arranged them in this position, they already knew their mission: to act as a city wall to block the knight's impact, hold back the enemy, and allow the archer and mage troops behind to have time to attack the knights. As for their life and death, they actually don't care. The same is true now. They are standing directly in front of them. Even if the knights are in chaos, they remain motionless. The skeleton mage and skeleton archer behind seized this opportunity and launched an attack on the knight. But this time, they no longer had any effect of focusing the fire. The two knight heroes responded well. After leaving the bodies of the three knights behind, they retreated to the position where they initially charged. Although 4 knights were lost, the other knights did not suffer much damage. They no longer ignored Gu Shi's existence as before. The two knight heroes looked at each other, and one of them raised the long sword in his hand. Spear. Two-headed snake. Then the two knight heroes ran to the left and right at the same time, and the remaining dozen knights followed behind the knight heroes in 2 groups. They used the knights' attack formation, the two-headed snake. This kind of battle formation is an attack method for knights, and it can be regarded as one of the experimental attack battle formations. The two-headed snake attacks with one side and defends with the other. Attack and defense can also be switched between each other. The knights rushed up and quickly resumed their original speed. At the same time, it can be clearly seen that the charging speeds of the knight troops on both sides are also different. At this time, Gu Shi had no time to pay attention to the situation on the knight side. Gu Shi had just taken the initiative to kill the ghost maid, which triggered a reaction from the remaining ghost troops. This ghost looks like a normal ghost. There are obviously nearly 100 of them. When they gather together, they are surrounded by dark clouds and gusty winds. It can be seen that these ghosts are actually very strong. But unlike the ghost maids, they are all warriors. Some of these ghosts are the troops temporarily shaken out by the hero. As soon as they flew over like this, Gu Shi's attention was naturally focused on the ghost. The method used to beat the ghost maid just now can naturally be used on these ghosts. Gu Shi, who had just drank the magic potion, now had his mana replenished to 2,000. He pointed at the cold wind staff, and 5 storms of bones flew out, flying towards the ghost from 5 directions. The ghosts here have also seen how Gu Shi beat the ghost maid, and they know very well that the bone storm is extremely harmful to them. So when the bone storm came, they chose to use their unique ability to control the wind. That's right. These ghosts are actually magical ghosts. Although they don't possess powerful spells like mages, they can control the wind to some extent. This is how the dark wind and dark clouds gathered around them. And these ghosts don't need to fight against the bone storm. They only need to blow away some of the bone fragments and blow out a path. When the ghosts moved like this, Gu Shi felt the pressure. The bone storm he controlled did not surround the enemy. At this time, there were also chaotic sounds coming from the zombie axe shield side. After rushing through the range of the flame trap, the knight finally rushed into the range of the zombie axe shield soldiers. Even if they raised their shields for all-round defense, it's useless. These knights are unreasonable at all. With a flick of the spear, a zombie with axe and shield will be killed. Gu Shi looked at this situation and became a little angry. You are stupid. Go up to them and chop them to death. When Gu Shi was distracted like this, the bone storm was not under control. The ghosts took this opportunity and rushed to a position less than 50 meters away from Gu Shi. At this time, as long as the ghosts rush forward a few steps, they can rush in front of Gu Shi. By then, no matter how strong Gu Shi is, he will not be able to escape the siege of so many ghosts. Even if Gu Shi still had some skeleton soldiers around him, it would be useless. The skeleton soldiers' combat power could not compare with the ghosts. Just when Gu Shi turned around and was about to deal with the ghost, a cold light suddenly appeared in the ghosts' team. All ghosts moved significantly slower. Gu Shi looked up and found that it was Luna, who had been thrown to nowhere after entering the water. At this time, Luna had come with the ghosts she had brought before. Because of the addition of Luna and these ghosts, the enemy ghosts were unable to kill them for a while. When Gu Shi saw the situation in front of him, he quickly released several bone storms to block himself. The location where Gu Shi bone storm was released was a bit of a coincidence, and it happened to be a little distance away from the ghost. As soon as the bone storm was put down, Luna knew what Gu Shi meant. She commanded her ghosts to push the enemy ghosts towards the bone storm. At this time, Gu Shi released another skeleton priest to bless and replenish the blood of his own ghost. The enemy ghost really didn't expect that he would be attacked unexpectedly, so the team was a little confused for a while. When Gu Shi released the bone storm, he didn't have time to control his ghosts. After being pushed by Luna, these ghosts were really caught in the bone storm. Under the influence of the bone storm, the ghosts that were caught in it died quickly. The number of ghosts on both sides has become somewhat evenly matched. Taking this opportunity, Gu Shi also took the time to point his finger at the place where the ghost maid died in the battle just now. Spiritualism. After a ghost dies in battle, it usually does not leave behind a corpse. At most, it only leaves behind corpse powder. However, Gushi wants to try and see if these ghosts can be summoned. After all, Gushi was still very jealous of the ghost mate's combat prowess. After the spiritualism was released, Gushi's ears kept hearing messages of failed spiritualization. Reluctantly, Gushi moved his hand outwards, and the spiritualism fell on the knight Xianghua. Just when Gushi thought that this side would also fail, a voice suddenly came from his ears. You successfully used the necromancy technique and obtained a zombie warrior, level 0. 1 necromancy experience point, 1 point of overflow was sealed. Zombie warrior, level 0. Summoned object experience, 0/500. Attack 4. Defense 6. Life 35. Skills, heavy armor mastery. Heavy weapon mastery. Introduction to strengthening technique. Introduction to knight's breathing. Chapter 240 The end of the battle. The zombie warrior who stood up from the ground was a dead knight. When he stood up, the knight's armor with arrows on it was still on his body. However, he did not deal with these arrows. Instead, he pulled out the long sword hanging beside the warhorse and strode towards the knight who was killing the zombie axe and shield soldiers. The movement speed of this zombie warrior is not that of a zombie at all. Even though he is wearing heavy armor, he can still trot. When facing a knight head-on, he simply squatted down. When the knight who rushed over saw this situation, he did not show mercy just because the other party was his former companion. These knights are followed by high-level necromancers. They know very well that the undead summoned by the spirit are no longer their companions. Facing the crouching zombie warrior, the knight raised the spear in his hand to the ground, ready to kill the new enemy. But he never expected that the reason why the zombie warrior squatted down was because he was prepared to fight for his life. When the knight's spear pointed out, he kicked back with both feet, jumped up high, and hit the knight heavily, dragging the knight off his horse. Then the sword he was holding plunged into the knight's chest. With this thrust, a large amount of liquid spurted out from the knight's chest. This is not blood, but a liquid similar to mercury. The zombie warrior knew very well what these were. He had been transformed by such a liquid before. Although he had now become an undead under Gushi, he knew the weakness of the knight very well. As soon as he took action, it got stuck in the most critical position of the knight. With this blow, the knight fell to the ground and could not move. It can be said that this zombie warrior has achieved a pretty impressive record. He killed a level 0 zombie and an unknown knight above level 11. Although there is suspicion of trickery, the system recognizes it. The zombie warrior stuck the knight's body. No matter how much the knight hit himself with his fists, he remained motionless. Anyway, the knight's wound is now stuck, and the blood will continue to flow. Although the knight's attacks on him also caused injuries, they only deducted a little blood at a time. Now is the time to compete for lives to see whether the knight dies sooner or the zombie warrior dies sooner. At this time, a knight also saw the situation here, but the knights were proud of themselves. In a one-on-one battle like this, as long as both parties are not dead, no one else can take action. So the knight only glanced at it and immediately went to other places. There are many zombie axe shielders nearby, squeezing their space with shields in order to hit them with an axe. Now they are still dealing with these zombie axe and shield soldiers, so they have no time to pay attention to their fallen comrades. At this time, the suppressed knight had no power, and the zombie warrior thrust the sword down harder. There was a ding from Gushi's side. The zombie warrior, summon, kills the Mercury Transformation Knight, level 12. You get 1 experience point, overflow seals 1 point, and the summons gets 11,213 experience points. The zombie warrior, summon, level is increased to level 7. However, all this information was mixed in with a large amount of information about kills, and Gushi didn't notice it at all. At this time, he had given up the idea of summoning spirits, and was using the bone storm to deal with the enemy's ghosts. Because of Luna's involvement, the enemy ghosts finally became chaotic. Gushi took this opportunity to control the bone storm and perform micro-manipulation to attack the enemy ghost from all angles. So now the enemy ghost is almost dead. Only the ghost hero and a few ghosts around him were left. Next to Luna, there were 45 ghosts. They surrounded these ghosts and attacked them constantly. As long as they were slightly injured, Luna would ask them to step aside. Gu Shixian will take the time to release some skeleton priests to replenish the lives of his undead. In this way, Gushi's troops gradually gained the upper hand. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Luna finally wore the ghost hero to death. When the ghost hero died in battle, the battle flag behind him fell to the ground. Luna was a little confused and came to Gu Shi with the battle flag. At this time, Gu Shi had also turned his attention to the other two battlefields. Now the other two battlefields are almost at the final stage. On the enemy's miscellaneous undead side, the cooperation between the skeleton spearmen and the Incarnation of Death is quite good. The Incarnation of Death fought a large number of skeleton soldiers alone, and just held back the skeleton soldiers, who were the most restrained by the skeleton spearmen. This gave the skeleton spearmen a chance to use their tide-like assassination skills. No matter what the situation of the enemy's undead is, they will just move forward and assassinate them. So soon all the zombies and other types of soldiers among the undead were killed. Seeing this situation, Gu Shi simply sent out the bone-cutting battalion at the last moment. Also rushing out at the same time was Gu Shi's last remaining combat team. When they rushed out, it happened to be the time when the skeleton spearmen killed the last non-skeleton undead. At this time, the skeleton soldiers also wanted to fight against the skeleton spearmen. It's just that the Incarnation of Death didn't let them go. They couldn't leave the Incarnation of Death. The skeleton battalion and the combat team caught up at the last moment and successfully carried out a beheading attack on the enemy skeleton soldiers. Suddenly, the pressure on the Incarnation of Death was greatly reduced, and it began to attack frantically. The attack methods of this Incarnation of Death are simple: biting with teeth, striking with claws, and sweeping with tail. Every hit will kill a lot of skeleton soldiers. If that doesn't work, the Incarnation of Death will roll on the ground and crush the skeleton soldiers with its metal body. After a few times, the number of skeleton soldiers here became less and less. Finally, 3 minutes after the death of the ghost, all the undead in this batch also died in the battle. At this time, there were only 6 knights left on the cavalry side still fighting. At this time, Gu Shi had to admit that these knights were powerful. 1,000 zombie axe shield soldiers, under the back and forth attacks of knights. More than 500 were killed. If the skeleton archer and skeleton mage are not standing far away, they may also be affected. However, the situation of these 6 knights is not very good now. All of them have been seriously injured, and their horses have been broken in the charge again and again, and they can only move by their own footsteps. The weapons in their hands have all been replaced by long swords. Now these 6 knights are back to back, and their combat effectiveness can only be used at 30%. As other undead were killed, Gu Shi had more power to mobilize. He pointed towards the knight, who was still preparing to fight. Come on! Bite them to death. Chapter 241. Soul Conjuring recruits 2 heroes. The Incarnation of Death. The Skeleton Spearmen. The skeleton two-handed swordsmen of the bone-cutting battalion. The Withered Ones and the Ghosts. Under Gu Shi's order, all the undead crowded towards the last 6 knights. The 6 knights were very strong, but they always had a limit. When Gu Shi attacked regardless of losses, they only supported for 5 or 6 minutes. And then, they all died in the hands of Gu Shi's undead men. Even so, they finally killed nearly 300 undead, and even the Incarnation of Death was almost destroyed by them. During these 5 minutes, Gu Shi paid no attention to the battle over there. He focused all his attention on the bodies of the dead. Although it has been determined that the corpse powder after death of a ghost cannot summon spirits, there are still many skeletons, zombies and strange corpses here. Gu Shi did not let go of any of them, and used a wave of spiritualism on them all. Gu Shi was competing for time with his men. Gu Shi didn't know whether the water curtain that had been pushed away would flow in again after the last few knights were killed. So these bodies cannot be wasted. Gu Shi's success rate in summoning spirits is now 55%, which is more than half. More than 300 undead of various kinds are considered a harvest for Gu Shi. You must know that the undead here this time are all warriors or bosses. As long as one person is successful, Gu Shi will be earned. Gu Shi's idea was naturally successful. More than 300 rounds of spiritualism were fired at random, and he actually attracted 164 new undead. Among these undead, there are 89 warriors, 25 elites, 18 bosses, and 2 heroes. The remaining 119 undead are all ordinary undead. This situation shocked Gu Shi, not to mention other things. Where is the hero? 2 heroes. This is a lot of money. You have to know that under Gu Shi's command, there has been no hero yet. The reason why Dini can run around in the city of Aridov and even make various requests is because she has the potential to become a leader. Now put the 2 heroes directly in front of Gu Shi and ask you if you are afraid. The qualities and talents of these 2 summoned heroes were actually not very good, but Gu Shi was quite happy to see them. The first one is a skeleton soldier. He is holding a pure steel two-handed heavy sword in his hand. He is wearing a set of paladin armor. The helmet is positioned just right to reveal his face. There is not even a bit of will-o'-the-wisp in his empty eye sockets. There is also a sword mark between his eyebrows. It is obvious that this is the trace left by his previous life. Robbie, level 0. Summon object. Undead hero experience, 0/1000. Attack 2. Defense 0. Life 35. Mana 15. Talent, execution, all soldiers under his command plus 1 decapitation skills. Skills, spiritualism. Two-handed sword proficiency, all soldiers under his command. Two-handed sword attack plus 1. Fighting to the death. Leadership, can command 70 soldiers plus 7 boss troops at the same time. Robbie seems to have many abilities. But Gushi actually knew that he couldn't do that. There are only 3 skills in total. All of which are passive skills. Not to mention leadership. All heroes can command a bodyguard plus 7 bosses at the same time. This is standard equipment for him. To fight to the death without retreating is to fight head-on with the enemy without being affected by morale, when combat morale has dropped significantly. If this is placed on the side of players such as orcs and humans, this is definitely a good skill. But the problem is that if you talk about morale with the undead, you may not wake up. Therefore, among Robbie's 3 skills, only the two-handed sword mastery is somewhat useful. But all his soldiers' two-handed sword attack is plus 1. It combined with Robbie's own attack blessing. In other words, when Robbie leads the team, he can only increase the attack power of his soldiers by 3 points at most. At most, let your subordinates automatically master the killing ability. Such a hero is really useless. But he is a hero no matter what. He has a name and a brain. When fighting, he can be directly assigned to a certain range. This is enough for Gushi. As for the other hero, the situation is not much different from Robbie. He is a zombie. Like Robbie, he also wears a suit of armor and carries a long battle axe in his hand. If he hadn't been wearing a helmet, no one would have noticed that he was a zombie. His long battle axe was stained with black blood and dark green venom, making it difficult to deal with. At the same time, there is a pure green spider painted on the chest of his armor. It is obvious that it should be his symbol. Regarding this point, Gushi was a little confused, because he was not sure why a hero who obviously wielded a long battle axe and fought with one knife to kill the enemy would play with poison. It wasn't until he saw this attribute that Gushi understood why this person looked so strange. His own attributes were weird. Arroyo, level 0. Summon object. Undead hero experience, 0/1000. Attack 1. Defense 1. Life 45. Mana 10. Talent, halberdier, for each level. He can have halberds or halberds, soldier attack and defense plus 1. Skills, spiritualism. Poisonous body, under the influence of poison. The soldier turns into a zombie, and his movement speed remains unchanged. Poisonous bite, it is poison when attacking, and can cause 2 points of damage per second to the enemy. Leadership strength, can command 61 soldiers plus 7 leader troops at the same time. From this property, it can be seen that this Arroyo is poisonous. But part of this poison is produced to stimulate his body. This also makes Arroyo look less like an ordinary zombie, but is stronger than other zombies in terms of movement. As soon as these 2 heroes appeared, Gushi had already considered where they were going. Robbie first let him hang out with the bone-cutting battalion. He was proficient in two-handed swords, and was most suitable for a unit like the bone-cutting battalion. When the time comes, a batch of skeleton two-handed swordsmen trained by the bone-cutting camp will be transferred to him. And the bone-cutting camp can train and transform them again. As a result, the number of skeleton two-handed swordsmen with a fighting style like the bone-cutting battalion increased. You know, a hero can lead 7 bosses, and these bosses can lead troops. Even if everything is calculated based on the minimum number of people, Robbie can arrange 210 skeleton soldiers. There are 200 skeleton soldiers at the level and station of the bone-cutting battalion, together with the original 2 skeleton leaders. They have a total of nearly 100 skeleton soldiers. In this way, the number of skeleton two-handed swordsmen can reach 500. Although they are not counted as soldiers of the bone-cutting battalion, they can all act together with the bone-cutting battalion. When the base's level is upgraded to level 7 and heroes can be deployed, Robbie will be directly deployed there. In this way, the bone-cutting battalion is equivalent to seamlessly connecting a hero and a group of troops, which is beneficial no matter how you calculate it. As for Arroyo, Gushi planned to use it to arrange skeleton spearmen. Anyway, Arroyo's characteristic was not to strengthen zombies, but to target spearmen and halberdiers. So it actually doesn't matter if he leads the skeleton soldiers. As long as they can improve the combat effectiveness of the skeleton spearmen, that will be enough. As for how the spearmen cooperate in the battle, it depends on Arroyo's ideas. Gu Shi believed that Arroyo would be able to put the fine tradition of the skeleton lancers into full play. Chapter 242, A Powerful Hero with Leader Potential. With 2 heroes, Gu Shi's interest in other undead was not that strong. He just glanced at the number of undead and put aside the missing boss and warrior-level undead. Now was not the time to worry about this. Gu Shi's attention finally turned to the final battlefield. At this time, the battle over there has ended, and only one of the 6 knights is still fighting there. Looking at the corpse of the knight lying on the ground, Gu Shi looked around, and with a movement of his soul, 5 more white lights flew towards the battlefield and fell on the 5 knights, who had just fallen to the ground. This is a small skill that Gu Shi has mastered after reaching level 7 in spiritualism. Without this little trick, Gu Shi would not have been able to accurately hit the corpses of 5 knights among so many corpses. After seeing the white light falling on the knight's body, Gu Shi breathed a sigh of relief. If these 5 knights could fight to the end, there must be 1 or 2 with the best abilities. If the soul summoning is successful, I don't know if these abilities will be left behind. At this moment, there was a sudden movement in the pile of corpses in the distance, and a large number of bones were pulled out from the bodies of Gu Shi's dead soldiers. Also pulled out were the battle axes and shields used by the zombie axe shielders. This situation surprised Gu Shi. He didn't know what was going on. Could it be that there was a second wave of enemies in the warrior mausoleum? At this moment, the bones and the battle axe shield were quickly pieced together, and in front of Gu Shi, they formed a white bone warhorse covered with a metal SHL. Gu Shi was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. He didn't think that he had summoned a mount this time, but in the next moment, he understood that this was not the case. Beside the 5 corpses, a knight also climbed up. This knight was the one who fought the hardest with Gu Shi's men just now. He still had a spear stuck in his body and 6 arrows stuck in his forehead. When he stood up, he relied on the spear stuck at his waist to support his body, as if he still had the desire to fight. It's just that the direction of his efforts seems to be wrong. It is towards the last knight who is fighting. Seeing this knight standing up again under the influence of necromancy, the last knight, who was still fighting, had a flash of madness in his eyes. He ignored the attacks of others and rushed towards the one who had just gotten up, as if he wanted to destroy him. Such a situation made Gu Shi immediately shout, "Stop him!" But everything was too slow. The knight rushed out very fast, knocking away all the undead blocking the way in almost a blink of an eye, and rushed to the undead that had just climbed up. Seeing that the newly summoned undead was about to die under the knight's sword, the incarnation of death suddenly bumped over and knocked the knight away. Then some undead nearby rushed over and chopped the knight with all their hands. But even so, the knight still ignored him and wanted to kill the one who had just been summoned. This situation surprised Gu Shi. You must know that Gu Shi had also taken action on the corpses of other knights before, and had used spiritualism countless times. He had never seen such a violent reaction. There must be something wrong with this newly summoned undead soul. So Gu Shi hurriedly looked through the information that had just popped up, and he quickly found out the reason why the knight went crazy. You successfully used the necromancy technique and obtained an undead hero, level 0. Leader potential. 1 necromancy experience point. Leader potential? Seeing this line of text, Gu Shi knew why the last knight had such a crazy idea. The one who was just summoned should be one of the most potential and even core heroes of Flower of the North. His existence is much stronger than those no-named heroes. But now he belongs to Gu Shi. Amilcar, level 0. Summoned creature. Undead hero experience, 0/1000. Attack 0. Defense 1. Health 35. Mana 20. Talent, tactical expertise, born with leadership and troop deployment skills. Skills, Necromancer. Troop deployment, can adjust the position of troops before the battle begins. Natural leader, can lead 30% more troops. Leader, can command knights, black guards, black warriors and other troops. Leadership, can command 91 soldiers plus 7 leaders troops at the same time. Looking at the information in front of him, Gu Shi understood why the knight came to kill people like crazy. It turns out that this hero not only has the potential to be a leader, but he is also a rare pure commanding hero. Not to mention anything else. Just looking at his talent and skill selection, you can tell that he is the kind of person who can command troops on the battlefield. When such a hero appears on the battlefield, He is directly equivalent to 4 to 5 heroes. However, what left Gushi a little speechless was that, like Dimi, this Amilka had limited types of troops. He can command troops of other types through his bosses, but he can only command troops such as knights, black guards, and black warriors. If this were placed in the hands of other players, they might not care. There are knights of all races, but there is an awkward thing about the undead. Death Knights cannot summon souls or recruit them. Gushi was unable to provide Amilcar with Death Knights as his subordinates. In other words, Amilcar can only lead 7 leaders. As for his personal guards, he has to wait until Gushi can train a black guard or a black warrior. This made Gushi somewhat unhappy. And just when Gushi was complaining about this, the last knight finally died at the hands of those undead. As the knight who was madly trying to kill Amilcar died in battle, there was a ding in Gushi's ear. The battle in Warrior's Tomb is over, and the final settlement is in progress. At this time, the battle rewards Warrior Treasure Box *1, Blue Treasure *1, and 5,000 negative energy. The Warrior Treasure Chest is opening. You get the design of the Crimson Temple *1. Crimson Temple, large, use 6,000 resources, 20 units of stone, 20 units of wood, and 20 units of metal to build a Scarlet Temple, large building, in the city. After completion, it can train 2 Bloody Knights every week. Before construction, you need to build a level 2 Magic Tower, core building, a level 2 Blacksmith Shop, core building, a Mausoleum or Tomb, large building, a level 2 Armory, medium building, and a level 2 Library, medium building. Note, Blood Knights are not Death Knights, but are half-human, half-undead knights transformed through blood exchange and other magical means. They are rare elite soldiers. Looking at the last note, Gushi understood that the pitfall of the Death Knight had been bypassed. Chapter 243 Treasure Chest Rewards. In fact, it is not difficult for a necromancer to build a knighthood, as long as you don't need a Death Knight, and you don't have to worry about troubles such as poor control, low morale, or rebellion among your men. You can recruit other knights by spending some money. Serious knights cannot be recruited, such as Orc Wolf Cavalry, Goblin Boar Cavalry, and Elf Pegasus Cavalry can be recruited. It's just that when these troops are with the undead, their morale is pouring down like a mountain torrent and cannot be raised at all. Therefore, few necromancers choose to do this kind of useless work. Then some puppets that are not affected by morale become the first choice for the necromancer to establish a knighthood. It's like the group of gargoyles under Gushi. They belong to this type of troops. But there is a new problem here. That is, controlling the mechanical puppet, which requires the necromancer to study mechanics or engineering. Here the necromancer is definitely no match for the professional puppet master. So some half-lived and half-dead knights appeared in front of the necromancer. But the idea is good. There are relatively few necromancers who can study the art of half-life and half-death. If they are specifically targeted at Death Knights, there are even fewer. At that time, players who study the undead may have already played tricks. That kind of thing, holding a scythe and looking like a god of death, is no worse than a Death Knight in strength. And sometimes it can kill with one hit. As a result, naturally no one is willing to build a temple to train knights. After a while, some players don't even know that this method exists. It was only after Gushi saw the Scarlet Temple that he realized that he had encountered something good. Even if the copy exits now, he will still make money. Putting away the Red Temple design plan, Gushi tried his best to calm down before looking at it seriously. In addition to this blueprint, the Warrior Treasure Box also contains 2 items. You get the Fiefdom Order Green *1. You get Soldier Recruitment Coupon, level 7, *3. Fiefdom Order Green, you can occupy a fiefdom at a designated location. The size of the fiefdom is 1 large plot, 2 medium plots, and 2 small plots. Soldier Recruitment Voucher, level 7, you can qualify for soldier recruitment once in your own neutral or friendly towns, and directly recruit 10 level 7 soldiers in the current city. Looking at the warrior's treasure chest, Gushi burst out laughing. The appearance of the fiefdom order solved Gushi's current problem of insufficient open space in his territory. The soldier recruitment coupons can allow Gushi to quickly replenish advanced soldiers. If the Crimson Temple could not be built now, Gushi would definitely think of building the Crimson Temple and then spend all the soldier recruitment coupons on the Bloody Knights. In addition to the treasure chest, Gushi also received a blue treasure as a reward in this battle at the Warrior's Tomb. In this game, treasures and equipment are completely different things. Equipment is used to enhance the player's strength, while treasures are used to enhance the player's troops or city's strength. Treasures have many effects that are usually inconspicuous, but can play a big role in combat or in the game. It can be said that blue treasures are worth more than purple equipment in the eyes of some players. When taking out the blue treasure, Gushi's hand couldn't help but feel heavy. A heavy bow made entirely of metal, and with 2 strings appeared in Gushi's hand. Iron Arm King's Bow, blue treasure after equipped. It occupies the long-range weapon position. The maximum damage of the long-range troops of the side is +5. It cannot be equipped by magic heroes. All creatures led by it can shoot one more time when shooting. Just by looking at it, Gushi knew what the purpose of this bow was. It was for players like shooters. Not to mention other things. All long-range arms can shoot one more time, which is a huge change for the battlefield. The ordinary arrow rain will turn into a double arrow rain on the spot. The power of concentrated fire attacks is doubled. Paired with a shooter-type hero, you can even overturn the enemy when they rush in front of you. It's a pity that none of the 3 heroes Gushi has just acquired is a shooter. For the time being, I can only carry this bow with me. Putting the Iron Arm King's bow behind his back, Gushi put away another 5,000 points of negative energy. When everything was taken away, the water blocked by the water curtain began to pour into the empty space that had been drained out. Gushi didn't care about anything else. He stood on top of the evil coffin and quickly directed his undead men to retreat into the city gate. As the water level rose rapidly, Gushi noticed that the sarcophagus of the Flower of the North seemed to move under the impact of the water flow. This immediately attracted Gushi's attention. You must know that the sarcophagus was embedded in the ground. Without thinking much, Gushi controlled the evil coffin and came to the sarcophagus. At this time, the water was already up to his knees. But Gushi didn't pay any attention to it. He quickly searched around the sarcophagus. Soon Gushi read out the name engraved on the sarcophagus. Svertana. As the name was read out, the sarcophagus in front of him suddenly moved a step back. A passage leading downward was exposed. And at the same time, there were many water outlets in the underground mausoleum. The river water that came in also flowed out through the water outlets and did not rise any further. Looking at the passage in front of him, Gushi hesitated for a moment, and finally knocked on the evil coffin and walked down the passage. Gushi guessed that the sarcophagus in the mausoleum might be a cover to the outside world. The Flower of the North. Oh no! It should be the mausoleum of the eldest princess Sveltana, which should be located underground in the sarcophagus. Although I don't know whether the sarcophagus was moved intentionally or unintentionally. It is always good to go down and have a look. However, Gushi never expected that he had already reached the end after taking a few steps down. Under the sarcophagus, there was a not too big empty room. Gushi held up the spiritual lamp and looked hard for a long time, and found that except for the damp walls, there was nothing else here. That's not right. There is an apple sealed on each of the 4 walls of this room. Gushi took a look and saw that the apples on the east wall were pure red, with smooth skin and relatively large size. The apple on the south wall is golden, although it doesn't look edible. It attracts attention. The apple on the west wall is half red and half green, and the green side seems to be poisonous. The apple on the north wall is the most special. The others are all embedded in the wall. Only this apple looks like it is floating among the wall tiles without being affected by gravity. Gushi didn't know what these 4 apples meant, but thinking about the crazy apple tree on Westminster Abbey and the roots of Tail King's apple tree, Gushi felt that there seemed to be some different connection here. At this moment, a notification sound came from Gushi's ear. You have found the core of the underground mausoleum, the crown of the holy tree. The next time you restart the copy, the hidden map will automatically open, and the passage into the hidden map will be at the feet of the slain paladin. Chapter 244 Crown of the Holy Tree. Welcome to the crown of the sacred tree. Young necromancer. When he was sure that he had completed the task of hiding the map, another voice was heard in the small room. The sound was quite pleasant, but Gushi felt pressure coming towards him. He struggled to stand up straight, holding the cold wind staff with his right hand to prevent himself from falling. Don't try so hard, young man. I know why you came, but I'm not here now. I hope you can do me a favor and don't destroy the apple trees when you attack Westminster. Although that thing is mutated, it is the foundation of Britain. We brought seeds back from Eden, Greece, and Germany, and spent countless efforts to plant such a sacred tree and bear a fruit. He is the dragon vein and spiritual root of Britain. Even if it mutates, it cannot be destroyed. So I hope you won't destroy the apple trees when you attack Westminster. After hearing this, another voice came to Gushi's ear. Ding! You open a dungeon achievement. Under the apple tree, You and I need to complete the Westminster Abbey event dungeon without destroying the apple tree. As this sentence ended, Gushi also laughed. Just a copy? This is a self-challenge to improve the difficulty of the copy. Although there is no exact concept, Gushi believes that the difficulty of this achievement of you and me under the apple tree should be equivalent to that of 0 Light Yod Saron. If you want to complete this mission, you cannot fight down from the ground, but should fight the final boss first. Thinking of this, Gushi glanced at the crown of the holy tree, and then said with certainty, I will do it. As soon as Gushi's words fell, the ground slowly rose. Gushi was sent out of this inconspicuous basement, and then the sarcophagus was moved back to its original position. This time Gushi discovered that all the river water flowing into the underground mausoleum had flowed away. At the same time, there was an upward passage at the end of the mausoleum. It seems that this underground mausoleum has been opened to the public, and Gushi can enter and exit freely. This was good news. Gushi didn't think much and drove the evil coffin towards the passage. As for Gushi's men, they have all returned to Aladovi City to restore their health and combat effectiveness, and wait for Gushi's next order. After leaving the underground space through the passage, Gushi immediately headed towards the number 19 bus stop. With such a big incident happening underground, Gushi has no intention of going to the outside of Westminster Abbey to fight the unknown enemies and collect those useless black apple blossoms. What he wants most now is to find the great Sir. Ask him what he thinks. As for the black apple blossoms, Gushi had snatched so many from the Tail King, so I believe they should be enough. Outside the bus station, the soldiers defending here were still working hard to build a defense line to deal with the strange things. From time to time, some new troops will enter the instance through the number 19 bus station. Gushi found that every minute he was in the dungeon, the dungeon was constantly changing. Just like when he came over this time, a group of black-robed mages wearing scarves came. Gushi always felt that their movements were weird, as if the scarves around their necks were their main body. After they entered, they quickly headed towards the defense line on the other side, without stopping too much. Gushi waited until they were far away before he came to the great knight with the cold wind staff. Sir, I have obtained 20 black apple blossoms. Oh, you move very quickly. The great knight glanced at Gushi and said in surprise. He had also sent people to look for other black apple blossoms before, but the soldiers sent out could not find any at all. As a result, not long after Gushi left, 20 black apple flowers were ready. It seems that Gushi is destined to the black apple blossom. Gushi didn't say much. He quickly took out the black apple blossom. When he got the first black apple blossom, the great knight didn't say anything, but just nodded. But as the other black apple blossoms were taken out, the great lord's expression became solemn. Where did you get these flowers? Is there anything wrong? Gushi asked with some confusion. Of course not. Among so many black apple flowers, only this one was collected from the ground. All the others come from apple tree roots. Underground apple tree roots. Where did you find them? The great knight asked anxiously. Seeing the anxious look on the great knight's face, Gushi could only say, Go to the underground mausoleum of the Flower of the North. Don't worry. I have been to the crown of the holy tree. Wait, you entered the crypt of Westminster Abbey? Oh my god. No. Wait. The great sir was a little confused. He thought for a moment, and asked Gushi to wait here while he ran outside. Gushi didn't quite understand. He didn't know what the great knight was doing out there, but it was just right for the great knight to leave. He could just deal with the heroes, bosses and warriors he had just acquired, at a location a little too far away from the number 19 bus stop. Gushi opened the city gate and asked Luna to call out her undead troops again. Although Gushi obtained many good things in the Battle of Warrior's Tomb this time, he also suffered heavy losses. More than half of the zombie axe and shield soldiers were directly lost. And now there are only 379 left. The skeleton lancers also lost nearly 500 people. Excluding the skeleton lancers arranged to fight in the demon plant area, there are only 1,217 skeleton lancers left. This is the biggest loss for Gushi. You must know that after completing the Undead Natural Disaster Ritual Circle, Gushi got a total of 3,000 troops. In just a few days, there were only 1,015 people left out of 3,000. If there are a few more battles like this, Gushi will have to retreat to the city of Aridov and farm. Also suffering serious losses were the Bone-Cutting Battalion and other miscellaneous soldiers, especially the ghost troops. Now there are only 36 ghosts left in total. Gushi's heart aches when he thinks of the powerful ghosts that drifted from Ifong Camp and Ghost Chi Camp. and of the ghosts obtained from the undead natural disaster array. You should know that in the current city of Aridov, you can only train skeleton troops. Zombies and ghosts are all obtained through other means. If one dies, one is missing. Zombies are better. But if they are not good enough, they can be replenished through spiritualism. There is no way to deal with ghosts. Gushi's necromancy must reach at least level 9 to summon ghosts. And he is still a little short of that now. While counting the undead under his command, Gushi classified the newly received undead leaders, warriors, and elites. Finally Gushi made arrangements. Chapter 245 Redeploying Troops. For the new boss, Amilcar should be chosen first, and all the subordinates he needs should be replenished first. As for who his subordinates want, Amilcar can choose by himself. Under the same conditions, Amilcar can also give priority to his leaders to replenish his troops. Amilcar did not disappoint Gushi. After getting Gushi's approval, Amilcar, who was riding a steel sh-led white-bone warhorse and carrying a sunset red blank battle flag, quickly selected his men and explained to Gushi, "His attitude is much better than Dimi's. Sir, you also know that I am a commanding hero. I am confident enough in large-scale battles. But troop strength is absolutely indispensable. And in order to prevent the rhythm of the battle from being controlled by others, my troops must be strong enough and able to cope with various battle situations. In fact, the most suitable one is to have some from various types of arms. But as far as the current situation is concerned, we have a big shortcoming in terms of military strength. I have seen your current military strength. In Aladovi City, the main production is still based on the skeleton troops. The vampire's mansion is not producing vampire knights fast enough, and a battle may not be possible. As for zombies, I'm afraid it depends on the spiritualism of the adults. I think the spiritualism of the three of us is still not able to recruit zombies. Yes, your spiritualism is used to temporarily replenish your troops on the battlefield. It is up to me to replenish the zombie troops." At first, Gushi didn't think so much. But now, after his hero appeared, Gushi couldn't help but feel a headache. The question of military strength is still a question of military strength. Just as Amilcar said, Gushi's current construction of the city of Aradovi has seriously slowed down Gushi's growth. There are no architectural plans for the cemetery used to produce zombies. All zombie troops are obtained by completing tasks or summoning souls. The replenishment of troops is not as fast as the battle consumption. The reason why he can now bring out so many zombie axe and shield soldiers is mainly because they are the troops preserved from the last undead scourge magic circle. But after that, all the zombie axe shielders were defeated. Where would Gushi go to replenish them? Pressing his eyebrows, Gushi motioned for Amilcar to continue speaking. "So sir, you say you give me a chance to choose now. But in fact, I don't have a choice now. According to my normal needs, my requirements for the 7 bosses under my command should be the 7 troops of defense: attack, shooter, attack, flying, magic system and treatment. Attacking and attacking troops should be viewed separately. Archer troops should play the main role when necessary. This is 1 defense, 3 attacks, and 3 combined battles. Only in this way can the battlefield be controlled. Of course, this is the starting requirement. If possible, I would prefer that I have troops that can charge, and the main combat troops can be called upon." Only now, Amilcar didn't need to say anything else. Gushi knew that he didn't have that many suitable soldiers. Even zombies can't be fully arranged for Amilcar. All that can be done now is to help Amilcar fill up the troops. As for what kind of troops they are, Amilcar will make arrangements if they are available. If they are not available, they will have to be lost. Under Amilcar's explanation, he finally picked several leaders from the skeleton soldiers. 2 skeleton spearman leaders and 1 skeleton archer leader were directly arranged from among Gushi's original undead leaders. There are 3 other ordinary skeleton bosses and 1 skeleton shield guard boss. These 4 were summoned by the spirits during the battle in the warrior's tomb. Such a force would not satisfy Amilcar at all. But he also understood that the current situation of Gushi's men was that they were completely impoverished and had nothing to ask for. When Gushi was on his way, he made a special trip to the city of Aladovi and even met Dimi. After hearing Dimi's request, Amilcar shook his head. "I don't know what people like Dimi are thinking. By the time the buildings she needs are built, Amilcar's level will have already been improved. As long as his level reaches level 15, he can attack the leader level. As long as he succeeds, he will be the only leader level in Aladovi City. When the time comes, he can also command a battle on the battlefield. As for Dimi, I'm afraid it will drag on for who knows how long. By then, Amilcar will be able to stand on his own, while Dini will still be just an ordinary hero and will have to compete with other heroes for troops. At that time, the one watching the fun was Amilcar. With such a comparison, no matter how dissatisfied he was with his leader, Amilcar didn't say much. After all, Gushi was providing him with experienced skeleton leaders this time, and even placed the skeleton archer unit in front of Amilcar. This was already the best unit Gushi could produce. As for the skeleton mage army, Gushi has no plans to separate. Compared with Amilcar, the other two heroes do not receive such good treatment. It will not work if they still want to choose their own troops. All the skeleton spearmen on Arroyo's side were blocked, and Robbie followed the original plan to act as a non-staff hero of the bone-cutting battalion. They didn't even have a choice. However, Gushi finally gave them a guarantee. As long as they work hard, Gushi will immediately prepare a station for the skeleton spearmen the next time they get a station, and give Arroyo a chance first. Also guaranteed was Robbie. Robbie can find a way to develop and upgrade the bone-cutting camp's base. Gushi guarantees that any resources Robbie obtains will be invested in the skeleton swordsman camp, and will not be used for other purposes. Only in this way can the station be quickly upgraded in the shortest time, and Robbie can become a hero stationed in the bone-cutting camp in the shortest time. After the three heroes are arranged, there will not be many troops left by Gushi's side. There are more than 300 zombie axe shields. The remaining combat team, the skeleton mage army, the pitifully small ghost army, corpse flies, and withered ones. There are also more than 10 gargoyles. As for the newly joined warrior level and elite level undead, Gushi did not keep all of them by his side. What these undead need now is not to show themselves on such a battlefield, except for the zombie warrior who has been upgraded to level 8 at the beginning. All the others, whether they are warrior level or elite level, have been sent back to Aladovi. Go to town. They will participate in the barracks missions in Aladovi City. Through the barracks missions, they can gain enough experience and improve their level. When their level reaches level 4, they will be added to the various troops under Gushi. Only then will they display their best combat effectiveness. Chapter 246 The Generous Princess. When Gushi was deploying his troops, the Great Sir also invited Anastasia over. She still looked the same at this moment, wearing a white robe with gold edges. But the golden griffin was moved to her chest. Gushi just glanced at it, and felt that the griffin's eyes were staring at him. As soon as she saw Gushi, the eldest princess Anna was obviously stunned. For Gushi, a long time had passed since she met Princess Anna. He had gone through many battles, and his strength had reached the upper limit of level 4, and he was ready to hit level 5 at any time. But for Anna, she only met Gushi yesterday. At that time, Gushi was still a weakling who escaped from Westminster Abbey. In less than a day, his strength has become like this. Whose child is this? So desperate for his life? Playing with your own future. With this thought in mind, Anna's aura was dignified when she walked in front of Gushi. Do you know how much impact this will have on your future development? Don't think that you necromancers use their strength after death, without the foundation laid in the past. You are just a cannon fodder necromancer. After being yelled at by Princess Anna, Gushi didn't know what happened. He looked at Princess Anna with a puzzled face, thinking seriously about where he had offended her. After talking for a while, Princess Anna changed the subject. Don't be so impulsive in the future. Fortunately, you can still be saved. If the foundation is really not laid, it will be completely ruined. This is for you. After saying that, Princess Anna took out a golden page and stuffed it into Gushi's hand. Gushi took the page and was about to say something, but he couldn't help but froze. You get the Griffin Book of the Dead, Blue Treasure. Griffin Book of the Dead, Blue Treasure after equipped. It occupies a decorative position, which can convert excess experience into skill experience. The experience lost during conversion is 10%, and can only be converted into undead professional skills or passive skills. Experience and skill levels cannot exceed level 6. Looking at the Griffin Book of the Dead in front of him, Gushi was speechless. He looked up at Princess Anna. Princess Anna said to him directly, "What are you looking at? This is not a gift for you. It is borrowed from you. The most important thing for you now is to lay a good foundation. Knowledge of the undead, contract of the undead, and control of the undead. Which one can you take on the stage now? What about undead enhancement? What about the study of the undead? If you don't lay the most important foundation well, you will want to fly. What about soul knowledge? Necromancer, you don't know soul magic. How dare you say that you are a necromancer? You haven't learned so many things. How did your instructor guide you? You dare to hit level 4 all at once. Are you trying to get to the level by killing all the domestic enemies? Now, immediately, transform the overflowing experience into me. And then study honestly. If you dare to be distracted and mess around again, I will show you how I will deal with you. Only then did Gushi react. But he still wanted to tell Princess Anna what happened in the underground mausoleum. But before he could speak, Princess Anna glared over and suppressed all his words. At this time, the Great Knight on the side also pulled Gushi's clothes. Don't argue with Princess Anna. Come here. As he spoke, the Great Sir dragged Gushi aside. Without seeing any movement from him, he took out a pile of books. I won't give you the bonus of increasing your skill level by 1 that I promised you before. You have such a good opportunity now. Learn quickly and improve your skills. When you have finished learning, come back to me. Gushi understood what the Great Lord meant as soon as he heard it. This is obviously to benefit yourself secretly. Skill level 6 plus 1 and skill level 0 plus 1. What are the advantages in this? As long as you are not a fool, you will make the right choice. Looking up at the nearby books in front of him, Gushi took a deep breath, hung the Griffin Book of the Dead that was temporarily lent to him on his waist, reached out and picked up one of the books and started reading. This time is different from the last time I learned dark knowledge in the magic tower. This time Gushi sat directly in front of the number 19 bus stop. There are people coming and going all around, and the seats are on the marble floor. There is no atmosphere for reading or studying at all. But this time Gushi read very quickly. On the one hand, when Gushi was reading, a golden flame was burning in his body. Every time he read a sentence, the Griffin Book of the Dead around his waist would shine, transforming what he read into corresponding experiences, adding into his skills. On the other hand, the books that the Great Lord took out were all classics of the undead that could not be read in the Academy of the Wind of the Underworld, like the bone-strengthening manual Gushi is holding in front of him. In addition to gaining experience in undead knowledge, you can also gain experience in undead control. And you can even learn undead enhancement, a new skill that Gushi has not mastered. And this is just a book that Gushi picked up at random. Such a book is not very eye-catching among this pile of books. Almost all the other books are of the same level. This is equivalent to opening up a new way of thinking for Gushi's path as a necromancer. Gushi no longer cared about the fact that he was in the copy, nor did he care about the underground mausoleum. All his attention was devoted to these books. It doesn't matter if you don't understand some of the content. Read these books first and memorize the necessary content. You need to know this knowledge first, and then slowly understand it later. The combat experience Gushi accumulated over the past few days played a considerable role at this time. He is now burning his experience like crazy. And at the same time, 1 or 2 new pieces of information pop up in front of him from time to time. You have read the Bone Strengthening Manual. Your knowledge of the undead has increased to a certain extent. Your control over the undead has improved to a certain extent. And you have gradually comprehended the undead strengthening ability. And the undead strengthening level has reached level 1. Undead strengthening level 1, passive skill, which can be upgraded. Once mastered, it can strengthen all the undead contracted, summoned, and created by the necromancer. The undead level is level 1 when summoning souls. You have read the choice and case of suture. Your knowledge of the undead has been increased to a certain extent. Your ability to control the undead has been improved to a certain extent. And you are learning the ability to research the undead. You have read which is the real spirit among ghosts. Undead and undead? Your knowledge of the undead has been increased to a certain extent. And the knowledge level of the undead has reached level 5. You're undead. You have read the Bone Dragon Structure Atlas. Your knowledge of the undead. You read the evolution of the phylactery. You. Chapter 247 The Crazy Harvest of Burning Experience. As the flames on Gushi's body burned stronger and stronger, the nearby soldiers also noticed Gushi's actions. However, they did not come to disturb Gushi. They just watched Gushi keep flipping through the book. This time, Gushi kept reading until the flame on his body gradually dimmed. And then he was dragged up by the Great Knight. Looking at the overflowing sealed experience that was directly cleared, Gushi let out a long breath. At this time, he was already a little unsteady, and his head was dizzy. A lot of knowledge was crowded in his mind. It was now in chaos, and there was still a tinkling sound in his ears. Gushi felt like he was hearing hallucinations. Dragging Gushi aside, the Great Sir asked immediately, "How's it going? Is it still okay?" "Okay. But my head is a little swollen. Like it's about to explode." I don't know if Gushi's brain is going to explode at this time, but his skills are really going to explode. In the short period of time just now, his passive skill bar has undergone earth-shaking changes. Passive skills: Undead Knowledge Level 6, Undead Contract Level 3, Magic Knowledge Level 5, Basic Science Level 4, Basic Reading Level 2, Basic Scribe Level 2, Undead Domination Level 3, Enlightenment Level 1, War Mechanics Level 1, Dark Knowledge Level 3, Undead Enhancement Level 2, Undead Research Level 2, Soul Whisper Level 2, Corpse Research Level 2, Basic Curse Level 1, Corpse Construction Level 1. This can lay a solid foundation for Gushi. Level 6 of Undead Knowledge, Passive Skill. Upgradable. The basic skill of the Necromancer, representing the Necromancer's understanding and mastery of the undead. This is the foundation that all Necromancers must master. Level 6 is the upper limit of reading, and is also the basis for unlocking talents. There is actually nothing to say about this. Undead Contract Level 3, Passive Skills. Can be upgraded. Can make undead contracts. Sign some powerful undead into their own contracted undead. With a contract in hand, the contracted undead will be resurrected through rituals after they die in battle. The number of contracted undead plus 1. The undead contract is a skill that the Necromancer must master. There is no Necromancer who cannot master it. If you don't learn this, you won't be able to contract the undead. At level 2, a method to resurrect the contracted undead through a contract was added. And at level 3, a position for the contracted undead was added. This time Gushi finally made a profit. Undead Dominance Level 3, Passive Skill. Can be upgraded. There is a higher chance, 15%, of spawning special undead when summoning souls. The goal of Undead Domination is to make spiritualism more powerful. When summoning skeletons, skeleton soldiers are ordinary undead, while skeleton spearmen and skeleton mages are special undead. For a necromancer like Gushi, who maintains his troops through spiritualism, the more special undead, the better. Undead Strengthening Level 2, Passive Skill. Can be upgraded. The undead level is level 2 when summoning souls. Needless to say, this skill, even if you are not a necromancer, you know how to choose it. There is a big difference between the level 0 skeleton and the level 2 skeleton in spiritualism. If the undead were strengthened directly to level 7, the souls that would be summoned would be powerful level 7 skeleton soldiers. If you go back and fight the rubbish troops that are only level 1, and kill them in a circle, you may be able to pull out a powerful army. This is called the real sea of skeletons. Undead Research Level 2, Passive Skill, which can be upgraded. It can conduct research on the undead and develop different ways to transform the undead. I have heard of this information before, but have never mastered it because I am not a player of this route. Among the necromancers, there is a kind of undead who take the route of undead transformation, such as stitched monsters and piecing together bone dragons, which are researched by them. If you want to take this path, the prerequisite is to master undead research. Otherwise, let alone transformation, even if the transformed undead is placed in front of you, you don't know how to use it. Soul Whisper Level 2, Passive Skill. Can be upgraded. Can communicate with souls, and gain recognition from souls and undead. This skill is considered a prerequisite skill for another direction. If you go the soul control route, you must master the Whisper of Soul. Of course, some people also say that if you master the Whisper of Soul, you will have a chance to master the Death Lord among the 3 divine skills. Since no one has ever succeeded in this, Gushi doesn't know whether it is true or not. Bones Research Level 2, Passive Skills. Can be upgraded. The power of all bone shields, corpse explosions, and other skills that require the use of corpses is increased by 50%. The skill of Bone Research is an auxiliary additional skill, and is used to enhance the power of a certain skill. It can be seen that any skill that uses corpses can be blessed by this skill. It's nothing now. But when Gushi's Corpse Explosion is upgraded to the level of Ordinary Corpse Explosion or Super Corpse Explosion, the situation will be different. At that time, adding a little power will cause considerable damage to the enemy. Basic Curse Level 1, Passive Skill. Upgradable. Can increase the power of all curse spells, and extend the curse time by 20 seconds. This goes without saying, although it is used more frequently by necromancers. Other professions also take the curse route. It is not a unique existence among necromancers. Just because Gushi has not learned any curses does not mean that he cannot play with them. If it is difficult to master, just master it more. Corpse Construction Level 1, Passive Skill. Upgradable. All Bone Shield, Bone Wall, Bone Cage and other spells. Vitality increased by 25%. This last skill is actually similar to corpse research. It is an auxiliary additional skill, but it is used to enhance the power of using corpses to defend or trap enemies. Gu Shi had heard that in the end someone could build a throne out of corpses. Gu Shi didn't know whether it was true or not, but there was no harm in learning this skill. Now these skills are constantly expanding in Gu Shi's mind, and Gu Shi feels dizzy. When being dragged aside by the Great Knight, Gu Shi tried hard to keep his eyes open. Boy, you can do it. You have read all these books, but you don't want to pick any of them. Just read them all. Sir, what do you mean? I put these books out so that you can choose for yourself and see which ones are suitable for you. In your current situation, I'm afraid you have a lot more level 1 skills. Some prerequisite skills don't need to be learned at all, and you won't need them later. Gu Shi wanted to curse. You old guy didn't say anything in advance. I have burned so much experience, and you are just saying it now. But he really didn't have any energy left. So he glanced at the Great Knight. Sir, can you wait a little longer? Something seems wrong with me. This is normal. You have poured too much knowledge into your brain at once. Now your thinking is confused. Go and take a nap. You will be fine when you wake up. Chapter 248 Special Book of Knowledge. After hearing what the Great Knight said, Gu Shi grabbed the Great Knight's hand. No. Sir, I can still hold on. Please help me improve my skills. My magic knowledge has reached level 5. But it is stuck here. Please help me with this. Sir. The Great Knight glanced at Gu Shi and shook his head. You can't hold it in now. It's okay. If I can't bear it, I'll probably sleep over. I can recover in a few days at most. Gu Shi said so. But he didn't think so in his heart. If you really can't stand it anymore, then the worst case scenario is to exit the instance. The time flow rate in the dungeon is different from that in the outside world. If it fails, he can still restart the dungeon. Anyway, the hidden underground mausoleum has been found. Next time, he can just go directly to the underground mausoleum. Instead, the opportunity to reach level 6 in magic knowledge is right in front of you. If you missed it, you still don't know where to look for this opportunity. Seeing Gu Shi's insistence, the Great Knight also shook his head. He came here to persuade Gu Shi to rest. But instead, Gu Shi seized the opportunity. At this time, Luna also floated behind Gu Shi, ready to step forward to help Gu Shi when he fainted. Seeing that Gu Shi and his men were ready, the Great Knight shook his head helplessly. Magical knowledge. Right. Take this book. After speaking, the Great Knight took out a book with a gold cover that was not too thick and placed it in Gu Shi's hand. Before Gu Shi could open the book, the Great Knight snatched it back. Gu Shi was about to ask what was going on when he heard a voice coming from his ear. Ding! You come into contact with special knowledge. Under the influence of the knowledge, your magical knowledge +1. At this time, Gu Shi's eyes widened. He didn't expect that just by touching that book, his magic knowledge would be improved by 1 level. What level of knowledge would he reach if he finished reading that book? Seeing the madness in Gu Shi's eyes, the Great Knight gave a loud shout. Keep peace of mind. You are the master of knowledge, not its servant. When the Great Sir shouted this, Luna also stretched out her hands and touched Gu Shi's temple. The effect of Ice Touch was activated and Gu Shi's mind quickly calmed down. At this time, Gu Shi also realized that he seemed to be really confused just now. This was not a normal phenomenon. So Gu Shi said to the Sir, Sir, thank you very much. I may have to pour it. It's okay. You can do your own business. I still have things to deal with. When the Great Knight saw that Gu Shi really fell to the ground and fell asleep, he didn't ask any questions. He really had something to deal with. It's just that this time, he didn't study the situation of the Black Apple Blossom. At this time, he was communicating with other forces that could mobilize troops and asked them to take the road to the underground mausoleum mentioned by Gu Shi to take a look at the Tail King Spore Evil. Christian Charlie. Just now, the Great Sir only told part of the news about Gu Shi's return to Princess Anna. Princess Anna has already made her decision. Ignore the enemies on the ground for now. Be sure to deal with the Spore Cultist Charlie first. After all, the person sleeping in the underground mausoleum is Princess Anna's aunt. The enemy is right next to the underground mausoleum, and Princess Anna can't bear to attack from the ground. If it hadn't been for the Great Knight persuading Princess Anna, she might have led her men in by now. Even so, Princess Anna only gave the Great Sir 1 day. After 1 day, she needed to get all the information about the Spore Cultist Charlie, and send troops to kill the Spore Cultist Charlie. So the Great Sir has been busy with this matter. And Princess Anna is not the kind of person who makes trouble without reason. She has her own abilities. After arranging the task, she has been leading the troops to deal with the strange apple tree head-on, preventing the strange apple tree from leaving the Westminster Abbey area, and even preventing the enemy from appearing in the main square. Under the command of Princess Anna, the paladins affected by the apple tree, as well as the people who were trapped in Westminster Abbey and turned into strange people, were all pushed back. Among these enemies, the people who have turned into strange creatures are the most difficult to deal with. Each of them has different strange powers. Some strange powers are relatively easy to deal with, while others are quite difficult to deal with. Some can even be activated after death. The paladins guarding the outside had no way to judge each other's situation one by one, so they could only use Holy Light Slash or other Holy Light spells to deal with it. It's okay for a short time, but if it lasts for a long time, the paladins won't be able to withstand it. At this moment, a ball of white light flew to Princess Anna's side. Grand Guild Anna stretched out her hand and took out a piece of paper from the white light group. This ball of light is the British royal family's exclusive messenger, the Bloodline Light Element. It is a messenger that only members of the British royal bloodline can control. However, the reason why it is controlled through blood is entirely because there are many people in the British royal family who follow the path of necromancers. Even if there are no necromancers, some of them will become ghosts or undead spirits, such as ghosts after death. If you only use the light element as a messenger, when they die, you will no longer be able to use the messenger. Only bloodline light elements can allow undead to use light elements. After taking out the note, Anna took a look at it and then became serious. It seems that the king also agrees with Anna's opinion. No matter who it is, no one is allowed to mess around outside the underground mausoleum of Sveltana, the flower of the north. So this battle must be fought. With the king's approval, Anna quickly mobilized her troops, because the troops need to be mobilized into the underground mausoleum to fight the Tail King. The number of troops on the ground will definitely be reduced, in order to ensure that the ground at Westminster Abbey would not be opened directly after the troops were withdrawn. Anna had to arrange everything. Which troops to stay, and which troops to focus on defending which area are all Anna needs to consider. With this treatment, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the sky darkened. In the darkness, the corpse hanging on the huge apple tree began to shake slowly. At the same time, the lights in Westminster Abbey also turned on. This light has a holy feeling. No matter who sees this light, they have the idea of going in and taking a seat. At this time, Gu Shi, who had fallen to sleep, had also woken up. He stood up with support, looked around, and found an obvious change in Westminster Abbey in the distance. There is one black and one white, and it feels like there are different feelings inside and outside the mirror. This feeling made Gu Shi quite uncomfortable, so he simply turned his head away from Westminster Abbey. At the same time, he called Luna over and asked in confusion, "Luna, take a look and see if there is anything wrong over there." Chapter 249: The mutation brought about by the roots of the apple tree. Sir, I saw the power of the Mirror Underground Palace there. Today is just a preliminary step. If one night, the apple tree becomes brightly lit and the Westminster Abbey is dark, it means that their mirror image is successful. Gu Shi did not ask what would happen if the mirror image succeeded. It was that in the fog of Aladovi City, there was an extra building exactly opposite to Westminster Abbey. But it wasn't a copy, so it didn't have much impact on Gu Shi, and Gu Shi didn't care much. The most that can be said is that Aladovi will have a new direction for development in the future, and there is no need to consider anything else. Just when Gu Shi was thinking about this matter, Luna said something at this time. "My lord, there is something you may want to know." Seeing Luna's serious look, Gu Shi's expression became nervous. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with Aladovi City? Or is there bad news coming from Shea again? Gu Shi knew Luna's thoughts quite well. The last time she showed such an expression was when Shea left a note in the council hall, hoping to get help. Although this time, he was not as anxious as last time. His eyes confirmed that something was obviously not right. It won't happen again on Shea's side. Luna will lead her troops to cross the clouds to help. Don't have this problem every time you're halfway through the game. No, it has nothing to do with Shea. It's just that adults still remember the roots of the apple tree that we blew up. I remember. What's the problem? Gu Shi nodded affirmatively. Speaking of this, Gu Shi still felt a little regretful. Why didn't he pick up the apple tree roots in the first place? What a great material this is. When I was swept away by the water, I caught the root of the apple tree. So I took the root back to Aladovi City and threw it into the Evilwood Lake. Oh, well done. Although it was a pity that the apple tree roots were not left to be made into other materials. Luna used them as much as she could, and he was not lacking in this. But what he said next almost frightened Gushi. Sir, when I threw the apple tree roots into Evilwood Lake, I discovered that the tentacle tree root in Evilwood Lake is also an apple tree root. As soon as the apple tree roots we brought were thrown in, it immediately stimulated Evilwood Lake. The tree root inside is now expanding outward from the lake. The entire magic plant area is being flooded. What did you say? Gushi shouted immediately. I took the root of the apple tree. Luna wanted to repeat it, but Gushi waved his hand. He now realized that it seemed that his estimate was wrong. In fact, in the fog, there was already a mirror image of Westminster Abbey and the apple tree. Otherwise, the roots of the apple tree would not reach the original Zhonggu district, and a lot of land in the Zhonggu district would be destroyed. Can we still suppress it in the magic plant area now? Okay, I haven't said it before, but it can be suppressed temporarily. But sir, if the mirror image of Westminster Abbey is really going to be successful, I'm afraid there will be problems. Upon hearing this, Gushi understood what Luna was worried about. He thought about it seriously and said, well, didn't I just get a fiefdom order? You can use it to expand the magic plant area to the outside world. First, save the open space, and wait for us to talk about the rest when we have time. Good. Luna actually understood why Gushi wanted to leave the fiefdom order in the first place. He wanted to open up a few more plots of land for use in the main urban area. I'm afraid it won't work now. If Xiamu Lake explodes like this, there will be problems in the magic plant area. The current fiefdom order can only be used in the magic plant area. Also with Dini. Wait. Let Amilka go too. You and Dini tell her to guard the magic plant area. And Amilka launches an attack into the mist to speed up the activation of Evilwood Lake. If Evilwood Lake completely becomes ours, even if the territory is flooded by the lake, there will still be land that can be used to build buildings. At worst, I will change this magic plant area into a magic lake area and build some underwater buildings. If zombies can't be used, then use water ghosts. The undead are changeable. I don't care about these. Luna didn't give much advice on Gushi's arrangement. After all, this is what heroes are here to do. If the undead troops were simply put into the fog, no one would be at ease. Even if there is a leader leading the team, it is useless. But arrange for a hero to lead the team, and the situation is the same. Players still have more trust in heroes, as long as the heroes can complete the tasks assigned by the players. Players generally don't care how they fight. Not to mention a hero with potential and talent like Amilcar. Just give them a task, and they will handle everything themselves. Call Amilka, and I'll talk to him. Also, ask Fuguwa to keep an eye on the magic plant area. Gushi made a very decisive decision. Once the decision is made, arrangements are made quickly. Amilka also didn't expect that within a day of joining Gushi's staff, he would immediately have an important task assigned to him. After listening to Gushi's request, Amilka said affirmatively, Sir, please don't worry. I will definitely bring back enough weird corpses. Be careful. The weirdness in the mist is quite weird. Don't trap yourself. I understand. I will set up the formation before the battle begins, Amilcar said firmly. Gushi didn't say anything, and just watched Amilcar leave quickly with the 7 leaders and troops assigned to him. After that, Luna flew out from the city gate again. She had finished Gushi's explanation, and was about to discuss the next thing with Gushi. At this time, Gushi noticed that a group of troops were withdrawing from the defense line of Westminster Abbey in front. The battle at Westminster Abbey has clearly just begun. Their withdrawal was equivalent to taking away half of the strength of the defense line. Right now is the time when Westminster Abbey is undergoing changes. If so many troops are withdrawn at this time, what shall we do if the monsters in Westminster Abbey come out next? Gushi, holding the cold wind staff, hurriedly walked towards the Great Knight, who was still nearby. Sir, here they are. With the troops that have been mobilized, the king has agreed to the princess's plan and prioritizes dealing with the enemies outside the underground mausoleum. In the words of the king, the enemy cannot be allowed to show off his power outside the ant's mausoleum. But the situation there is obviously not right now. Will there be any problems if we withdraw our troops at this time? It's okay. Britain's strongest defensive legion has gone up, along with the church's troops. The enemy can't be killed. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you this time. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have known that guy actually it's already been done. Chapter 250 Join the combat force. Sir, can I also participate in this battle? Seeing how angry the Great Knight was, Gushi also put forward his own ideas. The Great Knight glanced at Gushi and said helplessly, with your strength, You can only join the miscellaneous soldiers. No problem. It's the same no matter where you go. Gushi did not directly come up with the idea of defeating the Spore Cultist Charlie. He came here this time just to collect the fighting style of Spore Cultist Charlie, and lay the foundation for the subsequent battle. By blending in with the soldiers at the rear, there was no need to fight. Gushi can no longer afford any greater losses now. Now that Princess Anna is thinking of taking the initiative, Gushi can take advantage of Princess Anna's troops to take a look at the situation of several bosses in this copy. Okay. Just follow behind. Remember? Don't run around if you have nothing to do. Your current strength is not good enough. Even though the troops under your command are somewhat powerful, you yourself are the biggest weakness. If you are targeted, no one can save you. Gushi didn't believe this. In his eyes, he was someone who had fought with the Spore Cultist Charlie. Although he used a secret method, it took away his upper limit of 1,000 lives and a tree root. This shows that Gushi is actually capable of fighting. As long as he finds out the enemy's weaknesses, he will know how to deal with it the next time he comes to play the dungeon. With the consent of the Grand Lord, Gushi quickly caught up with the team. When Gushi approached Princess Anna, he noticed that there were several masters following Anna. Their strength is almost around level 10. Not to mention other things. Their own combat power exceeds all the players Gushi has encountered before. From their attire, it can be seen that they are masters from various forces. Anna is not the strongest among them. The strongest one is a wizard whose staff lights up white for a moment, like holding a torch. Standing far away, Gushi could feel the burning sensation brought by the light, which showed that his strength was at least beginning to approach level 15. Recalling the location where the wizard was at the beginning, Gushi suspected that he was specially left in the dungeon to arrange plot kills when Gushi was fighting the boss. But now the plot hasn't even started yet, and they are already preparing to kill. In addition to the wizard, there were 2 paladins in heavy armor, and an archer with long ears beside Anna. Together with the wizard and Anna, there were exactly 5 people in the group. Looking at them, Gushi always had the feeling that they were the ones here to fight the dungeon. Behind them were 5 different troops. It can be seen from the flags displayed by these troops that the leaders are all heroic beings. The number of each army is around 300, and their strength starts at level 7. One of the troops can even reach level 8 with all members. Following closely behind were the civil organizations, who came for Westminster Abbey. Gushi mingled with this group of soldiers, and went to watch the show together. However, with this small amount of troops, in Gushi's eyes, there were several troops that were stronger than Gushi. Not to mention other things. Gushi has noticed that among the mixed soldiers of civilian organizations, there are at least 3 troops whose strength starts at level 6. If Gushi had just arrived at Sansing Garden, his troop level might have been able to withstand it. But now, after several battles, Gushi's troops were stronger and weaker. In addition, troops were needed in Aladovi City, Victoria City, and everywhere. The troops Gushi had in hand were not very impressive. With his level and the strength of his troops, it's no wonder that the Great Sir placed him in the miscellaneous military area. To put it bluntly, it's the children's table. Gushi didn't care about this. He followed behind with his troops, and began to inquire about the situation of the leaders of these teams. After all, Gushi had only completed one of his 5 internal tasks, and he still had 4 more tasks that he didn't know where they were. Now most of the NPCs in the copy are here, so Gushi can communicate with them to see if there are any clues to other tasks. You must know that the first mission he entered into the dungeon was a huge benefit. A skill level is directly increased by +1. If the other tasks have such rewards, then Gushi will be rich. So when Gushi chatted with them, he naturally headed towards the mission. The leaders of these troops are all around level 7 or 8. They did not come to protect Westminster Abbey like Anna did. They saw that there was an opportunity to be gained at Westminster Abbey, and rushed over to take advantage of it. For the players who rushed over like Gushi, they naturally thought that Gushi was with them. Brother, you did a great job this time. Didn't you know that the ones at the forefront today are the church's Holy Oil Knights, and the royal family's Royal Holy Light Knights? It won't be certain tomorrow. If you hadn't come over, tomorrow, the Holy Oil Knights and the Royal Holy Light Knights would launch an attack on Westminster Abbey. They would only focus on one point, and rush across the square in the shortest time. Enter the interior of Westminster Abbey, then hit the apple tree in the backyard. Only after they gain a foothold will they consider their next move. They only play one spot, so we have to play the remaining spots. Then it's time for us to face those weirdnesses. You are not watching from the front line today, so you don't know how troublesome those weird things are. There are not many of them. and their level is not very high. But all kinds of troublesome methods emerge endlessly. Yes, fighting with a guy like this is the most troublesome. The leader of another team also leaned over and said, but there are some benefits to killing them. I saw that the Royal Knights of Holy Light seem to have taken out something from the strange people and fed it to their griffins. Really? Why didn't I see it? What does your army do? What does my army do? How can your eyesight be compared with ours? Okay. What happens after that? After hearing the news, the man stopped bragging to Gu Shi about what he had seen in Westminster Abbey and asked quickly. Then I discovered that the griffins' eyes changed from blue to crimson, and even the armor on their bodies was affected, with blood-red lines appearing. The red lines indicate that these are fighting griffins being trained. But isn't it rumored that fighting griffins eat beef and apples? Could it be that the apple mentioned here is the one behind Westminster Abbey? Chapter 251, the second dungeon mission. Without thinking too much about the battle griffin, he found that he had activated the second mission in the dungeon. Ding! You communicated with the barbarian leader Kato Roar in the dungeon and learned a hidden message. You activated a dungeon mission. Dungeon mission, bloody strange fruit. Mission description: kill the affected monsters inside Westminster Abbey and obtain the strange bloody fruit from them. Task requirement: find 100 weird fruits, 0/100. Task reward: random beast type training and promotion manual if there is a city. It can be converted into an architectural design drawing of the beast type training camp. If you master the transformation route, you can get the transformed beast research manual. Explanation 1. A person who eats an apple will have all the strange power concentrated in the heart. Explanation 2. Only the weird ones that are powerful enough can transform the weird power into weird fruits. The task before him was good news for Gu Shi, although the number of weird fruits required is a bit more. For Gu Shi, this is not a problem. The final reward is a good thing. Gu Shi believed that based on his own situation, he would definitely be given an architectural design drawing for a training camp for beast-type military units. No matter what type of military unit it was, it would be built in Aladovi first. The rest will be dealt with slowly in the later stages. And we will first replenish our own troops. Gu Shi guessed that judging from the situation of the undead, the available beasts were either vampire bats, man-eating wolves, or spiders, and others were unlikely to appear. Most of these units start at level 2, have fast movement speed, strong impact, and are large in number. It is a supplement to Gu Shi's military strength. Gu Shi is still very concerned about the task at hand. If they hadn't followed the passage and entered the underground mausoleum now, Gu Shi might have wanted to go back to Westminster Abbey Square to see if he could kill some weirdos in advance. Seeing that the chat was effective and the mission plan was effective, Gu Shi quickly started chatting again. However, until they arrived at the crack at the edge of the underground mausoleum, Gu Shi had not received any other tasks. At this time, Gu Shi no longer asked any more questions. He raised his head and took a look at the effect of being blown up by himself. The crack opened by the spore cultist Charlie before passed through Gu Shi's flame trap. And now it has become significantly larger. Fortunately, neither Anna nor anyone else knew how big the crack was at the beginning. They were very angry when they saw such a piece of the underground mausoleum exploded. But they did not blame Gu Shi for it. After arriving here, all the main troops led by Anna stopped. They sat on the ground, quickly taking care of the weapons in their hands, and eating the food they brought with them. Their unified movements made Gu Shi feel that his troops seemed to be missing something. The miscellaneous soldiers following behind moved forward at this time. They crawled out from the cracks that were blown up and quickly set up their positions in the space outside. Anna and the others knew very well that there was an underground river under Westminster Abbey. Gu Shi had also specifically explained that after the underground mausoleum was blown open, the water below had already filled it. Although the water has been released now, it does not mean that there is no water in the underground river outside. And Anna and the others would never lure the spore cultist Charlie into the underground mausoleum to fight him. Therefore, the soldiers need to do one thing this time: build a dam in the underground river outside in a short period of time, and temporarily divert the river water to other places. Let's consider other things after this battle is over. After the miscellaneous soldiers crawled out of the cracks that were blown up, they took quick action. Among these miscellaneous soldiers, the ones with the strongest construction skills are the magicians wearing hats of different colors. Even though they are not very strong and their attack power is not very good, they are still very good at deformation or other operations and attachment. Under their operation, a large number of stones flew up from the water of the underground river and turned into large slabs of stone, which were laid flat on the surface of the underground river. Through this method, they managed to create an open space where people could stand. At the same time, other miscellaneous soldiers also had a place to stand. Unlike Gushi before, who could only stand in the cracks to fight the enemy. But such open spaces cannot exist forever. The issue of river diversion still needs to be dealt with. The undead troops led by Gushi were regarded as the first choice for labor. The undead were not afraid of water at all. So the Great Knight found Gushi and asked Gushi to send troops into the water to block several underground rivers. This matter was not originally assigned to you. There are several necromancers in the team of miscellaneous soldiers. But I see that you have worked very hard. So I can't let you run away in vain. Right? As long as you complete this task, I will give you a credit. By the way, the water channel cannot be sealed. After we beat this guy, we have to open the water channel again. After receiving the guidance from the Great Sir, Gushi also saw the water outlets under the water. Only then did Gushi discover that this underground river had already been dealt with by the British. There are many traces of artificial excavation in the waterway. Gushi only needs to transport some stones to the waterway and block it. Any necromancer can do this kind of thing. The Great Sir asked Gushi to do it, which really gave Gushi a chance. Don't worry, sir. I will definitely do this well. Okay, I'll leave it to you. But be careful. This underground river is the defense line of Victoria City's underground water network. There are some piranhas in it. Don't go in there yourself. Let the skeleton soldiers go. Water network defense line. What is that? Gushi asked curiously. He always had a feeling that this thing seemed very important. You don't know this? Right? Generally speaking, there is groundwater underground in every city. Right? If the city is more sophisticated, there should be sewers. These are the components of the water network defense line. Don't underestimate the water network defense line. You don't know that if the water network is well arranged, it is even possible to station troops underground. Listening to the Great Knight's words, Gushi thought of the mission in the barracks of Aladovi City. In the expedition mission of his barracks mission, no matter how the situation changes, there is a task of cleaning the sewers. At first, Gushi thought it was because the task was simple. That doesn't seem to be the case now. Also, when Gushi activated the well, he also dug the sewer first. Gushi had seen the vastness of the sewers in Aladovi City. It is not impossible to arrange 1 or 2 open spaces here. It seems that after returning home, we need to pay more attention to the task of cleaning the sewers. Chapter 252 The War Begins. Charlie, the Tail King Spore Cultist. Gushi still attached great importance to the tasks assigned by the Great Knight. After the Great Knight left, he quickly arranged for 2 heroes to deal with the matter. At the same time, he stood on the shore and observed, thinking about the water network defense line. The Great Sir just reminded him. Gushi hadn't figured it out yet. But one thing is certain. The water network defense line is closely related to urban construction. Gushi suspects that as long as he builds the water network defense line, the city of Aladovi will be able to have 4 or 5 more large plots of land. This is a great supplement for Gushi. While Gushi was thinking, the construction project here progressed, and the water in the underground river slowly receded. Gushi could see that there were many corpses piled up in the underground river, because they had been washed by the river water for a long time. Most of the corpses had lost their flesh and blood, leaving only some bones. But from some of the details left around them, it can be seen that they were put into sacks, loaded with stones and thrown down. Just looking at the white bones mixed in the mud at the bottom of the river, Gushi could imagine how many people would be put into sacks and thrown into the Isis River every day. Other troops are already used to this kind of situation. They didn't even look at the bones. They just went about their business. In less than an hour, a platform suitable for fighting was built under the roots of the apple tree. The fighting platform in front of me is divided into 3 levels, and the overall style is like half of a football field. The underground river that has been drained of water is the bottom layer. The platforms arranged by the mages later belong to the 2nd layer, and the cracks for people to come out of the underground tomb belong to the 3rd layer. The total area of these 3 platforms is approximately 70,000 to 80,000 square meters, which is roughly the size of 10 football fields. Compared with the underground mausoleum behind the wall, it is not small. After the combat platform was built, all the miscellaneous troops did not retreat, but began to arrange themselves on the front line. At the same time, the elite troops led by Anna and others also walked out of the underground mausoleum. Among them, the archer with long ears led 300 pure archer troops, and they stood on the best 2nd floor platform. Looking up from that position, you can see the roots of the apple tree above. Another person occupying the second floor platform is the old wizard's subordinate. It's just that compared to the pure shooter troops, the old wizard's troops are obviously more messy. But it's obvious that the old wizard himself is a master, so he doesn't care about these at all. After occupying a platform, he carefully studied the apple tree roots on the ceiling. It seems that someone has cleaned it up before. Now the energy of the tree roots is focused on the apple tree on the ground. Now is the best opportunity to attack. Princess Anna, your choice is correct. Anna and 300 soldiers happened to pass by the old wizard. Anna didn't know what to say to the old wizard's words. She could only silently walk to the position she had agreed upon at the beginning, and mobilize her troops to stand in the appropriate position. Because of Anna's takeover, Gu Shi, whose military strength was not very good at this time, was transferred to the rear. For Gu Shi, this felt like killing a donkey. But the problem is that Anna doesn't see it that way. In Anna's eyes, Gu Shi's own strength is not good, the number of troops is insufficient, and the level is not high. The only advantage that can be taken out is to master the skill of Death City. But his Death City skill is obviously only level 3. Apart from the city gate, he can't even release a soul summoning tower. What use is this kind of Death City on the battlefield? Let Gu Shi arrange level 1 and 2 troops to serve as cannon fodder. Forget it. This kind of thing is really unnecessary. So Gu Shi was arranged to stay in the rear. He could watch the battle at the edge of the crack as long as it did not affect the transportation in the rear. Regarding this, Gu Shi didn't intend to argue. From Gu Shi's point of view, his goal was to observe the fighting style of Spore Cultist Charlie. The second time he brushes the dungeon is the time for him to show off his talents. At that time, he would not tell Anna about the underground tomb. Wouldn't it be nice to fight your way in? He could even cut a few more apple tree roots back. Let's deal with the problem in Xiamu Lake that has already happened at home. Now, Gu Shi had collected some of the troops, leaving only the troops led by Liao himself. At the same time, he held a notebook in his hand and quickly recorded Anna's methods of dealing with the Spore Cultist Charlie. After arranging the troops, Anna nodded to the archer with long ears. The archer reached out and picked up his longbow. His bow was 1.9 meters tall, and with one bow he was about to fall to the ground. However, the archer did not feel embarrassed by his actions. He supported the ground with one foot, quickly adjusted the angle, and shot an arrow at the huge tree ball in the sky. The arrow flew out with a dazzling white light. Gu Shi, who was standing at the crack, immediately covered his eyes with his hands. After the white light, Gu Shi heard a scream. He looked in the direction where the scream came from and found that the tree that was originally rolled into a ball was rapidly unfolding, revealing the core part inside. It was a man whose body had become completely wooden. His body was entangled in countless red threads, with only his head exposed. Because he was too far away and he hadn't grown huge, Gu Shi couldn't see his face clearly. All that could be seen was that his hair was golden. And when the roots of the tree spread out, he was still cursing something, with him as the center. A total of more than 100 tree roots, large and small, spread out, but only 8 roots hung downward, and the remaining roots were attached to the ceiling. It is obvious that the 8 hanging tree roots are the main attack force of the Spore Cultist Charlie, and the remaining tree roots are mostly decorative backs. Just when Gu Shi was guessing about the situation of the Spore Cultist Charlie, pink pollen fell in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw that as the roots of the apple tree spread out, all the black apple blossoms had bloomed. Fruits the size of a human head were entangled with red silk threads and hung all over the roots of the tree, and were falling downwards. Seeing the Spore Cultist Charlie put down the body, Anna immediately gave the order, "Stop them!" So whether they were the main force or the soldiers, as long as they could hold a bow and shoot at long range, they immediately raised their bows. Gu Shi also made the same choice, taking a step forward with the skeleton archer and skeleton mage, and locked some hanging fruits. Gu Shi understood that this was the skill of Charlie, the Spore Cultist, and it progressed with time. The fruit will turn into monsters and participate in the attack. But at this moment, the red thread hanging down the fruit suddenly broke, and all the fruits hit the ground heavily, rolled in the mud, and were mixed with the bones in the mud. Chapter 253 The Tough-Tailed King. Amidst the chaos, a monster with pink skin and white bone fragments on its body climbed out of the fruit that fell into the mud, holding a wooden weapon in its hand. This kind of monster uses leaves as hair on its head, and white bone fragments as armor. After it appears, no one needs to organize it. It immediately rushes towards the enemies that can move around. More and more fruits were falling from the roots of the trees. After a while, The number of these fruits exceeded the number of troops present. Faced with this situation, Princess Anna said disdainfully, "The main force should ignore these things and hit the tree roots directly. Be careful not to be controlled by the red thread." Princess Anna's orders were given to elite troops. As for the soldiers who followed them from the battlefield, Princess Anna had no intention of ordering them. The miscellaneous soldiers knew their role from the beginning. When they cleared the river, they had already set up defense lines based on their respective situations. Now when this little monster composed of fruit and bone fragments appeared, they quickly stepped forward to fight it. The strength of this kind of fruit monster is not that great, but there are more of them. Gu Shi, who had been watching the battle from behind, quickly drew a map of the defense lines deployed by these miscellaneous troops with a pen and paper. These are all real experiences, and the most ready-made answers. Next time you restart the copy, just copy the homework. Gu Shi quickly drew a picture of the battle ahead, noting down where he could choose, where it was difficult to copy, and where he couldn't. While the soldiers were fighting the fruit monster, Gu Shi noticed that after the killed fruit monster fell to the ground, it would turn into a sapling growing on the ground. Then it absorbs the nutrients in the mud and quickly turns into a small tree as tall as a person. These small trees also have attack capabilities. It's just that they changed from melee combat to stand-style long-range combat. These small trees will constantly pop up thorn-like vines to attack the soldiers. If you pay more attention, you can dodge the spikes that pop out from the ground. However, as the number of these small trees increased, the soldiers could no longer dodge them all. At the defense line of the miscellaneous soldiers, some miscellaneous soldiers had begun to get injured. At this time, on Anna's side, they were still attacking the 8 tree roots hanging from the ceiling, compared to the 1 apple tree root that Gu Shi faced before. This time Anna and the others faced 8 tree roots at the same time, which was a thrill. These tree roots also cooperate with each other. When each one falls down, another root will be lifted up to prepare for the next wave of attack. The force of the tree roots being knocked down from top to bottom was quite strong. At first, Gu Shi relied on the flame trap to blow up the tree roots. Princess Anna simply disdains to use such means. She arranged 2 different paladin troops as the main and auxiliary tanks to come over to attract the tree roots' attention. At the same time, it provides cover for the attacks of wizards and archers. It was different from Gu Shi's previous use of skeleton archer and skeleton mage, which could only deal a few points of damage. The attack power of the old wizard and his men, who were brought by the archer, successfully broke the defense of the spore cultist Charlie. Even if Gu Shi was watching from behind, he could see that every time a large number of data such as -10 appeared on the spore cultist Charlie, especially the life bar of Charlie, the spore cultist, has been directly reduced by half. This made Gu Shi feel helpless. If he could bring in 5 level 10 necromancers, this battle would probably be easier. Unfortunately, Gu Shi only wanted to come in alone. With his current strength, when facing the spore cultist Charlie, he could only be defeated by the incarnation of death. Afterwards, Gu Shi had to consider whether Shea could come over to fight. Her ability should be able to break the defense of the spore cultist Charlie. Gu Shi was thinking about a plan to deal with the spore cultist Charlie. The old wizard, who had never done anything, also prepared his own spell at this time. This old wizard was someone that Gu Shi had always paid special attention to. The reason why I noticed him was not because the old wizard held a particularly conspicuous light bulb-like staff. It's because from the moment Charlie, the spore cultist, started attacking, he never took action. He just held the staff and didn't know what to do there. There were several attacks by tree roots that almost hit the old wizard's head, but they were blocked by several other strong men and even Princess Anna. So Gu Shi guessed that this person must be preparing for a big move. However, Gu Shi had been observing for a long time, and the old wizard didn't move. So Gu Shi thought he was just here to act as a light bulb. Unexpectedly, at this time, the old wizard moved, raised his staff with both hands, and struck a ray of white light at the spore cultist Charlie among the roots of the tree. Gu Shi noticed that this white light felt a bit like the death dragon breath of the incarnation of death. The power may be smaller, but it is obviously more lasting, because it was in the state of the light beam, and the spore cultist Charlie could not dodge. The blow hit the spore cultist Charlie on the spot. As the beam of light struck down, the tree roots that were striking down quickly retracted, as if wanting to protect the spore cultist Charlie. At the same time, Gu Shi could clearly see that the blood bar above the head of Charlie, the spore cultist, was rapidly shrinking. It can be seen that this attack has captured the key point. This can be done. Such thoughts flashed through Gu Shi's mind. Next time when you come to fight the final boss, send out the Avatar of Death as soon as possible. No, the incarnation of Death needs to be strengthened. The current Death Dragon Breath, the incarnation of Death, is still a bit weak. We need to see if there is any way to strengthen it again. With this thought, Gushi quickly recorded this discovery in his notebook. At the same time, he was still calculating the strength of the old wizard and the gap between the power of this move and the Death Dragon Breath. 10,000 lives would require at least 2 uses of the Death Dragon's Breath. It is unknown whether the incarnation of Death and the Spore cultist Charlie can fight each other. Watching the battle below, Gushi was already calculating in his mind how to better utilize the incarnation of Death. If he didn't have the authority to take action now, he would want to release the incarnation of Death and let him try to see how much damage the Death Dragon's Breath can bring to the Spore cultist Charlie. After all, only real data can let Gushi know the gap between his enemies. At this moment, the mob below changed again. The soldiers managed to cut down all the small trees that had been transformed from the mobs. As a result, after the small trees fell to the ground, they mutated again. This time, the corpses of the small tree were combined and turned into a huge mud monster made up of trees. Corpses in mud. Chapter 254, 20% chance. The Tail King will use his ultimate move. The fighting method of the sludge monster is different from that of the previous mobs and small trees. They are like tanks, ignoring other people's attacks and pushing forward. The troops on the other side of the miscellaneous soldiers were unable to stop their advance. Even if various attacks fall on them, they don't care. When they rush to the designated location, or when they are almost beaten, these sludge monsters will self-destruct. The range of their self-destruction is quite large, and sometimes they can even explode more than 10 meters away. The trees and weapons thrown out in the explosion can directly kill a large number of soldiers. This situation shocked Gushi. He turned back and overturned the defense map he had drawn before. Judging from the current situation, if we don't have a strong enough defense, I'm afraid we can't stop it. He really never thought that even the mobs on the Tail King's side would transform 3 times and then lead one to self-destruct. If this was Gushi's first time facing such an enemy, even if he had exhausted all the troops he had, he might not be able to block such an attack. Fortunately, I'm not in a hurry to take action this time. Gushi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If he really rushed in without knowing anything, he might not be able to withstand such an attack even if he was extremely capable. At this time, something happened to Anna's elite troops again. Although these elite troops have been guarding against the Spore cultist Charlie, the boss's methods are difficult to guard against. No matter when he was attacking or defending, or even when he was pressed down and beaten by the old wizard, his red thread never stopped affecting the elite soldiers below. Now some of the elite soldiers have been controlled by the red thread and have begun to attack their comrades around them. The most important thing is that there are 2 elite soldiers standing beside the old wizard, and they are ready to disrupt the old wizard's current actions. At this time, the old wizard had actually consumed all his mana. If he hadn't been supporting the beam of light now, even the staff in his hand might have dimmed. 2 elite soldiers suddenly appeared around him. The old wizard could not withdraw his attack to deal with these 2 men. He could only move his position. Just as he moved, there happened to be a gap in the light beam. It was this little gap that allowed Charlie, the Spore cultist, to seize the opportunity. The 4 tree roots quickly retracted, protecting the Spore cultist Charlie inside. Gushi could also see at this moment that everything the old wizard had prepared was useless. After being interrupted, it was no longer possible to use this technique to kill the Spore cultist Charlie. Just when Gushi felt pity and wanted to ask if he could let the incarnation of Death go out to fight again, the archer fired another arrow. Gushi hadn't paid much attention to the archer just now. He didn't expect that this archer had been holding back his ultimate move. This arrow happened to bypass the 4 tree roots that Spore cultist Charlie blocked in front of him, and hit Spore cultist Charlie's face head-on. From this point on, Gushi admired the ability of the archer. With such a small head, Gushi couldn't see the opponent's face clearly even when he was standing a little behind. However, this archer could hit accurately. This had to be acknowledged the power of archers. When the arrow struck, the archer was preparing to strike again, but he suddenly felt something was wrong. At this time, Anna also raised her head, seeming to find something. Gushi waited for those fighting below to stop fighting and look up at the Spore cultist Charlie before he realized something was wrong. When he looked up, he found that all the roots of Charlie, the Spore cultist, had turned blood red. It felt like the veins were filled with 10 to 15 times more blood, and the entire veins had swelled to the point of being transparent. Status: Even the black apple blossoms on the tree roots turned dark red. This situation was obviously not right. Gushi was shocked and suddenly thought of a possibility. Be careful. He is sacrificing himself. Everyone. Be careful. Gushi had read the information about Charlie, the spore cultist. He knew that when the opponent was fighting, there was a 20% chance that he would sacrifice himself and destroy everything. The current situation was obviously self-sacrifice. But he didn't know whether this self-sacrifice was destroying the space in front of him or destroying the entire copy. Anna's reaction was very quick. As soon as she heard Gushi's words, she made a judgment immediately. Evacuate to the underground mausoleum. I'll ask my aunt and grandma for help. So all the troops quickly put down the enemies they were fighting and ran towards the crack behind. Gushi was nearly pushed out of the crack because he was stuck here. Fortunately, Gushi could dodge faster. But the troops led by Gushi did not receive such treatment. His undead troops were immediately dispersed. Gushi was also quite unhappy with this situation. He was about to step forward and say something, but found that Charlie, the spore cultist, was more than twice as big. Gushi knew that time was running out. Without thinking, he opened the city gate on the spot and sent all his men in. As for Gushi himself, he was still standing in front of the city gate, wanting to take a look at the situation outside. If the underground river space occupied by the spore cultist Charlie was destroyed, it would be fine. If the entire dungeon was destroyed, then Gushi might have to use Aladovi City to escape. So he took this opportunity to stick his head out, wanting to see the final situation clearly. At this time, Anna had already rushed to Svertana's sarcophagus as soon as possible. Grandma, we met. Before Anna could finish her words, a blood-red tree root poked out from behind her. On the root of this tree is a dark black halo. It can be seen that this tree root is no longer the apple tree root controlled by the spore cultist Charlie. Behind it is a level 20 boss. The tree roots appeared quite suddenly. As the first tree roots pierced Princess Anna's body, many similar tree roots began to pierce down from above the underground mausoleum, piercing all the living people here. Gushi knew something was wrong as soon as he saw the situation. He didn't think much about it, and immediately retreated to Aladovi City. When Gushi retreated, there was even a tree root chasing after the city gate. Looking at the tree roots chasing in, Gushi didn't even think about the fact that he now had enough mana, and released the incarnation of death on the spot, putting him at the front. The released death incarnation was directly entangled by this tree root. But the death incarnation was not afraid. He just turned his head, and the melting light that had been unsealed and reinstalled cooperated with the death dragon breath, and the front was formed above the tree roots. At this time, Gushi looked towards Anna and the others. He gritted his teeth, and the city gate in the magic plant area was placed in front of Anna and the others. Retreat. Chapter 255 Copy Collapse. Boom. As Gushi opened another city gate, more and more tree roots fell from the sky and hit the soldiers who fled into the underground mausoleum. Under such an attack, some soldiers and even leaders had to flee towards the city gate that Gushi released. But Gushi knew very well that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. More and more tree roots have begun to attack his two city gates. Gushi resisted the attack of the tree roots at first, hoping to save more people. After all, as another city gate was opened, some soldiers rushed in from Gushi's main city gate. Gushi couldn't care about too much now. He could only open the city gate to let people in, while keeping a close eye on the tree roots that kept appearing in the sky. Those tree roots became thicker and stronger, and finally something as thick as a tree root in Shiamu Lake penetrated from the ground. When the tree root penetrated, Gushi also understood that this copy was hopeless. When the tree roots hit him, he decisively cut off the connection between the two city gates and the underground mausoleum, and temporarily separated from the copy. When the city gate disappeared into the copy, Gushi finally saw the thick tree roots hitting the sarcophagus of Flower of the Northland heavily, breaking the sarcophagus into pieces. At the same time, the crown of the sacred tree under the sarcophagus was knocked out, and 4 different apples were smashed into pieces on the spot. When the city gate disappeared, a voice came to Gushi's ear. Dungeon. The Westminster Abbey event was destroyed, and the instance ended early. Please ask if you want to restart the instance. Gushi was about to restart the copy, but looking at the soldiers crowded under the city gate, Gushi hesitated. In the end, I gave up the idea of restarting the copy immediately. As soon as he entered the city gate, before he could open his mouth, a group of soldiers surrounded him. As soon as these soldiers entered the city of Aladovi, they felt the strong aura of death in the city. They all understood that they were entering Gushi's city, a city belonging to the undead. Among these soldiers, there are relatively few undead themselves, and they are not willing to think about what will happen after death while they are alive. My lord, thank you for helping us at the last minute. But I would like to ask, can we still go back? Gu Shi hesitated for a moment and finally shook his head. I'm not sure now, but I can find a way to send you to Victoria's City. Hearing this, these soldiers felt more at ease. The reason Gu Shi wasn't sure he couldn't send them back to the dungeon was because he was worried that if the dungeon was restarted, he didn't know if the same soldiers would appear again in the dungeon. But Victoria's City was different. Gu Shi had just contacted Victoria's City. He has not restarted the dungeon yet, which means that the connection between him and Victoria's City is still relatively close. Perhaps it is most convenient to send people to Victoria's City at this time. My lord, I will definitely remember this sentiment. Yes, we must remember this. Yes, you saved us this time. We are not the kind of people who don't remember gratitude. The soldiers talked in twos and threes. Gu Shi did not underestimate these soldiers. You must know that those who can come here are elites, who are directly affiliated with the royal family, the church, or the major organizations in Victoria's City. Although they are cannon fodder in Anna's hands. In Victoria's City, they may be street tyrants. Gu Shi also wants to buy more houses in Victoria's City. With their help, this will definitely be of great help. You can rest assured here, and take a rest first. I'm going to take a look at another city gate. The situation there is not as optimistic as here. At this moment, Gu Shi was still thinking about the city gate in the magic plant area. At that time, he seemed to see someone sending Princess Anna into the city gate in the chaos. Gu Shi didn't know what the situation was now. If he could save Princess Anna in the dungeon, it would be a huge profit. After hearing what Gu Shi said, these soldiers no longer held Gu Shi back any longer. Go quickly. We're fine. It's safe here. Yes. It's okay here. Just go over there quickly. The soldiers actually understood that only after the situation on the other side was fully clarified would it be convenient for Gu Shi to send them back to Victoria's City. Now, delaying Gu Shi would be a waste of their time. Gu Shi smiled at these soldiers, turned over and sat on the evil coffin, and quickly headed towards the magic plant area. When Gu Shi rushed over there, Luna also appeared behind Gu Shi. What's the current situation in the magic plant area? As soon as he saw Luna, Gu Shi directly asked about the situation in the magic plant area. He had just forced open the city gate of the magic plant area, which was actually more dangerous. If the current situation in the magic plant area were a little more chaotic, Weird would have rushed out. The fiefdom order has been used, and the fiefdom order has stabilized the magic plant area. But, it's okay. Just tell me if you have something to say. Gu Shi could see that Luna was somewhat hesitant. It's like this. When I used the fiefdom order, I used it against the fog outside the city gate. I originally thought that new land would be generated outside, but I didn't expect that the fiefdom order destroyed the original magic plant area. The land was replenished. This feels like a waste to me. If the destroyed land in the magic plant area can be restored, it can certainly be restored through other methods. As long as we do more research, we can fill in the missing land. Now we are filling it in with this fiefdom order, which is somewhat of a loss. It's okay. The most important thing now is to stabilize the magic plant area. As long as the magic plant area itself is stabilized, the loss will be small. Upon hearing this, Gu Shi knew what Luna was regretting. For Luna, every piece of land in Aladovi City is as important as her life. This time there are several blocks of open space missing. After listening to Gu Shi's persuasion, Luna finally stopped complaining and talked about the effects of using the fiefdom order. After I used the sealing order, the area of Shimu Lake expanded a bit, and I just guided the water to the river in the upper city area, and then let the water flow to the dock area. After the water of Shimu Lake found a new destination, the previously flooded areas became open space again. The magic plant area finally calmed down. It would be nice to calm down. Gu Shi suddenly thought of something. At the city gates on both sides, there were some apple tree roots attacking the city gates just now. I have already dealt with them at the main city gate. The city gates in the magic plant area will not be affected. Right? Hearing this, Luna also frowned and thought for a while. It should be fine. I've looked at the roots of the apple tree that popped in, and they're not too long. I think the situation is fine. While Luna was speaking, Gu Shi and the others had also entered the magic plant area. Chapter 256 Princess Anna. After entering the magic plant area, Gu Shi took a look at the surrounding situation. Just as Luna said, the magic plant area had changed again due to the strange sacrifice and an apple tree root. The most eye-catching thing here is naturally the huge tree root tentacles stuck in the Evilwood Lake in the middle of the magic plant area. But at this time, the tree root tentacles were already exuding a yellow-green aura. Although Gushi hasn't come into contact with it yet, he has a feeling that this kind of aura is beneficial to him and Aladovi City. So he didn't care, but speeded up and rushed to the city gate. Like the main city gate, a large number of soldiers gathered at the garrison gate in front of us. It's just that their morale doesn't seem to be high. When Gushi came over, they just looked up at Gushi and did not surround Gushi and ask him questions like the soldiers at the main city gate did. Gushi glanced at them, feeling somewhat unhappy. The reason why he released the city gate to rescue these people was because he wanted to have some contacts in Victoria City at the last moment. Now that they were like this, Gushi felt that he had saved them in vain. How's the situation? Are you alright? Although he felt unhappy, Gushi still had work to do on the surface. He jumped off the evil coffin and asked seriously, "Don't worry. I will find a way to contact Victoria and send you there." "My lord." "Forget it. There is no need to send us there." At this time, a paladin stood up and said, "This paladin is at least level 10, wearing golden armor and a white cloak behind him." Gushi noticed that on his armor, the left shoulder pad had a lion's head, and the right shoulder pad had an eagle's head. Gushi had seen this outfit from a distance before, and he seemed to be Princess Anna's personal guard. But looking at his condition now, it seems that he no longer has the same sunshine as before. "What happened?" Gushi asked with a puzzled look on his face. The paladin gave up a position. Gushi looked back and found the pale Princess Anna lying at the city gate. Her pierced chest was no longer bleeding, but it was obvious that she was no longer breathing. Gushi didn't expect that the final result would be like this, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. At this moment, the paladin patted Gushi and said, "Thank you for giving us the last time to get along with the eldest princess. This is enough. Please open the city gate and send us back to Westminster Abbey. We hope I can fight again for the great lord." When he said this, the other soldiers also stood up, holding their weapons and looking at Gushi seriously. Seeing them like this, Gushi hesitated and said, "Westminster Abbey may not still be there now." Speaking of this, Gushi suddenly thought of something. "By the way, have you seen that tree root?" Gushi pointed toward Shimu Lake and said, "I shot that down. It's the same root as the weird apple tree at Westminster Abbey." When the paladin heard this, he reached out and grabbed Gushi's clothes. "What do you mean? I want to say that maybe you have a better place to go than Westminster Abbey. But it's a little dangerous there. And if you go there, you may not be able to come back. We originally wanted to make one last charge for the eldest princess. What's so scary about death?" The paladin loosened his grip, and Gushi quickly took 2 steps back. "I'm not afraid to tell you that this is the Mirror Underground Palace, the city that was sacrificed by James I. The prince sealed in the Mirror Underground Palace has always been looking for opportunities to open the blockade. Go out of the city from here and head into the fog, and you will find the source of Apple Village, which is the mirrored Westminster Abbey. There lies the culprit responsible for this plot against Westminster Abbey." Listening to Gushi's words, the paladin did not speak, but silently pondered the authenticity of Gushi's words. "I don't remember the woods before Victoria City. If you plant the roots of such a big apple tree at home, your home will become a forest. It will be the largest rainforest." Gushi pointed in the direction of the city gate. "I've pointed out the way for you. Whether you want to try and die, or you want to guard the body of the eldest princess here, please feel free to do it yourself. Of course, if you want to go back to Victoria City, I can also take you back. But after you go back, you may never come back." The paladin thought for a moment, then turned to look at a white-robed priest beside him. The priest took out a thick-covered book and said to the paladin seriously, "What he just said is the truth." The paladin then turned to look at his other comrades. They all held onto their weapons with smiles on their faces. "Okay, we're ready to go." Then the paladin said to Gushi, "Please return the body of Princess Anna to Victoria City. Please do not turn her into an undead before she agrees. Otherwise you will become Britain's mortal enemy." After saying this, the paladin walked to Princess Anna and knelt down on one knee. "Princess, I will die on the charge. If you can stand up again, I will wait for your call in the underworld." After saying that, he picked up his weapon and headed out of the city gate. Then another knight made the same move. Seeing them kneel down and take the oath one by one beside Princess Anna, Gushi was somewhat moved. At this time, the priest also walked up to Gushi and said, "Send Princess Anna out the same way she came in. No coffin is needed." and no other treatment is required. After the priest finished speaking, he also held his thick book and walked out of the city gate. Gushi had been watching the ceremony, waiting for all the knights to leave the city gate, and then Gushi came to Princess Anna's side. At this time, Princess Anna looked like she was asleep, but her face was a little pale. There was also an unknown little flower picked from somewhere in her hand. After looking at Princess Anna for a moment, Gushi was still not sure whether he wanted to send her back to Victoria City. Gushi wasn't too worried about sending the body back. What he was worried about was that if the body was sent back here, it would be funny if Princess Anna appeared again when the dungeon was restarted. He could be hacked to death by the British royal family. But instead of sending it back, Gushi looked at the back of the paladin who had walked into the fog, and still felt a little hesitant in his heart. This was the last wish of these soldiers, and Gushi had no reason not to fulfill it. Thinking of this, Gushi stood up straight. Luna, take the body with you. We are going to Victoria City. Chapter 257, The Burning City of Victoria. Carrying Princess Anna's body, Gushi and Luna rushed back to the main city. At this time, the soldiers near the city gate of the main urban area were still thinking about how to return to Victoria City, and how to tell the story of the incident in Westminster Abbey after returning. This is a big deal. Westminster Abbey is usually used as the main church where the British royal family ascends the throne. Losing Westminster Abbey is equivalent to losing the Emperor of Xia and losing the Temple of Heaven. Even if you ascend the throne, no one will recognize you as Orthodox, unless you build another one. And nowhere can a church like Westminster Abbey be built in a short period of time equals. Some of the situations here are opportunities and challenges for the big guys behind these soldiers. If they weren't still in Aladovi City now, they would even want to spread the news now. But when they saw Gushi rushing back carrying the body of Princess Anna, they were all stunned. All the soldiers who were eager to send the news back knelt on one knee by the roadside to greet the body of Princess Anna. Come with me. We are going to Victoria City. But there is something I may need your help with. Sir, please speak. Something happened in Victoria City now, and you have seen it. I was entrusted by others to return the body of Princess Anna to the royal family. I don't know the way now, so I need you to clear the way for me. Protect Princess Anna's return. Gushi looked at the soldiers and said, Sir, please rest assured. Protecting the eldest princess is the wish of all of us. Even if you don't say it, we will move forward together. Okay, come with me. Gushi waved to them and led them towards the hut connected to Victoria City. Because Gushi has not yet withdrawn from the copy of the major event in Westminster Abbey. Although the copy has been destroyed, the connection with Westminster Abbey has not been broken yet. According to the causal relationship, he is now the closest to Victoria City. As long as he exits the instance, he can go to Victoria City. Then his Hearthstone would not be blocked from passing because of the changes in Victoria City. This is it. When the fire is lit, you can send someone over first. I have a small building over in Victoria. After you go out, please help clean up the enemies around you and protect the safety of the road. Some of these soldiers are well informed about things like Hearthstones. One of them asked right there, Where is your small building? Camden, at the junction of Northumberland Avenue. When Gushi said this, the soldiers immediately understood where they were. That's quite far from Windsor Griffin Castle. If we leave from your place, we have to cross the river, leave the city, and travel a certain distance in the wild. I'm afraid it will be a little difficult. No matter how difficult it is, we must send the eldest princess back. In addition, we will definitely be blocked on the way to send eldest princess Anna back this time. Please help us when the time comes. Gushi looked at them again. He was not sure what the situation was in Victoria City. But one thing is certain. Victoria City is definitely still in a state of zombie siege. It would be difficult to run such a long distance as those people said. It is not known whether these soldiers, who were finally rescued, will die in the battle in Victoria City. While Gushi was still lamenting this, these soldiers were already getting anxious. Don't worry. Isn't this what we should do? That is, no matter who wants to block our way, they will die. My dad needs to know that I can escort the eldest princess all the way to Windsor Griffin Castle. Even if I die in battle, he will be happy. Under the discussion of the soldiers in twos and threes, Gushi issued the order. Okay, now who's going to start first? Let me do it. I've used this kind of Hearthstone before. I know how to handle it. A soldier jumped out upon hearing this. Then I'll be the second one. I am third. The soldiers didn't need to worry about rest arrangements. They arranged the queue by themselves. Gushi and the bodies of Princess Anna will be the last to go. As for the soldiers under Gushi, They don't need to be brought along. As long as they arrive in Victoria City, Gushi can deploy the soldiers through the city gates at any time. After all the soldiers here pass by the Hearthstone, Gushi turned to Luna and said, "After I pass, you send Princess Anna's body over. Then prepare your troops and wait at the city gate. I'm afraid there will be a big battle next." Good. Luna didn't say much and decisively agreed to Gushi's request. In order to prevent Princess Anna's body from being lost in the void, Gushi specially held Princess Anna's hand and took Princess Anna into the Hearthstone. When he stepped into the area of influence of the Hearthstone, Gushi felt his eyes go dark. He seemed to have entered a dark passage, with only a little light shining in front of him. Gushi wanted to move forward, but found that he couldn't move. This situation made Gushi quite uncomfortable. Just as he was about to struggle again, he felt a strong push coming from behind him, pushing him out of the dark space. When Gushi's eyes lit up, he felt the smell of unburned sulfur coming to his nose. He looked up and found that he had entered Victoria City from Aladovi. In the original Victoria City, the sky was covered with thick dark clouds at most. Victoria City is different now. The clouds in the sky have been dyed blood red. Black powder fell from the sky like snowflakes. Gushi just stretched out his hand, and his hand was already covered with a lot of black powder. Taking a closer look at the ground, there was already a thin layer of such powder on the ground. But what Gushi was a little confused about was where he was now. He remembered that he had placed the Hearthstone by the fireplace on the first floor of the small building. If he appeared, he should have appeared in the small building. What is this situation? Why does it look like we are in the wilderness in front of us? What about the buildings around us? Could it be that something weird happened and he ended up teleporting in the wrong direction? It can't be so unlucky. Just as Gushi was about to complain, Shaya's voice came from not far ahead. "Sir! Here! We are over here." Gushi saw Donghaya waving to him at the entrance of the sewer. Behind Shaya, there were several soldiers who had just left Aladovi City. When the soldiers saw the body of Princess Anna brought by Gushi, they all crawled out of the sewer, carried the body, and headed towards the sewer. Chapter 258 All the way forward. In the sewer, Gushi endured the hot temperature and asked, "What's going on?" Shaya said helplessly, "Who knows what those people were thinking? They actually chose to set fire to Victoria City and planned to burn the cinders to death together. They didn't even think about it. Is Cinder afraid of this? When I came back with my people, Victoria City was already burning, and the only place to hide was under the sewers. My lord, I failed to defend the small building." "Fine." After Gushi knew what was happening, he said calmly, "We did not come here alone this time. We have comrades behind us." Gushi looked up at the soldiers hiding in the sewers, and had to admit that these guys were really letting go. After discovering the anomaly in Victoria City, they chose to go into the sewer without saying a word. There is no discomfort at all. Even when they saw Gushi coming in with the body of Princess Anna, they were excitedly talking about their feelings after entering the sewer. Let's not talk about this for now. We have to go to Windsor Griffin Castle quickly. What happens in Victoria City has nothing to do with us. Do you understand? Okay. We all know that with us here, the road is absolutely safe. But do we really want to go to Windsor Griffin Castle? With such a big thing happening in Victoria City, members of the royal family should not all go to Victoria Tower, which is the armed core of the entire Victoria City. Only once inside do they think they are safe. Windsor Griffin Castle is just a place for them to relax on weekends. The defense there is insufficient. So if we want to go, we should also go towards the Victoria Tower. When Gushi heard about Victoria Tower, he thought of Aladovi Tower not far from Aladovi City. There was the castle that Gushi had always wanted to capture. When he entered Aladovi City from the Mirror Underground Palace, he also entered from this location. Gushi had seen Aradavada's defense system, and he knew that what the soldier said was right. Okay, let's go there now. Okay, let us lead the way in this way. When we can go through the sewer later, we will go through the sewer. Once you're almost there, come out again. Why? Gushi asked curiously. All the supplies in Victoria Tower are in an independent system, as are the sewers. No matter who they are, they can only enter and exit through the main entrance of the castle, which ensures the safety of the castle. Hearing this explanation, Gushi was also a little worried. He was considering whether the British royal family would attack him as an enemy if he rushed towards the Victoria Tower at this time. Don't worry. We are all regular troops, and we are sending Princess Anna's body there. Who dares to stop us? Well, let's go. Gushi was not the kind of person who would hesitate. After understanding the situation here, He made a decision decisively. The group of them moved quickly through the sewer. Shea led the way all the way, while Gushi and other British soldiers took turns carrying the body of Princess Anna and followed behind. The rest of the people quickly followed. And finally a few stronger soldiers stopped behind to prevent anyone from getting separated in the maze-like sewer. After all, the situation in the sewers was not very good to begin with. If they were accidentally separated, they would soon disappear into the sewers, and there would be no way to escape alive. Shea, who was leading the way in front, was always choosing the easier path to walk on. But Victoria City has turned into a huge furnace. The sewers are relatively close to the ground and have been affected to some extent. In some places, the sewers have been burned or even collapsed. Even Shea had to look for ways forward from time to time. The soldiers following behind also felt the temperature rising higher and higher. But none of them had the intention to rush Shea. They all know that they are familiar with Victoria City. But some people really say that there is no defense against the sewers. If they lose Shea, they will not be able to get out of the sewer unless they climb up directly against the flames on the ground. So they can't lose Shea as the leader. Even if Shea kept retreating to the position where she started, they didn't have any complaints. We walked in the sewer for about an hour and a half. The temperature in the sewer also slowly dropped. Shea, who was leading the way, touched the wall of the sewer and said, "We are almost out. If we walk forward for about half an hour, we can reach a safe place. Then it will be faster for us to walk on the ground." Gushi also felt that the temperature above the sewer was not as high as the place he passed just now. So he also breathed a sigh of relief. "Would you like to take a break?" All those soldiers shook their heads. "We don't need to rest. This little journey is nothing to us." "That's right. We are paladins. There is nothing to be afraid of." "That's right. If it weren't for the difficulty of running through the sewer, I could show it to you in a hurry." Seeing the excitement of these soldiers, Gushi naturally would not let them embarrass themselves. "Okay, let's move forward for another half hour, and wait until we reach the ground to rest." After hearing this, all the soldiers cheered excitedly. Gushi could even feel a golden eagle with its wings spread appearing above their heads. This is a sign of morale improvement. It's just that as a player, Gushi encountered this situation for the first time when leading a team. This made him look at it a few more times. These soldiers had no objections. And Shea, who was in charge of leading the team, had no objections either. As an undead, Shea didn't need to rest at all. Under Gushi's order, she led the way again. But the next section of the road is not that easy. The previous sewers had been roasted by fire, and the temperature was a bit too high. All the strange things, water ghosts, rats and other things in the sewers had escaped. But the sewer section in front of them was different. Gushi and the others encountered several waves of rats. There are even water ghosts and some strange creatures who want to lead Gushi and the others into the sewer water. For example, the red hat Gushi just killed was a strange existence. If Gushi hadn't reacted quickly, this guy would have almost jumped out of the sewage, grabbed Gushi's calf, and dragged him to the sewage. Went in. Even though he knew that he would not drown in the sewage, Gushi's scalp felt numb when he looked at the sewage with dirt floating on it. If he was dragged into the water and given 2 mouthfuls of water, Gushi would really not want to live. So the angry Gushi fired a blast at the sewage, and Bone Storm pushed 2 of them out. If it weren't for the ordinary British soldiers following behind him, he would have even planned to use the death wave. Fortunately, this journey eventually comes to an end. Shea pushed open a rusty iron fence in front and said happily, "We are here." Chapter 259 Victoria Tower. Pushing open the rusty iron fence, Gushi climbed out of the sewer outlet. He didn't feel much in the sewer, but after climbing out of the sewer, Gushi felt that his whole body was soaked in smell. What he wants most now is to change out of his clothes and wash them. It doesn't matter if you have to wear wet clothes afterwards. The soldiers who followed out behind probably had the same idea. After they crawled out of the sewer, the first thing they did was smell themselves with looks of disgust on their faces. There was even one person who brought several freshly caught rats there to bleed them, intending to use the smell of blood to suppress the smell on his body. "Okay, that's it for you. Is there anyone who can identify the road and see where this is, and how far it is from Victoria Tower?" After suppressing his dissatisfaction, Gushi spoke to the soldiers. After hearing Gushi's words, several soldiers stood up. They looked around at the deserted streets, and finally one soldier pointed in one direction. "The Victoria Tower is right there." Gushi looked in the direction pointed by the soldier and saw dark clouds. "How did you know the Victoria Tower was there?" "There are only crows in Victoria Tower. Griffins will not appear in Victoria Tower. You can tell by looking at the flight path of griffins in the sky. Taking a look at what the soldier said, Gucci found that this was indeed the case. Because the city of Victoria was burning. The troops in the city had been dispatching or suppressing something. As the British flying force, griffins are naturally quite busy. But no matter how busy these griffins are, they have not flown to a certain location, or even passed by. If no one wakes up, you may not notice anything. But after being pointed out, Gucci naturally saw that there was a problem here. He wasn't stupid enough to ask the crows in Victoria City if there was anything wrong. Instead, he pointed in that direction. Let's go there first. When the soldiers who were still sitting on the ground resting heard this, they all stood up, straightened their clothes and armor, and took care of their weapons. Afterwards, several of the strongest paladins did not go to the front as before. Instead, they removed the door panel from nearby and placed the body of Princess Anna on it. 6 paladins carried the body and moved forward with solemn expressions. The remaining soldiers gathered around with weapons in advance, all protecting Princess Anna. Seeing them like this, Gucci did not force these soldiers to charge. He stretched out his hand, and a city gate appeared behind him, and Gucci's undead soldiers quickly walked out. This time, the troops that came out were led by 2 heroes. As for Gucci's own main force, they were not released directly. It's not that Gucci doesn't want to, but the current situation in Victoria City is not suitable. Arroyo, you lead the troops to clear the way ahead. Robbie, you lead the troops to follow the transport team and prevent anyone from getting close. After the 2 heroes came out, Gucci arranged corresponding positions for them. Then Gucci turned over and jumped onto the evil coffin. After walking for such a long time, Gucci was a little tired. At this time, if he had a mount instead of riding, Gucci was walking on his legs. So Gucci was not so stupid. Instead, there are 2 heroes under Gucci. They are not high level and have no mounts to ride. They also walked with their troops as they advanced. After releasing his troops, Gucci no longer cared about anything and led the team into rampage mode. Anyway, Victoria City is almost empty now, so Gucci doesn't have to think too much. As Gucci's troops accelerated, the soldiers who followed also increased their speed. Their action soon attracted the attention of some people nearby. Several griffins appeared in the sky. These griffins had yellow feathers, and when they flew up, they looked like knives slicing through the wind. When they flew in front of Gucci's team, they were planning to attack Gucci's team. But when they saw the body of Princess Anna being protected in Gucci's team, all the griffins fell down. The situation in which they fell immediately attracted the attention of other griffins. These griffins can become an important air force of Britain. In addition to their extremely strong combat capability, their intelligence is their greatest feature. Adult griffins have the IQ of normal people, and they can judge the battlefield situation by themselves. If you meet 1 or 2 talented heroes, you can even have simple communication with the griffin. Now when I saw my companion falling down, the other griffins were naturally curious about what happened here. You must know that even if a griffin usually lands, it will not land on flat ground, because that would prevent them from flying in time. So a large number of griffins flew towards this side. Then they also saw Princess Anna being carried away. The griffins that flew over also landed quickly, and only after the body of Princess Anna was carried past them did they fly up and follow from a distance behind. At this time, Gucci finally understood how high the reputation of Princess Anna, or the British royal family, was among the people and soldiers. At this moment, Gucci felt that his trip was not in vain, and that he had done the right thing by sending Princess Anna's body back. A large number of griffins gathered, and this incident naturally attracted the attention of others. In an apartment building not far away, a man whose skin had turned coal gray and had several fiery red cracks on his face was looking at the gathered griffins. With so many griffins gathered together, they must be escorting the demon leaders to Victoria Tower again. They are all brainless. They have already had troubles several times, and they are still like this. But that's okay. As long as I kill 1 more royal member, I will have enough blood and lives for 6 royal members. Although it is not the identity required by the Mirror Underground Palace, it is enough. Then I can enter the Mirror Underground Palace and enter the Mirror City. That city will be mine. The man burst out laughing. After laughing, he took out a tin whistle that looked like it had just been taken out of the stove, put it to his mouth, and blew it hard. This kind of iron whistle is usually used when chasing people on the streets of Scotland Yard. But under the influence of this man, it turned into an attractive way. A large amount of black and gray gathered together amidst the whistles, and finally turned into a human figure made of black and gray. This kind of figure walks unsteadily, as if it will be blown away by the wind if it walks faster. But they themselves didn't care about this. Under the orders of the whistle, more and more such figures were slowly, but surely heading towards the location where the griffins gathered. Chapter 260 Cinder blocks the road. Quack! Griffin screamed in the sky. Hearing that, Gushi couldn't help but raise his head and asked, "What are they talking about?" Shaya, who was following Gushi, shook her head. She is not omnipotent. How can she know the griffin language? Fortunately, a paladin said at this time, he seems to be saying that there are a large number of enemies ahead that are surrounding us. Surround us? Gushi smiled, really thinking that he was a weakling because he cleared the dungeon once and was knocked out. Anyone can come and step on me. Sir, do you want the troops to stop for a moment? At this time, the paladin asked again. No need to stop. Just go forward. I want to see what kind of scum wants to surround me. As Gushi spoke, he opened the city gate. All the troops that could be mobilized began to walk out of the city gate. The ones released this time were naturally Gushi's core troops. When the 15 gargoyles were released, they immediately saw the griffins in the sky. So these gargoyles immediately flew in front of the griffin, at least to the same height. Seeing the actions of these gargoyles, Gushi started to laugh. Such a gargoyle made him quite satisfied. At least the gargoyles were not frightened by the high level and large number of griffins. Go check the situation. Gushi waved his hand, causing the gargoyles to scatter in all directions. At the same time, the withered ones, who had just come out, raised the spear staff in their hands and began to run around all the troops. Wherever they ran, some light green spots would always fall down. The British soldiers all felt that their physical strength was recovering rapidly. When the battle comes, don't stop. I will keep leading my troops to charge forward. Except for the body of Princess Anna. I will not stop to save anyone. After listening to Gushi's words, these soldiers all looked at each other. But they all understood that Gushi's choice was the right one. If you really find yourself surrounded by enemies, rushing out is the best option. Defending in place will only concentrate all the enemy's troops. And eventually they will have to face attacks from all directions. So these soldiers nodded and said that they had no problem. Even if an enemy attacked them, they were not weak. Their level was still very high, and they could participate in the battle. Gushi smiled and said, "Aren't you kidding yourself when you say you can join the battle in the necromancer's team? Just follow behind." While Gushi was talking, the gargoyles also flew back, and they quickly gestured in front of Gushi. The number of enemies and the speed of their advance are all clearly stated. Although it is not as convenient as a normal conversation, it is still clearer than a few griffin calls. Shadow-like people who move like zombies? After analyzing the description of the gargoyle, Gushi immediately thought of the cinders Shaya mentioned. Shaya, didn't you say you set fire to the cinders? Why does the situation look wrong? Shaya didn't know the meaning of the gargoyle's gestures, but she knew something was wrong as soon as she heard Gushi's words. I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to burn this place even if they wanted to. Gushi didn't know if it was true when he heard it. If the Victoria Tower was here, it would be possible that he wouldn't dare to set it on fire. But if the whole city is really going to turn into cinders, then we still have to set fire to it. How could nearly 10,000 cinders be allowed to wander here? So Gushi thought about it and guessed another possibility. Someone is smuggling cinders into this area. Just like Gushi could follow Shaya through the sewers to avoid the fire. There was help behind those cinders. But no matter how they got here, they shouldn't have any thoughts about Gushi's team. If they didn't come over, we could have hidden safely. Now that they have jumped out, they are asking for trouble. While Gushi was sorting out his thoughts, the enemy appeared right in front of him. At this time, Gushi looked at more than 3,000 black figures walking towards this side step by step. He raised his hand and said, "Arroyo, clear the road." Arroyo, who was walking at the front of the team, raised his long battle axe and stood directly at the front when he heard it. Behind him were 15 warriors such as spearmen. And then came the skeleton spearmen led by the skull leader. Before the black figures surged up, Arroyo led the troops forward. Compared to the previous combat team's fighting style, Arroyo was more violent in the tactics of the spearmen. He doesn't care about connectivity. Attack is his goal. If we talk about the previous combat squad style spearman attack, it is to use the spearman as a machine. Raising the gun, stabbing, closing the gun, and moving forward. All steps are done according to the rhythm. The spearmen brought by Arroyo used the spearmen as siege vehicles. They did not put back their guns. They only moved forward, stabbed straight, then moved forward, and stabbed straight again. The action of putting away the gun is already hidden in the advance. Such attacks are naturally difficult to defend against. Therefore, in order to prevent the enemy from having a chance to attack, these spearmen must kill the enemy in one wave when attacking. Arroyo's team will be more concentrated and obviously thicker than other spearmen teams. Looking at the black figures in front of him, Arroyo decisively raised his battle axe. Kill! Before the black figure could move closer to Gushi's team, Arroyo had already led his troops forward and rushed into the black figure. In the first attack, Arroyo used all his strength. Rows of spears thrusting forward. Often, the spears in front would stab the enemy, while the spears in the back row had already been stabbed out. The skeleton spearmen in front were pushed forward by the skeleton spearmen behind, in order to prevent themselves from being squeezed out by the skeleton spearmen behind them. Those in the front row must also move forward. Otherwise they will be squeezed to the ground by the skeleton spearmen behind them. Under such circumstances, the skeleton spearmen in front could only keep accelerating and accelerating again. The performance of their acceleration lies in the speed with which they draw their guns. Those black figures never thought that they would be attacked by such troops. Just under the impact of the first wave, the black figure was beaten into powder. Just as Gushi's troops were about to arrive, Gushi suddenly noticed that the black powder on the ground had a tendency to regroup. This situation made Gushi stunned, and he pointed at the black powder on the ground. Spiritualism. You fail to use spiritualism, and you gain 1 spiritualism experience point. Second corpse explosion. Boom. You use the secondary corpse explosion successfully, and you get 1 point of secondary explosion experience. Then Gushi laughed. Powder is also a corpse. Without a corpse, you can't be resurrected. Right? Then get up. Bone shield. Bless the skeleton spearmen. Stack them up for me. Chapter 261 Swallowing Black Powder. With Gushi's move this time, the bone shields began to be put on the undead fighting in front one by one. Starting from Arroyo. This was the last solution Gushi could think of. Gushi could see the situation in front of him. These black figures were completely made of soot. As long as the soot is still there, they can get up from the ground again at any time. Gushi even guessed that they relied on this method to escape from the fire in Victoria's City. The only way to destroy this method is to dispose of the soot-like corpse. There are many ways to dispose of corpses, and Gushi only knows 3. When the necromancy failed to turn the enemy into undead, and the secondary corpse explosion would hit his own people, Gushi naturally chose to use bone shields to increase the defense of his men. Although a soot-like corpse cannot summon spirits, it is still a corpse, and can be transformed into a bone shield. It's just that the bone shields they transformed are all black, and they look like 3 gray air masses surrounding the undead. When Arroyo saw this situation, he didn't know that Gushi was helping him. So he raised his axe and slashed forward 3 times, leading the troops to rush forward for a certain distance. When he had almost consumed all his magic power, Gushi turned his hand. Death incarnate. In the black mist, the incarnation of death rushed out. At this time, Gushi did not ask the incarnation of death to attack anyone, but pointed at the black figures who had just been killed in front of him. Swallow all the black ash. If you can't swallow it, blow it away. The incarnation of death only took a glance at the battlefield and knew what Gushi was planning. This means that we don't intend to leave any black powder for the enemy. The incarnation of death also understands. This time he came out with a crystal storm. After receiving Gushi's order, he has been hovering over the spear troops. The black figures who were killed turned into black and gray. At that time, you will be sucked into the black mist by the incarnation of death on the spot. When these black figures were sucked into the air, they wanted to change back into human form. But the incarnation of death directly suppressed these black figures, who wanted to change back into human form, and merged all the black ashes into the black fog. There was nothing at first, but as more and more black ash was removed, Gushi found that there seemed to be a figure struggling in the black mist surrounding the incarnation of death. These figures did not attack the incarnation of death, but kept twisting in the black mist. It seemed that they wanted to escape from the black mist, but could not. This situation makes the incarnation of death look even weirder. But Gushi was pleasantly surprised to find that the black fog of the incarnation of death had undergone obvious changes again. It seems that this time, the choice was right. After drinking a bottle of magic potion, Gushi stopped setting up the bone shield. He left the task of dealing with the black and gray on the battlefield to the incarnation of death. However, Arroyo, who had just received the blessing of the bone shield from Gushi, also had ideas about Heihui at this time. He himself doesn't know how to use bone shield, but he has another idea. Everyone, move and spin the bone shield. The principle of the bone shield is actually very simple. The shield made of white bones hovers around you like a satellite, and will automatically block a blow for you. As for the speed, it is actually controlled by those who get the bone shield. If you think the bone shield is rotating too fast, you can also control the rotation speed of the bone shield yourself. Now under Arroyo's command, all the bone shields rotated at the fastest speed, because the bone shield was placed on the skeleton soldiers at the front. The skeleton soldiers were crowded together one after another. The distance between them was very close, and the bone shields also collided with each other. If it was an ordinary bone shield, it might just be a matter of collision. This time, the bone shields on their bodies were made of black ash, and would scatter on the spot upon impact. But this is not like being attacked, so the effect of the bone shield is still there, and the bone shield will replenish the black ash on its own. Then the black ash on the ground that had not been taken away by the incarnation of death was replenished. After a while, something like black mist appeared on the skeleton spearmen walking at the front. At the same time, black mist-colored bone shields began to appear around the skeleton spearmen in the rear, who were not affected by the bone shields. This situation left Gushi speechless. He never expected that Arroyo could have such thoughts. However, Gushi didn't care to say anything at this time, and pointed his hand forward. Push forward. Push forward. Under Gushi's order, all the troops moved forward quickly, and the human soldiers supplemented Robbie's skeleton two-handed swordsman to protect them in the middle. These human soldiers felt insulted. They picked up their weapons and quickened their pace, trying to rush to the enemy faster. But no matter how they rushed, they couldn't catch up with the spearmen led by Arroyo, let alone the incarnation of death that kept rushing forward in the sky. They rushed all the way for about 700 meters, and all the black figures in front of Gushi were beaten to powder. Not even the black and gray corpses were left. Gushi turned his head and glanced at the enemies, who had just appeared on the left and right sides, and ignored them. Don't pay attention to them. Let's go. They can't catch up. Gushi could see the speed at which the black figure was advancing just now. If Gushi had stayed to defend before, their siege could have been formed. But Gushi accelerated and charged forward, and the encirclement no longer worked. With the speed at which these black figures moved, they could not catch up with Gushi's troops at all. This made the person who attracted the black figure paralyzed. He didn't expect that the Cinder Troopers, who had always been invincible under his command, would be cracked like this. When he fought several Royal Carriage teams before, he never encountered such a situation. In fact, he didn't even think about it. When he fought against the Royal Carriage team before, the royal troops were mainly used to protect the royal members. They would rather stop in a safe place than rush into danger. That's why we were surrounded. In addition, the Cinder Troops summoned with a whistle can be resurrected indefinitely, as long as the black ash is still there. More than 10,000 cinders can have the effect of hundreds of thousands of zombies attacking the city. His battles are naturally invincible. The situation was different now. Gushi didn't want to stay here any longer, and launched a charge directly against the enemy. When they rushed forward, they did not forget to clean up the battlefield, and clear away the black ashes from the coal slag of the dead soldiers. Without the black ash, the cinders who died in the battle would not be resurrected. Their behavior of dividing the troops naturally gave Gushi the best chance. Only then did he break through the siege of cinders in one fell swoop, throwing the cinders behind him far away, and headed towards the Victoria Tower. Chapter 262 Cinder's Killer Move. Watching Gushi's team move forward, the man who had been observing secretly had another blazing red crack on his face. No, I can't lose, and I won't lose. So the man took the whistle and started blowing again. At this time, Gushi, who was in a hurry, was also checking the message that had just popped up. Arroyo leads the troops to realize a special ability. Please ensure the survival of this troop within 30 days, and find a suitable place for it to stay. Otherwise, this special ability will automatically dissipate. The incarnation of death swallowed a large amount of soot, and the black mist it carried mutated again. It needs to be returned for stabilization. Please allow it to be returned. Death incarnate retreats. Arroyo advances. At Gushi's command, the incarnation of death turned around in the sky and was about to be taken back. At this moment, Gushi heard a sharp whistle. He looked towards the direction from which the whistle came, and found that on the top of a building not far away, a man with black hair and red cracks on his skin was whistling. Amidst the whistle, the black figures gathered behind suddenly moved. Just like they had gathered before, they quickly turned into black powder. This situation shocked Gushi. Just when Gushi was wondering what they were planning to do, the black powder combined again and turned into a huge firebird made of black ash. The Firebird leaped up from the ground with black smoke and flew directly towards Gu Shi's team. No need to pay attention to Shi's orders. The Incarnation of Death rushed forward in an instant. But faster than the Incarnation of Death were the griffins flying behind the master. These griffins turned their heads and pounced into the body of the black Firebird. The griffins tore open the Firebird's body with one charge. But the Firebird spun in the air, and the flame set the griffins' feathers on fire. The griffins in the sky kept twisting their bodies, trying to clean off the flames on their bodies. But no matter how hard they struggled, the flames could not be dissipated. At the same time, a large amount of black ash surrounded them from all directions. Covering these, the griffin that dared to take the initiative was dragged into the black ashes. At this time, the Incarnation of Death had already rushed in front of the Firebird. Compared with the Firebird, the Incarnation of Death at this time was obviously much smaller. But the momentum was obviously stronger than that of the Firebird. The Incarnation of Death crashed into the Firebird's body in the same way as the griffin before. The impact directly tore the Firebird's body into two pieces. The Firebird shook its body and turned back into black and gray powder, trying to wrap up the Incarnation of Death. At this moment, the body of the Incarnation of Death flashed with blue powder. His body collided back and forth among the black ash powder transformed by the Firebird. Every collision would take away a large amount of black ash. The more times I did it, the black and gray in the sky became significantly less. At this time, the whistle blown by the man on the roof became much sharper. At this time, the Firebird no longer maintained the appearance of a Firebird, but turned into a big net, trapping the Incarnation of Death layer by layer. Gu Shi raised his head and glanced at the man, then turned to look at Xia. Xia immediately understood what Gu Shi meant, turned around and walked towards where the man was standing. Behind Xia, there were 9 vampire knights who came out with her. They were holding two-handed swords, but followed Xia like thieves. Every time they moved, they only appeared for a second and then disappeared quickly. If they weren't particularly staring at them, no one would notice that there was such a group of guys following Xia. Xia turned over a few times and jumped onto a nearby building. Then she started lightly and quickly jumped over some nearby obstacles. At this time, the man also noticed Xia's arrival. He said angrily, "Go away. I will kill you if you come back." How could Xia be afraid of such a guy? Faced with the opponent's provocation, Xia jumped up and jumped over a long distance. At this time, the man was also angry. He picked up a hammer-like object, turned it in his hand, and threw it heavily towards Gu Shi. But as soon as he threw the hammer, a vampire knight appeared behind him. Before the man could react, the vampire knight slashed his sword from behind the man, slicing the man's back open. At this time, a large amount of blood spurted out from the wound, and the blood on the man's body was quickly evaporated by the high temperature. The man's face turned from black to ink at this time, and he roared loudly, "Do you know what you have done?" As soon as he finished shouting, another vampire knight appeared behind him. This time, the vampire knight's sword changed from a vertical slash to a horizontal slash. Xia also came to the man at this time. She had a dagger in her right hand and an elder stick in her left hand. She crossed her hands and placed them on the man's neck, and made a heavy stroke forward. The man's neck was cut open by Xia. At this time, on the other side of the Incarnation of Death, the Incarnation of Death, surrounded by black ash, spit out its strongest attack, the Death Dragon's Breath. At the black ash, a ray of green light went down, and all the surrounding darkness was dispersed. At the same time, the black mist around him also began to swallow everything. In the blink of an eye, the black ash in the sky was reduced by half. Seeing Xia knocking the man down with one blow, Gu Shi stopped looking. The battle here is no longer important. The most important thing now is to get to Victoria Tower. If we put it off any longer, we still don't know what we will face. Let's go! Gu Shi didn't care about the others and gave the order directly. So Arroyo's troops began to rush forward again to clear the way, while the remaining undead protected the human soldiers and moved forward together. Xia, who had already killed the man, picked up the whistle from the man's mouth, jumped down from the building, and ran towards Gu Shi. However, the vampire knight following Xia did not leave immediately. They all gathered around the man's body and pondered something. They all had some doubts in their hearts. There seemed to be something wrong with this man's blood. Several vampire lords discussed with each other, and finally sucked all the blood from the man's body. Even though the blood was now as hot as magma, they still drank it. At the same time, the Incarnation of Death, who was fighting He Hui in the sky, was putting the finishing touches on it. He kept rolling in the sky, And every time he rolled, hey, we would be dragged into the black mist. It was almost done when the incarnation of death flashed across the sky and disappeared into the air as quickly as it came. At this time, the griffins in the sky that had not yet had time to join the battle gathered in twos and threes, looking at the place where the incarnation of death disappeared, and considering a very serious problem. The battle on the ground has nothing to do with them, and the battle in the sky has nothing to do with them. So what are they doing this time? Chapter 263 in front of Victoria Tower. After getting rid of the enemy, Gu Shi and his party moved forward much faster. The walls of Victoria Tower were already in front of them. Xiaoya also caught up with Gu Shi at this time, and handed the whistle she just picked up into Gu Shi's hand. You get the melting furnace whistle, Blue. Furnace whistle, Blue can gather and command cinders to fight for you. Blow once to gather cinders. Blow twice to resurrect cinders killed in battle. Blow 3 times to strengthen the mutation. Note, those who use the melting furnace whistle will also be ignited and become firewood in the melting furnace. Note, cinder also needs to be forged constantly. Looking at the thing Xiaoya had picked up, Gu Shi's first reaction was that something was very wrong with the zombie siege in Victoria's city. Judging from the melting furnace whistle in front of me, it was obvious that someone had already prepared for it. And Gu Shi suspected that there was obviously more than one such furnace whistle. I'm afraid there are similar props that can be used to control cinders in other places. At this moment, several vampire knights also rushed back. Gu Shi just glanced at them and found that something seemed to be wrong with their situation. What's wrong with you? Are you all blushing like this? I sucked the blood of the guy just now. There seems to be something wrong with his blood. A vampire knight spoke swayingly as if he was drunk. That guy. You mean the one on the roof just now? He still has blood? Gu Shi had a look of confusion on his face. Although Gu Shi had only glanced at the man upstairs, it was obvious that he had also turned into cinders. At most, he had not turned into black ash. Does such a person also have blood? But looking at the vampire knight like this, it seems that they haven't stopped drinking. What's your situation now? Are you going to advance or mutate? No. It just feels like I'm drunk. And I don't have any other feelings. Seeing the appearance of these vampire knights, Gu Shi felt a little helpless. What they were saying now was all nonsense, and of no use at all. If he wanted to know the details, it seemed he had to wait until they sobered up. As they were talking, Gu Shi and the others arrived at the gate of Victoria Tower. At this time, Gu Shi noticed that several heavy cannons were already aimed at them. If they took even half a step forward, these heavy cannons would be launched. At this time, a paladin ran out and shouted loudly at the city gate. Don't attack. Don't attack. It's us. I am the eldest son of Viscount Anna. Look at my face. I am a living person. Don't attack. Don't attack. When the soldiers on the city wall saw the paladin, they did not move their guns away, but instead asked a few people to come over and look at him. Finally, a soldier said, It's Kareem from the Anna family. Go back. The Victoria Tower is not allowed to enter now. Even if the Count comes, don't say that you are the youngest son of the Viscount family. Go back, and it will be safe if you retreat outside the city. Is it General Kanu? I'm not here for Victoria Tower. No. I didn't come to Victoria Tower to avoid enemies. I came to... Seeing that the paladin's words were somewhat inconsistent, Gu Shi walked out directly. His cool look immediately attracted everyone's attention. Gu Shi pulled the paladin behind him and said, I am the necromancer Gu Shi. I am here to escort the remains of Princess Anna from Westminster Abbey. Hearing this, everyone on the city wall was stunned. Looking at their expressions, Gu Shi rolled his eyes at the paladin. This is really useless. For such a simple thing. Just talk about the key points. What's the use of talking to them about Victoria Tower and not Victoria Tower? Now it's not just a matter of asking them to open the door with just one sentence. However, it is not that simple to open the door to Victoria City. Victoria City immediately went into chaos after hearing the news that Princess Anna had died in battle. Soon there was the sound of a horn from behind the wall, and several white-feathered crows flew out of the wall. When looking at these crows, Gu Shi's eyes widened. What have the people of Britain done to raise crows so big and white? These crows are almost as big as golden eagles. If it weren't for the fact that the head couldn't deceive people, Gu Shi would have believed it was a white eagle. After flying to Gu Shi's team and landing, Gu Shi felt that these crows looked like bosses, looked at him disdainfully, and then walked to the body of Princess Anna. After seeing the body of Princess Anna, several crows immediately spread their wings and flew. Just when Gu Shi thought they were going back to Victoria City to deliver a message, a scene that surprised Gu Shi happened again. A few crows flapped their wings, and Princess Anna's body floated up. The crow took Princess Anna's body away without even looking at Gushi and the others. This situation left Gushi speechless. Even if they are not qualified to enter Victoria Tower, they should come out to meet in person and give them a reward or something. Just running away like this. What is this? Running away in vain? But the human soldiers didn't think so. When the crow flew up with Princess Anna's body, they all knelt down on one knee. They all had a look of pride on their faces, as if they had made a great contribution in bringing Princess Anna's body back this time. Gushi could only shake his head at their appearance. Okay. It's done. Let's get ready to leave. Having said that, Gushi jumped onto the evil coffin, ready to go back to Victoria City to take a look. As for the soldiers in front of him, Gushi had already negotiated with them on the way here. When Victoria City is rebuilt, they will help with it. I dare not say much else. But it is a simple matter to secretly circle 1 or 2 pieces of land for Gushi in the center of Victoria City, and build a small building or something. Not much else to say. There are 4 apartment buildings along the way where Gu's interest rate can be guaranteed. There is even a small pier with its own sewer and shore. As for other things, there were even more. And Gushi asked Shea to write them all down. After the zombie siege in Victoria City is over, let Shea take over one by one. Shea was very happy about this matter. She had already made plans on the way here. One of the 4 apartment buildings could be used as a hotel and intelligence center, where her mentor could help train a group of intelligence personnel. The one with a small dock can be used as a warehouse, and connected to the black market. One of the remaining 2 buildings serves as Gushilai's residence in Victoria City, and the other serves as a safe house. As for the small building that leads to and from Aladovi City, it is naturally still built on the same spot. This is Gushi's territory. With the guarantee of these soldiers, no one can take it away. Chapter 264. The royal reward is extremely generous. Okay. Our work has been done. Take a look for yourselves. Find a safe place to hide. Don't fight out from the most dangerous place and die at the last moment. That is not a good thing. After speaking to the soldiers who were still kneeling on the ground, Gushi took Shaya and the other troops and turned around and headed out. Shaya, Victoria City will be left to you. You can take the Hearthstone with you. We will come back when Victoria City is rebuilt. While Gushi was talking, he was still playing with the melting furnace whistle he had just obtained. In fact, when holding the melting furnace whistle, Gushi had some thoughts of staying. But after thinking about it, Gushi gave up this opportunity. The person behind this thing is not simple. You don't need to be afraid of Gushi at level 10 or so. But what about level 15 and level 20? Gushi's current level is still stuck at level 4. His incarnation of death has not grown, and he is not sure about facing the masters. So Gushi planned to find a way to complete the prerequisites for talent activation after returning this time, and prepare to hit level 5. As for the Westminster Abbey matter, he still has 4 chances, and it won't be too late to come back next time. Just when Gushi and his men turned around to leave, the crows that had brought Princess Anna back just now flew back again. Several crows landed in front of Gushi, the leader of which held a medal with a ribbon in its mouth. Before Gushi could react, a piece of parchment was stuffed in front of Gushi. You get a knighthood white. See nomination order, white, a certificate that proves that you have been knighted by a certain country. With this certificate, your status will be improved in all future games. Your current title is Palace Baron. Gushi received the news immediately after taking the parchment. At the same time, Gushi also saw 2 lines of small letters below. Your battle flag is affected by your title, and will have an extra star as a symbol. Title star represents the title of Court Baron. Under the battle flag, the morale of all soldiers is +1. Regarding the new star of the title, Gushi was immediately speechless. It's true that Victoria City is a human city, but you don't discriminate against necromancers. How can you give a title to increase morale? What's the use of morale for a necromancer like me? Then the crow sent the ribbon medal to Gushi. Gushi took it and took a look, and the attributes popped up quickly. You get the Medal of Volunteer Metal Ribbon, Blue Treasure. Medal of Volunteer Ribbon, Blue Treasure external equipment, which can be worn outside clothes. The effect is equivalent to fashion. After equipped, it can have 4 more decorative columns. The wearer's morale +1 and diplomacy +1. Another morale-boosting piece of equipment. Gushi was also speechless. What was the situation with diplomacy? Does Victoria City really give you things based on your mood? Fortunately, once this ribbon is put on, there are at least 4 more decoration slots. Unlike other players, who only have 2 ring slots and 2 decoration slots, Now Gushi can equip 4 more pieces of equipment than others, which can be regarded as a gain. Thinking of this, Gushi didn't dislike it, and directly put volunteer Zhang Shou on his shoulders. Then 2 more crows came to Gushi. One crow had a book in its mouth, and the other crow had something like a black mist in its mouth. Seeing the 2 crows crowding in front of him, Gushi didn't know which one to take first. He could only stretch out his hands and remove the thing from the crow's mouth. You get Road to the Underworld, blue. You get the Breath of the Spiritual Tomb, blue. Road to the Underworld, blue records the passage information of the underworld in the northern part of the conquered New World. However, there is no official underworld in the new continent. Reading this book can improve your knowledge about the underworld, the control of the undead, and the undead, levels of enhancements, soul whispers, and other related information. Breathe of the Tomb, blue a complete set of design drawings for a series of buildings in the tomb, starting from the basic tomb, to ghost mounds, abandoned towers, haunted towers, etc., in addition to ghost-related auxiliary buildings. All are fully documented, including ghost converters, ghost power towers, wailing wall stacks, etc. Looking at these 2 rewards, Gushi finally understood the gap between himself and the official country. He is still working on a large-scale architectural design, but the reward is a complete set of design drawings for a system. It can be said that with this spiritual tomb aura, Gushi's ghost troops don't have to worry. No matter what kind of ghost he wanted, he could find a solution. The one who cares about the interest rate difference now is that there are not many pieces of land in Aradovi. As for the road to the underworld, there is not so much experience to burn now, and there is no protection from the Griffin Book of the Dead. Gushi dare not read it directly here. He planned to go to the library, find some time to read slowly, and gradually improve his skill level. After Gushi took away these 2 things, the last crow came to Gushi. He glanced at Gushi and gave Gushi nothing, but just pecked Gushi on the forehead. You are blessed by the crow. Your intelligence +3, and the level of 2 random professional skills +1. The level of your tendrils of the dead is increased to level 2, and the range of influence is increased by 30 meters. Your bone spur level has been raised to level 2, and you can release 2 bone spurs at the same time. Before Gushi could react, a few crows took off just as they had come. Gushi wanted to keep them for a while, but these crows didn't take a fancy to Gushi at all. After all the crows flew away, Gushi turned his head again, but this time he had nothing to explain. Gushi left Shea and her troops behind, and all the other troops were withdrawn through the city gate to Aladovi City. Taking another look at the Victoria Tower, Gushi said secretly in his heart, I will prepare the troops when I go back this time, and find a time to defeat the Aradavida. When I also have a castle like this, I will see how you can be so proud. With this thought, Gushi entered the gate of Aladovi City. The moment he stepped into the city gate, the furnace whistle that had been on Gushi's side suddenly screamed. Gushi was a little confused, but in the next moment, similar sounds sounded from all directions in Victoria City. Gushi realized now that his guess was right. The furnace whistle was a complete set. The people behind Victoria are planning a big plan. If Gushi took the melting furnace whistle out of Victoria City, it would be like missing a link in the opponent's plan. So this melting furnace whistle is reminding the enemy of the location of things. Gushi, who wanted to understand this, laughed instead. You are awesome. I just like to see you angry but unable to hit me. If you have the ability, just chase him to Aladovi City. Chapter 265 Surprises one after another. Bringing the melting whistle to Aladovi City. The sound of the whistle became sharper and sharper. Standing at the city gate, Gushi could even hear the sounds coming from Victoria City becoming more and more obvious. Faced with this situation, Gushi waved his hand and cut off the connection between the city gate and Victoria City. The moment the connection was severed, the furnace whistle in Gushi's hand even flew up, making a harsh noise in an attempt to attract nearby cinders. But there is no cinder in the city of Aradovii. Not even a single entity related to cinder. The furnace whistle screamed for about 2 minutes before finally losing all power and falling to the ground. Only then did Gushi pick up the melting furnace whistle in June. At this time, Gushi found that the melting furnace whistle seemed to have changed. The original melting furnace whistle was made of freshly red-hot iron. It didn't feel anything when you held it in your hand, but you could feel the high temperature when you put it to your mouth. But now the saliva has turned into a blackened iron bar, and it has obviously lost all its power. However, when Gushi picked up this thing, he found that the instructions on the melting furnace whistle had completely changed. Melting furnace whistle, gray, a whistle that has lost its power. Even if it was originally part of a purple suit, is now useless. Note, the lost power will not dissipate, but exists somewhere in another way. Please use this power quickly. Otherwise several other props will come after you. Explanation. This is a set of 12 special props. The 12 pieces added together can be equivalent to one purple prop. But there is no special penalty. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the explanation in front of him, Gushi couldn't help but laugh. He found that this was the biggest gain from this operation. Luna. Luna! At Gushi's order, Luna flew out. Sir! What's wrong? Here you go. Check where the lost energy went, and use it directly. Gushi threw the melting furnace whistle into Luna's hand with a look on his face, as if he should take advantage of me. Luna took the furnace whistle and glanced at it, then looked at the location where the furnace whistle had fallen before, and nodded clearly. Okay. I get it. After saying that, Luna flew to the place where the melting furnace whistle had landed just now, and placed the melting furnace whistle on the ground. Then Luna pressed her hands towards the ground, and the furnace whistle melted on the spot. Then Gushi saw a blazing red light emitting from the ground, and the ground even melted a little. However, this kind of vision only lasted for a moment, and disappeared after a few seconds, as if everything had never happened. Only the sounds in Gushi's ears reminded Gushi of the changes in the city this time. Special power is integrated into Aradovi City. Please choose the direction of power change. Fire. Light a fire at a special power fusion location to attract outsiders to seek refuge in the city. The effect is like a level 3 refugee camp, with level 3 to level 7 soldiers randomly produced every week. Geothermal. Geothermal hot spots appear at the fusion location of special forces, and merge with the sewer to form a geothermal sewer. Steam pipes are arranged in the sewer. The sewer is expanded, and some plots are added. Lamp post. Erect a lamp post at a special power fusion location to allow soldiers to quickly gather. The effect is equivalent to a rally flag plus a fixed point portal. As soon as the three options appeared, Gushichi became a little embarrassed. I really want all three. One is that it is equivalent to adding a random training camp for military units, even if the troops are different every week. If you are lucky and get level 7 soldiers, it will not be a direct hit. The other is the plot of land that Aladovi needs most now. There are almost no large plots left in Aladovi City now, and small and medium-sized plots have also been divided. But he just got a new batch of architectural design drawings, and they were in a series. Gushi believed that if these architectural design drawings were put together, a special ghost area could even be created. For Gushi now, adding a new plot of land is a good thing. As for the lamppost, we can't see any effect now, but as Aradovi slowly grows larger, its effect will slowly become apparent. There are only 2 city gates in Aladovi City now. Even if the new city gates are built, there will only be 3. But it also takes time for soldiers to run from one city gate to another. Sometimes, when he needed manpower, his soldiers were far away, and it was not easy to mobilize them. So this lamppost is actually quite useful. It can be said that Gushi wants all of these 3 directions of change, but he cannot win them all. Faced with this choice, Gushi was silent for a moment, and finally said slowly, I want a fire. This was the first time since Gushi became a necromancer that he wasn't sure what he needed. But he still said his words. As his words fell, a flame rose on the spot, and a giant bonfire as tall as a person appeared in front of Gushi. As the fire appeared, Gushi also walked to the fire. He put his hand over the fire, and a message popped up in front of him. The fire attracted a group of refugees this week. Do you need to meet them? Yes. The reason why Gushi walked to the fire in the first place was not just to take a look at what kind of troops would emerge from the fire this week. But Gushi never expected that a dragon's roar could be heard in his ears in response to his response. Gushi's eyes widened, looking at the information that appeared in front of him. He couldn't believe his luck. This week, 1 red dragon is produced. You need 4,670 resources, and 1 dragon blood crystal to recruit. Red dragon, level 7 summon troops experience, 0/8000. Attack 35. Defense 20. Life 200. Skills, flying troops. Fire immunity, will not be the target of negative fire magic. The fire attribute damage is half. Flame breath, breathing flames to a fan-shaped area. All soldiers within the attack range receive the same powerful damage. Gushi's eyes lit up when he saw the red dragon that appeared in front of Gushi, with its wings and front paws growing together, and its tail lit with flames. Luna, where are the soldier recruitment coupons I brought back last time? Are they still there? Luna also understood what Gushi meant, and she quickly handed the soldier recruitment coupons to Gushi. After taking the 3 soldier recruitment coupons, Gushi took a deep breath. This type of soldier recruitment ticket is used by players to squeeze out some soldiers to fill the army when there are no soldiers in the city. But now Gushi saw another hope. Recruit 30 red dragons. Chapter 266, Attacking Aladovita. Roar! Under Gushi's order, 3 soldier recruitment coupons disappeared on the spot. And at the same time, red dragons with flames on their bodies rushed out of the fire and flew into the air. There are some differences between these red dragons and real red dragons. They are only 13 or 14 meters long. Their red scales are like red crystals. And a heart flowing with magma can be seen on their chests. Looking at the red dragon in front of him, Gushi certainly understood the difference between the red dragon that started at level 7 and the real red dragon. It was like the difference between the bone dragon pieced together by the necromancer with ordinary bones and the real bone dragon. The difference is the same. But what does that matter? 30 red dragons at once is a huge fighting force for anyone. It just so happened that Gushi had just obtained 2 morale boosting equipment, which could solve the red dragon's morale problem. An idea flashed through Gushi's mind. Do you want to go to Victoria again? There are 11 other items of the same quality as the melting furnace whistle. If he grabs 1 or 2 more items, Aladovita can get some more benefits. But Gushi thought about it and finally gave up the idea. It's not that it would be more dangerous to return to Victoria City, but he understands what it takes to get 30 red dragons at once this time. In addition to luck, there is also previous accumulation. If he gets 3 soldiers to recruit, regardless of it, he uses them all to recruit vampire knights, who are also level 7 soldiers. With the help of recruitment coupons, he can be transformed even if he has no soldiers. But the final situation will not be as good as now. Such scenery. There are dragons hovering in the sky, and the main point is to show off. So if you go to Victoria City, you won't get such benefits. And you might even blow up all your cards. Although the previous battles did not give him much command experience, they also taught him that he should not throw all his troops into the battle at once. When fighting, you have to consider the rewards. You can't just throw all your troops into the battle. In the end, he couldn't even keep his old capital. Now that they have returned to Victoria City, the 30 red dragons can be considered a small overlord. But then what? Gushi's real location is not in Victoria City. Can he gain anything from the Great Fire of Victoria? No. He couldn't even get into the Victoria Tower. If you dare to fight for the British royal family, that is the real injustice. If he had that time, Gushi might as well go and see how he could increase his professional skill level to 8 level 4 skills, and upgrade to level 5 as early as possible. Starting to gain talents was what Gushi needed to do most now. After taking a look at the red dragon in the sky, Gushi looked at Luna again, and a new idea flashed through his mind. Luna, mobilize the troops. Ah! For the first time, Luna couldn't adapt to Gushi's thinking, and didn't know what Gushi wanted to do. I was blocked from Victoria Tower before. This made me very unhappy. I'm not convinced. So let's go fight Aladovita. Gushi pointed at the 30 red dragons flying in the sky. We need to have troops and heroes, so we can take this opportunity to capture Aladovita. Only then did Luna understand Gushi's thoughts. Although she still didn't understand why Gushi made such a decision. But the troops in front of them were enough. And Aladovita was where they came out. There were no other enemies there except the mysterious shadows hidden in the mist along the way. As long as Aladovita is killed, the castle is considered to be occupied. At that time, the open space between Aradovita and Aradovita City will be included in the scope of Gushi City. If we clean up this place, how many plots of land will be needed? Maybe the chance to reach level 4 of Death City is here. Luna, who understood Gushi's plan during this period, immediately took action. She quickly called the 2 heroes Robbie and Arroyo, as well as the troops that Gushi had just returned to Aladovita City. These troops returned to the city and had not yet retreated to rest. They were now being recruited again by Luna. Not only did they not have any complaints, but they also showed a sense of excitement. However, when these undead troops appeared, each of the red dragons hovering in the sky seemed a little uneasy and reluctant to fall to the ground again. Gushi can also understand this. After all, except for the mechanical troops, there are no troops willing to cooperate with the undead troops to fight. The red dragons in front of them didn't suffer from a drop in morale, which was pretty good. Luna, during the battle, pay more attention to the red dragons to see what they need during the battle. And the most important thing is the red dragon's food. It doesn't matter if the undead don't eat. But if the red dragon doesn't eat, I'm afraid I won't survive for long. Don't worry. Sir, I will take care of everything. Okay. Let's go! Shea is not here. Luna, you will lead the way. At Gushi's order to set off, the 15 gargoyles flew out of the city gate one step ahead and flew into the mist. Then Arroyo's troops began to move forward. This time as before, Arroyo's troops moved forward. However, Gushi could clearly feel that Arroyo was a little anxious at this time. Does he want to defeat Aladovita quickly? Gushi thought for a moment and understood the reason why Alayeo did this. Aladovita is a castle and a fortress, and there will be a station there. Arroyo wanted to seize a station and stabilize the new skills he had just acquired. It seems that he is also impatient. As Arroyo sent out troops, Robbie also led his troops to prepare for battle. But he still glanced at Gushi. Okay, let's go! Gushi turned over and jumped onto the evil coffin, and the large army headed towards Aladovita. Entering the fog again, Gushi's feeling was different from when he came. When they came over, the fog was full of strange shadows, and they wanted to replace Gushi one by one. When I went back now, none of these ghosts appeared. This allowed Gushi to arrive at the gate of Aladovita very smoothly. At this time, the door here is still fully open as before. Following the gate, you can see the decaying guillotine at the end of the lawn. Gushi was still stunned by the guillotine, which was the mirror through which he entered this world. The guillotine was still empty at the moment, and everything seemed so peaceful. But Gushi didn't dare to be careless at all. He understands that the calmer the place, the more dangerous it is. After stepping into the gate of Aladovita, Gushi turned to Luna and said, "The rest will be left to you. Don't worry. We will always stand behind you." Luna nodded affirmatively, and quickly flew towards the main building of Aladovita. Chapter 267 The Secret of Aradovita. Ding! Luna, contracted undead, begins to occupy Aradovita. You activate a temporary mission. Temporary mission, the core of change. Mission description, occupy and protect Aradovita. Quest requirements, occupy the main building of Aradovita, 0/1. Kill 3 waves of enemies, 0 out of 3. Task reward, random undead building design drawing, large, *3. Core building design drawing *1. Explanation 1. This is the core of several changes. Why is this? You have no idea at all. Note 2. The castle is a very core existence for the city. As soon as there was a ding in his ear, Gushi knew that the mission had begun. He glanced around the area of Aradovita. With just one glance, Gushi could tell that the castle covered an area of at least 70,000 square meters. The total is almost the size of 10 football fields. Behind the high wall, there is a central fortress, 13 defense towers, 6 towers plus 2 bastions outside the city wall, and a moat on the outermost layer. It can be seen that the defense system here is quite complete. If Gushi hadn't already opened the door when he came over, it would have taken him a lot of time to break in. Between the central fortress and the tower, there are many different corridors and buildings connecting them. It can be seen that no matter where is captured, the central fortress can quickly cut off all connections, or quickly send troops to support. If such a castle appeared on the battlefield, the effect would be unprecedented. However, Gushi also understood that in order for the castle to appear on the battlefield, the Death City must reach at least level 17. Now that Aladovita is occupied, it is still not of much use to Gushi's battlefield. This was also the reason why Gushi had always had enough troops before, but had not made up his mind to kill them. But it was different now. Gushi, who was angry in front of the Victoria Tower, directly regarded Aladovita as the target of his anger. Advocacy is a fight. When the temporary mission started, Gushi arranged the troops. At the same time, he stood on the evil coffin and looked around, judging where the first wave of enemies would come out. Gushi now is not like he had dozens of soldiers at hand, like when he completed his first temporary mission. The troops in his hands now number several thousand. It can be said that they are flying in the sky, running on the ground. Long range, melee, magic, physical attack. As long as you can think of it, you can find it here. No matter what kind of enemy he encounters, Gushi can deal with it. If the strange shadows from before come out again, not to mention Gushi, even the 2 heroes outside with their troops can fight back and forth. It can be said that Gushi is quite confident now. Just when Gushi was thinking about where the enemy was coming from, the sky suddenly darkened. Although there is no light in this world, it is obviously wrong to suddenly become dark like this. Gushi was shocked and quickly raised his head. It didn't matter. Gushi immediately shouted in his heart, "Good guy." It turned out that at this time, 5 identical mirror images of Aladovida appeared in the sky at the same time. Each Aradovi mirror is separated by more than 1,000 meters. But the Aradovi tower itself covers a relatively large area. When Gushi looked up, he could see a large string of buildings hidden in the clouds in the sky. This situation made Gushi understand one thing. No wonder Aladovida was the core of the change. It turns out that every time Aladovi city changes, a separate mirror space is created to copy the new Victoria city. And after every change, the city of Aradovi is not on the same mirror surface, but is separated by an unknown distance. The connection between the cities of Aradovida may lie in this unified yet layered Aradovida tower. Thinking of this, Gushi became more determined to take down Aladovi. Only after taking down this Aladovi tower could Gushi launch an attack on Aladovi city in other eras and occupy new cities. Gushi could already imagine what his Aladovi city would look like in the future. It would be almost like a 7-story pagoda, with layers of cities stacked up to form a huge city tower. While Gushi was thinking, the 5 new Aradovi towers had stabilized. At this time, the Aradovi tower above began to change again. An Aradovi tower flew out from where it originally stayed and headed towards Gushi. She flew to where he is now. When the Aradovida was pressing down, Gushi could see that a large number of troops had gathered on the open space of the Aradovida. It seems that these are the first batch of enemies. Gushi understood in his heart. And at the same time, he also looked at the enemies. The number of this group of enemies is about 3,000. Judging from their appearance, most of them are mirror images affected by strange forces. Some of them are wearing black robes and look like they died in the Mirror Underground Palace. Cultists. When they stood, they were always crooked and didn't look like a proper army. But Gushi did not underestimate them. He always felt that half of the 3,000 people were blood sacrifices. At the same time, Gushi also discovered that the Aradovida that had fallen down was somewhat different from the one he was currently occupying. Outside that Aradovida, there was a headless woman in court dress who was walking around the Aradovida at a slow pace. The woman's head was always clamped under her hands, as if she was carrying a flower basket. Her presence always reminds Gushi of the words he heard when he first learned about the mirror space. The blood sacrifice required the heads of a British emperor and a British queen, the blood of a British princess and a British prince, and the lives of a British brother and a British husband. This is probably the Queen of Britain who was sacrificed in blood. Gushi couldn't believe this, because he had just seen how much respect the British soldiers had for their royal family members. The body of Princess Anna was sent to them on their knees. So how could they directly cut off the head of the queen and send it as a sacrifice? But Gushi had to admit that the rumors were valid. While he was studying the situation, Aladovida on the opposite side finally fell down. The 2 Aladovida towers overlapped instantly, and the enemy suddenly appeared next to Gushi's troops. Fortunately, Gushi reacted and looked at the enemy appearing around him. He immediately shot out a bone spur and ordered loudly, "Army attack." Chapter 268 The Battle of Aladovida. Under Gushi's command, the undead under his command acted quickly. Arroyo immediately led the troops towards the location with the largest number of enemies. From the battle in Victoria City, Arroyo already understood how to take his own path. Constant attacks are his strongest ability. But how to keep all his spearmen alive in the battle is a matter of knowledge. Arroyo now has an idea. As long as he can retain the skills he just mastered, his idea will become a reality. Now is the best time. Arroyo's idea is that if he rushes out and kills one more enemy, he can gain more experience. After killing all these people, the level of his skeleton spearmen can be improved a little more, and his troops will be stronger by then. With such thoughts, Arroyo went crazy. At this time, Gushi also saw what skills Arroyo had acquired unintentionally. It was clear that the time for bone shields had passed, but Arroyo's skeleton spearmen were still surrounded by a layer of black ash. As they advance, black ash hovers around them like a bone shield. However, Gushi did not think that their layer of black ash would have any defensive power. On the contrary, the existence of black ash would make it even more difficult for the enemy to grasp the position of the skeleton spearmen, making it easier for them to miss when attacking. This greatly improves the survivability of the skeleton spearmen. It can also be considered an alternative form of enhanced defense. Although this skill has not yet taken shape, Gushi has already seen the potential in it. Even if Arroyo didn't say it, as long as there was a new base, Gushi would immediately arrange for Arroyo to go there. Arroyo didn't know what Gushi was thinking. At this moment, he only had 2 words in his mind: experience. Looking at the extra enemies around him, he led his skeleton spearmen and killed them in one direction. When Arroyo made a move, The enemies who suddenly appeared near Gushi's team also reacted. They quickly attacked the undead troops around them, hoping to throw everything into a melee. At this time, Robbie and his men played a big role. They were all skeleton two-handed swordsmen who were most suitable for melee combat. Whether they were fighting alone or with a group of people, they would always cut with their swords. The existence of Robbie brought enough blessings to the skeleton two-handed swordsmen. And at the same time, they also had a clear attack direction. Clear these guys out first and protect the shooter troops and legal troops behind them. While they were talking, the skeleton archer and the skeleton mage also took action at the same time. It was impossible for them not to take action. After all, the enemy almost hit them. If they didn't take action, they would have no chance. Even the Wither one took action to control the situation and keep the enemy at bay. At this time, Gushi had also seen the abilities of the Wither besides serving as a recovery unit. They can throw the spear sticks they carry. Although the distance is relatively short, the attack power is not weak. Most importantly, they also release poison. But Gushi was a little confused. Would these monsters in front of him be afraid of this kind of poison? Gushi expressed considerable doubt. At the same time, Gushi's movements were not slow. He mobilized the last zombie axe shield soldiers and the last fighting team to force out the enemies that appeared nearby. Finally, he cleared the battlefield and dragged the battle to the end. The perimeter of one's own troops. Only then did Gushi have the opportunity to look at the enemies on the battlefield. Just like what Gushi found when Aladovita fell, these enemies are also clearly divided into two groups. One group was sacrifices. When they were sacrificed, their bodies and minds had been distorted. Under the influence of the mirror image, they could no longer be considered human. At the same time, they are not the kind of ghosts unique to this world. Their current situation looks like zombies with abnormal bodies. Because as sacrifices, they have no weapons and equipment. When launching an attack, they can only rely on their claws and mouth. It's just that there are usually many of them. And when they attack, they often swarm them, giving people the feeling that the enemies are like a tide, and they can scare away the enemies from their momentum. So they usually fight very smoothly. But this time he couldn't do it. They met Gushi in Victoria City. Gushi had even seen the zombie siege. Thousands of cinders that could be resurrected continuously didn't stop Gushi's attack. But these more than 1,500 sacrifices were in front of him. Gushi now wanted to let them know what a sacrifice was. After keeping the enemy at bay, Gushi didn't even call out to the red dragon hovering in the sky and took action directly. First, a skeleton priest replenishes the health of his men and increases their strength. Then Gushi immediately released the Bone Storm. Now Gushi's Bone Storm was obviously more powerful. At the same time, after several battles, Gushi also had some ideas about the location and direction of movement of the Bone Storm. Now Gushi is no longer like before, actively controlling the trajectory of the Bone Storm. Gushi now releases 4 or 5 Bone Storms at the same time, directly specifying a range and letting the Bone Storms spin around there. As for not being able to kill people, that is impossible. With the power of the Bone Storm, even ghosts can be killed. Not to mention that these enemies are not ghosts, and their levels are not as high as imagined. As soon as the Bone Storm was released, some of the enemies were immediately swept up. This made it easier for Gushi's men. And the skeleton shooter and skeleton mage launched attacks at the same time. With the leader's command, they can accurately lock onto the enemy and conduct concentrated fire attacks. At the same time, they can also quickly judge the current situation, instead of scattering their attacks randomly as before. Between this addition and subtraction, Gushi's troops quickly gained the upper hand. But those weird guys are not easy to mess with. When they saw that the surprise attack couldn't cause Gushi any trouble, they actually changed their strategy. The cultist who was still wearing a black robe actually rushed to the strange and twisted sacrifices with a dagger, and drew the dagger on the bodies of these sacrifices. At this time, these sacrifices seemed to recall the fear of being sacrificed. They suddenly went crazy and jumped into Gushi's team. These sacrifices kept biting the undead around them, and sometimes they pounced directly on the undead, trying to tear them apart. Seeing the crazy appearance of the sacrifices, the cultists wearing black robes were also quite happy. They believed that there was nothing Gushi could do to them now. But they really thought too much. As a necromancer, how could they care about the life and death of the undead? Seeing this situation, Gushi pointed the cold wind staff forward. Second corpse explosion. Chapter 269. The first wave of kills was successful. As Gushi took action, the sacrifices that were being slaughtered were blown up on the spot, and the enemy's previous offensive was interrupted again. Gushi couldn't help but shake his head regarding the enemy's situation. He had never seen anything so weird. If you say you want to kill, just kill. After you kill the undead, you still have to bite the body in your mouth. What do you want to do? Act like a dog chewing bones? Doesn't this give Gushi the opportunity to use corpse explosion? During this period of time, Gushi has been suppressed and has not had many opportunities to use corpse explosion. Now Gushi is using it openly. As long as those strange sacrifices still fight in this style, he will blow them to death. While Gushi was exerting his power, a group of those cultists retreated further away. They gathered hand in hand and seemed to be performing some kind of ritual. Although he knew that he had locked the battle situation, Gushi did not relax his vigilance. As soon as he saw the actions of these cultists, Gushi pointed to the sky. Fire dragon attack! After listening to Gushi's order, the red dragon that was hovering in the sky quickly pounced down. These red dragons were already not feeling very happy as they followed the undead. In addition, since they had not participated in the battle, their tempers became even worse. As soon as they heard Gushi's order, all the red dragons rushed in front of the enemy and blew towards the ground. Flames spit out from the red dragon's mouth and sprayed on the cultists. Before the cultists could react, they were burned to ashes under the high temperature of the dragon's breath. After killing this group of more than 100 cultists, the red dragons flew back into the air excitedly. It could be seen from their movements that they felt happy. The red dragon is happy, but the cultists are unhappy. The group of cultists who went out alone were the ones who had mastered the ability to sacrifice among all the cultists. This time, they wanted to make a sacrifice on the battlefield and summon the boss they thought was there to fight Gushi. As a result, Gushi did not follow martial ethics and did not give them the opportunity to sacrifice and summon. He directly released the red dragon and burned the cultists, who went out alone. This time the cultists were immediately paralyzed. The combat effectiveness of the cultists mixed in the strange sacrifices was significantly reduced. Gushi's two heroes seized such an opportunity immediately. Robbie raised his heavy sword with both hands and attacked from the front. They immediately pounced on the cultists. Arroyo couldn't do such a thing. Arroyo's troops were about team combat. They couldn't break into pieces and hunt down the enemy's cultists alone like Robbie's troops did. Arroyo's troops could only kill one area at a time and deal with the enemies they could see in front of them. Although the two heroes have different approaches, the results they bring are the same. Enemies died in large numbers. In a short while, all 3,000 enemies were killed on the spot. Ding! Temporary mission. The core progress of the transformation has changed. The first wave of enemies has been killed. After 15 minutes, the second wave of enemies will appear. Please be prepared to fight. Hearing this voice, Gushi also showed a smile on his face, and finally killed him. Then he glanced at the current battlefield, which was in a mess. Unlike the strange shadows, when these strange sacrifices and cultists are killed, their bodies will still be left behind. They have not turned into black strange energy beads. Looking at the situation in front of him, Gushi took another look at the headless queen who had been walking around the perimeter of Aladovita, hesitated for a moment, and then waved. The wither replenishes blood. The skeleton cleans the battlefield, and the others rest. After giving this order, Gushi moved his left hand holding the soul lamp, and the enemy's soul fragment was received by Gushi. Then Gushi flipped his hand and pointed the cold wind staff at the corpse at the scene. Spiritualism. Under the influence of Gushi's spiritualism, more than half of the corpses present exploded, and the remaining corpses slowly turned into skeletons and zombies crawling up from the flesh. Because of the two skills of undead domination and undead strengthening, the undead summoned by the necromancy this time are different. This time, the level of the undead under Gushi's command was directly level 2. No matter whether the corpse used was originally level 0 or level 5. The effect was the same. As for the undead that were recruited, some professional units began to appear. For example, there are some spearmen with spears among the skeletons, and some skeleton mages appear. The same is true among the zombies. There are only more than 300 zombie axe shield soldiers left, and this time a few were summoned by the spirit. This is the first time Gushi has seen this situation. Gushi also understood that this was the benefit provided by the skill of undead control. Otherwise, the undead he recruited must be sent to the boss or training camp for transformation before they can become the corresponding arms. Even if they have not gone through this step, they must at least be provided with weapons and equipment. How about getting up directly with the equipment like now? All this proves that Gushi still has a lot to learn. If he hadn't been completing the task now, He would have wanted to go back and read more immediately to improve some of his skill levels. As Gushi was cleaning the battlefield, the Aladovita tower that disappeared in the sky was replaced. At the same time, another Aladovita tower located at a high position was moving out of its fixed position. Just like last time. Like Aladovita, it fell heavily. This time Gushi could also see the situation of the Aladovita tower. Unlike the first attack on Aliev Tower, this time there is no headless queen wandering outside Aliev Tower. And there is nothing unusual about Aliev Tower. At most, there were many soldiers and cultists standing in the square in front of Aladovita. Seeing this scene, Gushi's attention was immediately attracted by these strange soldiers holding spears. He thought about how these guys appeared in Aladovita. It is for this reason that Gushi did not notice that on the top floor of a tall tower in this Aradovi tower, there were two expressionless little boys standing at the window holding hands, staring blankly, looking out the window. Everyone, spread out the team and retreat here. Just now we have no experience, and we're surrounded by enemies. This time, gather them together. When the enemies appear later, the red dragon will spit out a wave first, and then a royal will ask you superior. Don't worry about the number of troops on hand. We have already seen that the opponent has many strange soldiers with spears. Spiritualism will give priority to transforming spearmen, whether they are skeleton spearmen or zombie spearmen. As long as there are any, I will add them to your command as soon as possible. Chapter 270 Cleaning up the battlefield and new enemies. Under Gushi's order, his team quickly retreated towards the central fortress. As they retreated, Gushi looked at the fallen Aladovita to determine where the opponent's troops would appear. At this time, the skeletons who were still cleaning up the battlefield finally packed up everything. In addition to a pile of rubbish that didn't look very eye-catching, these undead souls, who had just been summoned, actually found a few acceptable items. Sacrificial dagger, green treasure after equipped. It will occupy the offhand item slot. And all soldiers under your command will have their attack increased by 1. For every 20 soldiers under your command who die in battle, you can initiate a blood sacrifice and randomly bless your troops with a buff magic. Bleeding twisted skin, green, a material that can be covered on the medical tent. After being integrated into the tent, it will increase the recovery effect of the medical tent by 50%. The Headless Queen's Reluctance, green. Mission item: this is a bloody necklace. But for some reason, you can see a trace of unwillingness on it. Gushi just glanced at the three things in front of him, and threw the sacrificial dagger to Robbie. Under the two heroes, Robbie's soldiers will die faster than Arrow's soldiers, so it would be more appropriate to give this thing to him. The twisted skin Gushi had no need for the remaining two items for the time being, so he put them away first. The Headless Queen's unwillingness directly activated a task, but Gushi felt there was something wrong with this task. There is a very obvious red 5-pointed star mark on the deltoid muscle. Ding! You found the quest item. You can activate a temporary quest. Temporary mission: Blood of the True Queen. Task description: find the real blood of the queen and wash away the unwillingness of the Headless Queen. Quest requirements: Blood of the True Queen 0/1. Unwillingness to be resolved 0/1. Task reward: the city adds a feature. Note 1. There are too many secrets hidden in the matter of the Headless Queen. If you want to find out, you can, but it is not necessary. Note 2. Just find a real queen to collect blood. As for who this queen is, there are no special requirements. The explanation of this task made Gushi confused. He always felt that the Headless Queen's mission was very complicated, but the reward was so good that Gushi couldn't bear to give it up. After all, Gushi's current Aradovi only has one characteristic. A primitive city can start from Aradovi City and expand outwards, without any other characteristics. If a feature could be added to Aladovi City, it would be quite beneficial to Gushi. So Gushi took this thing seriously. As for the gray and white garbage, Gushi didn't even think of putting it away. Whoever gets the undead under his command will get it. If he doesn't want it, he will throw it on the ground first and wait until the battle is over. As the battlefield was cleaned up, the new undead responsible for cleaning the battlefield quickly returned to the team. Gushi did not summon the souls of all the more than 3,000 enemy corpses. He stopped when he had the remaining 1 point of mana, waiting for the second wave of enemies to arrive. He released the Death Incarnation before thinking about the next thing. As Gushi dealt with the battlefield, Aradovita had also landed over there. Just as Gushi guessed, the new Aladovita quickly disappeared the moment it fell. At the same time, another batch of troops appeared in front of Gushi and the others. This time Gushi had already arranged everything. There is no longer the situation of being besieged like before. As soon as the 30 red dragons saw the enemy appear, They pounced down without waiting for Gushi's order. They lined up in a row, opened their mouths, and spat out at the enemy, who had just appeared. Dragon breath plowed directly towards the location where the enemy appeared. The newly appeared soldiers wanted to resist, but they had no way of attacking the red dragon in midair. The level 7 red dragon launched its dragon breath in the sky, which was a nightmare for most enemies. As soon as the dragon's breath flame passed by, it immediately set the enemy on fire. Those strange spearmen still wanted to resist, but they had to be able to hit people first, in order to maximize the effect of the dragon's breath. The red dragon usually flies in the air 30 meters above the ground. No matter how long the spearman's spear is, it cannot stab the red dragon in the sky. Under the attack of the red dragon, they didn't even have a chance to fight back and were burned to death on the spot. At this time, Gushi also used his strongest move when the red dragon attacked, Death Incarnate. However, this time Gushi released the Incarnation of Death. Not because the timing was perfect, but because he really only had 1 point of mana left. If the Incarnation of Death is not released, he will feel uneasy drinking the magic potion. After releasing the Incarnation of Death, Gushi poured the magic potion he had been holding for a long time into his mouth. When he swallowed the magic potion, Gushi's eyes couldn't help but widen. At this time, Gushi discovered that there seemed to be something wrong with those strange spearmen. When we fought the first wave of enemies, the black-robed cultists were burned to a charred black color, which was a sign of normal flesh and blood. But the situation in front of him was obviously different. All those strange spearmen melted in the places where they were burned. Apart from the spears that still had burning points, there was melted metal that had not yet cooled down. This situation is obviously wrong. At this time, the Incarnation of Death just flew past these strange spearmen. Compared to the red dragon that can fight even after flying to a height of 30 meters, the Incarnation of Death did not fly too high this time, flying only about 5 meters above the ground. However, Gushi discovered at this time that Death Incarnation did not put on the Black Mist kit of Crystal Emo Storm, but replaced it with the newly obtained Black Mist kit, Starfire Shadow. This is a new Black Mist kit formed by the Incarnation of Death after swallowing a large amount of black ash and subduing it with powerful force. It can be fused with the Black Mist, but cannot be used at the same time with the Crystal Storm. After using the Spark Shadow, the black fog will turn into a dark cloud with 1 or 2 faces sticking out from time to time, and sparks will flash in the dark cloud. The biggest feature of this Starfire Nightmare is that it can set fire to everything that comes into contact with the dark cloud. If the opponent is already burning, the effect will be even stronger. After being lit, the flying Incarnation of Death can absorb the power of the flame through the Starfire Shadow, increasing the power of the Starfire Shadow. It can be said that in the end, the evil star will even form a fire tornado. When Gushi released the Death Incarnation, he specifically reminded the Death Incarnation to replace it with the Starfire Shadow, because after all, there were 30 more red dragons, and it was normal for the flames to clear the way. But he never expected that the strange spearmen would be in such a state. At the moment, he didn't know whether it was good or bad to use this move.